A holy angel descended to the mortal world. Everyone was overwhelmed by her beauty, but this man pushed through the crowd and coldly gave her a hard slap. Then he cruelly broke the angel's wings, because only he knew that the angel before them was nothing but a sick killer. In fact, the man had gone through 98 cycles of reincarnation. On the 99th reincarnation, with just a scythe, he became the strongest and the last survivor. But as Ryu Min prepared to enter the final challenge that would end everything, the system announced that the boss room required at least 5 players to open. Because he didn't meet the requirement, he could only watch his body gradually dissolve. Yet there wasn't a hint of regret in his eyes, because Ryu Min knew full well that after he died that familiar sound would ring out again. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the return badge. But what he couldn't have guessed was that this system notification was different from the others. The number of his resets had now reached the usage limit, which meant if this 100th attempt failed, he would truly die. Do you think Ryu Min will complete the mission to escape this world, or will he lose his life here? Let's follow the protagonist's journey. The opening shows a temple lit with sparkling lights. Countless townspeople were gathered along the street. At last it's time, everyone, when there are 5 seconds left. Please count down with us. Among the bustling crowd, a young man with his hood pulled low emanated a strong, mysterious aura as the surrounding voices counted. 5. Ryu Min looked up with no expectation for what would happen next. Beside him, the crowd kept counting. 4. Seeing this, he couldn't help but mutter anxiously, "Damn it." He looked at his hands and realized one thing. He had returned. They were shaking from his fearful excitement. I'd returned just before being sucked back into that damn game. He clenched his fists. Even though he'd reached the final round, the counting didn't stop. 3. Only Ryu Min wasn't joyful among those celebrating the new year. If he could, he wished time would freeze right now, too. His system interface appeared and notified him that the number of ancient time reversal uses was 100/100. The moment had come when he had to make a decision. 1. After all, this is the final attempt. There's no need to hide anymore, so he pulled down his hood. I'll finish this game once and for all. Ryu Min scanned the crowd to find companions. To do this, he needed 4 others to reach the final round with him. Who would be the best to team up with? A few minutes earlier, Young Min listened bored as his friends cheered. At last, we're adults now. The 2 in front of him chatted happily. No need to pretend anymore. Right? Of course. They remained rowdy like kids while the young man sighed. After graduation, what should I do? Should I try food delivery? Hey, that girl looks so much like C.O. Aaron. Actor C.O. Aaron? No way. The 2 in front kept bickering loudly, saying, how could that be Aaron? Are you blind? The kid who liked to taunt turned to his friend and asked, Youngmin, what are you going to do? He suddenly said, me? He answered that question very casually. Haven't I mentioned? I'm going to join the mob. His friends reacted like officials. Are you crazy? If you do that, one mistake and you could die. So you're serious? Youngmin shrugged. Hey, I said just let it be. You only live once, right? I just want to live the way I want. On the surface, they only smiled secretly, but inwardly they shared the same thought. Crazy, that sick bastard. Honestly, once we graduate, I'm cutting him off. Then Youngmin's friend asked again, so after graduation, what are you going to do about that errand boy? He blanked for a moment before remembering him. You mean that poor bastard who's always gloomy? Then he laughed and said, I can't forgive him just because I graduated. The friends pointed at him and hissed. Damn poor guy. Probably thinks everything will be over once he graduates. That bastard is cruel. Youngmin gleefully added, he has no right to decide when this ends. I have to mess with him as much as possible. While they were talking, suddenly his friend spotted someone. Wait, isn't that your errand boy? Ryu Min's figure slipped through the crowd along with the voice from the loudspeaker. It's finally time, everyone, when there are 5 seconds left. Please count down with us. He curled his lip as the countdown began. That's my errand boy 5. But when he suddenly noticed the aura around Ryu Min for 3, his eyes narrowed because the sight was getting stranger. 2, that dog of a kid 1. And at that very moment, Ryu Min took off his hood. He simultaneously turned and locked eyes with Youngmin. That made him start to feel uneasy. He's acting different today, huh? Youngmin's hot temper flared up. Happy New Year. Is he crazy? Why is he staring at me like that? The friends had to step in to stop him. It's New Year's Eve, let him go. You still have plenty of time to pick on him later. Because it was crowded, he didn't dare cause a scene and muttered, "Bastard. I'll let it slide today." The fat guy in the group covered his face and whined. "Finally, I'm an adult." Those around them exchanged New Year greetings. "Happy New Year. May everything go well." But suddenly a strange voice rang out. Humans are funny. They celebrate the new year without realizing how dire their situation is. Young-min was provoked by that remark. "What did you just say?" The young man hurriedly denied it. "I didn't say anything." And the guy in the middle looked up at the sky and said, "What? Did I just hear something?" High above, an angel was flapping her wings and flying very slowly, looking at them as if unaware and utterly shocked. Though her face was beautiful, she spoke with cutting remarks, sounding like watching monkeys in a cage. The townspeople looked up at that radiance in confusion. "Damn, is that an angel? Is the TV station holding a New Year's event? If they say it's real, I'd believe it. She's so beautiful." Ryu-min also looked up but wasn't surprised. "She's appeared. Even after 99 cycles, it's still annoying." The woman gently hid a faint smile. Then she uttered words full of contempt. "You filthy humans. You all seem to have fallen before my beauty, haven't you? But don't get any strange ideas. I have no intention of socializing with you vermin." The angel delightedly admired them, looking at your reactions. "So you must have heard my voice." Suddenly an uncle pointed up and shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you dressing up as an angel or what? And what's with calling us vermin?" Ryu-min heard those shouts. "What do you mean by that, you bastard?" And he thought to himself, how humiliating. The angel's smile immediately died. Instead, her eyes flared red with anger, truly enraged. The bold man then exploded right there in front of countless people. The young man standing nearby trembled as blood sprayed all over him. He screamed in terror, and the crowd reacted in panic. Young-min was also stunned. "Jesus, what the hell was that?" The angel pointed at them and berated the one who'd been dealt with. "How dare a lowly human speak to a superior being like me with that attitude?" Now everyone's faces were filled with fear. "You humans have no right to question me. Don't pretend you're on my level. What was that sound, unless you want your brains blown out like that man's?" She stopped joking and got to the point. "Surely you're all confused about the situation. How could you lowly humans possibly know what's happening? The game has begun with the first rule. I'll explain it simply and clearly, so listen carefully." Ryu-min sighed, having to hear the explanation once again. The angel's body glittered as her voice echoed. "Now we will begin a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of each month, human souls are brought into a new dimension to play a game." The smile on the angel's lips was warm as she returned to a composed state. Humans only need to do one thing. The citizens must listen to her words and not make a sound to complete the task. If you complete the tasks, you may return to reality with a reward. The fat guy whispered, "What's she saying?" His friend answered, "It seems she'll let us live if we complete certain tasks." Anticipating their thoughts, the angel added a reminder. "You may think she'll spare us if we finish some tasks, but not everyone survives just by completing them." That was the crucial point she would state next. Only half of the participants will be spared. The tiny hope the people had just kindled was instantly snuffed out. No way, how could that be? Her smile hadn't faded, which meant there was more to say. "But don't worry too much. I won't take everyone away." The crowd's chaos and disorder made Ryu-min sigh in exasperation. What does she mean? "Quiet over there." He looked at her and sank into thought. Only those aged 15 to 29 must participate. When I was pulled into this game on New Year's, I never imagined I'd face it 100 times like this. A middle-aged man beside him clenched his hands in joy. "So I'm alive, I'll live." The young man next to him clicked his tongue. "Damn." He excitedly grabbed the older man's shirt. "You're so happy to be alive, why are you mocking us?" The man panicked and couldn't explain in time. "What?" Young-min, clearer-headed behind them, loudly warned his friend. "Stay put. Haven't you realized the situation? Didn't you see the guy whose head was blown apart earlier?" After stating the rules, the angel moved on to count numbers. "It seems the total number of participants is 1,801,029,290. She reached out and emitted a blinding light. "Now that I've finished explaining, let's begin the game." Ryu Min was transported into a space of pure white. His face remained expressionless as the angel's words rang in his head. You are now in a space where you cannot see one another. A mirror appeared before him in that space. Before souls are transferred, you must create a body. Ryu Min slowly touched the glass. Customize yourselves, you only have one chance, so choose carefully. He didn't want to waste time either, so he finished quickly, just doing it like he always does. The figure reflected in the mirror gradually changed. His nickname would be. His hair subtly fluttered as he chose that familiar nickname again. Blacktail. The space for the first game's arena was created. A vast, empty grassland appeared. Ryu Min's new body slowly stepped into that space. With a more mature face, he bore the name Blacktail above his head and thought to himself, this will be the 100th reset. He even flexed his arm muscles to test his abilities. I've used the same appearance. Since this is the 12th trial, it feels like this is actually my body. Shortly after, players were released onto the empty land one by one. What is this place, a plane? My body really changed. I tried using a celebrity's face. Well, damn, it actually works. Ryu Min watched a few people who deliberately crafted flashy appearances. Everyone's trying to look their best this time, but if you have any sense, you shouldn't do that. The girl was delighted with her dazzling face despite how dangerous it was. This world belongs to those with the strongest survival skills. The more attractive you are, the more you become a target. If you die here, you die in the real world too. Ryu Min stopped worrying about others and searched for a name instead. It's almost time. The one called Yong Min stepped out with overwhelming presence. Here he is, Hwang Yong Min. He wasn't surprised by that choice. This time he picked a muscular body. The angel didn't take long to return. Seeing you like this, you must love your new looks. I enjoy watching your frightened expressions. Let's see, there are 1,802,910 people total. That's the number in Seoul. The group looked around and wondered. 1.8 million doesn't seem that many. The woman clutched her head in mockery, truly lowly humans. She suddenly grew angry and barked, you think this is the only space? Humans will be split across different planes with other angels and hold rounds there. Focus on yourselves. Before we really begin, I'll explain briefly. While she continued instructing, Ryu Min quickly figured out how it operated. First, think of the status window in your head, the status window. It immediately appeared with information. Status window name Ryu Min, nickname Har, novice, level 1, occupation 0, title 0, strength +3, intelligence +3, agility +3, luck +3, stat points none, normal skills none, special skills none, archaic script none, additional mysterious skill unlocks at level 10, mystery unlocks at level 20, mystery unlocks at level 40, mystery unlocks at level 60, mystery unlocks at level 99. He thought wearily. Just makes you want to sigh. The angel called down from above, have you all looked at your status windows? You'll know how worthless you are if you've played this game before. Yong Min was watching her as she offered some encouragement. Become stronger if you can survive until the end and conquer round 20. The angel's face darkened behind her blindfold. Not only will you gain freedom, but you'll also be granted a wish. And that hint moved countless people. A wish? No way. The angel continued, however, you must be the first to obtain it. She curled a lip in a smile. Finally, open your inventory and look inside. I've prepared a gift. Yong Min tried thinking the keyword she indicated and was startled as the system panel changed accordingly. Inventory. He touched the screen and read the information line on it. A random archaic stone shard. A red ruby sits in the inventory as a starter gift. You see, any random archaic stone can only be used once. You can only use it at level 1. And that's the only item you're given at the start. You can use it by holding it in your hand and thinking use. Yong Min held out his palm and followed the instruction. Use. True power manifested, making his eyes widen in surprise. Having completed her part, the angel quickly finished speaking. From that expression, you're not happy. Regardless of the outcome, you must accept it because that's your luck. She raised her hand. The archaic mark is set, so now shall we begin? The snap of her fingers sounded, and the nightmare began. The first quest was immediately distributed to the players. Round 1 quest. Each person defeat 100 goblins in the safe zone. Participants. 1,801,029,290. Eliminated. 0/900, 514, 645. Area ESCs 45-5. Participants. 10,286. Eliminated. 0/5, 143. Goblins were spawned as well, each equipped with some crude weapons. Only one goblin had appeared so far, so the crowd stayed complacent and asked each other, "Is that a goblin? It really feels like playing a game. Are we really in a virtual world game, kidnapped for experiments without knowing it?" The angel gently produced countless more lights. It's far too early to get excited. I haven't finished spawning the goblins yet. At that, the new players grimaced in apprehension. Wait, why are there so many of them? She announced an utterly lopsided number. 10,000 people versus 50,000 goblins. Fight to the death. No sooner had she finished than the low-level goblins opened their mouths and rushed forward. The rookies panicked and shouted, "It's running toward us. Stay back." Amid the chaos, someone stepped forward with calm, measured footsteps. Ryu Min pushed past the scared people and moved toward the monster. They shouted warnings at him. "What's wrong with that guy? He's walking straight toward the monster. Wait, it's dangerous to go near it." Ignoring the nonsense, his eyes flared red as he turned his body. Ryu Min swung his leg and landed a direct kick to the goblin's head. Ordinary players gaped in astonishment. First impressions matter whether you're solo or in a group. What he did actually had a purpose and was extremely important. I wanted to etch my impression into their minds. The goblin's face was crushed by the kick and it flew backward. It fell with a thud to the ground, dropping its small knife. Ryu Min picked up the knife and continued with the plan he'd set. To keep the annoying flies from bothering me, I have to show strength. He didn't attack immediately but paused a moment to look up. And most importantly, the angel woman let out an amused "Oh." I need to draw her attention. As soon as the goblin lay sprawled on the ground, two more rushed in like moths to a flame. So it looks like I need to really perform for this show. Ryu Min slid past them and struck each one twice in the back. The onlookers watched in awe. "So cool. Did you see that? Who is that guy? Is he special forces or something? Blacktail, nice nickname, sounds badass." And thanks to his display, they gradually regained their confidence. These goblins are usually the weakest monster type in these games, right? The guys dawdled, saying we could probably kill it, maybe not as easily as Blacktail, but if we fight seriously it shouldn't be too hard. However, the goblins' speed wasn't to be underestimated as they leapt straight at the players, grinning a sly smile while driving his hand in to stab the young man. The man beside him went pale and groaned. They had been all talk a moment ago, but now they'd lost their nerve and fled elsewhere. Help me." Behind Ryu Min things started to get chaotic. "They're coming again." A slaughter unfolded, but the side winning the bet was the goblins. In this situation, no one would mistake this for just a game anymore. The woman watched in horror as a goblin plunged its blade into a restrained person. Now their minds could think of only one thing. Just as he expected, she panted and lost her reason under the primal urge to survive. Ryu Min was so accustomed he could predict the players' actions. Their survival instincts surged, took over their minds, and they all ran away half dead. He swung his arm and severed one. I'd chosen that method the first time too. His gaze remained on the girl as if recalling himself. Only after the second time did I realize that running away across this empty plain was impossible. She suddenly slammed into a yellow barrier boundary. When she came to, she realized she couldn't pass through. What is this? Nearby someone was trembling as they raised a dagger. People from modern times who've never harmed an animal before. He still hesitated to finish it off even though the monster lay sprawled. They'd likely find it very hard to kill a goblin. But to survive in this game, the goblin stared at him with its glowing red eyes, suddenly sat up and swung its weapon, terrifying him. I have to overcome that fear. The angel stood watching the bloody scene as if it were a pleasure. Help me. How fascinating the battle between humans and goblins is. She fully understood the players' capabilities. Though the goblins were child-sized, if the players offered no resistance, the goblins could take them down with bare hands, let alone with daggers. Her smile grew sharper as her amber eyes swept over them. However, Ryu Min fought the goblins with ease, making her curious about what that human was. She opened his system panel to inspect. Blacktail, Goblin defeat progress 70 out of 100. Blacktail, though she was the administrator here, her authority was limited and it annoyed her. This damn system hid all player information except quest progress. But the angel was in a good mood, so she continued her amusement. Fine then, having to instruct these pathetic humans wounds my dignity. But there are still a few interesting ones, so I'll stay a bit longer to enjoy them. The goblin took Ryu Min's dagger squarely in the face. The system kept reporting his progress. You have defeated a goblin, experience plus 4%, gold plus 10. You have leveled up. Goblin defeat quest progress 75/100. Activities remaining to complete goblin defeat quest 25 out of 100. He tilted his body to dodge a thrown knife from the low-level goblins. 3 or 4 goblins ran up beside him. Very skillful and graceful. His agility allowed Ryu Min to take down 5 at once with the same move. He twirled his dagger with hands stained blue with blood. The goblins sensed the approaching danger and tried to back away. But it couldn't avoid Ryu Min's killing blow when this time he drove both hands down into its head. His voice was about to carve itself into the goblin's fear. Any others? The whole pack let out a weak cry and dared not charge. He sat up and wiped the blue blood from his face. Looks like I get a short breather. Thanks to his diligence, his stats had leveled up many times. Status window. Name Ryu Min, nickname Han, novice, level 4, occupation 0, title 0, strength plus 3, intelligence plus 3, agility plus 3, luck plus 3. Stat points 6, normal skills 0, special skills none, archaic language none, supplementary skills, mysteries unlock at level 10, level 20, level 40, level 60, level 99. In the blink of an eye, he had gained 4 levels. His hand holding the dagger touched the screen to allocate skill points. Each level grants 2 stat points. Put all points into agility. With his experience, Ryu Min was cautious when upgrading himself. Besides increasing dodge rate, agility also raises attack speed and movement speed. In the early game, agility is the most important stat. He satisfiedly flicked the dagger to shake off some blue blood. At this pace, I've probably drawn the angel's attention. Time to finish this. Suddenly the dagger spun through the air and plunged into the head of a goblin in the rear. Its terrified scream rang out as Ryu Min's face tightened. Come here. The more he taunted, the further the monsters retreated. He let out a long breath. Aren't you going to? Then the strongest player burst out of the bushes, him. A sharp boost in agility let him move through them without leaving an opening. Then let me handle you. The goblin whipped around in anger. Before they could attack, they were struck by Ryu Min's spinning blow and turned into wooden corpses. System. Experience 4%, gold 10. You have leveled up. Goblin Hunt quest 100/100. Round 1 quest complete. A halo appeared around Ryu Min's body to mark the player. He calmly waited inside it. Round 1 is done. After killing these goblins, I'm sure I've caught the angel's attention. Praise notifications announced his name in the system. Congratulations on completing the first round quest in this area. Congratulations on completing the first round quest across all areas. Ryu Min smiled with satisfaction. I got first place. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. The top 3 ranks get the best rewards. As he'd expected, the system offered him a choice. Congratulations on completing the first round quest in this area. You will receive an optional weapon, an area-specific reward, and an all-area reward. A small chest was added to his inventory and the all-area reward read. Congratulations on completing the first round quest across all areas. You will receive a treasure chest. My reward is probably the largest compared to everyone else. Ryu Min tapped the sword-shaped ticket first. Choose the weapon from the area reward first. The screen proposed 3 weapon types with 3 different names. You may choose one of the following weapons. He withdrew his hand in mild surprise. It wasn't a big deal, but lucky that I got this so early. Then the young man tapped the screen lightly to choose a weapon. The item updated immediately. Short sword received. Category short sword. Weapon. Rarity. Uncommon. Attack 15. Agility plus 1 effect. Durability 150 to 150. Equip restriction. Novice level or above. Description. The best dagger a novice can use. He threw the goblin's small knife to the ground after getting the better gear. Toss this trash away. With blue blood still on his hand, he tapped the X icon. I'll hold onto the choice chest I got from the special reward for now. While Ryu-min leisurely prepared, those outside were still straining to fight. Glancing through his info once, one line caught his attention. Thinking back now, in his description there was a line that read Final Time Traveler, which piqued his curiosity, the title he had obtained earlier. This was something he'd never seen in his 99 resets. He extended his hand again and whispered, "Use." The stone shattered to activate the system function. You have used a random archaic shard. Congratulations, you have received the archaic script. Time reversal. Ryu-min clenched his fist and continued listening. The acquired archaic script will automatically engrave onto the player's body. The subsequent notifications confirmed his thoughts. The trace of the script now resided in the player's soul. Due to the script's special property, additional engravings failed. The implication was clear. If he could engrave once more, he could reset countless times. However, this time he also received new information based on the script trace in his soul. You have been recorded as a time traveler with 100 travels. Ryu-min's face showed obvious surprise when he heard the next lines. Received title, Final Time Traveler. What? In this game, titles are even more powerful than archaic scripts. Title, Final Time Traveler. Unlock condition. Obtain 100 time reversal archaic scripts. Effect. Upon death, maintain the soul state at that location for 1 minute. If desired, you may be resurrected and fully restore all vitality. One-time use. The title disappears after resurrection. Titles are much stronger than archaic scripts and far harder to obtain. What troubled him now related to the skill he had gained. Moreover, resurrection is a skill exclusive to clerics, and even that skill only restores 30% of maximum vitality after resurrection. But rather than worry, it intrigued him. This title lets you resurrect with full vitality. Looks like I just got an incredible title. Ryu-min stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with interest, thinking he'd acquired something wonderful. Staring at the system panel before him, he thought for a moment and reached out to select. Holding this card is always beneficial. Final Time Traveler title. Public or private display. He chose private mode. The title will not show under his ID when private, but the effect still applies. He selected private mode. Ryu-min narrowed one eye and stretched, thinking, the others have probably finished their quests too. I wonder how Young-min is doing. Young-min stood behind two people who were fighting, holding a knife in his hand. There he is. Ryu-min smiled, thinking it seemed Young-min had survived. Rays of dazzling golden light streamed down from the sky. The angel Brielle appeared. She curled her lip into a smile. No wonder. It's getting more and more boring. Her light shone directly on several people, her voice echoing to make the others halt. Pitiable humans, you will gradually be culled to match the remaining number of goblins. My apologies, it's my fault. Angel Brielle clasped her hands. Her wings spread wide. Stir everything back to life. The blonde girl hugged her loved one, two streams of tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Stir things up? She stood stunned as the boy she held gradually faded away. The others stared in confusion as each cold body on the ground gradually dissolved. They asked in bewilderment. The corpses are disappearing. What's happening? They looked up at the angel Brielle hovering in the air. The ferocious monsters, drooling, lunged forward aggressively. They cursed in shock. Son of a... Her eyes flared as she looked down, a sly smile spreading across her lips as she quipped nonchalantly. I've given you an extra 50,000 lives. You should have more than enough to slaughter now. The armed monsters charged in, killing. A young man plunged into its belly, and its blood spurted everywhere. The knife-wielding monster chased after that person. They grappled back and forth. The system panel popped up. Quest requirement completed, 1021/5143. Young-min looked at the monster in front of him, then pulled the other's shirt down his back. He tightened his grip around the monster's neck. The system announced, quest requirement completed, 2129/5143. Ryu-min sat down on the grass. Someone trapped inside the beam of light reached out to help but couldn't break free. He could only watch helplessly as his teammate was attacked by the monsters. The system appeared again. Quest requirement completed, 3532/51 5143. Angel Brielle laughed with delight at the blood-soaked scene. Ryu Min glanced over at her. Beams of light shone down on each person. The system's machinery roared. Quest requirement completed 5143/5143. The monsters immediately vanished, leaving the townspeople puzzled. The goblins are gone. Where did they go? She glanced at the system board and said, only half the task was completed. Quest requirement 5143/5143 completed. Now it's done. Angel Brielle looked down at the people below. She said coldly, the others will have to die. After all, these are the rules of the game. Everyone froze, faces full of helplessness. We're going to die. Wait, Angel, I only killed one more. Please, no. Waves of light from the sky frightened many people. Brielle clapped her hands lightly and mocked. Why the long faces? Shouldn't you be happy to be alive? It's fine, you survived and can return now. She covered her mouth with her hand to hide a smirk, her voice dripping with contempt. Congratulations on passing the first trial. Try harder next time. Now let's announce the rankings before you leave. The scoreboard appeared. Round 1 overall, 1H, level 5, no title, 10 minutes 21 seconds. To the Fools, level 5, no title, 16 minutes 15 seconds. 3 Tien Maver, level 5, no title, 17 minutes 7 seconds. Current area ESC 45-5, 1 Hakaw, level 5, no title, 10 minutes 21 seconds. 2 Life is a Film, level 5, no title, 23 minutes 55 seconds. 3 Black Dragon in Hand, level 5, no title, 24 minutes 43 seconds. Another board appeared. Ryu Min studied each one. He ranked first both overall and in the current area. Ranking rewards: low-tier rare weapon voucher, optional special reward chest, quest completion bonus 1,000 gold. You will receive quest completion rewards shortly. You received 1,000 gold for completing the quest. Congratulations. You can use the gold to buy items at the shop. Equipment purchase unlocks at level 10. Countless people looked at him in surprise. He gave a slight smile and thought to himself, everyone probably already knows I'm first. Angel Brielle propped her chin on her hand. She was amused, her voice loud. I can't believe the number 1 spot in the region is in my territory. Unbelievable. Hakaw, isn't it? Answer me. He looked at her and said, please, go ahead. She raised a hand and smiled, asking, how are you so strong? Did you get some special archaic script or something? She smiled outwardly, but turmoil roiled inside her. Damn it, Ryu Min didn't answer directly. Just look at my status window and you'll see. Angel Brielle stammered, well, she awkwardly spread her hands, of course. An angel like me can always see that information. I was just testing you. He suppressed a laugh, thinking to himself, don't make me laugh. Ryu Min suddenly called, hey, Angel. She wondered, yes? She lifted her head at his request. May I make a request? The confident look on his face puzzled her. Angel Brielle muttered, a request? Ryu Min folded his arms seriously and said, right, the reward for first place seems a bit meager. Yong Min and the others stared at him in astonishment. Everyone looked at Ryu Min in disbelief. Angel Brielle's face filled with anger. She snapped, what did you just say? He stood within the beam of light and arrogantly said, I hope you can grant something more worthwhile. She growled threateningly, say that again if you dare. Ryu Min repeated without fear, I don't like my reward, so I'd like you to grant something better. The space fell silent. All attention turned to him. Brielle's eyes brightened and she gave a diabolical smile. A mere human dares to demand from me? I noticed him because he was energetic at first, but after killing only a few goblins he already disrespects me? She stretched out a hand. I'll make your head explode. Then, remembering that power had already been used, she angrily withdrew her hand and clenched it. Damn it, I've already killed someone with a one-time ability. Arrogant human, do you think I can't kill you? Angel Brielle saw something and paused. She spoke mysteriously, yes, I know what I should give him. Angel Brielle looked down at Ryu Min and asked back, you want a better reward? She replied, planting a foot on the grass. I usually refuse such requests immediately, but Angel Brielle stepped closer to Ryu Min on second thought. Let's talk privately. Everyone else wait a moment. People became noisy at her words. Is she really going to grant him that? I can't believe he haggled with an angel. Should I try too? I want a different reward. Maybe it's because he's first place. Whispers rose. Yongmin glanced at Ryu-min. Get out of the way. What kind of reward must it be to make this happen? I'm jealous. He shot him a cold look. The other man was puzzled by that glance. Ryu-min gave no explanation and walked away, leaving Yongmin stunned. He followed behind Angel Brielle. She turned her head to him and asked irritably, "Why don't you come closer? Are you going to keep making me turn around? Walk beside me." He replied, yes. Her eyes narrowed and her lips curled with hatred as she thought, foolish humans. Only obedient when ordered, yet so greedy. Angel Brielle turned and walked on. And anyway, why should I exchange what the system gave him? Even if I could, he wouldn't be the only exception. She glanced at Ryu-min with malice, a scheming smile on her lips as she thought, he should accept what he's given. I'll show him the consequences of greed. Seeing a boulder ahead, Angel Brielle thought to herself, I'll kill him the moment we pass that rock. The two continued walking, and her mind churned with countless thoughts. Trouble was likely. If I kill a player out of personal spite without using the one-time ability, what if players later complain of injustice and rise up? Then those in charge would hold me responsible because of my actions, and the game would be broken. Brielle's foot drew nearer to the rock, so I need a place where no one is around. She grinned wickedly with no hint of goodwill, thinking, you stupid bastard. If you shut up, no one will ever know what happened. Angel Brielle turned around, wearing an oddly cheerful expression as she looked at Ryu-min, her voice seductive. You want a better reward, right? Tell me, what do you want? A fist from him shot toward her face, leaving her stunned before she could finish speaking. Ryu-min's blow came down without mercy, straight to Angel Brielle's face. Her face swelled before she could even gather herself. Brielle's eyes filled with utter astonishment. She fell to the ground, rage boiling inside her. A yellow liquid ran down Brielle's face. She raised a hand to inspect it in shock. What is this? Did that damn human just hit me? She sprang to her feet, her face twisted terrifyingly as she stared at Ryu-min. You wretched human. He suddenly vanished without a trace. Angel Brielle was stunned. Unaware that he had appeared behind her, he had disappeared. Ryu-min grabbed hold of her wings. Brielle looked back in panic. With his other hand, he rose up and squeezed her throat. She screamed in terror, wait, wait. What are you doing? Stop, stop. His movement was decisive, and Brielle's piercing screams rang out. She collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant and mouth agape. Ryu-min must have felt some emotion. He tore off one of Angel Brielle's wings with his hands. He looked at her coldly and said, don't be such a crybaby. Ryu-min gripped the remaining wing, making her howl in pain. The broken wing leaked streams of yellow liquid. He said indifferently, now you can't run anymore. Brielle ground her teeth as she glared at him. Ryu-min asked casually, how's that? Does it hurt? She snapped, it hurts, of course it hurts. A smile crossed his lips as he said calmly, if I'd waited another 5 minutes you'd have been the one asking that obvious question, and smiling that contemptuous smile of yours. Brielle shot upright and yelled at him, are you crazy, human? What are you saying? Ryu-min lifted both wings, a hidden dagger glinting in one. He asked coldly, you planned to use that hidden blade in your wing to kill me, didn't you? Knowing he'd guessed correctly, he tossed the wings aside and replied casually, you bet. Brielle writhed in pain, one hand on her shoulder, shouting, what do you mean by kill? She was at a loss for words, insisting she never intended that. Ryu-min frowned, his blood-red eyes coldly fixed on her. Lying won't help. You don't need to speak for me to know everything from your face, Brielle. Her face grew fearful as she stammered. How could a human know my name? He drew a dagger from the system, his voice turning icy. Even if you know, it won't do you any good. Angel Brielle recoiled fearfully. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly draw a weapon? Ryu-min examined the knife and replied, still not understanding why. She pointed her index finger at his face and adopted a threatening tone. Do you want my head to blow up like you're completely insane? I only need to snap my fingers and you will. He, as if holding her by the throat, said, you no longer have the ability to kill anyone. Angel Brielle pressed her lips together and fell silent. She still shouted, you think you can escape punishment? My companions will definitely not sit idly by. Ryu-min was bored by her words. Companions my ass. Angels are a selfish lot. They don't bother with other people's problems. Whether you live or die, they won't care. She stammered in disbelief. Nonsense. He stepped close to her and raised the knife. Enough. I'll send you on your way. Angel Brielle scrambled to her feet and backed away, waving her hand. Wait a moment. You gain nothing from this. He answered, oh yes you do, but you wouldn't know. She threatened, if you kill me you'll regret it, you won't be able to return. Ryu Min, as if knowing everything, said calmly, this system will automatically return me after I've taken care of things. She was shocked and helpless. How do you even know that? Angel Brielle made a request. All right, I'll give you any information you want, just give me a chance. He bluntly refused, no need. Ryu Min continued, if I wanted information I'd have tortured you to extract everything I wanted. In this game environment, each species looks out for its own. Besides, the truth is you're just a pawn playing the guide. She widened her eyes in surprise. A pawn? Angel Brielle raised her hand, astonished. Since when? Ryu Min lunged forward and stabbed decisively. Her piercing scream echoed through the forest. He looked at Angel Brielle lying cold on the ground. She was completely gone. The system's mechanical voice rang out. You have defeated an angel. It has been confirmed that you are the first player to defeat an angel. You have been awarded the title, First Angel Slayer. The system announced again. You have been awarded Angel Blood and the First Angel Kill reward. A glass vial and a gem appeared in Ryu Min's hand. Indeed, this time I am the first. The system notified. You have been awarded the Slaughter Archaic script for the First Angel Kill. The items in his hand glowed, a golden light enveloping him. The mechanical voice sounded again. The archaic script obtained is automatically imprinted into the player's body. The system panel displayed the current rewards for the player who first killed an angel. Title: First Angel Slayer. Requirement: become the first to kill an angel. Effect: when fighting divine creatures, all stats are doubled. I first learned of this reward when avenging an angel on the 13th run. It's probably limited to a single player. Slaughter Archaic script. Effect: each time you kill a target, all stats increase by 1%, up to 100%. Maintained until the related game round ends. Each reward is comparable to a unique item. Ryu Min smiled at the system panel, thinking to himself that the angels would be very surprised if they discovered he'd acquired an archaic script. His eyes gleamed red, and also, he raised the glass vial in his hand, his mind full of calculation. The main reason I killed the angel, its function was shown on the system panel. Angel Blood type. Unique consumable item. Effect: can change your class to Death God, usable from level 10 upward. Description: a reward item for the first player to kill an angel. Only the first player to slay an angel has the right to change their class into the angel's archenemy, the Death God. Badges appeared. Starting at level 10, every player can have a class. There are 30 different classes total, and switching classes is very easy. The blue glowing shield lay on the ground, emitting a source of spiritual power. You must obtain a class change item. Usually you acquire this item through hunting or by completing some simple condition. The glass vial shown along with a red class icon above it, but there are exceptions. When switching to a special class that is awarded only to players under special circumstances. The red class ranks above all other classes. And of course those who hold this special class are on a completely different level compared to normal classes. Bonus stats, archaic scripts, level progression, skill systems, and much more. Everything is so good it's nearly perfect. Ryu Min opened his system inventory. He thought to himself that if he spoke it aloud he would have returned before finishing the first round. He continued thinking that he would use the rewards earned from ranking first in every area. The system displayed the selectable rewards. You may choose one of the following rewards. Touch the reward you want. 1. Triple experience effect. Lasts for round 2. 2,000 gold. 3. Information about round 2. Ryu Min set his goal and thought silently that the important thing now was to reach level 10 quickly and change class. He raised his hand to select a reward. The system immediately announced that he had chosen the triple experience effect. Round 2 has begun and the effect is automatically applied. Ryu Min glanced at where Angel Brielle lay and fell into thought. This is the last time, so I have no other choice. At all costs I must get stronger. He walked over to her. A notification panel appeared. Round 1 complete. All regions, survivors, 900,514,645. Current region ESCs 45-5. Survivors, 5,143. Souls will be transferred to bodies in the current dimension. February 1st, round 2 is starting. We will meet you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Young-min shouted in anger. He looked at the high-rise buildings ahead and suddenly froze. Those were New Year celebration bells. Young-min frowned in puzzlement, wondering what was going on. He wondered if everyone else had collapsed like he did. People began to wake up, murmurs spreading. Did I just faint? I just had the most realistic dream. My head feels like it's about to split. He was bewildered. His dream had been very strange. Young-min grabbed his phone, suspicion rising. 5:20. Did time here pass exactly as it did in my dream? People across the city woke up one by one, each groaning. Oh, my head. My limbs are all sore. He looked at the brown-haired guy and asked if they were awake. The guy shot back, Young-min, did I faint? Young-min replied, yeah, not just you. Everyone here did. The brown-haired guy was surprised. Did we nap for a bit? The instigator asked confusedly what's going on. I was about to say I just had a really weird dream. The other said, yeah, me too. Young-min, did you dream anything? He answered, yes, but... Young-min looked at everyone and said, I don't think so. People clutched their aching heads, wondering if they'd returned back from that hell. I'm alive, am I really alive? But surely a goblin was. My head, he said quietly, it's just a dream. People spoke in confusion, so all of that was real. The goblins and round one and everything? The brown-haired guy suddenly asked if they'd be transported back there at the start of next month. The instigator snapped angrily, hell no. Seeing the guy across him still unconscious, Young-min was puzzled. Hey, why isn't this guy waking up? The instigator asked, I'm wondering too. The brown-haired guy called out, hey Kim Taesik, wake up. The guy reached out and touched the motionless man. Hey, wake up. Look, when Taesik was rolled over, his face had gone pale. The brown-haired guy panicked and put his hand to his nose. No way. The man's hand began to tremble more and more. The brown-haired man was in a panic. Damn, he's not breathing anymore. I can't find a pulse. Young-min was stunned. Taesik is dead? The brown-haired guy turned ashen. No way. Did he die because he couldn't survive in the game? The instigator also looked pale, impossible. He looked at the others still lying motionless, wondering if all those who hadn't woken up here were gone. Young-min looked at the chaos before him, wondering if they were all nothing more than corpses. The instigator forced himself to stand and said incredulously, this is absurd. Only half survived. Will the next round be like this too? Young-min's face grew grim. His hands trembled as he thought, this is insane. Watching this chain of events sent Young-min into a frenzy of thought. Doesn't this mean that even if they were all spawned at the starting line, everyone should still have an equal chance to live? His eyes went mad and he grinned with perverse joy. Now there was no need to cry about life's injustices. Then he put on a reassuring air for his buddies and said, calm down, you bastards. Now all we have to do is survive, so why freak out? His two friends were so terrified their features collapsed and they couldn't take his words in. One guy sat on the ground clutching his head and shaking. It's so unfair to die without even a chance to try. He spoke as if nothing had happened. It's not just us. Everyone else got pulled into this too. So what's there to complain about? The two men were shocked and cursed him under their breaths. That crazy bastard. The instigator sighed and frowned. Damn it, you've lived your whole life like a thug. So of course you don't feel loss even if you die here. Young-min ignored him and looked around. I'm different. I still have a lot to do. Seeing that, the instigator asked, what are you looking for? Young-min casually replied, I don't see that son of a bitch anywhere. Hearing that, the instigator asked, who, your errand boy? Young-min wondered why he couldn't see him. Where was that filthy little bastard? He was pretty sure he'd seen him that way before he passed out. Could it be he didn't make it through round one and died somewhere? Thinking that, he curled his lip in a knowing smile, convinced it was so. How could a weak little guy like him have survived? Suddenly something caught his attention. He looked over at a man wearing armor he had no idea where it came from. He wondered aloud, what's with that guy? And where did he get all that armor and gear from? Then he considered an impossibility. He tensed and hesitated for a moment, then called out in his mind, "Status window." Immediately, a transparent system window displaying status info appeared before him. He was utterly stunned. A status window had really appeared. His brothers spoke up. "A status bar?" The guy in the fur-collared coat scoffed that nothing like that could happen. Then the status window suddenly appeared and froze him in place. "It's real." Young-min, unable to see his buddy's status windows, asked suspiciously, "What the hell are you staring at?" The other replied, "Aren't you doing the same? Maybe it only shows up individually." Everyone's status window popped up at once and they were all shocked, exclaiming, "Isn't this something we can use in real life too? Holy crap, so we can use stat points and items now?" Young-min picked up a stone from the ground. Without a word, he squeezed the stone and crushed it. He silently stared at the fine dust in his palm. Then he grinned with delight. "This is amazing." The news reported the incident. Early this morning, an unbelievable event occurred. A serious-haired, short-haired news editor narrated the story. At the square in front of the New Year Bell area, right before the New Year, more than 10,000 citizens suddenly lost consciousness. Now we'll take you to the scene. The footage shifted to the moment Angel Brielle appeared. An unidentified woman in angelic attire stood before the New Year Bell. She then spoke to the people below. The scene on the screen suddenly descended into chaos. Not long after, a mysterious explosion occurred after a bystander pointed at the woman and said something. The person who spoke was immediately killed. The female anchor continued. Then the woman spread her arms toward the crowd. People on the screen kept collapsing, causing more than 10,000 to suddenly lose consciousness. Switching to another report. According to police, most of those who fell were between 15 and 29 years old. The reporter solemnly said, "We have confirmed this phenomenon did not occur only in this country but has happened on a global scale." Netizens immediately erupted in comments. "What the hell? Are the reporters crazy or what? Why broadcast this nonsense at dawn?" Many refused to believe it and pushed back. "Is this April Fool's? Over 1.8 billion souls were kidnapped? It's unbelievable how large-scale the fake news problem has become." Some even criticized the reporters, saying they're way too cooperative. Yet others agreed in the replies, guessing the reporters must have had nothing to do on New Year's to make up such a fake story. The video looked totally CGI. People in the comments were brawling. Some didn't believe it, and while typing their responses they dropped dead. Ryu Min calmly scrolled social media. He thought to himself, this is only the beginning. The news kept reporting the incident around 5:20 a.m. Roughly half of the unconscious regained consciousness, while the other half remained in a vegetative state at the scene. They were all diagnosed as clinically dead. Celebrity A was found dead at the square. This is the first time over 11% of the population have died in a single crisis. Deaths continued to be discovered and reports of fatalities kept rising. He remained utterly calm. The real problem lay elsewhere. He then looked at the news screen. The survivors were now being called players and investigators were still probing the cause. His thoughts mingled with the anchor's voice. The issue was that the abilities players gained had manifested in the real world. He continued thinking that no player yet had really high stat points, so the impact was limited for now. His expression was icy, but as players' levels rose they would gradually become powerful entities. An image of a dark knight appeared in heavy iron armor with a surging, overwhelming aura. No matter what modern weapons were deployed or even if entire armies were sent, those players could not be suppressed. Weapons that were essentially people, uncontrollable, would be born. He lifted his foot to walk, but he had no intention of merely watching the world descend into chaos. The hooded coat over his head made him seem mysterious. If things were left as they were, the world might perish long before reaching round 20. There was only one solution. Then his gaze sharpened. I need to control all the players, he thought, certain that only a power above all could do it. As he thought, he recalled the times he'd reset. Of course, he'd have to use different methods than before. A system notice appeared. To open the door to the boss room, you need at least 5 players. His face darkened into gloom. I already have a few potential people in mind, and I have several ways to recruit them. He ended that line of thought and kept walking. But it wasn't time to act yet. There were more important things to do first. By then, he had returned from the square to the front of his home. He gently opened the door and slowly stepped inside. His eyes caught on something. It turned out to be a cup of instant noodles someone had eaten and left behind. That brat, he ate cup noodles for dinner again. He then slowly opened his bedroom door. Inside he saw a young man who looked much like him but younger, sleeping soundly. Seeing him sleep so peacefully, he couldn't help but smile softly. He can still sleep soundly even though his big brother hasn't come home? It turned out the young man sleeping was Ryu-1, his younger brother. This is my brother. Next year he'll be a third-year high school student. He began to talk about his family. Our home was nothing special. On the wall hung a family photo of 4 people smiling happily. But our parents died in a car accident. In an instant many things changed overnight. Under the table was a photo of the 2 brothers playing together. One of the most notable changes was that I became Ryu-1's sole guardian. My younger brother's body was covered with serious-looking wounds. He slowly reached out and reapplied the adhesive tape to his brother. He stared for a long time with a look full of mixed emotions. Suddenly the whole room lit up, waking the sleeper and making him blink several times. After turning on the light, he sat on the edge of the mattress and said to his brother, "It's time to get up." Seeing his brother, Ryu-1 spoke up, "Bro." He reminded him, "It's morning." Ryu-1 looked at his phone and replied, "It's only 6 a.m., bro." Not letting his brother keep dazing, he flipped the blanket off him, giving him a start. While straightening the bedding he said, "We don't have time to keep sleeping." His brother asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" He answered casually, "I'll explain later, so get dressed and then we'll go." Ryu-1, still sleepy from being woken early, yawned and asked, "Where are we going? If you're saying sunrise watching, I'd rather sleep in." At that he spoke seriously. "Listen to your brother," he said calmly. "Now is not the time to relax or sleep." Holding up clothes, he bluntly told his brother, "The world has fallen into chaos." Ryu-1, surprised, asked, "But didn't you say we were going to watch the New Year's ceremony? What happened?" He didn't answer and instead left. "Come with me, he'll tell you on the way." The 2 left the house and hurried down a street with not a soul in sight. Ryu-1 glanced at his brother with tension and suspicion. He thought to himself that whatever happened must have been serious to make him this grave. Noticing his brother's look, he finally spoke. "Ryu-1, you don't know what's going on globally, do you?" Hearing that, Ryu-1 panicked and asked why he said that. "You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was asleep?" He calmly told him to check the top search results. Full of curiosity, Ryu-1 immediately grabbed his phone to look. He scrolled in disbelief and exclaimed, "What does this mean? A sudden angel appeared and kidnapped people to another world." He gently clarified, more precisely, their souls were taken. Hearing this, Ryu-1 panicked and asked, "No way, even you?" He calmly confirmed, "Yes." Then he continued, explaining that he could only survive after hunting down 100 monsters called goblins. Hearing that, Ryu-1 worriedly asked, "What, is that real? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ryu-Min calmly reassured him, "Don't worry about me." Ryu-1's face filled with anxiety as he shouted, "How could I not worry about you?" The scene shifted to the memory of their parents' death, so this is the family. Only he and his brother attended their parents' funeral. The only family Ryu-1 had left was his brother. Tears streaking his face, Ryu-1 looked up at his brother. "Of course I know." His brother's figure was lonely yet steadfast and reliable enough to fill the void their parents left. Just as now, his silhouette was both reliable and solitary, so he had to develop an exceptionally steady mindset. No matter how he thought about it, Ryu-1 was deeply worried for his brother. But having mental fortitude and killing 100 monsters are 2 completely different things. Looking at his brother in pain, he must also have a weak side. Ryu-Min now smiled with a touch of helplessness and said, "I know what you're thinking." After saying that, he turned back to his brother and carefully explained, "There's a system there called stats, like in a game, so my physical skill isn't actually that important." He added, "So you don't need to worry." Ryu-1 hesitated a bit and said, "If that's the case." But, he continued patiently, "If you see me in the future, you probably won't think like this anymore." Hearing that, Ryu-1 asked confusedly, "What do you mean?" He didn't answer directly but smiled and said, "If you want to know, just come with me." At this, Ryu-1 stubbornly refused out of curiosity. "I'm not going. Until you tell me where we're going, I won't take another step." Hearing his brother, he stopped walking, perhaps because he was too worried for his brother. Ryu-Won's gaze hardened and he said, "So please, tell me." Looking at the wound on the back of Ryu-Won's hand, he fell into thought. Finally he spoke, "Bang Tigyu." Ryu-Won was taken aback. He calmly and slowly told his brother, "We're gonna bang Tigyu's stronghold, the place where that thug who keeps bullying you hangs out." Then he pretended not to know and asked, "Bang Tigyu has been threatening you?" Startled by his brother's question, Ryu-Won stammered, "Bro, how could you?" Ryu-Won continued in a low voice, "You already knew about all this?" Hearing that, he replied nonchalantly, "Why would you think I didn't know?" Surprised that his brother already knew everything, Ryu-Won pressed his lips together, thinking he didn't want to show it. His expression was troubled. He'd been through a hard time. Seeing his brother uncomfortable made Ryu-Min feel even heavier. "Ryu-Won, I'm sorry." He carried a lot of anguish inside. Truthfully, he hadn't known. "I only learned the truth a few hours after returning from round 1. When light streamed through the window of their small room, Ryu-Won had already woken and said to his sleeping brother, "Bro, I'm just going out for a bit." He seemed haunted by that day, where his brother had gone on that day. At that moment he was suddenly awakened by a phone call. Thank goodness. Ryu-Min, half awake, answered, "Hello." As soon as he picked up, the voice on the other end said, "Hello, is this the guardian number for student Ryu-Won?" The voice on the line sounded urgent. "You need to come to the hospital immediately." After that one sentence, he hurriedly put on his coat and ran to the hospital. The outcome of that dark day was that his brother had been blinded after Bang Tigyu beat him. Ryu-Won was covered in wounds and sat against the wall in pain because he felt foolish and weak. He blamed himself and clenched his hands. "I couldn't protect my brother." He regretted it deeply and kept apologizing inwardly. "Sorry. Bro, sorry." When Ryu-Min finished the painful memory, he stood before his brother and vowed that no one would bully him again. No one. The scene shifted to a different, shabby-looking place. A foot suddenly appeared from nowhere and kicked a man in the chest, making him cry out in pain. The blonde guy, seemingly the boss here, shouted, "You want to die?" pointing at 3 men writhing in pain across from him. "Didn't I tell each of you to bring 200,000 won here?" Not getting the answer he wanted, he continued to bark. "No answer? You dare ignore me?" With that, his face turned vicious and merciless as he kicked his subordinate hard and repeatedly. The 3 guys who had been watching from the side now cheered and chimed in. "Yeah, that's Bang Tigyu. He's ruthless even to his own men." The mushroom-headed one said fearfully and wearily, "Even seniors from other schools don't want to get involved with him." Hearing that, the teaser added, "No matter what happens, I don't want to go against him." After roughing up his subordinates, he grew irritated and kept cursing. "Damn it, I was going to buy a car today. These useless bastards are messing up my business." His eyes narrowed as he demanded of the 3, "Hey, do you guys know any way to make some money?" The mushroom-headed guy was caught off guard and hesitated. "Any place to make money?" Tigyu snapped, "Yeah, think fast." Under his urging, his underlings started to think nervously, and finally the teaser came up with an idea. He tensed but tried to sound calm, forcing a smile. "There's this kid who runs errands for you, Tigyu," carefully described, "the tall short-haired one. Why don't you call him?" Hearing that, Tigyu broke into a sinister grin. "Ryu-Won? Huh? I was planning to call him today." His eyes turned menacing as he added, "I'm going to beat him to celebrate the new year." The 2 henchmen looked at each other and followed Tigyu's lead, so they could take money from him. "Yeah, sounds good." Suddenly he spoke up, "Hey, that guy actually doesn't have a home." Tigyu's unexpected comment made his men curious. "What?" he continued with contempt. "He wouldn't be able to put up any money even if I killed him. What house does he even have?" That statement made the 3 of them gape. "Really?" Tigyu went on. "And that guy doesn't have any family either." As he spoke, he looked at his comrades. "He lives with his older brother." Suddenly he froze and fell silent, which puzzled the instigator. "What's wrong?" Tigyu glanced where the others were looking and asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" At that moment 2 familiar figures appeared from outside. Tigyu recognized who had arrived and curled his lips in a sneer. "Isn't that Ryu-Won?" Suddenly acting tough, his face turned malicious as he stepped closer, invoking Chow Chow with bitter words to insult Ryu-Won. "No, you're no Chow Chow, you're just a bastard." Then he suddenly shouted Ryu-Won's name and cursed. You bastard! Ryu-1 was terrified and could only tremble in response. Unconsciously his hand clutched Ryu-Min's shirt. What's wrong? Only then did he notice Ryu-Min's off-putting presence. Who is that guy? His face really annoys me, he bluntly asked with a smug look. Hey! Whose dog is that beside you? You bringing a lackey because you're lonely? Ryu-1 hesitated when he heard the question. He didn't wait for his brother to introduce him. He sneered provocatively and said, I'm Ryu-1's brother. He asked again doubtfully. You then threatened Ryu-1 like he had nothing to lose. Look at this guy. Didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? Now you're defying me? He gritted his teeth and confidently said, Today you're dead, and so is your brother. Then he glanced at his henchmen and signaled them. The henchman at the front rolled up his sleeves and, sounding like a thug, said smugly, The sun's risen in the west. Who would a mere lackey be to stand up to Tigyu now? He led the way and asked, Hey Ryu-1, can your brother fight? He waved his hand in a mocking way to insult the brother's height and sneered. You bastard, you gonna run? Without hesitation, the brother threw a straight punch aimed at his face. He took the blow and tumbled to the ground, which stunned the henchman behind him. He learned nothing from the one before him and angrily swung a punch straight at him. You damn bastard. The punch was so fast but the brother easily dodged it. Immediately after he followed with a blow that knocked the second man out. That punch sent him flying far away. The remaining men all rushed him together. He unleashed 2 lightning-fast punches to their faces. You dogs, how dare you? Watching his henchmen get handled so easily made Tigyu tremble with anger. He gritted his teeth in a cruel smile while cursing under his breath. He convinced himself. Looks like he learned boxing somewhere and he's ridiculously confident in his fighting ability. But you think that weak skill is enough to take me on? He stayed calm, smiled, and called out to Ryu-1's brother as he put his hands in his pockets and sauntered over. So you think you're great just because you picked up some moves? He was a head taller and looked down maliciously. But you haven't learned the physical conditioning that's crucial in boxing, have you? The brother ignored his taunt and shot back a question. Haven't you been following the news? He frowned and looked at him puzzled. What news? Tigyu asked. Knowing he hadn't checked the news, the brother sighed in disappointment. Enraged by the whole scene, he swung a punch. What news, you bastard? As always, he effortlessly ducked the punch, and several times the man unleashed his full strength in attacks. But he dodged them as easily as turning his hand, after throwing a flurry of blows into the air that left Tigyu panting. He finally realized something was wrong. Something felt off. Why? His face twisted into a crazed look. Why can't I hit him? Only then did he slowly gather power into his fist and say calmly, If you see the news, then, lightning fast, he surged forward. You would never dare to stand up to a player like me. He punched him in the face. Ryu-Min, his face dark, thrust a powerful blow at Bang Tigyu. He took a heavy hit and went down, motionless. Only seconds later did he come to and react. You, Bang Tigyu angrily lunged a fist forward. You bastard, but there was nobody in front of him, no figure anywhere. Where did you go? He spun around in panic. Impossible. Bang Tigyu took another punch to the face. He clutched his face and shouted angrily, You! How dare you hit me? He froze as one of his teeth fell out. Bang Tigyu screamed in fury and hatred. I'll kill you. He summoned all his strength and threw a punch at Ryu-Min. Die. He easily dodged and countered. Ryu-Min unleashed a series of punches to the man's face. He staggered and could barely stand. Even those watching from a distance were breaking out in cold sweats. His face swelled into a grotesque lump. He kept aiming for his face as he fought. Bang Tigyu panted, then turned and stared at Ryu-Min. This bastard. If I can land one blow. He lunged with single-minded determination, aiming for one punch. Before he could finish, Ryu-Min raised a foot to block the clenched fist. Please, as expected, the blonde guy got hit again. This time it wasn't gentle. He was sent flying and smashed hard into the wall. Bang Tigyu struggled to sit up. Ryu-Min looked at him coldly. Bang Tigyu glared in pain. You bastard. Ryu-Min remembered himself covered in wounds and bruises, hiding in a dark room. No matter how many times he recovered, he'd never forget that feeling. He stepped closer slowly so that hell would never repeat. Bang Tigyu struggled to his feet, pale with fear. Don't come near me. He clutched his neck and backed away, stopping. Ryu Min sat down in front of Bang Tigyu, took his hand, and smiled. He closed his eyes, full of suspicion. He glared at him ominously and stared. That's why you shouldn't mess with my brother. Bang Tigyu froze for a moment. A second later he howled in pain, clutching the hand that had grabbed him. Bang Tigyu screamed miserably as Ryu Min kept his grip on that hand. He panicked in terror. No, it hurts. Bang Tigyu's screams grew louder and more pathetic. The henchmen who saw this were terrified and fled immediately. Ryu Won stood at a distance, hearing the shouting, and turned away. He couldn't bear to look. Ryu Min glared and warned menacingly, Bang Tigyu, if you ever lay a hand on my brother again, do you know what will happen? I know. Bang Tigyu stammered, trembling and kneeling on the ground. I know, I won't do it again. He switched his expression back to a friendly smile. All right, but Ryu Min's actions betrayed that angelic face. He snapped the other hand of the man. I'll teach you a proper lesson so you don't repeat it. The man screamed and begged. No, please. In the abandoned factory, the sound of bones breaking rang out along with painful cries. Ryu Won followed behind Ryu Min and called to him, Hey, bro, you're kind and gentle. How could you do that? When did you learn martial arts? Ryu Min smiled and told his brother. Didn't you notice? Players can use skills in real life too. Ryu Won asked, puzzled. How? He used his power. A golden light radiated from Ryu Min's hand. With a pop, a small knife materialized. Ryu Won was astonished. Excited, he shouted. A knife appeared out of thin air. Ryu Min showed off to his brother. Cool, right? I can summon weapons I've obtained like this. Ryu Won asked, so the way you moved so fast earlier was the same thing? That guy didn't land a single hit on you. Ryu Min replied, that's right. My agility stat is 11. Ryu Won was still hazy. Stat? You mean like in a game? Ryu Min explained, yeah, normal people have 3 points. A gymnast can get up to 10 agility. Ryu Won had countless questions, wondering what would happen if he leveled up. Ryu Min threw up his hands. How should I know? I'm not there yet. He thought darkly that he'd have to lie. Ryu Min recalled the past, the memory of his brother locked in a pitch-black room. He didn't intend to reveal he was a time looper. Back when he did it on the 11th loop, Ryu Won was kidnapped by another player. He thought gloomily. Although he had gotten revenge, he didn't want his brother humiliated like that because of him. Ryu Min turned to look at Ryu Won, resolutely thinking he had to prepare to protect him in upcoming fights. I must. Suddenly, his brother's stomach growled. Ryu Won felt a little embarrassed. Ryu Min, reading the mood, suggested, want to get something to eat? You're hungry, right? Yeah, he agreed at once. The scene shifted to the front of a convenience store. Inside, the two brothers decided to grab a bite. Ryu Won called to him, Where are you going? Instant noodles are here. Ryu Min hinted as he went to the ATM. Yeah, wait for me a sec. He inserted his card into the machine. Ryu Min looked at the screen. This is the money I've saved so far. The ATM screen showed the account balance. 133,202 Ryu Min held up the withdrawn cash to show his brother. Ryu Won stared in amazement at the amount. You withdrew that much? Ryu Min said, I need to buy a few things. He pointed to the instant noodle and sausage section. From now on, this is what we'll eat. Ryu Won asked, all this? He looked at the prices on the shelf and started to sweat a little. Bro, everything here is at least 5,001. Ryu Min didn't care. It's fine. Get whatever you want. He smiled and glanced over. It's New Year. Are you seriously planning to eat only ramen? Ryu Won hesitated, reluctant to spend the money. I know, but buying like that wastes money. Ryu Min urged his brother, it's okay. Pick quickly. Ryu Won happily picked his dish. Then let's have the spicy beef hot pot. Okay, bro? His eyes sparkled excitedly as he looked longingly. I want this too. It looks so delicious. Ryu Min pointed and said, let's go to a restaurant once in a while, like Korean beef hot pot. Ryu Won felt it was already more than enough and didn't want to waste money. No need to go that far, this is already too much for me. Ryu Min looked at his brother gently and thought, just wait a few days. I'll feed you so much meat you'll get sick of it. Steam rose hotly from the box of meat. Ryu-1 scooped a spoonful of rice with a piece of meat into his mouth. His eyes shone in amazement as he clasped his mouth, savoring it. This is so good. Ryu-min watched his brother happily and said, Really? Eat up. Ryu-1 looked at him puzzled. Bro, thanks a lot. Where are you going? Ryu-min stood up. Wait for me a sec. He left, and Ryu-1 watched him go. Suddenly Ryu-min came back carrying a black pen and slammed it down on the table. Ryu-1 stared dumbfounded at the pile of lottery tickets on the table, unable to speak. Wait, you withdrew all that money just to... Are you going to play the lottery with all of it? Ryu-min answered confidently, exactly. Ryu-1 beside him rushed over in a panic. Wait, how many did you buy? Ryu-min calmly and cheerfully looked at his stack of tickets. 20 tickets. Ryu-1 shouted in alarm. What? You spent 100,000 on lottery tickets? Do you even know what you'll get? Ryu-min put on a mysterious look. Just wait and see. Ryu-1 broke into a sweat with his brother. What are you doing? He stared at the pile of tickets, more and more panicked. Why do you keep choosing the same numbers over and over? Ryu-min? Why? He looked at his brother with confident certainty. These are winning numbers. The two went home and turned on their phones to listen to the winning numbers being read. Lottery draw number 1049. We will begin the drawing today. Ryu-1 turned pale and sweat ran down his face. We're doomed. We wasted 100,000. The show started the drawing. The announcement sounded and he grew even more upset about the money. We could have bought better food with that cash. Ryu-min didn't care and said, Hey, can you stop biting your nails? The lottery numbers were called one after another. The first lucky number was 3. The second was 18. Ryu-1 froze. He was surprised to hear the host call the third lucky number as 9, the fourth 38, the fifth 21. Finally, the sequence of winning numbers appeared on the phone screen and matched the numbers on their tickets. We will announce the numbers for Lottery 1049 again. 3, 18, 9, 38, 21. Supplementary number 5. Ryu-1 yelled in astonishment. This is crazy. We won first prize. He was moved, his eyes shining as he looked at his brother. Hey, pinch my cheek. Do it yourself. Ryu-1 couldn't believe it and asked again to be sure. This isn't a dream, right, bro? Ryu-min teased with a smile. Do you prefer it to be a dream? Ryu-1 shook his head. No, of course not. Ryu-min laughed happily and said, Don't worry. It's not a dream. Ryu-1 asked once more. This isn't a dream, right? Ryu-min confirmed firmly. I'm telling you it's not. Ryu-1 held the tickets in his hands and cheered with joy. We won the lottery. Ryu-min signaled for silence and lowered his voice. The neighbors can hear. Ryu-1 fell silent. He smiled at his brother. You like it that much? Ryu-1 confirmed, of course. Aren't you happy? Ryu-min nodded. Of course. I remember thinking the same my first time. I even screamed. In Ryu-min's memory, the two brothers were both astonished and beaming. We won the lottery, this isn't a dream. But after repeating it so many times, it became routine. I have to make money quickly after each reset. But the good times didn't last long, because over 900 million people had died and the economy collapsed. Times changed and hardships multiplied. Tradable items among players, things that would be valuable later, still had to be bought with money. Ryu-1 looked at his brother's stack of lottery tickets. I can't believe we actually won. I wonder how much the prize is worth. Ryu-min rubbed his chin and said, Who knows? He estimated that winning this much would be enough to shake the world. The scene shifted to a clear, sunny day in front of the non-heap bank. Ryu-min walked in slowly. I stopped worrying after winning the lottery so many times. He approached the teller window and called to the staff. I'm here to redeem a winning ticket. The clerk smiled and congratulated him. Oh, congratulations, sir. He looked at Ryu-min and thought to himself, he won the lottery? He looks like a student. He got to work. Can you tell me where you bought the ticket? Ryu-min answered, the QS24 store, Yonhui branch. The clerk flinched. What? He fell silent, recalling what colleagues had said. The Yonhui QS24 branch. Did you hear? There were 115 winning tickets this time. What? 115, that many? A coworker had added. It's crazy. But the craziest part is that those hundreds of winning tickets all came from the same place. The clerk marveled. Don't tell me one person bought all those tickets? He remembered a colleague's instruction. Never mind. If anyone says they bought tickets from the Yonhui branch, call the president immediately. It's a VIP customer. Back in reality, he was a bit distracted. Ryu-min spoke up. Sorry. The clerk said awkwardly. I'm sorry, but could you wait a moment? Ryu-min replied. Sure. After a short while, an older gentleman appeared and thanked him for waiting. He welcomed and shook his hand, introducing himself. I'm Kwon Juno, president of Non-Heat Bank. Ryu-min returned the handshake and introduced himself. I'm Ryu-min. Kwon Juno congratulated him. So you're the lottery winner, congratulations. Ryu-min smiled and replied. Thank you. He smiled and gestured toward a more private spot. I'd like to talk. Why don't we go somewhere quieter? Please follow me. Kwon Juno led him to the lottery business office. In here, they entered, and an employee stood to greet them. Welcome, sir. She looked up and asked, Who is that beside the president? Is that his son? Kwon Juno pointed and introduced him. He's a VIP here to claim a prize. Make sure he's made as comfortable as possible. The blonde ponytailed woman stared at Ryu-min in surprise. So he's the one who won with 100 tickets? He turned and said, Feel free to look around. Ryu-min smiled and answered, Yes, thank you, sir. She tried to steady herself. Stay calm. She smiled and got to work. Welcome, sir. Please have a seat here. The blonde ponytail leaned down to ask politely, Would you like something to drink? We have coffee, tea, or juice. Ryu-min just wanted to get the prize and go. I'm fine, more importantly, I want to claim the prize. She sat down and asked, All right. First, I'd like to verify the winning tickets, sir. Ryu-min produced a stack of winning tickets and said, Here. The blonde with the ponytail widened her eyes in shock at the stack of winning tickets, thinking she couldn't believe he bought them all with the same numbers. Did he foresee the future or something? She finished checking and looked up. I've completed the verification. These are all first prize tickets. Ryu-min got straight to the point. So how much will I receive? She broke into a cold sweat. He sat impassively as she read out the amount. Yes, sir. The prize is about 22.5 billion won. Ryu-min sat calculating. After taxes, I'll have around 15 billion. Everything moved fast once I claimed the prize. With the money in hand, he began to execute his plan. First, find a new place to live. After buying a house, he'd invest a portion into stocks. And that evening, he opened a trading account. The plan, Bitcoin would rise about 500% next month. He'd use the Bitcoin gains to fund stock investments, and today, the two brothers moved into the new house. Ryu-min asked Ryu-won how he liked it. Do you like the new place? Ryu-won, delighted, said, Of course, it's beautiful. I've never seen such a big, nice house. I have to take a picture. Ryu-min still felt it wasn't quite enough. He'd wanted it grander and more spacious. This is the best place we could move into right away. Security's good too. Ryu-won turned to ask, But why are you paying rent? With that money, we should buy it. Ryu-min dropped the bombshell. I don't have much money left. Ryu-won froze. Ryu-min said proudly, I've already invested over 14 billion won in Bitcoin. Ryu-won stared blankly, still processing. What? They reacted differently. Ryu-won went pale and frozen, while steady Ryu-min casually tried to reassure him. I know what you're going to say, but I'm not reckless. Okay? Ryu-min put a hand on his brother's shoulder and said confidently, I can always make more money with the lottery. I already saw 4 more numbers in a dream. Hearing that, Ryu-won's eyes lit up. He'd only heard rumors before about people dreaming winning numbers. He grabbed his brother and shook him, reminding him, You remember them all, right? Don't forget, remember them. Ryu-min was shaken until his face spun. I'm dizzy. Ryu-min scoffed, thinking he'd never forget after doing it so many times. Ryu-won, a bit agitated, said, Please, sorry. Ryu-min turned toward the door and said, Let's go have dinner. Get ready to head out. Ryu-won asked, Where are we going to eat? Ryu-min smiled brightly at him. Haven't I told you? We're moving today. The scene changed. A fist slammed into a wall, sending bricks and stones flying. A man in a green coat looked furious as he vented his anger on the neighboring wall. Yongmin grinned slyly, thinking to himself that he'd been right to boost all his strength stats. He raised his fist and kept punching. Moreover, Yongmin repeatedly pounded the wall with relish. With the power relic, his strength could double. He'd been lucky to get that random relic. He laughed loudly as he looked at the dents, thinking even Tyson would be jealous of these punches. Yongmin's face darkened. He clenched his hand so hard the veins stood out and trembled. Testing's enough, why not try it in real combat? Yongmin slammed on the door and screamed crazily. Ryu-min! He grew furious at the lack of response. That bastard can't be dead. Yet he won't pick up the phone. His face grew increasingly scowling, his eyes rimmed with bloodshot veins. Just imagining that face and those eyes made him want to explode as if there were an ancestral grudge. That arrogant bastard. Do you think I'll let you off? He swore, after you look at me like that, I'll kill you. The thoughts in his head made him even angrier. The motion of his arm kept gaining speed. We're all players, but a loser is still a loser. I need to teach you a lesson. But no matter how much he raged, the only response was a terrifying silence. That bastard is obviously hiding inside the house. Why won't he come out? Realizing this wasn't the right approach, Yongmin changed tactics immediately. Then, a twisted smile spread across his face as he pressed his ear to the door to listen for any sounds inside. He figured that bastard must not be home. Well, no choice, let's go back. He seemed ready to act at the slightest noise from within. You try breathing and I'll smash this door, he snarled. And just then someone suddenly called out, Hey, student. Turning, he saw an older man standing there as if he'd been there all along. The man's expression looked annoyed, already bothered by visitors so early in the morning. What are you doing in front of someone else's door? Yongmin snapped rudely at the older man. Why do you care? Are you the homeowner or something? Actually, I am the homeowner, the man replied. His straightforward answer startled Yongmin. Back to the point. So what are you doing here, meeting a friend? The meaning of that word caught him off guard. Friend? A quick idea popped into his head. He would use that angle to pry information about Ryu-min. Yes, a friend. Could you open the door for me? I've lost contact with my friend. If you could open the door. The older man cut him off abruptly. Oh my. Then the man spoke more calmly. It seems your friend left you behind. He tried to explain that the room was empty now. The student who lived there had already moved out. Only at that point, Yongmin froze and hurriedly asked, What? Since when? Where did he go? The older man shrugged helplessly. He just moved out today. I don't know where. Upon hearing this, his hand clenched into a fist without thinking as a fire burned inside him. That bastard, he ran off without a word. He looked at the building outside, its exterior entirely covered in glass. Ryu-1 couldn't help but exclaim. So tall. It was his first time here. Everything felt unfamiliar. Since arriving, he couldn't stop gawking. There's even a revolving door at the entrance. Seeing the receptionist hand Ryu-min a room key surprised him even more. They even had access cards. They were even vetted by security. His identity was verified and there were guards on duty. His eyes brimmed with delight at the building. This place is amazing. The elevator doors opened quickly. Ryu-min called to him. Let's go. Yes, he answered. Entering the apartment Ryu-1 had rented, he felt even more overwhelmed. How big is this place? Ryu-min, however, looked nonchalant and said softly, about 330 square meters. The number startled him. That's way too big. Isn't this a bit huge for just the two of us? Ryu-1 asked. Ryu-min simply thought, we have money, at least it should be this big. So how much is the lease? Let me think. The deposit is 500 million and the monthly rent is 22 million. The more he heard, the more dizzy Ryu-1 felt. 22 million a month in rent. A few days ago he was worrying whether spending 5,000 at a convenience store was wasteful. Thinking that, he couldn't help blurting out, man, this place is too expensive. Wouldn't it be better to move into a cheaper house? What he didn't realize was that for Ryu-min price wasn't the point. No, at minimum they had to spend this much. The pricier it is, the higher the security. The reason he had to rent a high-security apartment was that on the first day of each month, all players fall into a deep sleep, and that is the most vulnerable time for them. Vulnerable to disasters like fires or earthquakes, and dangers constantly lurk nearby. Assassins hired by other players. Therefore, players must prepare to enter the other world from the safest place possible. A fact Ryu-min understood better than anyone. No matter how skilled you are in that other world, everything ends if you die in the real world. Still, he respected Ryu-1's feelings and asked, You don't like this place? Of course I do, Ryu-1 said, I love it. But why did you ask? He replied, "It's nothing. I'm glad you like it." For some reason, hearing him say that made Ryu-Won's expression suddenly fall. He suddenly offered some polite words. "I'm sorry." He explained that he felt guilty for not being able to help. Next month he'd be dragged into another world to fight again, while Ryu-Won would sit here enjoying everything as if nothing were wrong. "I'm useless. I'm sorry. Don't overthink it like that. You deserve a beating for worrying so much." Ryu-Min smiled to encourage him and tried to shake him out of it. "Why are you so down? Don't you think you'll win the next round?" To change the mood, he suggested they stop thinking about it and go eat. "I've heard the Korean place on the second floor is great." Okay. Just then his phone buzzed unexpectedly with an incoming call. At a glance Ryu-Min understood. The caller knew they'd moved. Ignore him, he thought. He had no intention of meeting that guy in real life. That said, he couldn't be certain. Maybe they'd run into each other in the other world. Time passed quickly. One day after moving, Ryu-Min shuffled into the living room, still sleepy. He saw Ryu-Won standing neatly dressed and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Ryu-Won looked up when he heard him and greeted, "You're awake?" Then he smiled and said, "Yes, I ordered some rice cakes. I'm gonna pick them up." Still groggy, Ryu-Min mumbled, "Rice cakes?" A moment later, he realized this didn't seem to have happened before. Time regression doesn't guarantee everything stays the same, but it looked like this was the first time Ryu-Won had gone out to buy rice cakes, right? That thought made him curious. "Why are you buying rice cakes?" Ryu-Won cheerfully explained, "We just moved in. I should bring some to the neighbors. Isn't that polite?" Ryu-Min praised the idea. "Being a good neighbor isn't bad, good thinking, that's my brother." He waved Ryu-Min off to rest while he went to greet the neighbors, but then suddenly suggested we should go together to say hello. "Let me change first." "Wait up." A doorbell was gently pressed to let the homeowner know someone was at the door. From inside the apartment a voice called out immediately. "Yes, it's the Ryu brothers," Ryu-Won said with a friendly smile. "Hello, we just moved into the next unit and came to introduce ourselves." The landlady replied politely, "Hello." At a glance she remarked they looked so much alike. "Are you siblings?" "Yes." He carefully handed over the housewarming gift and tactfully added, "We brought some rice cakes for you. Best eaten while warm." Their polite manners made her comfortable. She replied cheerfully, "Oh my, thank you. You too. I'll enjoy them. Thank you, see you later." They then moved on to visit other apartments. "We just moved into unit 4302 today. Smiles always on their faces. Here are some rice cakes." He said modestly, "Please help us, ma'am." The atmosphere among strangers felt anything but distant. It was surprisingly warm. "Please enjoy it. Say thank you, dear." "Thanks, bro." Before long, they reached the top floor. "Only one more door to go. Let's finish this. Don't get tired. We'll greet them and head home to rest." As they walked, Ryu-Min told him, "Did you know this floor is a penthouse?" Hearing that, Ryu-Won was even more stunned. Apparently they purchased both the 44th and 45th floors. So they're insanely rich, right? Ryu-Min shrugged. He didn't know for sure, but guessed it must be someone wealthy or a celebrity. He rang the bell but waited and got no answer. Maybe they're not home. Ryu-Min pressed the bell again. Nothing changed. It really seemed like no one was home. The moment he turned his head to the right, his eyes froze in surprise. Curious at his reaction, Ryu-Won turned to look too. There was someone. Ryu-Won quickly realized the beautiful woman before them was actress Seo Arin. Meeting her there felt like an unexpected honor. While Ryu-Min still didn't recognize her, Ryu-Won kept exclaiming, "She's so beautiful. Like an angel." Suddenly a large arm moved between them. Seo Arin's assistant stepped forward with a serious expression and asked, "Who are you? Fans?" His unfriendly tone surprised him, but he hurriedly explained, "We're the residents from the floor below." Seeing the assistant look puzzled, Ryu-Won offered the plate of rice cakes toward him, from the downstairs neighbors. Now the assistant understood. "Oh, who did I think it was?" Ryu-Won said with a friendly smile. "Would you like to try a rice cake?" The assistant coldly declined. "No thanks. She doesn't eat that sort of thing." With that, he stepped forward and opened the door. "Please come in, Seo Arin." Okay. Yet she seemed to linger on the plate in his hands. Her gaze couldn't take its leave. Once they'd gone inside, Ryu-Min, annoyed, muttered, "Who does he think he is? Being so rude? Anyway, don't mind that jerk." Ryu-1 replied, "Of course not, since he was distracted by someone else. It's fine. What's more important is," a second later he turned to Ryu-min with a radiant look and said, "Did you see? She's really gorgeous." Ryu-min showed no emotion, perplexed by his tone. Huh? He'd kind of ruined Ryu-1's moment. "What do you mean? You just saw her too?" Ryu-1 patiently explained. "She's Seo-Arin." Ryu-min actually asked, "Who's Seo-Arin?" The tabloids were flooded with negative news about the entertainment world. Actor Gong Ji-suk had suffered cardiac paralysis. Fans cried at the shocking news. Gong Seo-jin, Sim Woo-yoon, and others. These tragic deaths of major actors shocked the industry. Korean actor Cha Il-woo was gone forever. Surveys showed only 58% of stars remained alive. Filming for Urban Crimes was halted because actor Kwang Mi-ho suffered panic disorder and anxiety. Seo-Arin read those lines and couldn't help but sigh. Her expression grew increasingly worried as she wondered how the world was operating like this. Suddenly a message arrived from Hong Seon. "Have you heard the news?" He messaged her to report, "Gong Seo-jin has died." They chatted back and forth about it. "Are you going to the wake tomorrow?" "Of course, he took good care of us. Let's go together." The more she scrolled through her phone, the heavier her mood became. She couldn't believe someone more successful than her had died in the first round. Thinking that, Seo-Arin felt incredibly lucky. If she hadn't landed a good contract, her name would already be all over the papers. Everything up to now had unfolded too fast and too unexpectedly. She'd grown a lot, and she even thought there might be an article about her. It's unreal. That said, without the company's backing, could she have risen this far? This penthouse was bought for her by the company. Arin was so preoccupied with those thoughts she hadn't noticed when her assistant arrived. "What are you thinking about?" he asked suddenly, making her jump. "No, it's nothing." From her expression, he could tell what she was thinking. He tried to reassure her. "It's okay. I told you can tell me anything." Arin exhaled and said, "I'm just wondering why the world has become like this. How am I supposed to survive the next round? That's what I'm thinking about." "But you have me," he said. "Don't worry about the next round. I'm here." "What are you worried about?" Arin's assistant sensed her anxiety and urged, "Trust me and get some rest." Her lovely smile returned to her face. "Of course, who else can I trust?" Sitting there, the assistant reflected. When the company assigned him to be her aide and bodyguard, he was wary, feeling like they just wanted someone to watch over her. That thought changed completely after they fought together in the game. If not for him, she would have died in the first round. He kept repeating, "I'll protect you at all costs, so don't give up." That reassured her. "Thank you so much." To shift away from the gloomy mood, she changed the subject and mentioned the rice cakes they brought earlier. "They must have just moved in. They look tasty. He's always so cold. If you eat that, you'll gain weight." Arin, being friendly, felt sympathy that they had taken the trouble to greet them. They must be sad. Her assistant brushed it off. "Don't worry about it. It's just a greeting." He warned her, "Don't forget. They just want to take advantage of you. If you agree once, they'll keep bothering you." Even so, she still felt they didn't seem like bad people. Recalling how they looked, she guessed our neighbors seemed older than 15. Probably they had killed 100 goblins to survive, right? Probably. If that's true, it's fascinating. People who've gone through such danger can act like nothing happened. Her assistant wasn't dreamy like her. Bluntly, he added, "Do you think killing 100 goblins would be hard for them? Only idiots lose." Arin understood why he said it so calmly. His skills in the other world were outstanding. Still, when she heard outstanding, Arin couldn't help but think of Ryu-min. He wasn't as skilled as that guy. He even almost made her feel sorry for the goblins. Curiosity rose in her. He probably had some job in real life. What does he do? Could I survive round 2 if I teamed up with someone good? Then she worried again about her fate. Last time she survived by luck. Could she survive next time? The vacuum cleaner broke the silence in the house. It was Tuesday, January 31st, at 11 a.m. Ryu-1 was cleaning. When he heard the door open, he quickly turned. He immediately saw Ryu-min enter. "You're back. You're home?" Seeing him, he nervously asked, "Did you make any money this time?" Ryu-min replied calmly, "Not as much this time, about 1.5 billion won. Last time was 1.7 billion won. And you still complain it's not enough? Are you kidding?" The bank didn't say anything. This is the 4th time you've won. About that, remember at the bank you even made Quan Juno exclaim in surprise. You're back again? Lucky customer? He asked curiously. What's your secret? I didn't mean to hide it. I told you before. I was given a prophetic dream. That answer made him envious. Impressive, I wish I could get a prophetic dream too. Don't even say that. Ryu One himself doesn't understand why it happens to him, let alone anyone else. Anyway, I wanted to ask, so are you planning to put all the money into Bitcoin again this time? Of course, it's already gone up to 15 billion won. With such a huge sum, I'm worried. Shouldn't we pull it out now? I'm afraid we'll lose everything. But Ryu Min felt this wasn't the right moment yet. Definitely not. This is all part of my plan. So don't worry too much. Ryu One, I'll handle it. Let's grab something to eat. They quickly went to a nearby restaurant. Judging by his look of enjoyment, the food there was excellent. After eating, the brothers went shopping a bit. Life is really nice when you have money. When night fell, what had to happen would happen. Tuesday, January 31st, 11:55 p.m. Ryu One took Ryu Min's hand tightly and whispered his name. His eyes were full of worry as Ryu Min entered the game again. You have to survive and come back. Okay? Contrary to his younger brother's worry, Ryu Min answered with confidence. Don't worry. I saw you take down Bang Tigyu, right? Which was true. Ryu Min gently patted his brother's head and said, Don't worry. Go to sleep. After sending that, he fell asleep too. When you open your eyes, I'll wake up with you. I'm off now. The moment he lost consciousness, he was immediately transported to another space. On arrival, he saw quite a few players already there. Looking around, everyone was stunned. We're back? Already? Really? We're here again. Where are we? This place wasn't like round one. Ryu Min's presence caused a stir. He was the #1 player from the previous match. He could feel many eyes on him. From the way people avoided approaching, most had recognized him. He's the one who massacred the goblins, right? #1. Yong Min was in the crowd too, screaming and hunting for him. It seemed everyone had gathered. When will it appear? As the game began, Ryu Min's gaze shifted automatically. His emerald eyes turned a cold, sharp red. At that moment, an angel descended from above and spoke. Is everyone present? The players' faces immediately twisted when they realized it was a different angel. Right, what happened? The new angel gently explained that the angel in charge of round 1 had been in an accident and would not appear. Smiling at them, she continued, Do not panic, humans. A second later, that holy smile vanished and was replaced by a series of grotesque expressions. From now on, I will guide you thoroughly. Greetings are enough. The game officially begins now. Since you're all here, I'll announce the mission for round 2. A series of boards then appeared right before everyone's eyes. Suddenly lines of text appeared on the board announcing to everyone. Round 2, main mission. Choose a regional representative within 3 hours for the entire region. Number of participants 900,514,645. Number completed not over 900,514,645. Current region ESK 45-5 participants 5,143 completed 0/5. 143. Voices rang out. Choose a regional rep? What the hell? I guess they'll ask us to kill a few more monsters. Wait, look at the completed count. Does that mean this time everyone can survive? The angel seemed to notice everyone's confusion and immediately explained. You look puzzled. I'll explain. The angel pointed to the sky and quietly explained to them. See, this stage has nothing to do with fighting. You only need to choose a representative. Now, before you is a magic circle and a person holding a sword, the angel added. The regional representative can use their authority to command others. Tell someone to drop out and they must, order someone to die and they will die. After the angel's explanation, people looked troubled and worried. Wouldn't that kind of power be terrible? The angel continued. In 3 hours, everyone will receive their ballot. On it, just write the name of the person you want to elect as regional representative. A voice suddenly called out. That's it? No other rules? The angel answered the question. Yes, just voting completes your mission and lets you go home. Treat it like a break. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Just vote and we're alive. No more fighting. That's way easier than the last round, the angel declared at once. So for the next 3 hours, discuss who will become the regional representative. Discussion time remaining 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. After hearing the angel, people grew noticeably enthusiastic. Really, that's all it takes to survive? Easy as pie, and if you become the representative you get power. Youngmin grit his teeth and shouted, "Damn it." After all the prepping and getting ready to fight, the other guy stopped Youngmin. "Youngmin, come on. Surviving by ballot isn't the end of the world. I put all my stats into strength and never got to show it off. That pisses me off." Ryu Min thought. He focused on strength so much, will a strength relic appear this time too? He turned and replayed the details in his head. Both Youngmin's relic and this situation played out exactly like his memory. While everyone argued, Ryu Min pondered. They'll debate to find the chosen one during the 3 hours. But that isn't important. When there's a main mission, there will be side missions. He held the long sword and thought for a moment about whether the side and hidden missions in round 2 would grant class upgrades. Ryu Min gripped the sword tightly to prepare for that. He told himself goblins were getting closer. He needed to reach level 10 as fast as possible. Goblins appeared before him. Ryu Min lured them over. In an instant he lunged and unleashed a flurry of slashes at the goblins. After killing the goblins, the system displayed a notification. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kills, 1 out of 100. Used triple experience buff. Experience plus 9%, gold plus 15. All stats increased 1% due to the butcher relic effect. With the goblin dead, he continued considering his course. Going deep into the forest to hunt was the right decision. And again, his hand still gripped the sword as he decided to keep moving. Wherever one goblin appeared, there would be a whole pack. The goblins kept rushing out. Their eyes were full of bloodlust. In that moment, Ryu Min curled his lips into a smile. As the goblins came, he planted himself before them, ready to fight. The goblins appeared one after another, and Ryu Min swung his arm, cleaving at each one. After Ryu Min wiped out the goblins, the system popped up. You have defeated a hobgoblin, current kills 50 out of 100. Notifications followed. All stats increased 50% due to the butcher relic effect. You have leveled up. The system added. Discussion time remaining 2 hours 29 minutes 24 seconds. Only 30 minutes have passed. Status window. Suddenly the status panel appeared before Ryu Min. Name Ryu Min. Nickname Ha. Rookie rank level 9. Class None. Title Last Time Traveler. Hidden title First Angel Slayer. Hidden stats. Strength 7. Intelligence 4. Agility 18. Luck 3. Unassigned stat points 8. I'm already level 9. He thought while touching the system panel. Early game you choose agility first. If I want a mark like Youngmin's strength relic, boosting strength helps, but dumping all points into strength makes survival hard. Ryu Min figured that no matter how strong you are, if you can't avoid a critical hit, you're as good as dead. The system continued explaining. Players have 4 stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and fortune. Strength increases physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence boosts magic damage, willpower, and perception. Agility raises attack and movement speed and evasion rate. Luck increases critical chance, item drops, and gold rewards. He looked away and thought that no stat could be neglected. He reasoned especially about the Reaper, since it uses both physical and magical damage. Balancing stats would be ideal. He sensed something odd and grew suspicious. Look, someone's following me. I didn't notice because I was hunting, but it seems I'm being trailed. I haven't wronged anyone to deserve this. Ryu Min called out to threaten the strange figure. I don't know who you are. Show yourself. If you don't state your purpose, he continued to intimidate, you'll die. Suddenly a girl raised her hand and said, "It should be me." He saw Seo Arin and thought it was the actress Seo Arin following him. "Please, sorry for tailing you." A voice rang out. "Forgive us." He continued, "We mean no harm, please don't be angry." Ryu Min suddenly thought of On Sankyol. He pondered further. If it's On Sankyol, isn't he Ma Jianrock's right-hand man? The system displayed information. Ma Jianrock is the eldest son of the country's largest company, a player nicknamed Heavenly Devil, and one of my targets. Winning over Ma Jianrock would help me a lot, but my true aim is to recruit a priest allied with him during round 20. Ryu Min was a bit surprised to meet Ma Jianrock's right-hand man so soon. But why is On Sankyol with Seo Arin? Wait, could he be her bodyguard? Seo Arin's face looked slightly flustered. Then he recalled rumors that Ma Jianrock was sponsoring a celebrity for more important business reasons. Ryu Min asked them, "Since when have you been following me? The future keeps changing in unwanted ways." Seo Arin replied, "From the start, when you set out, I saw you enter the woods and trailed you. Sorry if it bothered you." Seo Arin seemed a bit embarrassed by Ryu Min's question. "Why follow me? It's not malicious, we just wanted to propose something." Ryu Min asked, "A proposal?" Seo Arin continued, You ranked first in round 1, right?" She pleaded, "I was wondering if we could cooperate." Ryu Min gave a cold laugh and replied, "Cooperate? Isn't that a word used only when both sides need each other?" He waved them off. "That's true, but what do I need from you? I can fight on my own. Don't waste my time, go back." Ryu Min turned and snapped, "I have no intention of teaming up with you two." On Sankyol was a little angered. "What the hell's wrong with that bastard? How swollen is his ego?" On Sankyol asked Seo Arin. Seo Arin looked worried and explained to On Sankyol that he wasn't just being stubborn for no reason. The pressure from him is intense. "What pressure?" He glares, points a sword, and it's natural she'd be afraid. Seo Arin, a bit frightened, said she wanted to team up with the top-ranked player. But things didn't go as she expected. On Sankyol replied to Seo Arin, "I told you. Someone like him is too arrogant to need allies, which is a shame." Before Seo Arin and On Sankyol, the goblins cut down the bodyguards and said to Seo Arin, What a waste of time following someone like that. I didn't expect monsters in the woods, though. Let's spend the remaining time hunting, shall we?" Seo Arin smiled at On Sankyol and replied, "Not bad. Let's go, bodyguard." A white smoke suddenly rose in the forest. The goblins peered around, wary of the danger. From behind Ryu Min someone struck. He slashed straight at a goblin, thinking how busy he already was. "No way am I teaming up." He pondered a moment. "Top priority now is to level up. Going solo gets experience faster." The system displayed, "You have defeated a hobgoblin, current kills 60 out of 100. All stats increase 60% due to the Butcher Relic effect." Suddenly a giant gnoll appeared before Ryu Min. He smirked. 5 gnolls at once? Lucky break. The gnolls charged at Ryu Min one after another, howling. The gnolls leaped with weapons and lunged toward Ryu Min. He used a slashing attack that sent them flying. The gnolls fell to the ground. The system notified again. "You have defeated a gnoll, current kills 65 to 100. All stats increase 60% due to the Butcher Relic effect. You have leveled up, you have reached level 10. He decisively looked at the notification. "You have met the requirements to advance. You can now use the shop function. There are hidden quests." Finally leveled up. He read the rules on the bulletin. Round 2 side mission, level up before voting time. Obtain a promotion item and receive a class. If successful, get a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Who's ever seen a side mission like this? Some people shouted in confusion. A promotion item? Leveling up isn't enough? Where's mine? It doesn't tell me my class. Announcements continued popping up rapidly. Everyone knows getting a class is good, but no one knows how to get the promotion item. Promotion items usually require completing special conditions. Information displayed the game rules. To qualify, warriors must raise their strength stat to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters within the time limit. A notification appeared. Newly received promotion items. The game's rule reminder. Berserkers also have to go out and hunt for blood within the allotted time. Additional gameplay notes appeared. Assassins must successfully assassinate monsters multiple times, meaning each player must complete activities related to their class to receive a promotion item. Ryu Min stared at the tree, thinking that at first he constantly hunted monsters and hid in the forest, which is how he got the hunter class. He gripped the strange glowing object in his hand and affirmed that after learning about the Reaper class, he chose it immediately. The mysterious glowing object in his hand, the system displayed, "You have used a promotion item." A further notice appeared. "Your class cannot be changed, so choose carefully. Do you want to promote to the Reaper class? Yes or no?" After hesitating for a moment, he decided to press yes. "I don't even need to think." The strange object glowed even brighter in his hand. Another message displayed. "You have been promoted to the Reaper class." Round notices appeared. Your promotion reward is the Reaper Relic. Reaper Relic effects. When used during the day, weapon attack power doubles. When used at night, attack speed increases by 50%. When resting at night, detection chance by enemies is greatly reduced. The relic automatically imprinted itself on the player's body. The diamond in his hand turned into a blazing red light, enveloping the area. The system displayed on the notice board. Ryu Min thought, "Your promotion reward is the Reaper's Scythe. I got both the relic and the weapon." Notifications continued. You received a 50% coupon for daily items for completing the side quest. Your rank has advanced from novice to apprentice. Rank increased accordingly. Status window. Name Ryu Min. Nickname Hao. Rank apprentice. Level 10. Class Reaper. Title Last Time Traveler. Hidden title First Angel Slayer. Hidden stats. Strength 4. Intelligence 4. Agility 31. Luck 4. Unassigned points 6. Bonus relic skill. Players are divided into 6 ranks. Grandmaster level 99. Master level 60. Expert level 40. Normal level 20. Apprentice level 10. Novice level 1. As in other games, rank increases raise rewards and unlock new skills. You learned the Reaper class skill Death Mark. Class skill Death Mark. The effect creates a mark visible only to the caster and the target. The target's remaining stamina is displayed. The target takes an additional 100% damage each time the caster attacks. The effect can apply to only one target at a time. You can also equip a higher tier item. Reaper's Scythe, rare weapon type, attack 25, effect +1 attack per swing, up to +5, durability 225, usable by apprentice and above. Description. The giant scythe is said to be used by the Reaper. Novices cannot wield it. Ryu Min considered the rules again. If he didn't promote, he'd remain a novice forever. So it's better to level up fast. You have been recognized as the first player to promote. Your reward is a random gold pouch, and first promoter, you have learned the neutral skill track. He reasoned further that he'd learn this. They receive a neutral skill track. The effect detects the location of the desired target, but face and nickname must match to be a valid target. Cost 20,000 gold. Ryu Min smiled at the system panel and decided, a 20,000 gold skill is worth trying. Track. Suddenly an image of a person appeared on the system panel. The name and face matched, tracking the target's position. A guiding notification appeared. The location of player Yong Min has been identified. 190 m from the target. Follow the arrow in front of you to track the target. Light rays circled Ryu Min as he looked ahead. 190 m. So he also entered the forest. He propped his hand and mulled it over. From being 2 kilometers away to now only 190 m. Should I secretly follow him? Meanwhile, Seo Arin and On Sankyol were fleeing out of the forest. Seo Arin couldn't stay on her feet. She suddenly collapsed to the ground. She panted to On Sankyol, "I can't run anymore, my legs won't. We have to keep moving or they'll catch us." On Sankyol anxiously supported Seo Arin and reassured her. "Even if your leg hurts, you have to endure it." "I'm sorry. The arrow wound aches too much." On Sankyol, a bit angry, still explained to Seo Arin that it was only a theory, but they say even if you get injured in this world, your real-life body will be fine. If you somehow survive and get out of here, you can return home. Seo Arin said firmly, "I understand. I'll try to bear the pain. Where could I possibly run with this wound?" Suddenly Yong Min appeared and spoke. "Not painful enough yet, right?" On Sankyol cursed. Damn it, he gritted his teeth thinking that the girl moved too slowly and now the whole group would be captured. So the only option left is to fight, Yong Min sneered provocatively, "You want to fight us, big brother?" Yong Min's cronies behind him continued taunting, "Point and look. Do you see how many of us are here to fight you?" On Sankyol yelled, "Why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you?" Yong Min laughed, "Of course I didn't do anything to you. So why did you suddenly attack us?" Yong Min replied, "We just want something." "What is it?" he said with a taunting look that surprised Seo Arin. The girl with the older brother. "We're all men here. I don't owe your brother anything. We want Seo Arin." One of them wondered, "Is that really Seo Arin? Can't you tell by looking? Her face clearly shows she's Seo Arin. Maybe someone imitated her appearance to look like her." Seo Arin's face darkened. The other continued, "So what? If she looks like her, that's good enough, right?" Yong Min bargained, "If you let Seo Arin stay, I'll let you go. What do you say?" On Sankyol angrily thought that if their target was Seo Arin, they should have said so from the start. If they'd known, he would have left her behind without hesitation. He turned to look at Seo Arin and continued thinking, "I don't intend to die for that girl. But there's a problem." If he can't protect Seo Arin, then Ma Jianrock will be disappointed in him. And suddenly On Sankyol assumed a stance ready to attack Yongmin. Yongmin, a bit surprised, sneered, "What's with that stance? Big brother wanna fight?" On Sankyol angrily shouted, "Do you know what you're doing right now is a crime, a crime?" Laughter suddenly echoed. Yongmin replied, "You're funny. There's no law here to talk about legality. Are you planning to call the police when you get back to the real world?" He taunted, "Go ahead and try, but what proof do you have? This face might not even be my real face in real life." On Sankyol cursed under his breath in anger. He's right. This is infuriating. He thought of a way to defuse the situation. Just talking won't be enough to make them back down. He'll have to drag his battered body into a fight with them. Suddenly by the tree, Ryu Min stood with his arms crossed, watching everything. On Sankyol suddenly snapped and turned to ask, "Are you Haekwon?" Yongmin wondered when this guy had shown up. Ryu Min stepped forward and asked Seo Arin and On Sankyol, "What are you two doing here?" Yongmin, not knowing what's going on, warned Ryu Min, "Buddy, mind your own business. I'll answer who I want to." "What's happening?" On Sankyol shouted bluntly, "Their target is Seo Arin. They ambushed us. If you help us, I'll never forget this." "Haekwon," Ryu Min asked coldly, "is what he said true?" Yongmin replied, "So what if it is or isn't?" Yongmin added, "This isn't your business." Suddenly a red glow appeared around Ryu Min. "What? Do I know these people?" Yongmin, a bit alarmed, asked, "What do you want to do?" The red rays still surrounded Ryu Min as he said coldly, "I won't let them get hurt." Yongmin grit his teeth and glared at him in fury. Seo Arin cried out joyfully, "Haekwon," and On Sankyol quickly blurted, "Thank you." Ryu Min stepped up to protect them, thinking it would also benefit him. He turned to On Sankyol, thinking that helping would leave a good impression on Ma Jianrock. He calculated that if such a group owed him a favor, the rewards would grow and he'd be handsomely repaid. Then Ryu Min glanced at Yongmin's crew. Besides, he didn't like those bastards anyway. Seeing him, one of them warned warily, "What are you doing? I'll kill you if you come any closer." Ryu Min just stared coldly without saying a word. Then he gave a faint smile and asked, "What? Don't feel like fighting me anymore?" At that moment Yongmin felt a bit scared and muttered, "Damn it, what are you saying?" He recalled what Ryu Min had done. "You tore those goblins apart in an instant. Last time you even ranked top. Would you really want to fight a monster like that if you were me?" Suddenly a sound startled him out of his thoughts. It was Ryu Min swinging his scythe to the ground and saying, "If you don't want to fight, then just say so." Yongmin asked him, "If I tell the truth, will you let me go?" He crossed his arms and answered bluntly, "I'll consider it if you kneel and beg to live." In his head, he understood Ryu Min's meaning. "So you're asking me to humiliate myself?" He hesitated amid the bewilderment of the onlookers as my friends stood watching, and right in front of Seo Arin. Then he looked at Ryu Min and sighed inwardly. "If I could, I wouldn't want to fight him either, but you've pissed me off, you dog." Suddenly Yongmin remembered something. Wait, he recalled that he was strong enough to punch through a wall with his bare hands, and thought that if lucky he might even be able to take him down with one punch. Then he curled his lip in a smile. Yongmin warmed up his limbs and said, "You've gone too far, you bastard." While his men just stood there looking dumbfounded, he rolled his shoulders and started walking toward Ryu Min. "What do you want me to do? Kneel and beg? You want to die?" But in his head he was calculating. Right, I'll get in close like this and punch him straight in the face, and figured even he wouldn't survive that hit. He wondered uncertainly how an ordinary person could survive a punch that could break a wall, right? Ryu Min at that moment didn't stand still either. He deliberately sheathed his weapon. Seeing him do that, Yongmin froze and stammered, "What are you doing? Are you throwing your weapon aside?" He held out his hand and replied confidently, "If you fight me barehanded while I have a weapon, that's unfair. Winning that easily would be boring." By now Yongmin was provoked. He sneered at Ryu Min, "You're a pathetic bastard." As he spoke, Ryu Min moved quickly, which surprised him greatly. He darted swiftly toward Yongmin. Yongmin raised his fist with a triumphant face, inwardly scornful. "Ryu Min, you stupid dog. You threw your weapon away and exposed your head like that." He swung his fist straight at Ryu Min's head. "Die." But Ryu Min's speed and reflexes were much faster, so he dodged the punch. Not only did he miss, Yongmin was punched back in the face by him, and in the blink of an eye was also kicked in the stomach by him. That kick sent him flying backward, while Ryu Min casually withdrew his leg, as if he hadn't expended any effort. Yongmin collapsed to the ground on trembling hands, cursing the bastard. He looked up and Ryu Min's voice was right in front of him. Don't curse like that again. As he spoke, he stepped forward and kicked him so he flew backward. The blow sounded filthy and made him cry out in pain. Seeing Young Min struggle to sit up holding his face, he stopped and stood still. A moment later, he grabbed the collar of his shirt. He punched repeatedly at several places on his face. Young Min couldn't do anything, just endured the beating in pain and felt like these weren't punches, but as if a hammer was smashing into his face. Looking up at Ryu Min violently attacking in a terrifying way, he wondered, is this bastard as strong as me? He doesn't have my level of strength. Watching that fist still being thrown, Young Min remained lost in thought. How is he this strong? What he saw was Ryu Min's expressionless face and blazing red eyes. At this point, his teammates could no longer stand by. They grabbed weapons in a bow and called to Young Min. Someone said, shoot that bastard, which drew Ryu Min's attention and made him stop. The arrow flew toward him. Seo Arin shouted in alarm, hey, dodge it. He quickly dodged the arrow. The archer panicked and fired arrow after arrow, shouting for Ryu Min to die, but he kept dodging the arrows the man shot at him. He moved with quick, fluid motions to evade the attack and closed in on him. In an instant, he appeared beside him and asked, you only got that bow and killed that monster by luck, right? Which terrified him. Ryu Min raised his hand and manifested his scythe with a smile. Unlucky for you. At that moment, he swung his scythe. Now you ran into me. The hand holding the bow was slashed open. It happened so fast he couldn't react. Pain hit him and he fell screaming, my hand. Even so, he still cursed Ryu Min a bastard. Two others in the back, though scared, kept their weapons and loudly said, you think you can pick a fight with us and just walk away? Then one of them lunged forward with a dagger. Die, you dog. Ryu Min asked calmly, is that what you think? Then he used Deathmark. A black skull symbol emitting red light appeared above the dagger wielder's head. Ryu Min swung his scythe behind him. Then he swung it straight forward. The scythe's blade sliced across the man's leg. Immediately it was severed, making him scream and collapse. The other guy panicked, trembling at his leg. While he was still looking at the previous man, Ryu Min quickly lunged over. Before he could react, Ryu Min was right beside him and said, you dare attack me with a weapon? You must have some skill then. The scythe swung and, despite his armor, his arm was severed. He looked at his bloodied arm, crying in pain. The skull symbol from before appeared above his head. Ryu Min turned and thought, Deathmark is different. It doubles damage, so one cut can slice through armor. Seeing the group, none of them were intact. They all lay on the ground moaning in pain. He thought this was far too easy. He fell silent and thought, but I can't end things like this. The hand holding the scythe moved, prompting the boy sitting on the ground to cry out in shock. Ryu Min decided he had to deepen this fear, so they wouldn't dare come near him again. The archer's both thighs were deeply cut. He lay shaking, unable to get up. The dagger wielder weakly begged as he attacked. Please stop. The other man, pale-faced, pleaded. I'm about to die. Please spare me. Ryu Min swung his bloodied scythe with an indifferent tone and said, quiet. A little blood spat won't kill you yet. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's the end of them. Next is. Then he glanced away. Looking toward the tree where Young Min was hiding, he called out, hiding is useless. The scythe was swung, no exceptions. The scythe aimed at Young Min's arm. His fate matched the other three with a piercing scream. Ryu Min said coldly, stop crying like a child. He knew this was nothing yet, recalling the time he and his friends had brutally bullied him in the past. He knew that wasn't as terrible as what he'd endured compared to the pain you caused me. Ryu Min swung the scythe and ruthlessly severed Young Min's remaining arm. Seo Arin and On Sankyol silently watched the horrific scene and Young Min's screams. On Sankyol winced in panic. He cut off the opponent's two arms mercilessly even though they had lost all will to fight. He watched Ryu Min chopping one limb after another off Young Min, thinking some might see it as cruel, but he liked a person who could stay cold-headed like that. Sweating, On Sankyol thought, that's the guild leader? You dare oppose him? He stood up and called out, are you two all right? Looking at the man before him, On Sankyol replied, yes, thanks to you. Ryu Min pointed at Young Min's group and declared, you don't need to worry about them anymore. As you can see, they're crippled, so it's best we start voting them off. Seo Arin and On Sankyol immediately bowed their heads. Thank you so much for helping us. Thank you very much. Seo Arin looked up hesitantly and asked, still, Won't they die soon? He turned to look at them with contempt. So what? They're less than animals. When he turned back, he saw her bowing her head in hesitation. She's too weak. Ryu-min wondered why she would care about the lives of these bastards. As if she's some kind of saint. Probably keeping up appearances because she's famous. Suddenly Sankyeol spoke up. Hey, He politely raised his hand and asked, "May I ask something?" "Hope you don't mind." He put his hand in his pocket. "What's up?" Looking at Youngmin's gasping form, he asked curiously, "Why spare them? In this world it wouldn't be a big deal if you killed them." Youngmin, in his pitiful state, flinched at those words. He smiled. The reason? He privately rated him highly. Indeed, Ma Jianrock's right-hand man. Looking at these pathetic people, he replied simply, "Killing them gains nothing." Sankyeol asked, "Gains nothing?" He gave his reason. Leaving them alive could cause trouble in the future. Ryu-min looked at the group now immobilized and asked, "Trouble?" He sneered. "Could they do that?" He turned to explain, "Moreover, reducing the population isn't good, because the number of successful participants would drop." Hearing that, Sankyeol understood, he bowed in agreement. Exactly. As he said, if the number of successful participants falls, the housing for those who clear the stage will also decrease. He looked at Ryu-min admiringly. He even considered these aspects. His game knowledge is on another level. He's truly impressive. Sankyeol exhaled. "I get it, we'll stop worrying about this trash." Ryu-min immediately turned to leave. "Alright, I'm going." But Sankyeol called him back. "Wait, you." He wanted to repay the life-saving favor. "If you give me your account number, I'll send a reward in the real world later." He didn't stop walking and replied curtly, "No need." Watching his retreating back, Sankyeol wondered, he helps others without asking for anything in return? He thought to himself, he'll report this to the guild leader immediately. Youngmin's groans caught his attention. Although he wanted to kill them, he held back, because as the guild leader said, killing them gains nothing. He spat on Youngmin's head, insulting the bastards, then called out, "Let's go." Seo Arin replied, "Understood." Where people had gathered to vote, it was noisy with arguing. "Please give me all your votes. Please vote for me. If you elect me as regional representative, I'll do the job well." "No, compared to him, I'm confident I can do better." Two men were arguing and shoving each other. You fat pig." The other angrily replied, "What did you say? How dare you call me that?" Seeing their conflict, people turned to calm them both down. "Don't fight, even combined we're too weak. What good comes from brawling?" "Exactly." Seizing the chance to mediate, he put a hand on his chest and said, "Hot-headed people aren't fit to be a representative. Let me do it." One arm rose. "Wait." That man confidently pointed to himself. "My father is a member of parliament. Wouldn't I be more suitable to be the representative?" After that remark, others questioned him. "Your father a member of parliament? How can we believe that?" Meanwhile a voice rang out. "Everyone." Everyone fell silent and turned to look. He was the one nicknamed Minchok-man and said, "There's only 2 hours left to vote. We shouldn't waste time like this. We need to vote quickly." Those around him asked, "So how do we decide who to vote for? Do you have any suggestions?" He said, "Yes, very good, even better." Upon hearing this, people began to stir. "Really? Who is it?" He smiled and said, "Everyone quiet down." He curled his lip, thinking these people will follow every word I say. Then he turned his back and grinned slyly at the others, predicting they'd fall for his persuasive rune again. When he first got the persuasive rune from a random rune shard, he was disappointed. Back when he picked up the stone, he thought, "What is this?" The system image popped up. Persuasive rune effect. Increases persuasive ability toward the person you're speaking with. The effect doesn't apply to targets of a higher level than the caster. He was still disappointed. Persuasive rune, how is it supposed to work on monsters that can't speak? Not long after, he quickly figured out a proper way to use it. When the men were killing goblins, "What a tasty one. Pin them down so they can't move," he shouted just as the persuasive rune activated. "Everyone, that woman over there is in danger. Forget those goblins and go help her." Everyone seemed to lose their will and surged off. "Okay, coming right away, help her first." He thought to himself he'd repeat this trick to steal the near-dead goblins and easily kill 100 of them. Back in the present, he grinned wickedly. If lucky, he'd easily become the regional representative. Minchok-man used the persuasive rune to speak up. "Everyone, we should pick candidates first. Let's narrow the choices down to about 5 to make voting easier." People seemed hypnotized and responded without protest. Not a bad idea, makes sense. We won't get anywhere if everyone keeps just asking for votes for themselves. He raised his hand and continued to steer the crowd. Then let's reduce the options first. If you want to nominate someone, raise your hand and point to that person. A fat guy heard this and quickly raised his hand to nominate himself. ManhwaCapped stopped him at once. Of course you can't nominate yourself. Otherwise everything will go back to how it was. The fat man heard that, lost his enthusiasm, and snorted. Everyone affected by the persuasive rune was debating. They're right, there's no other way. He thought to himself, it's so easy to sway these lowlifes. People were all brooding, but who to nominate now? I don't know anyone, and I don't want anyone else to become representative. He smirked inwardly. Just as expected, it's quiet. At this point, only the prominent ones will get nominated. Suddenly a man spoke up. I nominate ManhwaCapped as representative. He felt pleased at being nominated. Bingo. The man continued, after all, the representative should be rational and capable of leadership. He feigned surprise and asked, me? The man went on, rallying those around him. Yes, he's handling things well right now, right? You agree too, don't you? ManhwaCapped noticed the effect and chuckled inwardly. One more fool. He kept smiling and used the persuasive rune to speak. Thanks for the praise. Anyone else? Before he finished, someone cut in. I want to nominate the guild leader. He watched others get nominated and exclaimed, that's reasonable. Of course someone who ranked first last round should be nominated. With others nominated, people shouted out their choices. Then I nominate the one who ranked second last round. Life is a documentary. I nominate third place, Black Dragon right hand. ManhwaCapped continued to steer the crowd. So we have 4 candidates. One more. Anyone else? No one answered. Seeing that, he clapped to redirect attention and said, let's finalize these 4. Before we vote, can each candidate give a speech? He again used the persuasive rune to speak. I'll go first. ManhwaCapped seemed very pleased with his power. Convincing these pathetic people was a breeze. He continued using the rune to control people. If chosen as regional representative, I will. Suddenly a voice rang out. Stop the nonsense. ManhwaCapped turned around in surprise. He was the one who ranked second last round. Life is a documentary. Jazik scratched his ear, walked forward, and spoke. I don't want to hear your bullshit anymore. ManhwaCapped tried to use the rune to persuade Jazik. What are you doing? But Jazik seemed immune. Instead he asked, hey ManhwaCapped. He grinned and exposed him. Do you think this world is that simple? Will people blindly obey a few words you spit out? ManhwaCapped was startled and thought, what, he discovered my skill? Impossible, he must be bluffing. Jazik snarled, who do you think you are to decide who becomes the regional representative, you cheap instigator? ManhwaCapped tried to stay calm and said, you're crossing the line. There's a saying that words reflect one's face and character. Do you have to speak such insults? He thought to himself, right, that should do it. Jazik yelled, you son of a bitch. Jazik grimaced and shouted, who do you think you are lecturing me? I'm sick of it. The chocolate kid was stunned. Your skill has no effect on him? No way. Then Jazik pointed at the crowd and barked, hey you idiots, forget that candidate and vote for me, or I'll kill every one of you. Got it? ManhwaCapped remained composed, sighed, and said, you're beyond saving. He stepped forward and spoke as he walked. Do you really think people will obey if you talk like that? Stop humiliating yourself and step back. Jazik fell silent when he heard that. Suddenly he drew a knife, spun around and slashed ManhwaCapped's face. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Everyone panicked. ManhwaCapped clutched his throat to staunch the bleeding and tried to speak. Jazik, pleased, said, I told you. If you mess with me you deserve to die. ManhwaCapped seemed to be in excruciating pain. His eyes rolled back as he groaned and tried to speak. He collapsed to the ground, apparently lifeless. Jazik pointed the knife at ManhwaCapped, the blood still splattering, and threatened everyone. If you don't vote for me, dig your own graves and lie down. The crowd screamed like headless snakes. Oh my God, he's dead. That guy killed ManhwaCapped, he's gone mad. Murderer. Jazik raised the knife and pointed at the crowd with a cold face. So, any opinions? Speak up. The man who had nominated ManhwaCapped shouted, you lunatic, are you out of your mind? Jazik sneered arrogantly and said, if you don't speak up then, I'll come meet you at your doorstep. He charged with the blade, killing those who opposed him. People screamed for help. He raved like a madman. Marveling that there were no cops, no informants, no cameras, he slaughtered everyone present like a butcher. Convinced he could kill without restraint, Jozik brandished the knife threateningly. If you don't vote for me, next time it'll be your turn. Understand? People recoiled in fear. With his face covered in blood, he thought, they'll vote for me out of fear. If possible, I'll become the regional representative that way. He thought of Ryu Min, the guild leader. I'll kill that annoying bastard first. If I kill him, I'll become number 1. The system sound rang out. Null defeated. Kill count 265 out of 100. The system displayed. All stats increased by 100% thanks to Slayer Rune. Triple experience buff applied. You have leveled up. You are now level 16. Did I just hit level 16? Ryu Min stared at the status panel. He looked at the slain beasts and thought, the higher the level, the slower leveling gets. Even after killing over 200 monsters in 2 hours, I've only leveled 6 times. He closed the system panel and continued thinking. On the bright side, monster hunting has become easier. Ryu Min thought of the 2 glowing redstones. Clearly it's because I possess both the Death Rune and the Slayer Rune. He sheathed his sword and silently made a plan. It's probably time. With that, he stored his weapons in his space. Time to leave. The system continued to display. At the same time, a teleportation circle appeared. Voting time left, midnight. It's time to vote. Summoning players in the area to the starting point. The injured players were also forced to call out to the open field. Some who were currently hunting were also surprised to be summoned back. On Sankyol, and those who had just returned were startled by the scene here. What is this? Around that slaughterer were countless bodies still reeking of blood. The corpses of players. What the hell happened here? Seo Arin quickly covered her mouth in shock. Don't tell me that person killed them all. While Ryu Min quietly looked over there, it seemed Jozik was leading this again. That madman turned to look at him with a bloodied face. Jozik is the leader of the Jozik gang and the second strongest warrior in his district. Actually, his personality is terribly trashy. Then he curled the corner of his mouth up, flashing a perverted grin that made him think even harder. It's best to defuse that bomb before it explodes. Ryu Min coldly glanced back as if to respond. But now was not the time. Hey Black Scythe, where have you been? I've been waiting for you a long time. Ryu Min, still leisurely with hands in pockets, asked, what do you want? He responded with a friendly look. Nothing much, just want to ask one thing. Jozik seemed very confident, proposing to him. I'll get straight to the point. Come under my command. His words made him raise an eyebrow and repeat, come under my command. The other brandished his dagger with a smile. I will spare your life if you do. But the sudden burst of laughter from Black Scythe startled him. Ryu Min spoke without hesitation, directly asking, do you want to start fighting right now? He even combined it with his provocative smile to goad him more. Kneel down and beg me. Then I will spare you. Jozik grimaced and then picked up the dagger. Damn it. Look at this crazy bastard. It seems you still don't grasp the situation. But, he continued to assert, if I become the regional representative. But Ryu Min didn't care and interrupted. Is it that hard to understand what I'm saying? Deadly power coiled around his hand. The scythe appeared along with the powerful magic from Ryu Min. Or do you prefer to die here? Jozik's heart trembled in panic. What is that? Where did he get that weapon? Damn it, I picked the wrong person to mess with. The man opposite him still asked coldly. What's wrong? Did the cat take your tongue? He clenched his teeth in bitterness, sweat dripping down the dried blood on his face. Though scared, this guy stubbornly insisted, hey, I'm Jozik, the leader of the Jozik gang. Do you think I would kneel before someone like you? Jozik lowered himself and flicked his small knife, shouting, grab that weapon and come up here. You bastard. Ryu Min silently smiled with satisfaction. He was still as stubborn as always. Enough joking around. Facing a cowardly guy like him, you have to think carefully. If I show my strength and get voted, things will get pretty complicated. He slightly curled the corner of his lips into a sly smile. I have to turn Jozik into the representative to be able to exploit him in round 3. Moreover, in Ryu Min's red eyes glancing upwards, it's also time for the angel to appear. As he finished speaking, a pair of white wings fluttered down where they were standing. You humans have gathered all together, haven't you? Everyone looked toward her. While Ryu Min silently warned Jozik as he fumbled in confusion, you're lucky. He also gently put away the scythe. Next time before challenging anyone, remember to check who they are if you don't want to die early. Jozik, his whole body dripping blood, was stunned and speechless. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn it, almost had a heart attack. This time I'll let it go, just wait and see. If I become the representative, I will make him pay for this insult 100 times over. Have you all chosen your representative yet? Then she noticed the corpses on the ground and realized something. I understand now. It seems that in the past 3 hours you weren't just talking nonsense. Of course, if you trash all die, I don't care. With interest, she raised her finger to command. Shall we start the voting session? The system screen appeared before the players, making them confused. The voting session for the representative will officially begin. You only have one vote, and the player with the most votes will become the representative. Look at the person you want to vote for and think before voting. Ryu Min was also thoughtfully looking at the announcement line there. Players who do not vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated from the round and disappear. And now the clock had started. With 4 minutes and 59 seconds remaining, the weaker players were all looking in one direction, looking at the person they wanted to vote for, right? So then, Jozik was very pleased to see countless eyes fearfully turning toward him. Just as he expected, everyone was looking at him. He glanced around and was surprised to notice something unusual. That rude guy pointed directly at a girl and shouted, "Hey, you chubby steamed bun girl." She panicked and replied, "Me? Me?" They had a very loud argument. "Do you want to die? Why don't you look at me?" No, I already voted for you." Ryu Min sighed on his side, bored and frustrated. He looked around the crowd and then warned them in a stern tone. "If you don't look at me, consider your life over." Seconds passed along with the shouting of that guy, who just turned around. Finally, it stopped at 0, no minutes remaining. That angel was eagerly waiting and then turned to say, "Time's up. Luckily, you foolish humans all managed to vote in time." She clapped her hands twice to execute a system command. "Let's tally the votes, shall we?" The information board in their area instantly appeared very large in midair. Choosing the regional representative, voting results: 1. Life is a documentary film with 2,412 votes. 2. Black Scythe with 2,077 votes. 3. Black Dragon in my right hand with 249 votes. 4. Chubby Steamed Bun with 6 votes. 5. Adorable Little Bird with 5 votes. Jozik was stunned looking up. He stood at number 1, but only with 2,412 votes. Black Scythe even ranked second. He was furious and turned to glare at the young men around him, who hurriedly stepped aside. "Those bastards, I told them to vote only for me, yet they voted for Black Scythe too." The angelic person glanced over and then began to announce, "The results are in. Life is a documentary film is the regional representative." She giggled joyfully. "We will grant you command authority, so you can issue orders to everyone." An announcement immediately appeared. "You have become the regional representative. As a representative, you will be granted command authority." Jozik immediately thought of settling the score with Ryu Min. "After receiving these rights, I will make you regret not killing me, Black Scythe, if I command everyone to kill him." But he suddenly paused when he saw something else. In front of him was an information board. What's this? Temporary skill, command authority, effects. You can issue orders to players and control them. Players cannot disobey your orders under any circumstances. Usage limit: 10 uses in total, 10 out of 10. You can only command one player at a time. This skill does not apply to A-level players and can only be used 10 times. His face shifted from joy to astonishment in an instant. And it doesn't work on A-level players? So that means all A-level players can ignore his commands. The sharp eyes of that angel briefly appeared behind the curtain. Now the lover is hiding. Surely you all thought the voting part ended there, right? She then informed them of something else. Not quite. This round has another hidden mission. Those below immediately buzzed with questions. What does that mean? A hidden mission. Suddenly, another board appeared. Surprising on Sankiol. Round 2, side mission to level up before voting. Level up to a level and find a leveling item. You will receive a 50% discount coupon for today's item if you succeed. What is this, a leveling item? Co Arin nervously read the line, level up to a level. The angel asked them with some disdain. The mission window was set up to appear like this at level 10, but you all didn't realize it, right? Someone scratched his head anxiously. wondering how we could level up without monsters. That remark unintentionally triggered her unhappy emotions. What do you mean? The forest is full of monsters. She immediately set up something in their world. Don't be too gloomy about it. In total, only 80,000 people can level up to A in this round. And she also smoothly mentioned something. By the way, someone in this area has already leveled up to A. This information puzzled the players a bit. Someone has already leveled up? Who is it? The angel snapped her fingers once very tamely. Let's check the results of the side quests, and then find out who that person is. At that moment, the board immediately opened. Side quest results in round 2 for all areas. A Black Scythe, level 16 Reaper, 39 minutes 42 seconds. 2 Devil Dark Knights of the Night, level 10, 2 hours 36 minutes 15 seconds. 3 Foolish Mages, level 10, 2 hours 37 minutes 17 seconds. Area Esks 45-5, 1 level 16 Reaper, 39 minutes 42 seconds. And the earlier questions were also answered. The first to level up was the Black Scythe. Those people then began to focus their attention on the one standing calmly behind them. He is the first in this area to level up? Ryu Min was surrounded by countless exclamations of astonishment from the players. Furthermore, he was a Reaper. Now everyone just hesitates but surrounds Ryu Min to gossip. Death God, what kind of profession is that? It seems pretty domineering, right? Is that why he carries such a huge scythe everywhere? Jazik was also frustrated, thinking, damn it, I was about to use my command right to make the Black Scythe fight back at him. But who would have thought the Black Scythe would change professions right at this moment? The angel approached the ranking board to continue. In round 2, rankings were awarded based on the order of completing side quests. She pondered as she looked at the information there and murmured, so the one who changed professions in our area is the Black Scythe player. The only thing that surprised her was Ryu Min. You're not only ranked first in the current area but also top of the entire global rankings. The angel turned to him with an admiring attitude. Impressed. Black Scythe, your death god profession is very unique, and your nickname even fits it. Answer me, how did you come up with that nickname? Her question was somewhat cryptic. Did you know in advance you would receive the death god profession? Ryu Min looked up and replied calmly, I also didn't know I would get a profession that matches my nickname. The angel exclaimed as if discovering something delightful. So perhaps becoming a death god is fate. He still answered very briefly, that's right. But in fact, in his mind, he already knew everything clearly. Even the angels did not know how to obtain the death profession. They only knew it was a special profession. She laughed happily as she repeated her own words. Is this fate? It's truly fascinating. Her interest in the Black Scythe player grew even more. Yet in this area, there was someone who changed their profession, so are you the only one who won't be affected by the command, right? The others immediately focused on her words. He won't be affected by the command, right? What does that mean, angel sir? The angel, being in a good mood, took the opportunity to explain to them. Since we're on this topic, I'll just explain. The command right does not apply to humans with professions, so the area's representative cannot order the Black Scythe to act according to their will. That's how it is. She exposed all the representative's weaknesses. Moreover, the command right can only be used 10 times. So just because someone is the area's representative doesn't mean they have unlimited power. The players had another chance to be amazed. Only 10 uses? So that's how it is. Jazik gritted his teeth in frustration but couldn't do anything. Damn it, that wretched angel, there's no way to tell them that. Having gossiped enough, she continued with her mission. So we should reward the Black Scythe since you got the profession earliest, right? That powerful snap of the fingers rang out once again. Congratulations, you have completed the mission ranked first in the current area. Congratulations on completing the mission ranked first in all areas. Ryu Min touched the screen to make a selection. You receive the reward for achieving first place in the current area, choosing a low-level rare armor. You receive the reward for achieving first place in all areas, choosing a special reward. The very familiar items appeared before his eyes once again. Please choose one of the following rare armors. Reward. Select the reward you desire. Medieval Warrior's Metal Armor, Professional Hunter's Leather Armor, Breathable Mage's Cloak. He quickly tapped on the middle equipment without hesitation. The first choice was too heavy, and the third choice barely offered any defense. The second Golden Yang was also unlocked. Please choose one of the following special rewards. Reward. Select the reward you desire. triple experience effect applied to Stage 3, 3000 gold. Information about Stage 3. He paused to think for a moment. Since Stage 3 had many monsters, of course he needed triple experience. Then he directed his choice according to his own decision. Everything was completed, so a radiant aura enveloped Ryu Min's body. Alright, the rewards have now been distributed. Sankyol and Seo Arin both looked at the angel with worried eyes. Everyone can return now. The next round, round 3. Young Min, whose face was bruised and battered, was also being forced to return. It's going to be very interesting. That angel couldn't hide her delighted smile. I guarantee. Summary of round 2 results. All region survivors 873,500,205. Current region ESCs 45-5 survivors 4,988. Souls will soon be transferred to bodies in the existing dimensional space on May 1, 2023. The next round will begin. We will see you again in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Souls will soon be transferred to bodies in the existing dimensional space. Young Min sat up abruptly with extreme fear. First, he hurriedly moved his fingers. He was also relieved when he checked his body. His hands were still intact. Just as he guessed, as long as he didn't die, his body would remain intact when he returned. But then Yongmin's face darkened and he told himself he would never pick a fight with Black Scythe again. Never. Damn it, I don't want to get involved with such a cold bastard anymore. Sankyol was in Seo Arin's room comforting her. You worked hard, Arin. The girl sat on the cushioned chair and replied, What did I do? You were the one who bore it all. Still innocent. She turned and said, Thank you for protecting me. He hurriedly adjusted his tie and looked away. I'm your manager and bodyguard, after all, so it's only natural. Seo Arin suddenly mentioned the person who saved them, and I also want to thank the Black Scythe once again. Is there any way to do that? Sankyol explained to her that we don't know his real appearance, so there's really no way to find him. It seems the Black Scythe also doesn't want his identity to be revealed. The girl still didn't understand his meaning. He didn't want to do that, right? Her manager clarified. Did I ask him for his account number to compensate him? However, judging by how quickly he refused, he hesitated a little before speaking plainly. The Black Scythe knows that using his account number could reveal his real identity. Seo Arin immediately lowered her face. Saddened. To ease her worries, he proposed another way. If she wants to thank him, why not look for him in the next round and then give him an item as a gift? Seo Arin quite agreed with that idea. That's a good idea. I have to think of a way to repay him properly. They paused their conversation as the room grew dark all around. Rest for today. We'll meet again tomorrow. Yes, goodbye. Afterward, Sankyol used the elevator to return. He suddenly noticed his phone vibrating in his jacket pocket. He raised the phone to his ear and carefully greeted, Chairman Ma Jianrock. A cold voice came from the other end of the line. Director Sankyol, he asked with concern. You're not asleep yet? The other person responded cheerfully. I just got back and was drinking some whiskey. The elevator had already reached the 4th floor while they were still talking. I have already seen the summary of the results. Mr. Chairman, congratulations on having changed your profession to Dark Knight. The chairman responded modestly and then began to probe, saying, There's nothing worth congratulating. Is something wrong on your side? Sankyol carefully gave a brief report of everything. Seo Arin and I only managed to reach level 8, and meanwhile we were injured and could no longer go hunting. The person on the other end of the line was curious. Injured, he went down to the parking basement and started looking for his car. Actually, I was intending to report this matter to you, sir. Is now a good time? The other person remained on the line but fell silent when he understood what Sankyol wanted to say. It was related to the Black Scythe. He stood looking at the city through the window and then ordered him, Go to the hotel. I will listen directly. Sankyol responded very professionally. Yes. I will be there within 20 minutes. Then he opened the car door to get inside, unaware of a shadowy figure hiding by the wall. The figure wore a hood covering their head and watched as the tail end of the car slowly left the basement. Ryu Min watched after them, thinking, as predicted, he was headed to Ma Jianrock's place. Rewinding 10 minutes earlier, while the younger brother was still dozing beside the bed, he had already woken up to check on some things. The system asked him, Please think of the target you want to track and say their name. He immediately voiced the name in his mind, on Sankyol. The system matched the name and the face, and started tracking the target's location. The system function helped Ryu Min immediately locate on Sankyol. The target on Sankyol's position had been found. The position was 9 meters away. He's quite close, isn't he? Is he still on the upper floor of the penthouse? Suddenly, the number below started to increase. It rose higher and higher, drawing his attention. Is the position changing? When it nearly reached 87, his curiosity grew even more. With the position changing so quickly, he must be using the elevator. Where is he going so early in the morning? A thought flashed through Ryu Min's mind. Could it be that he's heading to Ma Jianrock's place? He quickly put on his jacket to leave the room immediately, wanting to confirm first. And now back to the present. Ryu Min was standing inside the parking garage. Luckily, as soon as he returned, he could investigate him right away. Tonight, the moon was almost entirely covered by dark clouds. The darkness was obscuring the moonlight. A mysterious figure calmly stood admiring the view from inside the building. Tonight was a perfect night to tail someone. He turned and silently thought to himself. For now, I will endure and review the report first. Ma Jianrock sat down in his expensive chair, faced with countless questions. Black Scythe, which player wouldn't know him? He ranked first in both the first and second rounds, after all. His fingers tapped repeatedly on the chair's surface. Something related to the first rank was troubling him, and this didn't give him a good feeling. Then he stopped tapping as another suspicion arose. Could it be that he had a conflict with his subordinates? His flawless yet very firm hand was raised. If that was the case, I couldn't just sit idly and accept it. Causing trouble for my right-hand man was no different from challenging me. Ma Jianrock's face darkened at his own thoughts. He would not let stand anyone blocking his path, no matter who they were, even if they were top tier. After waiting for a while, the person he had been waiting for finally arrived and knocked on the door. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Sir, are you in there? This is on Sankyol. He replied. Yes, please come in. Ma Jianrock stood up to welcome his right-hand man. Unit leader on. It's a pleasure to see you again. He stepped inside and politely said, Likewise, Mr. Chairman. On Sankyol was very pleased with him. All thanks to you, Mr. Chairman. And he was as familiar with him as a colleague. I haven't done anything. We aren't even in the same area anymore. Nevertheless, on Sankyol bowed to express his sincerity. Just having you here fills me with enthusiasm. Thank you. Ma Jianrock gestured to him. You're good at flattering words. Unit leader on Sankyol, please have a seat. He looked up with a smile. It's not flattery. It's the truth. Although it's a bit late, congratulations on surviving. The two sat down and began to talk. Survived what? The second round was like a child's candy-grabbing game. On Sankyol kept praising, and I also wanted to congratulate you on your upgrade. He took a sip of wine and replied, Not at all, I was just lucky. Before his esteemed chairman, he did not hesitate to offer kind words to him. They say luck is also a kind of skill, and ranking second and third across all regions isn't easy. Ma Jianrock smiled at him as he continued speaking. It is my greatest honor to serve someone like you, Mr. Chairman. Then he gently put down his half-finished glass of wine and asked directly, Hearing you praise me to the skies like that, I guess you're looking to gain something from me. Ma Jianrock lifted his face and slightly curled his lips, saying, Let's hear it. You have a question for me, don't you? On Sankyol then got straight to the point with some hesitation. If so, could you tell me where to find the upgrade items? He leaned back in his chair and answered, It's nothing special. They just dropped while I was hunting monsters, though he said that he actually had a secret hidden behind it. In truth, it was all thanks to the random Dark Knight's rune fragment he had obtained. Turning back a bit to when he was still inside that world and heard the angel's declaration. One last thing. Look at the item chest inside. I have a gift for you all. Ma Jianrock silently thought the command in his mind to store the item, and an information panel immediately appeared. The Dark Knight's rune, which increases all stats, and a stream of dark light completely enveloped your weapon. This stream of light can deal damage to enemies and can automatically transform you into a Dark Knight. A special profession unlocked at level 10, the Dark Knight's rune. He held his rune in hand as powerful energy surged around him. One can become a dark knight upon reaching level 10 stars. ManhwaCapped kept these things to himself, knowing he was lucky in the first round because his random rune was an almost cheating item. But still, his eyes remained cold as he showed his stance. Even with trusted subordinates considered family, he could not reveal all information. Anyone could change in the blink of an eye, such is human nature. Then he spoke up again, addressing the person opposite him, unit leader on. Let's return to the main topic. Who injured you? ManhwaCapped seriously brought up the name he always suspected. Was it Black Scythe? Sankyol hurriedly waved his hand. No, that's not it. Actually, he was the one who saved me. This information was beyond his imagination and made him curious. Saved you? Tell me the details. After a while of recounting everything, he finally understood. So it was because of those thugs targeting actress Seo Arin that you nearly died. Sankyol replied, yes. Then he repeated the described detail, saying if the Black Scythe hadn't appeared, both of us might have died. He added that Seo Arin might survive, but she would suffer psychological trauma and would no longer be able to continue working in the entertainment industry. ManhwaCapped fell into deep thought. He had not only almost lost a valuable subordinate, but also nearly jeopardized his business. He took up his unfinished glass of wine and swirled it, then asked, what about those guys? Are they dead? His subordinate reported back, although the Black Scythe made them suffer pain worse than death, he actually did not kill them. That action really puzzled ManhwaCapped. Why was that? Sankyol then explained that killing them wouldn't bring any benefit. If the total number of people decreased, the number surviving the round would also drop accordingly. He still had doubts about Ryu Min's behavior. The latter wasn't wrong, but who could tell what tricks they might try in the future? Still, ManhwaCapped showed he was not a cold-blooded man. Thanks to the Black Scythe, his subordinates and his possessions remained intact. It seemed he owed him this time. He suggested I should compensate him. Sankyol quickly responded that he had mentioned this, but he said it wasn't necessary and left immediately. A sharp person like him immediately realized the intention behind that. He refused to accept compensation or thanks. Was he afraid of revealing his identity? He is quite cautious. Then the two stood up. If you meet him in the next round, please send my thanks. I sincerely appreciate that he saved both of us. Sankyol nodded at him, saying, I will definitely let him know, Chairman. He also carefully advised, and keep an eye on him to see if there's anything we can do to help. You know I don't like owing favors to others. His right-hand man immediately understood. Of course, I will do as you wish. But ManhwaCapped's words were not finished. I forgot to ask one more important thing. At that moment, he seriously asked him, what are the nicknames of those thugs? Ryu Min was under a dry tree, looking up at the top-floor apartment whose lights were still on. He had been outside for a long time monitoring their actions. Truly a loyal dog. It's so late, yet he still ran straight to ManhwaCapped as soon as he returned to reality. But then he also had to turn and leave. I should go back now. After all, the destination has been confirmed. Lingering here will only arouse suspicion. Ryu Min hailed a car by the road to return home. A famous person sponsored by ManhwaCapped living in the same neighborhood as me. I should thank my brother. This story reminds him of when the two of them just moved here. If the two of them hadn't gone to give rice cakes to get to know the neighbors, Ryu Min remembers the surprised look on Seo Arin's face when she saw them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met Seo Arin and wouldn't have known about the relationship between Sankyol and Seo Arin. He opened the car door while carefully calculating. If he used the pretext of being neighbors as leverage, it would be easier to earn ManhwaCapped's trust. But he still had to consider whether to bring ManhwaCapped along at turn 22. Ryu Min himself also knew well the skills of that chairman. ManhwaCapped's Dark Knight's rune is so perfect it feels like cheating. However, there are disadvantages, such as having no rune for upgrade rewards and being forced to become a Dark Knight. But the biggest disadvantage is a venomous snake emerging from the magic flow to drain all the life energy from the other person. To use the Black Scythe, a kind of power of the Dark Knight, one must accumulate a special type of mana called black mana, and this black mana cannot be acquired through normal means. The silhouette of the Shadow Knight gleamed above the piling dead bodies. In a way, this skill is very fitting for someone with perverse tastes like ManhwaCapped. He forced a smile. Being teammates with such a maniac is definitely dangerous. Ryu Min sat in the car thinking to himself, for now, just treat him as a candidate. Then he could use him however he wanted. He suddenly felt comfortable thinking about a female player. Besides him, there were many talented people. The car slid along the deserted road along with his plans. As soon as dawn breaks, I should get started right away. The next day began with a sigh from inside the convenience store. The man held his head and moaned at the checkout counter, wondering what he should do. While he was still troubled, a noise sounded nearby. At this rate, the revenue would be cut in half. Julie walked into the store with a bright smile. Oh dear. He looked up at her and said, "Hello, Julie." She replied very politely, "Hello, father. Why are you sighing so heavily?" He reluctantly shared his troubles. "It's like this. The lottery tickets have been completely suspended." Julie was surprised, asking why so suddenly. Her father recounted a few main points. The government found a plausible excuse, but they said it was apparently because of the players. His words reminded the girl of some online articles. They don't know what skills the players will use. KMS News. A man won the lottery jackpot 4 times in a row, pocketing $62.7 million. The secret to winning 4 times. I dreamed of it. Lottery sales stopped due to consecutive wins. He sighed again in despair. Because of rent and labor costs, things are very difficult now. What should I do? The dutiful daughter exclaimed. Don't worry, father, she said cheerfully to him. I'm about to graduate and from now on, I'll be able to help you. Then she asked herself, wait a minute, if I find a part-time job to increase the family income, would that be better? Her father immediately waved his hand, saying, Julie, leave the money to me. You focus on your studies. He suddenly recalled her dream. Your grades are very good. Aren't you planning to go to university? Your dream is to become a doctor after all. Julie replied calmly, Father, I have given up on that dream. In this situation, what's so important about school? Her father was startled. Then his face darkened. You're right, money isn't important now. If something bad happens, you might lose your life in the next round. He held his face and exclaimed, Lately, I've been overthinking all sorts of things. I'm sorry, Julie. She looked at his troubled emotions with concern. Father, she quickly entwined her fair hands with his rough ones. There's nothing for you to apologize for. This isn't your fault. He still felt very awkward, but the girl was very optimistic as she promised him, I'm fine. I promise. I'll survive the second round and even achieve a profession. Her father didn't quite understand those terms. Profession, to distract him. She radiated a kind of light inside her palm. That's right, father. Just wait a moment. A gentle power surged gently throughout his body. He hurriedly touched his head and exclaimed in amazement, What was that just now? Julie happily shared it with her father, saying that this skill called blessing comes from her support profession. It helps increase all stats slightly. They say it has the effect of boosting vitality in ordinary people. His mood also became very uplifted. This skill is wonderful. Father feels full of energy, which made her giggle. I'll use this skill for you often, Dad. Julie did not forget to encourage him, saying, So cheer up, Dad. He regained the smile on his lips and replied, All right, Dad will be happy then. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening made him greet out of habit. Welcome. Ryu Min stepped in wearing simple attire. That visitor was, Julie whispered softly in his ear. Dad knows him, right? And the father stammered, he is the winner. He gently walked inside while they were still whispering among themselves that the winner had guessed the same numbers for 100 tickets. Ryu Min immediately approached and said, Hello, sir. Do you remember me? I bought 1,000 lottery tickets. He replied, puzzled, I still remember. But why have you come here? Suddenly, he bowed to the man, saying, First of all, I want to apologize. That action startled the other man. Why would you suddenly apologize? He calmly explained his reason. I have checked the news. Because I won first prize consecutively, the store was forced to stop selling lottery tickets. Julie stood nearby, silently sweating as he admitted his fault, saying, I'm sorry for accidentally causing damage to the shop. The shop owner hurriedly waved his hand. Don't worry. It's not your fault. Not being able to sell lottery tickets won't starve me. Ryu Min still didn't relax because of that, though he felt guilty for causing trouble to the uncle. So, he pulled out a white envelope and placed it in front of the man, saying, "I want to compensate, although the amount isn't very large." The man was surprised. "Wah, what is this?" In front of both of them, he calmly stated the amount he had just taken out was 10 million. The shop owner was very awkward and tried to persuade him, "You don't need to do that. Please take it back." But he firmly insisted, "Please keep it, sir, because I really did cause the trouble." After finishing, he resolutely turned away to leave. "I'm heading off now." The shop owner wanted to call out to him but failed. "Hey, you there!" Holding the envelope in his hand, the man was troubled. "How could I accept such a large sum?" His daughter nearby finally spoke up. "Dad." She quickly held up her bag and hurriedly took the money to return it after running alongside. Her father readily agreed and said, "Yes, return it to him." Julie hurriedly chased after him along the smooth sidewalk. It wasn't long before she caught up with Ryu Min and called out to him, "Wait for me a moment." He turned to look back with a very expressionless face. Because she had been running, her face was flushed pink. "Ryu Min, is that you?" she said. He responded in a strange tone. "And you are?" She immediately smiled brightly and then introduced herself. "You don't know me, do you? I'm Min Julie, we're in the same class." With his memory, he took a moment to think, same class. She then paused. "Don't tell me you don't know we are classmates, right?" On the surface, Ryu Min just smiled and took the blame, but inwardly he thought differently. "I'm sorry, I'm not good with faces." Which was, of course, a lie. He actually knew her information very well. Min Julie was his classmate and the daughter of the convenience store owner. She also had a special profession as a buffer, specializing in buffing support effects for teammates. In his previous life, Ryu Min once wielded his scythe to help her during a monster hunt. Afterward, she had thanked him so effusively that he remembered it very clearly. "Back then, I just found out she was in the same class, and I was truly surprised. This kind of fate really exists." The reason I used the excuse of casually meeting Min Julie was to bring her over to my side. Returning to the present, Julie boldly invited him. "Let's go somewhere to talk." He eagerly nodded in agreement. "Sure." After walking for a while, they finally sat down on a bench inside the park. Julie took out the money bag from earlier and handed it to him. "Here, take this." Ryu Min looked surprised. "Isn't this the money I just gave you?" She firmly explained to him, "We can't accept such a large amount, so you should keep it." Ryu Min also didn't force her. Accepting 10 million felt a bit heavy, and he knew they wouldn't take it anyway because she was the kind of person who, no matter how difficult things were, didn't like living in debt. She waited a moment, and when he still hadn't taken it back, she gently reminded him, "Please take it quickly. My hand hurts." But his answer was even more stubborn than Ryu Min's attitude. "No, I just told you. That's the amount I want to compensate because I feel guilty. At least by doing this, my conscience can be at peace." She tried to persuade him once more, saying the amount was too large. This time he actively cut her off. "No matter how big it is, I want you to take it. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty and keep thinking about it." Julie honestly shared with her friend that even so, the sum was still too much and she felt burdened by it. In his heart, he silently responded to her, "That's why I gave it to you." He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Tell the boss too. To me that money isn't much. Just take it without hesitation." Julie felt even more awkward holding the money in her hands, thinking, "Are you always this stubborn? Why are you like this?" He just said that and then stood up. "We're done talking, right? I'm going now." The girl was startled and quickly shouted, "Wait, wait." She opened the envelope and pulled out a few bills. 10 million is really too much. I'll only take 1 million. That should be enough, right? Ryu Min replied, "You have the right to decide." "Huh? You should go ask the shop owner uncle then." Julie looked up at him nervously, but she was sure her father wouldn't be comfortable with that amount of money. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something. "The convenience store owner is your dad?" She nodded, and Ryu Min exclaimed in admiration, "I often go there. That's really interesting." Julie awkwardly went along with his story. "I also find it interesting that the person who won the lottery first prize is actually a classmate." His eyes briefly flashed with a hint of sadness. Then she brought up the thing from earlier when she asked him if he really didn't know they were classmates. I recognized you right away when you just stepped into the convenience store. Ryu-min stuck firmly to his answer. Sorry, but I really am not good at remembering faces. He smiled at her and asked, Besides, this is the first time we've talked like this, right? The girl faced him and hesitantly said, Yes. In the end, she looked so disappointed that she lowered her head shyly. So this is the first time you've heard my name. He continued pretending very earnestly, Sorry about that. Seeing the embarrassed face of the young woman in front of him, he thought to himself, although he felt a bit guilty for pretending not to know her, he still harbored no ill intent, so he looked at her affectionately. But he had to do this to make her interested in him. Her feet twirled slightly under the tiled floor out of embarrassment. I just told you. My name is Min Julie. I'm your classmate. Julie pointed to herself and then stood up straight. And this is my face, now do you remember? The person in front blushed all over. So he stopped teasing her and cheerfully promised, I will remember. At this moment, the girl realized her own actions and felt even more awkward. Suddenly reality slapped her in the face. What the hell am I doing? Introducing myself to a classmate just before graduation? Ryu-min directly hinted to her a few words. At least now I know after graduation we won't just lose contact, right? He also seized the opportunity to make a proposal. By the way, can I have your number? She froze for a moment because those words were a bit misunderstood. My number? Huh? He already had his phone in hand. What's wrong? Asking a classmate for her number isn't strange at all. She quickly reached out her hand and handed it to me. Without daring to look up, she hurriedly typed the numbers into the device. After finishing, she quickly returned it to the person in front of her. Here, Ryu-min looked at his phone and exclaimed, Meeting like this truly feels like fate. So from now on, let's keep in touch. Julie was caught off guard by his sudden approach and could only follow his words. All right. They temporarily ended the meeting as he took the initiative to leave first. Well then, I'm off. I have urgent business to attend to. Only then did she realize she had forgotten something. But Ryu-min had already waved and walked away. Wait, the envelope, and so the girl was left alone, adrift in her own thoughts, still unable to return what he had given her. Julie placed her hand over her chest and then ran back the other way. It was really strange for him to suddenly ask for her phone number. Oh no, my heart is pounding so hard. A warm ray of sunshine shone through the emotions of the young woman, making her realize that although she knew he only saw her as a friend, she liked Ryu-min. Things were not always as good as they are now. At first, we met by chance. Ryu-min was bullied and beaten right behind the school, and she witnessed it. You bastard. I told you to bring the money already. Do you think we're joking? No. Julie quietly called for help on her phone. Police, please. After that, she still hid behind a utility pole to watch the lonely figure of that young man. Was it because she felt sorry for him? Or was it because she was the one who reported to the police that she felt responsible? I followed him to make sure he got home safely, and thanks to that, she also witnessed the scene of him working inside the store. Seeing Ryu-min working part-time as if nothing had happened, they were separated by just a pane of glass, and I realized he was much stronger than he appeared. Even during class duty, Julie's eyes followed him. From then on, I began to take an interest in him. She quietly watched Ryu-min dozing off at the desk, but I didn't have the courage to talk to him. Even when he went to see his younger brother, she only dared to hide behind. After that, the feelings I had for him grew a lot, to the point that I didn't even dare to get close to him anymore. No one would have thought we would meet here. Julie stood still and closed her eyes in silent gratitude. Now I was brave. This was an opportunity granted by heaven. A gentle breeze blew through the short hair of the girl who had just fallen in love. I couldn't pretend not to know that after receiving 10 million. She gave a happy smile, then wondered if she should invite him out to eat. At this moment, Ryu-min was a bit free, sitting on the bed and looking at his phone. Messages appeared on his phone. Have you eaten? I have something to tell you. Can we meet in the cemetery area? I will treat you to a meal. Seeing the other person message that, he replied, All right, I'll pay. The person on the other side seemed very determined, insisting on treating him to a meal, saying, Let me pay. When he saw the other sent such a cute sticker, he cheerfully replied, I have a lot of money. Apparently, the other was very determined and still wanted to pay for their meal, but I don't like to eat for free recklessly. What do you like to eat? Ryu-min looked at the messages they had exchanged and felt relaxed. Indeed, she seemed to feel indebted to him and even suddenly invited him to eat, which was a good sign. He even smiled softly without thinking. If he could naturally become close to her, it would be easier to turn her into an ally. After turning off his phone, he got out of bed and thought further. I will help Julie and bring her to round 20. Ryu-1 was sitting on the sofa when he suddenly noticed his brother dressed smartly, so he paid attention. He asked curiously where he was going. Hearing that, Ryu-min calmly replied, I'm going to meet that friend. Ryu-1 hesitated a little but still asked, Friend? Not a girlfriend, right? His younger brother's question made him laugh a little as he retorted, Why can't I go meet some girls? After that, he reminded his younger brother, I'll be eating out. Don't skip your meal. Got it? Ryu-1 cooperated fully and replied, Yes, sir. Once his brother left, he was left sitting in a daze on the sofa, silent and seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he caught an unexpected signal. Impossible. He immediately questioned his own life in doubt. Is he going on a date? Scene shifts to a fancy steakhouse where suddenly a voice probes, Do you like steak? Julie was a bit surprised by his sudden question, so she quickly blushed and covered her mouth. What did you say? Seeing her flustered like that, he remained completely calm and repeated the question, Do you like steak? Feeling shy, she stammered a little as she replied, I really like that dish. He acted as if nothing was wrong and casually picked up his fork, saying, Then eat up. After responding to him, she thought to herself with some amazement, not expecting that she would get to have a private meal with Ryu-min. Truly a lucky day. The two ate in silence under soft music and the chatter of other customers, surrounded by an awkward atmosphere. Only then did she realize the atmosphere was not very comfortable and was becoming increasingly awkward. She thought, I have to say something. Come on, be brave. After a moment of thought, she came up with a topic to talk about and hurriedly asked him, How did you manage to win the lottery so many times in a row? 4 times consecutively, right? He was eating deliciously and hadn't noticed the awkwardness until she asked, at which point he looked at her. Then, without feeling shy, he made up a rather ridiculous excuse. It's thanks to my ancestors appearing in dreams to guide me. I'm really lucky. In Julie's imagination, the ancestors appeared with sparkling eyes and said, Remember these numbers. She both imagined it and looked at him in surprise, asking, In dreams? So how much have you made from those dreams? His expression didn't change at all as he naturally continued speaking. It seemed I wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, although I would still have to worry about staying alive. At that moment, she suddenly remembered a question she had been wondering about. Now that it came to mind, I'm really curious. How was your first partner? Killing goblins must have been quite difficult, right? In response to her question, he didn't deny it but answered, Yes, it took quite a lot of time. She continued to ask for information about him. Which area are you from? He showed no discomfort and answered honestly, I don't remember anymore, only that the last digit was 5. She seemed a bit regretful, smiled awkwardly, and said, Mine ends with 7. What a pity. That means we won't get to meet. Hearing her say that, he gave a gentle smile and thought silently but didn't tell her. Don't be disappointed, my friend. We will meet after all, because the areas will be merged as the number of survivors begins to decrease. Afterwards, the two continued exchanging usual small talk questions to learn about each other. What level are you? Level 10. I'm also level 10. Have you chosen a career yet? Not yet. How about you? It seemed that after chatting for a while, they had become more comfortable with each other, so Julie naturally laughed and spoke. Luckily, I already have the career change item. It's called a buffer. He repeated curiously, buffer. He smiled very happily while analyzing her name, meaning that he could give his teammates buff effects like in a game. As he spoke, he silently marveled to himself. Fortunately, this time she was also a buffer. She was very excited to show off her skills to him, so she immediately raised her hand to concentrate power. Do you want to see? She asked. There is a type of effect called blessing that boosts all stats. Hearing this, he was very interested and said, Really? Show me. Immediately after, she cast a skill that was elegant and colorful right on his forehead. Then, before his eyes, system notifications appeared. Blessing has increased all your stats by 50%. Blessing, time limit, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Seeing his stats buffed so highly by her, he was very pleased and thought, as expected of a special profession, such a good effect. He did not hesitate to praise her skill, saying, "Impressive indeed." As he finished speaking, he continued thinking that the skill's effect would double if she reached maximum level, so the stats would increase by 100%, but only if she achieved that maximum level. He looked at her very satisfied, and he was also glad she had buffed him. As he saw her friendly smile, he thought to himself that this had been his main goal from the beginning. At this moment, he thought again about the reward item he had received earlier. The reward he got from the first promotion side quest was a random gold pouch. As he thought about that reward item, he also pondered its function. Literally, it was a pouch that would give him a random amount of gold, which could be influenced by his luck stat. So the higher the luck, the more gold he would receive. After stopping his train of thought, he smiled appreciatively at her. "Really good effect, thank you, Julie." She didn't see it as a big deal, so she cheerfully told him to feel free to ask any time. "If you need truck fook, just say the word. Using this skill doesn't tire me at all." Hearing her say that, he couldn't remain polite and replied, "Got it." Suddenly, he brought up the matter she wanted to talk about earlier. "Wasn't it you who said you had something to say?" At this, Julie suddenly remembered what she wanted to say and felt a little embarrassed. "Ah, right, I actually intended to mention it earlier." Then she smiled gently, deeply touched, and expressed her thanks to him. "Thank you so much for the 10 million. My father also asked me to pass on his gratitude." She seemed afraid he might misunderstand, so she quickly added, "And I'll try to repay you soon, no matter what happens." Upon hearing this, he felt a bit awkward, unsure of what to say, and awkwardly told her, "Is that all you wanted to say? I already told you not to worry about it." She was not upset at all when he refused her kindness but still enthusiastically suggested to him, "If you don't need money, then perhaps you want something else, right?" "I know." After finishing speaking, she immediately took out some items she wanted to give him and said, "Take this." He looked at what was in her hand and asked, "What is this?" She held the strange purple object in her hand and handed it to him, saying, "I got this while hunting. If you don't need money, then at least I should give you this." Her expression was very sincere, wanting him to accept it. "This is my token of goodwill, so don't refuse it anymore." After they finished eating, they parted ways and said goodbye to each other. The meal was wonderful. "Well then, see you again later." He said goodbye while reminding her, "Be careful at the next gateway." "Okay." She smiled happily upon hearing him say that and replied, "We must live to meet again." After saying goodbye to her, Ryu Min slowly walked alone along the brick-paved road. Then he opened the window of the warehouse system. At that moment, he began reading the lines of information about the item Julie had just given him. Low-level death color demon essence, classification, property, description. A beautiful purple stone from which he could feel the delicate mana inside. Simply put, it's a gem used to embed into items to enhance their attributes. He carefully read each line of information and then marveled at the fate behind this. Who would have thought he would receive something like this from her? He reached into the storage to take out that magic essence and carefully analyzed it. Just from this brief description, it was hard to know its use. Then he raised the magic essence high and pondered deeply, thinking that once it reaches level 20, we'll realize how rare this item truly is. Turns out that at level 20, players receive a fixed skill. The combination feature unlocks once the player reaches level 20. Its effect sounds quite similar to weapon forging but at a higher level. When used, it allows us to combine a weapon with a magic crystal. This skill can even be upgraded, and we can choose the upgrade options. At this point, he introduced the types of magic essence. There are 7 colors of magic crystals in total: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, teal, and purple. Each magic essence of a different color has different abilities. Red is damage, orange is strength, and yellow is luck. These magic essences are considered extremely rare because of their extraordinary skills. Green enhances agility, Blue enhances intelligence. Teal helps reduce damage taken, and the rarest one is the purple essence, which is the one he currently holds. Finally, the Seal of Death Magic Essence is the rarest of all. It has a very low appearance rate and boosts all stats. He was extremely happy to have received this magic essence so early in such an unexpected way. He felt very lucky to have suddenly come across one. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his luck was quite exceptional. His current luck index was truly very high. Then he thought further and put the precious magic essence crystal into his inventory. He would use the magic crystal upon reaching level 20. And now he decided to make good use of Julie's skill to open the blessing reward item. The time limit was 30 minutes and 58 seconds. I should open the gold pouch before the buff ends. Suddenly, he remembered something. Slowly, after thinking, he reached into his bag and rummaged around. He needed to boost his stats with the butcher's rune first. Then he took out a small white bag containing mealworms, 100 mealworms. He looked at the bag and pondered. The butcher's rune would increase his stats by 1% for each target he killed, including insects. As long as the creature was alive, it counted. At this moment, he suddenly dropped the bag to the ground. Since there were no insects in the other world, he was forced to hunt monsters, but luckily, he was currently in the present world. He calmly lifted one foot and said, "Sorry." Then he lowered his foot and stomped hard. Immediately, a system notification appeared. The kill count was 45 out of 100. And all stats would be increased by 45% due to the effect of the butcher's rune. He kept stomping down and crushing those mealworms. The kill count reached 67 out of 100, and all stats would be increased by 67% thanks to the butcher's rune effect. Every time he stepped down, the number kept increasing continuously until it reached the maximum of 100. The death count had reached 100 out of 100, and all stats would be increased by 100% due to the effect of the rune of the butcher. Then he immediately called up the status window. The status window showed the name Ryu Min, nickname Black Scythe, apprentice rank, level 16, occupation Reaper, titles, last hidden traveler, first hidden death god. Stats, strength plus 90, intelligence plus 9, agility plus 63, luck plus 45, stat points 0. Looking at the numbers appearing in the window, he finally noticed the change. His luck had increased from 15 points to 45. That meant he could expect a favorable outcome. Next, he called up his inventory, the storage space, and then took out the reward item, a bag of gold. Random gold bag. Classification. Consumable. Rarity. Rare. Effect. Provides you with a random amount of gold ranging from 1 to 9,999. Usage requirements. Must be used before the next round begins and rank must be above rookie. A limited item gifted to the first person who changes rank. This item automatically disappears when the next stage starts and is affected by the luck stat. Now confident, he decided to use the reward item. The luck stat had already increased to the maximum possible level. Now, thinking so, he wasted no time and read the use command. Immediately after, the bag of gold in his hand began to float and rise in the air. He looked at it with a bit of anticipation, wondering how much he would earn. Even with the same stats, receiving different amounts of gold was normal, but it seemed he had calculated in advance, so he confidently guessed. Based on his luck so far, it would probably be between 3,000 and 6,000 gold. Suddenly, without knowing what he saw, his expression turned extremely surprised. A system message appeared. You have used a random gold bag. This notification made Ryu Min curious. They continuously notified him. You have used a random gold bag. You have earned 9,999 gold. He was somewhat surprised. 9,999 gold? Ryu Min was delighted to receive an amount of gold beyond expectations, quietly thinking to himself that he must have gotten the maximum gold after all. Receiving blessings is truly valuable. The system's summary notification displayed his total gold. So his total gold was 16,249. That should be enough to buy an epic grade item now. Just as he thought that, the system screen suddenly vanished. The item he wanted would only be available in 2 more weeks, so for now, he would hold on tightly to his goal. The bright morning sunlight shone into the building where the 2 brothers were staying. Ryu Min stepped into the house, took off his jacket, and said, "I'm home." Seeing him come back, Ryu-1 was pressing his phone with a delighted tone as he called out. Ryu-1's hand holding the phone covered half his face, but his delighted expression like a puppy was still visible now. How was your date? Ryu's question made Ryu-min curious. Date? Ryu-1 saw that his older brother didn't understand and felt a bit disappointed, asking again, Isn't it true that you went on a date with your girlfriend? Ryu-min, sitting on the chair, avoided his younger brother's question, saying, Stop talking nonsense. What are you eating for lunch today? Seeing that, Ryu-1 sat down next to his brother and answered with a happy expression. I ordered black bean noodles. Ryu-1 seemed unsatisfied and replied sulkily. So what if it's black bean noodles? Do you know how much I've been wanting to eat that dish? His words reminded his brother of the past. That's right, just last month, the situation for the two of us was still very difficult. Ryu-min continued thinking that his Bitcoin investment had increased to $150 million. But like before, it might drop significantly 2 weeks later. When that time comes, it's best to let it go. Meanwhile, his younger brother Ryu-1 sat beside him with sparkling eyes as he saw something. On the TV screen was an image of a car being shown, sparking an idea in Ryu-1. Before that, I should get a driver's license. In the exam room, everyone was focused on their own work, including Ryu-min, who was taking the theoretical test for a driver's license. It seemed the repetition made Ryu-min somewhat bored, so he sighed and thought silently, How many times have I taken this test? Just do it for the sake of it and then leave. After speaking, he grabbed his jacket, stood up to leave, causing the supervisor to become curious. As Ryu-min's back slowly walked toward the door, it stirred even more thoughts in the supervisor's mind. What was wrong with him? When looking at Ryu-min's computer screen, the supervisor was startled. Your score is 95. You passed the theoretical exam to get your commercial driver's license. His mind was filled with questions. Just a little time and he got 95 points? Ryu-min knew his results better than anyone. The outcome was clear, yet he only took 4 days to get his license. He proudly handed the glowing license to his younger brother, Ryu-1. Too dazzling. I have more driving experience than anyone. Suddenly, Ryu-min pondered a bit about his own reality. Wait a moment, how many years have passed? How old am I? He immediately thought, after getting the license, I promptly bought a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador, the red Lambo, which I didn't take long to choose since I had driven this model several times before. Ryu-min asked, How long does direct import take? The attendant responded cheerfully, If you order today, you'll receive the car within a month. Holding the iPad, he said, That works, I'll sign right now. Hearing Ryu-min finalize the order, the attendant visibly delighted, as if he was glowing all around. Excellent, sir, you are truly sophisticated. His exaggerated attitude left him speechless. Time passed. 2 weeks later, on this beautiful day, the time was very appropriate. The moment had come. Holding his phone with some satisfaction, he thought, It's time to say goodbye to my pile of Bitcoin. Ryu-1 spoke up with curiosity when he saw his brother's dangerous, calculating expression. Did something good happen? Why are you smiling like that? Ryu-min, seated on the chair, replied, Little brother, I just sold all my Bitcoins. Ryu-1 sat down, surprised, and asked his brother, Really? How much has the price increased? Ryu-min calmly answered, $300 million. Hearing such an enormous figure made him startled. $300 million? His younger brother was restless, raising his voice to ask, Your entire lottery winnings were only $60 million. How did it increase to 300 million? Meanwhile, Ryu-min still calmly answered all of his brother's questions with a look of obviousness. Of course it did. Ryu-1 admired him while also recalling a month ago, when he wanted to invest in Bitcoin but his brother tried to stop him, yet now he had earned so much. Ryu-min smiled and replied, I didn't know it would surge this much. He thought silently, last time it was at most $280 million. At this moment, Ryu-1 had calmed down and asked his brother, So, are you planning to stop now? Ryu-min, still looking at his phone, answered, Of course. Ryu-1 held the cup of water in his hand and smiled, replying, That's great. But before long, his brother spoke again, causing Ryu-1 to almost spit out the coffee in his cup. It's time to invest in stocks now. Ryu-1, partly worried for his older brother, asked, Brother, You don't know anything about stocks. What are you planning to do now? Ryu-min calmly reassured him with a calm demeanor, a smile flashing across his lips. Don't worry. Ryu-min casually fabricated a reason to soothe his younger brother's worries, saying, I dreamt about it. Startled and half-doubting, Ryu-1 asked back, You dreamed that prophetic dream again? So, this time which stocks should I buy? Ryu-min replied confidently, Yeah, in the dream, I saw that if I buy now, it will be very profitable later. Hearing this from his brother, Ryu-1 gave up and said, All right, then just do whatever you want. While looking at his younger brother, Ryu-min thought silently, Ryu-1 is so worried. I can't blame him, but I do know the future. Then, he looked at the screen thinking about the company he wanted to invest in. The company he intended to invest in was. The phone screen displayed a long list of stock names. A company ranked 85th on Kosdaq, valued at about $900 million. The consulting company Tianma. Ryu-min thought, Tianma Consulting is a company under the ownership of Ma Jianrock. Although it was not very well known yet, after the fourth round, it would introduce a special system and develop rapidly. Finishing his recollection, Ryu-min silently approved of his decision. If he knew this company would become famous, there was no reason not to invest. As he thought this, holding the phone, he realized that if he could own more shares and gain operational control, he could influence the company as a major shareholder and make a considerable profit. Then, Ryu-min tapped on the order bar. First, I will invest $280 million and acquire 31% ownership. Now, suddenly, a voice interrupted his train of thought. Please. It turned out to be Ryu-1, silently clasping his hands in prayer for his older brother. Please make his dream come true once more. That was as good as done. While thinking that, he looked at the screen displaying the purchase confirmation number 5684241. The purchase had been successfully processed. Without hesitation, Ryu-min considered what to do next. Now I just need to buy the items. As night fell and all the building lights went off, only the house of the two brothers remained lit. The light came from the desk lamp at midnight that same day. Accompanied by the system sounds, the system screen displayed various items appearing in the store. Ryu-min lay on the bed, his hands supporting his head, thinking that the gold he had been saving was all for today. His hand tapped on the equipment bar, silently marveling at the benefits of having plenty of gold. As long as he had gold, he could buy normal items and skills. There really was nothing more convenient. The screen displays the item you selected. Although they are all of normal level, that does not mean you can't buy rare and epic materials. The notification bar shows today's items. Today's items. Ryu-min was still lost in his own thoughts. This is a function to buy a random item that changes daily. Usually, it's hard to get exactly what you want, because you don't know which items the shop will sell. The random cards represent the items on sale because no one can predict which items will be sold. But for me, it's not a problem since I already know in advance what will be sold. Thinking that, Ryu-min clicked on today's items bar. And today is the day the epic item I need will be sold. The system panel displayed a series of information about the random items on sale. Bone necklace, necklace type, epic grade. Effect, adds 3 strength, increases attack speed by 1% each time an enemy is killed, up to a maximum of 25% until the round ends. Restriction, apprentice or above, durability 500/500, price 4,600 gold, sale time, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Purchase. Ryu-min's tone was joyful because the item he wanted had appeared. Here it is, the bone necklace. A smile flickered across his face. The item increases strength and attack speed and, considering its effects, it's quite cheap too. Now that I have the item I want, I should use it, right? Ryu-min returned to the main page of the item inventory. The system screen popped up a discount coupon along with the usage rules for the 50% off item coupon obtained today after completing the leveling up quest. The 50% item discount coupon for today, a rare consumable type. Effect, you get 50% off when purchasing today's items. Restriction, valid only until the next round. Apprentice level or higher. Description, a limited reward item awarded to players who complete side quests in round 2. If not used by the next round, it will automatically expire. Ryu Min pondered for a moment, his hand already reaching for the purchase button. If I buy this ring after using the 50% discount coupon, the remaining gold after the purchase confused him. Gold. 13,949. Ryu Min jumped up. I still have a lot of gold left. He propped his chin, thinking while recalling the items he wanted to buy. Initially, I planned to buy a set of normal equipment with the remaining gold. Ryu Min recalculated a bit. In his mind, some desired support skills appeared. But if I save an extra 6,000 gold, I could buy another common skill. Common skills are still better than normal equipment. He propped his chin, a smile appearing on his face. I should hurry to earn another 6,000 gold. Luckily, round 3 has plenty of monsters. And then time passed. On May 1st, 2023. The gem in the middle of the town emitted a purple light. Surrounded by countless townsfolk, but among them, some showed a golden glow. This day was bound to come. Players kept appearing continuously to clear debris in the area of the third round game, and at the center, there was a large purple gem radiating a remarkably striking light. Damn it, I've been pulled into the other world again. After being forced to log into the game, players kept voicing their confusion. This isn't the forest this time. Where am I? Some of them carefully observed their surroundings and commented. The houses were all destroyed, but it looked like a village. Upon hearing this remark, suddenly another voice interrupted to object. It's just a pile of rubble. What else could it be? They even noticed the tall city walls enclosing the area where they stood. Look, the village is surrounded by walls. It's real. At this moment, the players finally realized the eye-catching presence of the large gem at the center. What about this crystal? What is our third round going to do here? At this time, Ryu Min appeared in the distance, silently observing. This place is truly strange. Everyone looks quite worried. Then his thoughts focused on a person who appeared calm on the opposite side. The only one indifferent was Jazik. As Jazik turned around indifferently, he suddenly heard someone behind him questioning. Isn't he the local representative of our area? Afterward, more and more people quietly whispered behind his back. That's right, life is like a documentary film. It's him, they said, the gang leader. He even used a sword to threaten me into voting for him. In their whispers, they also mentioned your name. Really, the Black Scythe should be the rightful representative, not that murderer. Suddenly, one guy raised his hand and quietly stopped his comrades. Hey, he can hear you now and he holds power. But it seemed Jazik couldn't pose any real threat, so the others remained calm as if nothing happened despite the warning from their teammate. Whatever, he only has that power 10 times, nothing to be afraid of. The more Jazik listened, the less he could stand it. So he spun around sharply to intimidate them. You bastards, shut your mouths. The funny thing was, those people showed no fear at his threats, and many even responded with sarcasm. What the hell are you cursing about, like others don't know how to curse? He refused to back down and directly raised his hand, pointing to call out. Which one of you mumbled that? Only then did those people realize it was hard to back off. They stopped gathering and whispering. His face twisted ugly with anger, cursing silently. Damn it, I knew this would happen. If only that angel had kept her mouth shut. At that moment, a pair of polished leather shoes suddenly appeared. Yongmin immediately stood before him and bowed respectfully, greeting him. Many people recognized him and, full of curiosity, kept asking, "What is Yongmin doing?" He paid no attention to the questions around him but boldly lifted his head to look at Jazik and sincerely said, "Sir, life is like a film reel. Big brother Jazik, gang leader Jazik, senior Jazik, I come to pay my respects to you." He calmly looked at him and then asked, "Senior, are you my junior brother?" Yongmin immediately responded, "Not yet, sir. I'm just a 20-year-old young man with a dream of becoming a gangster." Hearing this, Jazik raised an eyebrow with a questioning look, thinking, he wants to become a gangster? Is this guy crazy? He put on an expression of deep admiration for him and said with a smile, "You are my role model, sir. I really want to join the Jazik gang." Hearing that, before he could even finish asking, he was suddenly startled by the next action from him. "Why are you?" Yongmin then dropped to his knees and spoke with resolute words. "I will devote my whole life to following you, sir. Please accept me. Jozik found this so amusing that he grinned broad and hearty. I've met a lot of crazy guys in my life, but this is the first time I've met someone this extreme. I like his spirit already. Thinking so, he told him to stand up. Get up. Young-min immediately replied promptly, Yes, sir. After that, he asked with great curiosity, Are you blind? Don't you know my reputation has fallen? And yet you still want to follow me? Young-min shamelessly replied, Whatever. He clenched his fist tightly, patted his chest, and continued, You are someone I respect. He faced Jozik and spoke words deeply touching to the heart, saying that as long as he accepted him, he didn't care what others thought. Being praised and regarded as an idol like that, he could not help but smile. I like your answer. All right, I'll take responsibility and teach you. He was extremely grateful and kept bowing continuously to thank him. Thank you. It's an honor for me. Those around were astonished by his crazy behavior. He just joined the team. Is life some kind of movie? Is he crazy? Some couldn't help but exclaim, Like attracts like, they say. From afar, Ryu-min observed everything and was very satisfied. This time he also formed a team with Jozik, which was indeed a good thing. At that moment, the angel suddenly appeared in the sky and asked aloud, Is everyone gathered? She slowly observed the players below, then smiled and said, Let's see. We are short of 90 people today. A few players, not understanding her meaning, were puzzled by the shortage. Another person couldn't help but speak up and ask why. One after another, other players also received a notification with the same content. The main mission is to protect the sacred relic for 3 hours across the entire area. Total participants, 856,030,200. Completed 0/214,007,550. Current area, ESCS 45-5. Total participants, 4,900. Completed 0/1/225. The other players, after reading the announcement about the third round, immediately started to panic. Are we really short on people? Why is that? The angel spoke extremely slowly, as if nothing had happened. There's no way someone died for no reason. It seems in the real world you have been killing each other. I was worried about how far your rivalry would go. At that moment, suddenly one player noticed something and anxiously called out to the others. Wait, everyone, look at the number of people who can pass this round. The other players paid attention to the overly limited number of people who could pass the third round and were very shocked. 1,225 people. What? So that's only a quarter left. Among them, one person boldly asked, Angel, what's the fault? Hearing that question, she laughed heartily. Fault? What fault? Then she calmly spoke what the players were thinking. What do you want? There's no fault at all. It seems you're worried because the number of people who can complete the task has decreased. After finishing, she asked again, but have you forgotten? The players below, hearing her say that, each showed a stunned expression. Only half the people can survive each round. The angel did not stop smiling, but instead smiled even cruelly as she explained. But since everyone survived the final round, it's reasonable that only a quarter of the players survived this round. The players became utterly shocked when faced with her words. That matter, her cruel, beautiful eyes observed the people below through the veil and spoke frankly. There is nothing unfair at all, you just need to work hard to get into the top 25%. Then she began to explain the rules for this round. Very well, I will explain the rules for round 3. The angel slowly outlined the rules of this round. Every 30 minutes, monsters from my army will appear at the castle gates and target the sacred artifact at the center of the village. Her figure remained present in the sky, looking down at the land below. There will be 4 waves of attacks in total, and all must coordinate to protect the sacred artifact. She explained the importance of the purple gem. You will receive additional rewards if you protect the sacred artifact for 3 hours. If you fail, you will face severe penalties. She did not forget to mention player rankings. In the end, whether you successfully defend or not, rankings will be arranged according to the number of monsters you defeated. The players listened anxiously to her explanation of the rules, nervously watching the city gate. Due to the nature of this round, more monsters will appear than usual, but they only have strength left. It should be much easier, right? Jozik heard the ranking rules from her and smiled confidently with a slight smirk. So all I have to do is kill a lot of monsters because I hold the power this round as easy as pie. Suddenly, she clasped her hands together, almost forgetting, and then added something incredibly cruel. The representative selected from the previous round is like a documentary film, isn't it? She continued speaking as if nothing had happened, happily saying that from this round onward, he can use the command right. But I bet everyone here is curious about what will happen next. After finishing, she emphasized, if the representative dies. An evil smile appeared on her face when mentioning this exciting matter. When the representative dies due to monsters or external circumstances, their position will be left vacant. However, what if they are killed by another player? Hearing this, Jozik was stunned, his eyes wide open to the fullest. As her words became increasingly suggestive, the players around him also started to have impure thoughts. In that case, the killer will immediately become the new representative and will receive all 10 uses of the command right. After speaking, she clapped her hands happily and said, "So be it. Monsters will appear in 10 minutes. Coordinate with each other for the next 3 hours to survive." Finally, she added disdainfully and indifferently, "Although I'm not sure if you all can manage it." Then she turned into a point of light and disappeared, leaving only Jozik with a mood as if he had swallowed something foul. He was extremely angry and shouted loudly towards the woman who had just disappeared. Then his eyes immediately focused on the murderous intent behind him. Instead of preparing to fight the monsters, the other players now raised their weapons against their own kind. Jozik, seeing their actions, was thoroughly furious and loudly drew his weapon to threaten them. "You bastards, come here. I'll take you all down one by one." These players were filled with murderous intent directed at him without any fear. "You act strong, but you only have 10 times to use the command right." The angel said, "Whoever kills this bastard will become the representative." There was even a shameless one who ambitiously said, "If I become the new representative, that would be even better." Suddenly, a figure appeared at that moment. Ryu Min calmly held the weapon in his hand and slowly stepped forward from behind. Jozik was startled and panicked when he saw him approach, stammering, "You? What are you doing, Black Scythe?" He stood in line with him and spoke, "Don't be afraid. I just want to talk." But all Jozik caught was that he said he was scared, so he hesitated to retort. "Scared? What are you talking about? Just say what you want." Then he continued, "Let me say first, if you intend to make me bow down." But before he could finish, he was interrupted. "I have a proposal." Seeing his hesitant expression, he did not beat around the bush but spoke directly. "I guess you are facing difficulties." Then he directly made him an incredibly attractive offer. "How about I protect you?" Jozik was surprised and puzzled upon hearing this and asked again, "What?" He patiently repeated himself, "I will protect you from other players, meaning I will be your personal bodyguard." The other players were also taken aback one after another. "What? Black Scythe will protect the Life is documentary run. So that means we have to face Black Scythe." At this moment, they hesitated slightly in confronting him. It was a bit, "So what should we do now?" Hearing those around cautiously avoiding him, Jozik couldn't help but think inwardly. He didn't expect the name Black Scythe to carry such influence. Judging by their reactions, this offer truly seemed very appealing. But he immediately regained his composure, thinking that everything comes with a price. With that in mind, he frowned and asked him, "So what do you want in return?" He gently said as if it were nothing, "Not much." Then his gaze became extremely sharp as he stated his condition. "You will have to obey all my orders, that is the condition." Jozik froze upon hearing that. "What?" He gritted his teeth, thinking silently that he was being asked to become his subordinate. He didn't immediately agree and instead probed, asking what reason I had to make this proposal. I replied sharply, "I can't say." He didn't give up and kept asking, "You say to follow orders, but what kind of orders are they?" I patiently responded, "That too, I can't say. You just need to obey my orders unconditionally." Jozik felt bitter at my indifferent attitude and thought, "So you want me to follow you for life? Huh? Damn it, you think I'm that easy to fool." But then he paused for a few seconds, then thought further, "Wait, what would happen if I refuse? He wouldn't just attack me out of nowhere in broad daylight, right? While he was lost in thought, I decisively said, "Choose." Then I didn't forget to drop a hint, reminding him that others were also waiting on his decision. He hesitated for a moment. Finally, he made his choice. He would reject your offer. My eyes flashed coldly as I silently confirmed my suspicion. Surely no bastard would so easily lower his honor like that. The others couldn't help but smile happily when they saw his foolish choice. He refused, see? If he had agreed, he could already be out hunting. Probably his ego is too high to have to take orders. At this moment, the players also began to raise their weapons again, taking turns aiming at Jazik and speaking up. To him, honor is more important than life itself, or perhaps he simply doesn't regard us at all. He calmly observed everyone's reactions without saying a word. The situation was identical to his previous life. Then he made the next decision. The thing to do now was to draw a line. Thinking that, he faced Jazik as if nothing had happened and spoke to draw the boundary. "Fine, if you refuse, then there's nothing more I can do. I won't interfere with what's going on here anymore." Then he decisively turned and walked away. Whether he lived or died was no longer any concern of his. At this point, the others who heard him spoke up eagerly advanced, wanting to attack Jazik. "Did you hear that? Black Scythe no longer cares about you. Then let's deal with this gangster now." Jazik gritted his teeth in frustration but could do nothing except lift his weapon. "Damn it, does that mean I have to accept that proposal?" At this time, the system also announced the start of the game. The first round would begin soon. Prepare for the monster's stealthy attacks and protect the sacred relic. Those who were about to gang up on Jazik were interrupted by this system announcement. "It's starting." The system issued a brief announcement about the game rules. In 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters have been defeated, the second wave will still begin. At this point, other players started to panic and called on their teammates to cooperate in protecting that large purple gem. Everyone is guarding the sacred relic. Immediately afterward, the system also began counting down. The remaining time until the stage ends is 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. While others were focused on keeping watch towards the city gate, Jazik suddenly had the thought that he couldn't fight alongside those he had grudges with. Then he turned around, looking to find another place to act. After all, it was a personal mission, so he would have to act alone. Suddenly, he noticed Ryu Min calmly walking towards another place. Where was that guy going? Jazik then stealthily followed Ryu Min for quite a long distance. He hid behind a building and watched him from afar. Was he also planning to fight alone? He was heading toward the city gate. At that moment, a sound signaled the official start of the game. Wave 1, the city gate was also slowly opening. The system announced the current number of players, 4,900. Then it announced the number of monsters in the first attack wave, 9,800 weakened goblins. These vicious, bloodthirsty goblin monsters with disgusting green skin appeared in increasing numbers from outside the city gate. When Jazik saw this number, he was directly stunned and showed visible panic. 9,800. The system kept popping up notifications. Due to the nature of the gate, the goblins only possessed 1/3 of their usual strength. Then they wished the players below good luck before disappearing. "Wishing you success." His pride completely vanished when he refused his offer. This was crazy. All he could think about was running away and cautiously leaving the city gate. For now, just hide and observe the situation. He ran into a house and immediately sprinted upstairs. But why wasn't the Black Scythe moving? Was he planning to fight the goblins at the city gate alone? He was extremely anxious but still took the time to analyze this dangerous problem clearly. Although the city gate was narrow, it was still wide enough for at least 10 people to pass through. Jazik hurriedly flung open the door while streams of thoughts raced through his mind. He was confident he could kill 10 with one strike. Then he stood on the balcony and panicked as he watched from above. The madman was acting cocky just because his level was somewhat higher. Without even looking, he knew he would fight a bit and then cut tail and run. From Ryu Min's side, the goblins bared their teeth and swiftly charged at him wielding their weapons. Without hesitation or panic, he immediately raised his scythe high and took a stance ready to attack. Then he gently swung the weapon in his hand, instantly killing 3 or 4 goblins rushing at him. Then he calmly lifted his eyes to look up. Those goblins kept falling one group after another, starving and recklessly attacking without regard for their own lives. Suddenly, he lifted his foot, the bright crescent immediately striking the sensitive points of their bodies. In one swift motion, he killed the entire group of goblins at a speed impossible to follow. Jazik, who had been watching him fight from above, was utterly shocked. Was the black scythe really that powerful? Then he started imagining himself becoming as strong as him when reaching level 16. Would I really be that strong at level 16? This made him realize he was wasting too much time leveling up. Now was not the time to think about this. He needed to level up quickly and become stronger. Then he turned to look at other players struggling to complete their quests. At this point, the battle between the players and the goblins had become fierce. The center of the area had somehow become a chaotic scene filled with death and frantic screams. "Hey, stop them! The west gate has fallen. Don't let them get near the shrine. Die!" At that moment, Jazik stopped hiding and stepped out of the house, ready to hunt monsters. "I have to go down there and kill those goblins too," he shouted loudly to attract a goblin, those mobile experience points. Immediately afterward, he slashed and killed it. Suddenly, at that moment he sensed a wave of danger. Then he decisively thrust his weapon straight into the head of the goblin approaching him. Just as he pulled out his weapon, he smiled silently with satisfaction and confidence. Thanks to the rune tracking, he could predict their movement path. It was really simple. Suddenly, something flew swiftly towards him, brushing past his face, tearing a piece of flesh off his ear. Jazik looked back at what had just attacked him and noticed something. An arrow. Strange, he had never seen a goblin shoot arrows before. Thinking that, he immediately confirmed that some player wanted to assassinate him. Damn it, then who is it? He cursed bitterly inside. Even though he didn't know who it was, "Once I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces into 100 fragments." Suddenly, his lower abdomen was pierced by a spear wielded by someone. "I've got you now." Jazik was extremely angry, tightly gripping the spear and shouting loudly, "You bastard!" Then he exerted a strong force and pulled the other toward the dagger in his hand. He then thrust the dagger straight into the other's chest. As he withdrew the dagger, he cursed, intending to finish off the man. "Die, you bastard!" Suddenly, another arrow shot toward him, whizzing past his face. Then he looked towards the direction the arrow came from and discovered a man holding a bow. Without hesitation, Jazik cruelly raised the spear in his hand and aimed at that man. The man, seeing this, panicked and drew his bow. In the end, before the man could shoot, Jazik's spear pierced right through his head. After dealing with all the people around, he struggled to hold his stomach and think. Damn it, unexpectedly, what worried me was other players, not monsters. If I weren't the regional representative then, he would only regret now for being greedy for this position. Regional representative my ass. If I had the choice, I would have thrown it to someone else already. Moreover, he started reconsidering Ryu Min's earlier offer. Could it be that I should accept the Black Scythe's help? But ultimately, he was still extremely proud, unwilling to yield to anyone. No, a man must have the pride of a man. He couldn't become anyone's subordinate. Some method to hunt peacefully without being disturbed by other players. Suddenly, he noticed a player on the opposite side slashing goblins. That guy was... He recognized that man held a quite high rank in this area. 3rd place currently, with a black dragon mounted on his right hand. Then he couldn't help but grin mischievously. That's right, it's him. He called out to the man from behind. Hey! The man heard the voice and quickly turned around to ask. What? Who's there? Without giving him time to react, he used his command right to control the other man. The black dragon on the right hand, he cunningly ordered him. From now on, protect me. Ryu Min swung his sword to strike the monster. The system sound rang out. Effect of the bone necklace activated, increasing attack speed by 25%. You have defeated the goblin. Current kill count 52 out of 100, has used the triple experience buff. All stats increased by 100% due to the effect of the Rune Butcher. Gold plus 3.3, bonus gold plus 1.66. He intently looked at the system panel, thinking about the status window. Ryu Min opened his inventory to check it out and exclaimed, I've already earned nearly 2,000 gold. His face brightened, the corners of his lips slightly raised as he wondered, at this rate, I'll easily gather 20,000 gold by the second attack wave. Monsters from afar began eyeing Ryu Min, but he remained calm and contemplative. No, this round I must accumulate lots of gold and then buy 2 common skills. If I succeed, I'll obtain the Dark Knight's rune. He coldly cast a sharp, red-eyed glance over them. Ryu Min swung his scythe, striking a critical blow against the monsters. The monsters behind growled cautiously, and he sneered aloud, "Aren't you going to charge?" Ryu Min raised his scythe high and charged straight at them. "If not, I will strike first." A brilliant magical wave crashed down with a thunderous explosion, causing everyone to panic. "What's going on? What is that sound?" The monster suppressing the young man instantly vanished. The remaining ones also disappeared. The system screen showed, "You have successfully repelled the first attack wave." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." The system announced the number of surviving players is 3,933, and the number of players who died is 967. Surviving players will receive a reward of 500 gold. A young man sat down and said, "Before the second wave, we need to take a short break." Ryu Min stared thoughtfully at the people lying in the deep red pools of blood. 967 had died. Although they had weakened the goblins, they still couldn't be underestimated. He glanced around searching for someone. But where was he? Ryu Min looked at Jazik, who was clenching his teeth tensely, then fell into deep thought. There he was, as expected with Jazik, still alive. There's no way he could have survived this round. Panting heavily, he gripped his knife tightly, looked around, and shouted loudly, "Damn it!" Jazik frowned in thought, unaware that the enemy was sneaking up on him. Those bastards weren't after the goblins, only targeting him. That guy yelled, lunging his knife straight at him. Before he could reach Jazik, 2 others attacked him and he fell down in pain. The command emblem shining brightly above his head made him inwardly smug. But thankfully it was because of them that the command power was truly amazing. Thanks to them, who acted as flesh and bone shields, he survived the initial attack. Young Min stood in front of Jazik and asked, "Are you okay?" Jazik looked at him with confusion, thinking this madman still followed him even though he never used that authority. The wound in his abdomen was bleeding, and he let out a painful cry. Blood dripped down Jazik's hand, and the worry inside him rose. He's losing too much blood. At this rate, will he survive this round? He clenched his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it! Beads of sweat drenched his forehead, dripping down with each pang of pain. He gritted his teeth determinedly, thinking to himself that he would endure and survive this round. Suddenly, Jazik and Yong Min glanced back. The monsters rushed in one after another. The system displayed, Wave 2, 3,933 players versus 7,866 goblins that had been weakened along with hobgoblins. Due to the nature of the round, the goblins only retained normal strength. The monsters wielding knives charged straight at Ryu Min. The system showed a message wishing, "We hope you win this battle." He moved lightly, swinging his sharp scythe blade, gliding past the bodies of the monsters. Ryu Min took a running jump. He charged toward them with a decisive attack. His sharp crescent swung down to cut them down. The monsters lay in heaps on the ground. Ryu Min spun the scythe, making a slash that tore through the air. After a while, he looked up at the system board. "You have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from apprentice to normal. You can now use the combination function." Ryu Min wiped the sweat from his face with his hand, satisfied, thinking he had done it, finally hitting level 20. Now he could use the combination function to create unique items unavailable in the store. The system displayed, "Congratulations on your level up. The Seal of Death has been enhanced. Additional Seal of Death damage increased from 100% to 120%. Additionally, you have learned the unique skill of Knight of Death. The unique Knight of Death skill has an effect within a 500-meter radius. Using dark energy to create an artificial knight, the caster can discard skills at will. The next skill will be acquired at level 40. He read the system notification and reflected that the additional damage of the Seal of Death had already increased by 120%. Plus he had learned a new skill. Moreover, Knight of Death suits the Dark Knight's rune very well because it grows stronger as night falls. The system displays the attributes of the Dark Knight's rune effect when used during the day. weapon attack power doubles. When used at night, attack speed also increases by 50%, and while resting at night, the chance of being detected by enemies is greatly reduced. A horde of monsters from outside poured in to attack Ryu Min. He curled his lips with delight. "Welcome. I just learned a new skill myself." Ryu Min's gloomy voice rose. "Night of Death." The monsters froze in panic. A sharp slash aimed right at them. Another critical slash was unleashed straight into the monsters. Each monster was consecutively taken down by his scythe. The monster howled before Ryu Min's decisive strike. His feet gently touched down on the ground. Behind Ryu Min were monsters lying in heaps, piled up on the ground. The system displayed, "You have successfully prevented the second wave of attacks. Number of players alive, 3,343. Number of players deceased, 590. Surviving players receive a reward of 500 gold." He rested one hand on his hip, exhaling heavily as he wondered, "The second wave is dealt with? Should I buy some common skills during the break?" Ryu Min reached out to touch the system's store interface. The first skill he planned to buy would be. He touched to select a skill which was detection. Ryu Min told himself as a faint magical aura enveloped him. With it, he could identify targets within a 30-meter radius. It seemed that within 30 meters around here, there were only hobgoblin corpses. So, should I save an additional 20,000 gold? He charged to attack the monsters just as the system displayed the message. Third wave, 3,343 players and 6,686 hobgoblins weakened. Others also began rushing in, throwing punches at the monsters. The system notified that you successfully repelled the third attack wave. Yong Min gritted his teeth and launched powerful strikes at them. The system then announced the fourth wave, 3,001 players and 6,002 hobgoblins weakened. Everyone's faces showed exhaustion after defeating all the monsters. The system displayed that you successfully repelled the fourth attack wave. Jazik's face turned pale, sweat drenching his forehead. He forced himself to think, only one more hour. If I can endure another hour, I might survive and escape from here. He glanced at those standing before him, but his mind was filled with scheming calculations. Even though he had exhausted his authority, as long as these bastards protect him, his life would not be in danger. The system board displayed the fifth wave, 2,700 players and 10,800 gnolls weakened. Jazik was stunned looking at the 10,000 system. Why did the star hit so densely? The system explained that due to the nature of the round, the golf only retained ordinary power. Wishing you victory until the very last minute. The giant monsters wielding weapons charged forward. Everyone roared and fought back with all their might. He calculated in his mind, I don't need to worry. This is actually an opportunity to set a record. Jazik grit his teeth with ambition, thinking he would become even stronger to tear apart those who once looked down on him. The scream echoed, startling him to spin around. The group of people collaborated to attack each of Jazik's bodyguards. One of them pointed directly at him. Here he is, that damn gangster, the title of representative belongs to me. This time, I have to kill him. He grabbed the two men standing close to him, using them as shields to block attacks, then shouted loudly, "You brutes! It's the end of the match and you're still blocking." Those guards, quickly stop them. Those two men were quickly taken down by the collaborative attackers before they could react. Jazik's eyes were filled with panic. His foot lightly lifted, stepping back with a look of confusion. Damn it, it's over for me. Jazik hastily turned around and ran. In his mind, he thought, now is not the time to hunt. The men behind shouted, chasing after him, "Run after and catch him." His legs moved ceaselessly as he thought, damn it, just get through this assault. Only this round remains. Jazik halted when he saw Ryu Min standing firm before the Black Scythe monsters. He hurriedly ran over to him, speaking anxiously, "Black Scythe, I agree with you, I'll do whatever you say, please protect me." Ryu Min stared thoughtfully at Jazik, then urgently said, "I'm telling you I accept the offer. Black Scythe, protect me." His eyes suddenly flashed a cold red light as he glared at him, then decisively spoke. "I refuse." Jazik was stunned when he heard Ryu Min say indifferently, "I told you already, I don't care at all. Whether you live or die is your own problem." He anxiously shouted loudly, "Wait, but you're the one who offered me this. I said I would become your subordinate, didn't I? What are you refusing? He turned and walked away, calling back, I don't need a subordinate who has no authority in hand. Jazik's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth in hatred, thinking, does that brat mean I'm useless? If I had known, I would have agreed earlier. He was surprised when he heard a voice call out from afar. Everyone see that? He's already refused. The collaborators surrounding Jazik sneered. Lucky, I was just wondering what we'd do if the Black Scythe helped him. Life really is a documentary. The wound in his belly started bleeding painfully again. One of them said, now we can kill him whenever we want. Jazik clenched the knife tightly in his hand and growled, even if I die, I'll kill at least one of you. Yongmin stepped forward and pushed one of the collaborators away. Senior, you must be tired. I'm here to help you. He looked at him in confusion, Yongmin. He looked at him joyfully. Right, I have you after all. If I survive and get out of here, I will take good care of you. Jazik hadn't finished speaking before Yongmin punched him painfully in the face. He fell flat to the ground. Jazik clutched his face in pain, crying out. He spoke, calling out, Senior. Yongmin gave a dangerous smile as he spoke. I'll kill you right now so you can leave in peace. Jazik's collar was grabbed by him. He yelled out in rage, you bastard. He threw a powerful punch into his face. Yongmin kept punching Jazik's face relentlessly, making him scream miserably. His face was beaten until it was swollen and bleeding. Jazik lay motionless, eyes wide with confusion and chaos. Damn it, Cho Jazik. He glanced at the man standing in front of him, smirking. Filled with rage, he thought, once again betrayed by this bastard. Yongmin raised his leg, gathering all his strength to deliver a fatal kick to Jazik's body. The system announced that the regional representative was a documentary film that had been killed. The power of the representative was transferred to the one who delivered the blow. Player Huang Yongmin is the new regional representative of ESC's 45-5. He clenched his fists tightly, shouting joyfully, now I'm the regional representative. I am the king here. The system displayed, you have become the regional representative. You have received the commander's exclusive rights of the representative. Yongmin's mind was full of calculations. Now if I focus, I might be able to control Seo or Rin as I wish. His eyes narrowed. Yongmin glanced at Jazik, who had fainted, and thought quietly, I'll really use my command power well. Don't be too angry. Isn't this because Jazik, the gang leader, kept running away all the time? He turned his back and left with a mind full of sarcasm. So embarrassing. Yongmin turned to look at the cooperating group and pointed at Jazik, saying, hey, do you guys see this? I beat him up badly. Didn't I say I had the upper hand? They all said at once, huh, yeah, that's right, good. That whole group panicked as they looked at his bloodied hand and thought, this bastard, killing with bare hands causing goosebumps all over. Truly crazy. Who would have thought he actually died? The crowd's barrage of questions stirred up the whole area. What's going on? Isn't this bastard always following and flattering that thug? Was he planning to betray all along? One was scared and frightened, while the guy next to him was unconvinced, wondering how someone like that could become the district representative. Whispers and lewd rumors spread everywhere. Everyone, we've changed representatives. That's right. Yongmin silently turned and dashed off, quickly calculating in his head. So now they're targeting me? But too bad. I know something that can help me get out of this situation. He ran over to Ryu Min and shouted loudly, Black Scythe. He asked aloud, what's going on? Yongmin spoke anxiously. You've seen the announcement already, right? I'm the district representative now. I have the right to command. He asked in confusion. So what? He placed his hand on his chest, exchanging with a radiant smile. The offer you made to life is like a documentary film. I will accept. In other words, I will obey you. In return, protect me. Yongmin contemplated in his mind. The reason Deng Zich was abandoned is because he has no command authority, so certainly he will accept my offer, right? Ryu Min spoke decisively. I don't like your attitude. He was startled. What? He coldly proposed, if you kneel and beg me, then I might consider. Yongmin slumped down, pointing both hands at himself. Didn't you hear what I said? I do have the right to command. He looked at him indifferently. So what? What do you want me to do? It seems you misunderstand something. But the one at a disadvantage here is you, not me. He fell silent in thought. Ryu Min smirked. You want me to protect you? Then kneel and beg. Yong Min grit his teeth, glancing at the group behind him. He suddenly spun around, locking his gaze onto him. Yong Min knelt on the ground, bowing his head respectfully before Ryu Min and pleaded, I will do whatever you say, so please let me become your subordinate. His reddened eyes narrowed as he said, Please, Black Scythe. Ryu Min looked at him quietly and judged. I've seen this scene so many times that I'm sick of it. However, unlike with Jazik, Hwang Yongmin is still useful, at least for now. His voice rang out. All right, I agree to your proposal. Yongmin bowed repeatedly in gratitude, saying, Thank you. Thank you. Ha! Ryu Min glared at him. Come on. I don't want to see that miserable face of yours. The other man looked embarrassed. What? He casually brushed past Yongmin without even looking back. The murmurs of everyone around rose again. How did things end up like this? Black Scythe will protect Yongmin? That's crazy. Or maybe we should all attack him at once. One man holding a spear nervously objected. Haven't you seen Black Scythe fight? He can take on multiple people at once. We don't stand a chance against that kind of monster. Ryu Min spoke coldly, surprising everyone there. Let me help you decide. His sharp eyes scanned each person before he said, You have two choices. You can give up your title as regional representatives and return as is to hunt some monsters. Ryu Min brandished his scythe in front of them threateningly. Or you can die at my hands. His face turned terrifying, his voice low and cold with darkness. If possible, I advise you to choose the first option. But the second is fine too, because those who dare to raise a sword against me are no longer human in my eyes. One man fearfully hid a dagger behind his back and looked at Ryu Min. The others, equally terrified, hurriedly turned and fled. I am leaving now. Me too. Yong Min dug his feet into the ground, his eyes fixed on a terrifying scene before him, thinking to himself that it was truly impressive. He did not expect that just a few words from the Black Scythe could make them falter. He stood up and looked pensively at Ryu Min's back. As an opponent, he was formidable, but as an ally, there was no one more reliable. His face remained calm as he silently guessed that, with this atmosphere, everything was about to end. Ryu Min glanced at those still struggling to fend off the monsters and thought to himself that they had safely cleared the fifth wave. But he slightly curled his lips with malice, thinking that if things ended just like this, it would be quite unsatisfying. He called out to Yongmin. He stepped closer, responding, Yes, Black Scythe. He coldly issued an order. Do as I say, as you promised. He asked, What should I do? Just give the orders. Ryu Min turned around, his blood-red eyes sharply scanning him as he commanded to use the command skill 10 times and to destroy the relic. He asked confusedly, What? The relic? In his bewilderment, he thought that if the relic was destroyed, Yong Min suddenly recalled the angel's warning. If you fail to protect it, you will suffer severe punishment. He clenched his teeth with inner turmoil, wondering why using the command skill 10 times could not turn Seo or Rin into his slave. Yong Min was confused. Can I ask why not? Ryu Min didn't explain but ordered him to shut up and do as he said. He suggested that instead of 10 times, could I use 9 times? He answered indifferently, I won't repeat it. If you don't want to die, make your choice. He spoke hesitantly. I understand. I will follow your orders. The authoritative man spoke up, adding that he would designate someone for him to use the right of command. Ryu Min said thoughtfully, Sim Sungyu, Little Chili Pepper, don't bother me. Spring, summer, autumn. Command these 10 people to destroy the relic. Yong Min was stunned. What did you say? He suddenly looked at the group facing him, wondering inwardly. My friend is among them too. Did you do this on purpose? The one at the front glared at Yong Min. No way, he said helplessly. Sorry guys, it's the order of the Black Scythe. I hope you understand me. His eyes brightened as he murmured under his breath. Don't bother me, Sim Sungyu. Each character appeared above that group, leaving them stunned. Yong Min whispered again. Little Chili Pepper, spring, summer, autumn. He ordered them to destroy the relic. The system alerted with a warning. The relic is under attack. Someone was confused. What is this? A loud explosion sounded. A group of people surrounded the area, raising weapons high to destroy the relic. Everyone standing at a distance immediately shouted to stop them. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop immediately. They froze, staring at that group of people, then shouted loudly. What are those guys doing? Do they want to be punished? Someone stop them quickly, or it's going to break. One of them rushed forward and tightly grabbed the person attacking the relic. Stop smashing it, stop right now. Is there anyone who can stop them? Another one without hesitation swung his knife and attacked that group. The relic started to develop cracks along its surface. Soon the relic shattered into pieces. The system announced the relic had broken. The main mission had failed. The system displayed a punishment notice for the failure. The agent of divine punishment will be summoned within 30 minutes. Why is the whole crowd in panic? What is this agent of divine punishment? The system appeared. Survive under the agent of divine punishment. The round will not end until time runs out. Someone anxiously asked if this was a boss. Ryu Min smirked with interest, looking at the words on the hidden side quest system board. Round 3, side quest. Resist the agent of divine punishment and survive. Completion reward, 3,000 gold coins. Time left, 0 hours 29 minutes 29 seconds. The crowd excitedly chatted. The system said if we survive, we get 3,000 gold. I told you, guarding the relic only gave 2,000 gold. This way is much more profitable. I agree with that too. Ryu Min, deep in thought, observed everyone celebrating. The mission completion was more rewarding than the prize after clearing the 5th wave, which is why I was so intoxicated that Young Min broke the relic. But the reason I didn't personally smash the relic was because the crowd gasped when the system suddenly announced that it had detected players attacking the relic. 10 players attacking the relic would be punished. The system displayed that all stats would be permanently reduced by 50%. Those attacking the relic turned pale and hastily objected. What? Stats reduced? We were only following orders. Damn it! The brown-haired archer angrily pointed at Yongmin's face and shouted, Yongmin, you bastard! He was flustered, apologizing. I'm sorry. Who knew there'd be such a punishment? He was stunned when the system continued to announce that the regional representative would also be punished for failing to protect the relic. Yongmin was filled with confusion upon receiving the message from the system. All stats would be permanently reduced by 50%. He angrily kicked the wall hard, swearing under his breath. Ryu Min, standing at a distance, observed the chaotic scene ahead, thinking to himself that the permanent stat reduction was directly related to survival and therefore a lethal blow. Now it was time to prepare to summon the agent of divine punishment. He shouted once, and immediately the system interface appeared. Shop. Ryu Min reached out to select items, reminding himself to use the leftover gold to buy common items. The system displays attributes. The Assassin's Hood, a common tier armor helmet, defense 20, agility +3, durability 250, restriction. Use from common tier or above. The Assassin's Hood always smells like blood, as if it were never washed. The Cunning Long Boots, common tier thick type, defense 15, agility effect plus action speed +5%, durability 250, restriction. Use from common tier or above. The long black boots are tight and seem cramped, but surprisingly comfortable to wear. He thinks that even a slight stat increase helps catch it easier. He moves into the item combination area. Next is the combination. Ryu Min reaches out to select an item and inserts an item. He begins combining this item with another piece and then combines it with a mana stone. The system announces a successful combination. The option to add +1 to all stats has been added to the bone necklace. Ryu Min gazes intently at the combination panel, thinking that since he can embed 1 mana stone per equipment, he will apply the same method to the remaining items. The system chimes, successful combination. The option to add +1 damage reduction has been added to the skilled hunter's leather armor. He selects another item. The system displays a successful combination. The option to add +2 strength has been added to the black scythe of death. Ryu Min closes the system panel and contemplates that the lowest rank mana stone doesn't help much. But it's better than nothing. The crowd below stirs, so it has started after all. A confused girl clutching her black scythe tightly, full of worry. I was a little nervous then. The man nearby clapped and encouraged. Just try to hold on for 30 minutes. Youngmin gritted his teeth and looked around. The people nearby whispered in agreement. He was right, we just need to keep running. Ryu-min raised his head, deep in thought. Well, running away from the agent of divine punishment isn't easy. In my previous life, out of 2,700 people, about 500 survived. Each person collapsed on the ground, losing their combat state. Just trying to survive was already very difficult. At first, the agent of divine punishment was such a formidable monster that it took 5 level 40 players to stand a chance against it. He looked up at the brightly glowing rift in the sky, but I intended to kill it right away to claim the big reward. Ryu-min recalled the moment he defeated Briel the Angel because he had the title for killing Briel. The system announced the title. The first to kill the angel, the condition to earn it was to be the first to kill an angel. The effect during battles with divine creatures was that all stats would double. The title, First to Kill the Angel, would double all stats when fighting divine creatures. A dazzling angel appeared, spreading its wings wide. And the agent of divine punishment is a divine creature. The agent of divine punishment's imposing presence attracted all eyes, causing the crowd to stir. Is that really the agent of divine punishment? So if we just avoid it, we'll survive? Isn't that too easy? I thought at least some monsters would appear. Youngmin relaxed and exhaled a breath. Damn, you scared me just now. The guy nearby raised his hand to look around but couldn't see anything. The bell on the agent of divine punishment's staff gently trembled. The agent of divine punishment took a step forward. The agent glanced at the staff and then raised it high. The staff slammed down on the ground, releasing a powerful stream of magic. The magical energy gradually expanded, shocking everyone. Everyone stared in astonishment at the dazzling light covering the entire space as the system announced. The agent of divine punishment has established a boundary. The people inside the magical boundary panicked, trying to break free but to no avail. What the hell is this? Boundary area, the system displayed. Unless the one who created the zone lifts it, you are not permitted to leave. The faces of the relic destroyers gradually turned pale, and with worry they asked, "Can't we leave? Are we trapped inside here?" The system responded, "The attributes of those within the boundary have decreased by 50%. Those inside pounded on the magical boundary, calling for help. "Please get us out of here." Ryu-min gazed thoughtfully at them. Nearly 300 people had been captured. One person wondered aloud, "What is that huge orb?" He felt regretful and thought to himself, "It's truly unfortunate, but I can't save those 300 people." The agent of divine punishment looked down silently. In a moment, thousands of swords appeared surrounding the divine being. He turned his head away with a smirk. "So it's starting now." Those caught within the magic circle screamed in pain as countless swords rushed toward them. They shouted and desperately tried to dodge the swift, sharp blades. Damn it, does it want us to throw these things? Even to the naked eye, they're hard to see. Countless swords continued to emerge relentlessly from the agent of divine punishment. Cries echoed everywhere as numerous bodies fell under the rain of swords within the limited area. Once trapped inside, avoiding the shafts of light was nearly impossible. The atmosphere grew gloomy, but on the other hand, as long as you could avoid them, nothing else was difficult anymore. Suddenly, Ryu-min slipped away. While everyone was distracted, this was his chance. He cast a calculating glance at the agent of divine punishment. Just as expected, when hunting humans, it paid no attention to its back. The moment it lowers its shield, I will strike. The swords continued to relentlessly attack those inside the magic circle. Ryu-min looked up at the magical barrier and a thought flashed through his mind. This is the moment. He gradually advanced toward the back of the agent of divine punishment. Thinking he didn't have to worry about it turning around since it no longer had ears, Ryu-min tightly gripped the scythe in his hand and dashed toward the agent of divine punishment. In his mind, the distance between him and it was 5 meters, a marked rune on the agent as he vocalized the seal of death. Ryu-min's sharp scythe aimed straight at the agent of divine punishment. I have to finish it with the very first strike. The agent spun to look back, eyes wide open with astonishment. He swung the scythe at the agent of divine punishment. Now, being cautious was already too late. The agent screamed in pain as streams of water flowed down its head. This move was truly perfect. Ryu-min spun around and slashed once more. I hit its eye directly. His foot landed on the ground. Ryu Min glanced at the agent of divine punishment wailing pitifully. He thought to himself as he saw the stamina bar above the agent's head thanks to the seal of death. Now it only had 60% stamina left. Just one strike reducing its stamina by 40% wasn't bad at all. Ryu Min immediately ran off without looking back. Surely now it intended to establish a boundary zone to search for him. The agent of divine punishment raised its weapon. The system displayed that the agent had established a boundary zone. He leapt swiftly out of the magical circle and glanced back. But once it realized the boundary zone could not trap anything, it would destroy the boundary. As fast as lightning, Ryu Min charged straight at the agent of divine punishment. His sharp eyes locked firmly onto the agent since he had already taken one of its eyes. Ryu Min swung the scythe, creating a sharp magical wave that hurtled straight at the agent of divine punishment. So he had to take out the other eye as well. The god cried out in pain, his body increasingly covered with wounds. He gently landed on the ground. The system display of the agent of divine punishment had established a boundary. The stats of players inside that boundary had decreased by 50%. Ryu Min smirked, thinking it didn't really matter. Missing an eye, now it was just a punching bag. The agent of divine punishment roared angrily, generating a series of sharp swords. Frowning, he thought to himself, it seemed the god intended to shoot beams of light in all directions to kill him. The god's swords flew up, and Ryu Min stood behind, raising his voice, Night of Death. Dark magic surged, swallowing the swords. The agent of divine punishment was astonished. Ryu Min leapt up, swinging the scythe into the god. Light cannot conquer darkness because the system of this world was designed that way. His eyes turned bloodshot as he slashed the scythe toward the agent of divine punishment. It was time to end this. Ryu Min decisively swung the scythe at the god's wing. The god screamed pitifully as one wing fell off. The agent of divine punishment spun around to look at him. Ryu Min unleashed another strike on the god. He skillfully dodged the attacks from the agent of divine punishment. Ryu Min swung the scythe again, attacking the other remaining wing. The agent of divine punishment howled as the other wing was taken by him. He gently landed on the ground. Ryu Min glanced at the health bar above the agent of divine punishment, thinking its blood level had dropped to about 10%. He watched the agent stand still in one spot before fleeing far away. Now that it's a little farther away, don't rush to kill it. The entire body of the agent of divine punishment shone brightly. The system announced that the conditions had been met and activated the passive skill, Final Brilliant Rune of Radiance, of the agent of divine punishment. The agent of divine punishment is now in an immortal state. Ryu Min looked at the agent solemnly, thinking, after its blood level falls below 10%, it will enter this phase. If I had severed its head before that, I wouldn't be able to kill it later. The agent of divine punishment roared in anger and raised its staff high, creating multiple magic circles. He followed the magic streams, attacking everywhere with anticipation. Show me your final effort. The agent of divine punishment staff produced countless magics. The system sounded, 50 seconds left of the final brilliant rune of radiance. The agent crazily attacked all around, with the system counting down 30 seconds. The agent of divine punishment slammed its staff to the ground, and the system announced 10 seconds, then 5 seconds. Ryu Min smirked, watching the system's countdown. 1 second, all of the agent of divine punishment's magic was withdrawn. The system displayed that the immortal state was lifted. Immediately, he lunged straight at the agent. Ryu Min coldly raised his scythe with eyes sharp as a blade. He struck decisively at the agent of divine punishment. The system continuously announced that you have defeated the agent of divine punishment. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Gold increased by 8,200. Bonus gold 4,100. Ryu Min calmly watched the agent of divine punishment fall. The system displayed confirmation that you are the first to kill the agent of divine punishment. The system notified that it has awarded the title Challenger of the Agent of Divine Punishment. He watched the body of the agent of divine punishment gradually fall to the ground. The system displayed the title Challenger of the Agent of Divine Punishment. The unlock condition: become the first to kill the agent of divine punishment. Effect: reduces damage from divine creatures by 80%. 2 items appeared in Ryu Min's hand, and the system announced, You have been rewarded condensed ether for the first kill of the agent of divine punishment. You have been rewarded a rune of radiance for the first kill of the agent of divine punishment. He clenched the two items in the palm of his hand. The system notified that the recently obtained rune automatically imprinted a seal on the player's body. Ryu Min glanced at the attributes in the system panel, thinking. Just as he predicted, he had received condensed ether. The system displayed condensed ether, item type, advanced ether that has undergone multiple refinements. It reveals a 7-colored rainbow light depending on the viewing angle. He pondered, this is the only reason for me to kill the agent of divine punishment. He looked at the items in his bag, reflecting that condensed ether is needed to create god-level items. Ryu Min focused intently on the item he just received. He was also rewarded with the rune of radiance. The system displayed that the intelligence effect would increase by 1, and the effectiveness of divine skill abilities would increase by 1% per level. Since he was at level 30, his intelligence would increase by 30, and the skill effectiveness would go up by 30%. He smiled slightly. Soon he wouldn't have to worry about intelligence anymore. The system announced that the hidden side quest was completed, rewarding 3,000 gold. Everyone looked at Ryu Min joyfully, relieved that they had survived. Oh my god, they were confused and whispering, their eyes fixed on Ryu Min, who single-handedly used the black scythe to swiftly eliminate the agent of divine punishment. He really is a monster, a voice echoed, causing everyone to turn around in surprise. It was truly unbelievable. Another angel hovered in the air, clasped his hands, looked at Ryu Min, and said, defeating the agent of divine punishment alone. This is the first time Oliver here has acknowledged the power of a human. Oliver the angel flew closer to him and asked with interest, should I interview you a little? Black Scythe player, why did you want to kill the agent of divine punishment? Ryu Min exhaled, thinking those questions were ridiculous. He answered indifferently because I wanted to. Oliver the angel frowned, confused, intently looking at him. Just surviving means you will be rewarded, but you defied everything just because you wanted to? Ryu Min replied, I couldn't just stand by and watch it slaughter all these players. Everyone was stunned to hear him say that. He stood up to help us. I thought someone so strong would be very arrogant, but he's actually so kind. His character is quite commendable. Oliver the angel put his hand to his chin thoughtfully and spoke, stepping up to help those in the same situation. I've heard humans are strange, and it turns out to be true. You can overlook all conflicts and unite together. She lightly waved her hand, her voice full of frustration. I just can't understand. You're just imagining things. What would selfish angels like you understand? Oliver the angel rolled his eyes at the players and said coldly, you have tried hard to survive, but it's still not time to relax. I smirked with a dangerous grin. Remember, whether you get eliminated depends on the overall performance. Let's take a look at the results. The system displays the round 3 results for all areas. Black Scythe Death level 30 has killed 3,631. The Foolish level 13 Mage has killed 982. The Dark Knight level 13 has killed 963. Current area ESCS 45-5. Black Scythe Death level 30 has killed 3,631. On Sankiol, Knight level 11, has killed 687. Seo Arin, Summoner level 11, has killed 576. Everyone was amazed, their eyes glued to the system board. The Black Scythe alone had killed over 3,600 monsters, while the second place didn't even reach 1,000. Moreover, it showed that he was really level 30. It's crazy, right? Did he get extra experience points or something? Ryu Min pondered quietly, realizing that he must have received extra experience points, but only by topping the leaderboard in all areas would he truly understand. The system announced, congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in all areas. Congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in the current area. Your reward for first place in all areas is a special reward selection voucher. The system sounded again, your reward for first place in the current area is a rare intermediate ring selection ticket. He kept tapping on the system board, thinking an intermediate ring selection ticket, here it is. The system notified, you can choose one of the rings below. Rewards. Please touch the reward you select. Ring of Impairment, Ring of Magic Blue, Ring of Resistance. Ryu Min selected an item. Judging by the names alone, it seemed like the weakest, but he chose the Ring of Resistance. The system displayed the properties of the rare Ring of Resistance. Rare level ring, luck +4, resistance 35, durability 450/450, requires normal level or higher. Description: the ring helps resist adverse status effects. Ryu Min focused intently on the item, thinking that no matter how high his stats were, once affected by a detrimental status effect, death would be certain. Resistance does not increase with stats, so taking this now is the best choice. Although at the moment, I don't need it much since monsters mainly attack to cause damage rather than applying many negative effects. He continued thinking about the system notification. You may select one of the following rewards. Rewards. Please tap the reward you choose. The 50% stat increase applies only to round 4, for 1,000 gold. Information on round 4. Ryu Min still carefully examined each reward. Indeed, there was no buff effect for triple experience points. After all, the purpose of round 4 was not to kill monsters. He reached out and pressed his choice. Then I will choose the second one, gold. Oliver, the angel, clasped his hands together and spoke slyly. How is it, humans? Have you checked your rankings yet? Those ranked 1225 and below will be cut. Everyone panicked and begged to be spared. Angel, please wait, I think the system miscalculated. Please check again. I have killed tons of monsters, so how could my rank be this low? Her eyes flashed with contempt as she said, what kind of bugs can't make it into the top 1225? Oliver grinned wickedly and snapped his fingers. They will be eliminated right now. They screamed in panic and agony as magical energy engulfed them. Somebody save me. The system announces the end of round 3. All survivor areas. 214,007,550. Current area ESCs 45-5. Number of survivors 1,225. Souls will be transferred to bodies in the current spatial dimension. The next round will begin on April 1st, 2023. We will meet you again in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Seo Arin woke up with a start, gasping for breath on her bed. She looked down at her hands and then touched her face with joy, thinking, I'm back. I survived round 3. Seo Arin hurriedly got out of bed. Not only that, I also achieved the summoner profession. She smiled and looked up at the winged creature that had just appeared, summoning the fairy spirit. Seo Arin gently smiled as she looked at the winged creature perched on her shoulder. It always stayed close to her in every round. I was able to complete round 3 safely thanks to these adorable fairy spirits creating shields. And also because my bodyguard distracted the enemy's attention. There is one more thing. Seo Arin stared intently at the system panel in front of her, thinking that she was among the top 3 ranks. She reached out to take an item from the system panel. Seo Arin held the magic stone in her hand, wondering if Black Scythe would like the magic stone she just received as a reward. Yongmin reached out and grabbed the night lamp. He threw the lamp against the wall, shattering it to pieces, then shouted loudly. Yongmin gritted his teeth and roared in rage. Damn it, Black Scythe, the system announcement has applied the punishment. All stats have been permanently reduced by 50%. He spun around abruptly and quickly strode toward the bed, scolding himself silently. Damn it, if I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have ordered those guys to destroy the relic. The ringing phone startled him. Yongmin picked up the phone. His face turned pale as he looked at the phone. I'm doomed. Yongmin nervously stared at the phone, saw Sunghan calling, and thought to himself that he was finished. He answered the call. Sunghan. Then the voice on the other end started cursing. Hey, are you crazy? Sunghan gritted his teeth as he listened to Yongmin speak, saying, What the hell is wrong with you guys? He angrily yelled at him. Don't pretend to be dumb with me. Don't you know that because of you, our group is practically finished? How can you use your authority to boss around your friends and then even dare to call yourself a person? Yongmin loudly defended himself. Look, I had no other choice. If I hadn't followed orders, I would have been dealt with by the Black Scythe. Hearing that, Sunghan said, In that case, you should have just died. This stunned him. Angrily, he continued to speak harsh words. Instead of hurting your friends, you should just sleep forever. Yongmin indignantly shouted back, You bastard. That's not fair to me at all. Don't these guys see that my stats decreased because I was representing the area? Immediately, Sunghan did not tolerate silently but blamed him, acting as if he was the only one who got reduced. We were also used by our friend. If you hadn't been greedy for the regional representative position from the start, none of this would have happened. You traitorous bastard. His voice over the phone seemed to lose composure, rendering Yongmin silent and speechless. He nervously called Kim Sunghan, but he didn't answer and firmly stated, "Don't ever call me again, whether in reality or the other world. Just pretend you don't know me, because if I see your face again, I'm gonna lose it and kill you." Looking at the phone in his hand, he sighed helplessly. He then continuously dialed to call others. What did I do wrong to end up like this? I'm a victim too. In his mind, he planned to rally the others to crush that bastard. But the phone notified that the number you dialed is currently unreachable, surprising him. Before the phone finished the notification, Yongmin was so furious he threw it away. "Please call again later." He cursed those damn bastards. Then he stood silently, lost in thought. Right, friends? I don't need them. Everyone has their own life. What did that guy say? If he sees me again, he'll kill me. Does he want to fight me or what? Immediately after, anger made him grit his teeth. Next time, just try to face me. I'll kill all of you. At a hotel, a voice echoed. "Come in, Unit Commander on." A question rang out. "This time you survived and came back, huh?" On Sankyol bowed his head and replied, "I was lucky." Ma Jianrock sat leisurely at his desk and asked him, "The third round must have been tough. Are you okay?" He answered, "Yes, sir. I didn't have too much difficulty. Maybe the monsters have grown weaker." Ma Jianrock continued to probe. "What level are you now? Have you gotten a class yet?" On Sankyol politely replied, "Sir, I am currently level 11. My class is Dark Knight, and Seo Arin is at the same level as me." He added that her class was different. "She is a summoner." This surprised Ma Jianrock. "A summoner," he remarked. "Amazing. I didn't expect that to be a common class." On Sankyol raised his hand and recounted. "I was quite surprised too. After her class changed, she summoned a fairy spirit to create a shield. Thanks to her, I can hunt safely." Ma Jianrock thought for a moment, then praised him. "Very good," he said with interest. "Keep up your relationship with actress Seo. If you want, you could even date her." Hearing that, he was flustered. "Date her? What do you mean, sir?" The other chuckled lightly and explained, "I just meant that dating makes it easier to discover each other's weaknesses. I don't mean seriously dating her." On Sankyol wondered, "So, should I date her, sir?" Seeing him like that, Ma Jianrock laughed happily and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen you this flustered." He said that if it was too much trouble, it wasn't necessary. Upon receiving that answer, On Sankyol breathed a sigh of relief. I understand now. After all, Seo Arin doesn't like me anyway." Ma Jianrock was curious. "Why not? You're reliable and manly, after all." He replied, "She's still very particular about me, still calls me bodyguard." He said indifferently, "Oh, I see." He pushed that issue aside, crossing his legs and asking, "So then what is the urgent report you want to give me?" He nervously lowered his head. First, I want to apologize to you." He asked why. On Sankyol candidly accepted the blame. "I failed to carry out your order to assist Black Scythe, and I also did not manage to deliver your message to him." Ma Jianrock said casually, "Oh, I see. Surely you have a reason." He answered, "Yes, here's what happened." Then the two sat down to listen to On Sankyol's explanation. He silently focused on his story. After hearing everything, he put his hand to his mouth pondering, "Agent of Divine Punishment. Huh? Sounds like a formidable opponent. So Black Scythe killed it." On Sankyol said, "Yes, sir, he used overwhelming skills to deal with it, as if he already knew how to win." He hesitated to express his impression. "Black Scythe seems like the kind of person who doesn't need anyone's help." Ma Jianrock seriously reflected, "So his stats really surpass what we imagined. Strong enough that I feel embarrassed for having thought myself strong with the Dark Knight's rune." His eyes turned yellow with anticipation. "Black Scythe, if there's a chance, I want to meet you." Then he spoke, "You had your reasons, so I won't hold you responsible." Meanwhile, On Sankyol kept apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry. He raised his glass lightly, dismissing the matter. Enough already. What are the results of tracking down those thugs? He reported what he knew to him. The first name was Youngmin. Even if that's his real name, there are dozens of people with the same name across the country. But if he is in his 20s and living in Seoul, that narrows it down to about 5 people, I guess. Ma Jianrock asked about their locations. He awkwardly said the detective agency said it would take a month to determine their home addresses. He sighed in disappointment. A month? Huh? Then we won't know until after round 4. He held the bottle and poured a drink for him. Well, there's no rush, so we can take our time. He wondered how much gold he had managed to earn so far. He answered, about 10,000 gold. Ma Jianrock pondered and reminded him, that's half the amount. There's a common skill in the shop called tracking, so remember to learn it once you've earned 20,000 gold. On Sankyol wisely agreed. Understood. Then he suddenly remembered something else and promptly reported, sir. I was a bit distracted and forgot to tell you that last month a shareholder bought a large number of shares in your company. He was puzzled and asked which company of mine I was referring to. He quickly answered that the Devil Consulting Company was the one you are currently focusing on. Ma Jianrock put the glass of wine down on the table and asked how much stake that person held. On Sankyol revealed, please don't be too surprised. It is as much as 31%. He was stunned. What? Someone bought as much as 31% of the shares. He confirmed, yes, even I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the screen. He thought, Devil Consulting Company's market value is 90 billion, so 31% means that person invested 28 billion. Can one person really have that much money? His eyes turned yellow again as he concentrated. Is this some rich guy I don't know about? Or is it done by my own brothers? Then Ma Jianrock reached for his phone. No matter what, he was sure that person invested as much as 31% to be able to participate directly in management. Holding the phone in his hand, he asked Unit Chief on Sankyol, what is the contact information of this major shareholder? Another person was also holding a phone, waiting. That was Ryu Min, eagerly anticipating. It was about time he contacted me. I couldn't call him first. As a major shareholder, I had to save face. Suddenly, Ryu Won rushed in hastily. Brother? Which floor are you at? Startling him so much that he dropped his phone on the floor. He sat up in pain, wondering why he was being asked that question out of the blue. Ryu Won hurriedly said that there was this kid who was extremely arrogant and kept bragging that his brother's level was very high. He grumbled, telling how they kept mocking him and said that his brother was already level 11 and had obtained a profession. Hearing that, Ryu Min sighed helplessly, saying level 11 is higher than yours. So don't worry. Ryu Won was doubtful, asking if that was true and what level he was. He put his hand on his neck, awkwardly thinking about how to tell her, since telling the truth might cause a lot of trouble. After that, he lied that he was level 12. Ryu Won was excited and asked if that was really true and if he also had a profession. He said of course, which made Ryu Won eagerly curious. What is it? What is it? What profession do you have? But Ryu Min decisively pulled the blanket over himself and lay down, keeping it a secret. This made Ryu Won disappointed, saying, come on, we're brothers. How can you have secrets? He coldly replied, of course I have. Go outside. I need to sleep a bit more. Ryu Won sulked and stepped out. Fine, he said. He slammed the door shut. At that moment, Ryu Min's phone rang. He held it in his hand and said, it's here. He sat up and answered the call. Hello. A voice from the phone asked, is this Ryu Min? He replied, yes. Who is this? The voice on the other end introduced himself. Hello. I am Ma Jianrock, the executive director of Devil Consulting Company. Upon hearing this, he smiled thoughtfully, deciding to play dumb at first. The more he appeared to be an easy mark, the more he could make the other party lower their guard. Ryu Min said, hello. Ma Jianrock cheerfully asked, last month you invested a fortune into our company, right? Are you pretending not to know about it? Yes, what's the matter? He wants to meet you. Since you have become the largest shareholder of the Devil Consulting Company, I want to meet you. I'm planning to treat you to a meal. He said, okay. He was delighted and said, great. He scheduled with him, how about this Friday? Ryu Min opened his calendar and thought, this Friday is very important to obtain the Rune of Inner. He suggested, I already have plans on Friday, so I can't. How about Saturday? He immediately agreed. Okay, see you then. He folded his arms, a bit curious. Good. I knew Ma Jianrock would call. After all, he founded the Devil Consulting Company to be recognized by his father. He would never treat a major shareholder badly. Ryu Min was excited. Before meeting Ma Jianrock, I should go get the runes I need. In another space, there are many ways to obtain runes. They can be found in certain places in certain rounds, or they can be special rewards. They can also drop from boss monsters after you defeat them, or from regular monsters in extremely rare cases, but it can still happen. But Ryu Min realized there was a way not many knew. You can also obtain runes in real life. He stepped into a large warehouse. Stepping up the stairs, he knew that of course the conditions for the rune to appear were somewhat complicated. He hid in a corner, thinking that Zhang Xiaoqun would appear here soon. Ryu Min unpleasantly recalled that the nickname Zhang Xiaoqun was also his real name. I will never forget that name because he was the criminal who kidnapped my younger brother, and I still remember that guy's voice clearly. When he kidnapped Ryu-1, he asked if I wanted to see him and then pressed a knife to my neck, threatening Ryu Min, so there had to be a corresponding price, something like giving me the hidden information that others didn't know. At that time, I tried to explain, what nonsense is this? How could I possibly know any such information? He laughed when he heard that from me. Then he turned and glared at Ryu Min. Don't lie to me, you're a fake time traveler. I was stunned. How could he know that? While I was confused, Zhang Xiaoqun came closer and said, you're wondering how I knew, right? I have the rune of inner. I use it to fake read your brother's thoughts. Of course, I also know what you're thinking right now. After that, he lay motionless in a pool of blood on the ground, and I helped Ryu one up and left. Since that incident, I have been seeking revenge against Zhang Xiaoqun from the 11th time travel until now. That is why my goal no longer carries any personal grudge at all. But then he put on the mask, his eyes full of determination. I will obtain the rune of inner before that guy. Immediately, the warehouse door was opened, and Zhang Xiaoqun entered, carrying a woman with him. It was today, right in this place. He threw her down onto the mattress on the floor, then used his hand to peel the tape off her mouth, saying, I'll take the tape off, so don't scream. Understand? As soon as the tape was removed, she immediately begged in fear, please spare me, I beg you. He pointed dismissively and said, damn it, I let you open your mouth, but you can only say that much. Try saying something different. Zhang Xiaoqun frowned, holding the tape in his hand. Help me. I have a little child. I'll give you money. I don't want to hear any of that nonsense. That made the woman tremble with fear. I'm sorry, I apologize. He threw the tape away and asked, sorry for what? The woman knelt down, clasping her hands together and replied, sir, you're doing this because of the way I looked at you disrespectfully the other day, right?
I'm truly sorry.
Hearing this, he stepped forward and interrogated. That's right. Why did you do something that makes you feel guilty? He said, I was in a bad mood that day, don't you know? 2 nights ago, Zhang Xiaoqun was wandering the streets. As he walked, he thought, which girl should I choose today? I feel like just one woman can help me relieve all my problems. Then he noticed a girl with a beautiful figure. He turned back to look at her back, then followed her into an alley, glancing around. Seeing no one around, Zhang Xiaoqun quickened his pace toward the girl. He immediately emitted a light that appeared and blocked the girl's path, leaving her shocked. He used his hand to make her eyes unable to see anything, causing her to panic. My eyes, I can't see anything at all. Her belongings and buttons fell to the ground amidst screams. Who are you, Chihan? After doing the bad deed, he left, leaving the girl triumphant. Truly, it was a pleasure. The current situation makes me want to act freely as much as I want. It's just too good. He used to be in a re-education center. My previous life was boring as hell, so even if I died, it wouldn't matter. Then one day, he found a rune of radiance that could make the body glow and blind opponents. For him, this was a new joy. This rune was perfect for him to find happiness. He entered a shop. A woman greeted him warmly, welcoming his visit. Zhang Xiaoqun smiled slyly. She was quite pretty. He approached the counter and ordered, give me a large iced Americano. She politely replied, yes, your order is 5,001. He handed over the money to pay and then probed, by the way, are you a part-time worker here? I'm a regular customer at this place. But you're not the staff I usually see here. She forced a smile and answered, Ah, so you're a regular. I'm really sorry. It's because I didn't know. All the part-time staff have taken time off. You know how it is now. The world has become truly strange. Hearing that, he thought it made sense. They could die any time, so there was no way they would waste time working part-time. Jang Seoquin started a conversation while she prepared drinks. Are you the owner of this shop? She replied that she was. Then he asked, How old are you? You look quite young. She answered, Oh, I am 32 years old. Knowing the woman's age, he laughed amusedly and said, So you're not a player? She responded, Yes, I'm relieved too. Then he directly approached and said, May I have your phone number? I already like you. This made her quite confused. Seeing her awkwardly looking at him, he quietly asked, What's wrong? Then he showed a displeased attitude. Why are you making that face? Do you hate my face that much? She was embarrassed and asked, What? He shouted loudly, Are you really disgusted by the spots on my face that much? Jang Seoquin angrily slammed his fist on the table and cursed, This is so annoying. I'm not drinking that cup of coffee, so give me my money back. It's disgusting. Seeing his attitude, the woman cautiously, fearfully handed the money back to him. Here, your refund. Immediately, he rudely snatched the bill back. Jang Seoquin aggressively stormed out of the shop, cursing the bitch who, just because she was a bit pretty, judged others by their looks and looked down on them. In his anger, he decided, I will make you pay for looking down on me with that contemptible gaze. Then, as she stepped outside the store, he struck her unconscious with a stick. Back in the present, she could only kneel and plead with him, I'm sorry, sir. He lectured the woman. You shouldn't look down on others just because of their appearance, understand? She obediently listened. Yes, I won't do that anymore. Suddenly, Jang Seoquin turned his face away, showing displeasure. This won't do. You don't seem sincere. Then he pushed the woman down. He grabbed both her hands. Do you think I don't know? You're just pretending to apologize so you can be released. She kept begging, Please, let me go. A figure appeared in the distance. He raised his hand toward the woman with a sinister smile. You admit your mistake, right? If you do, then pay the price for your wrongdoing. She struggled and cried out, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Okay? While he smugly touched her. That's right. So stay still. The figure was approaching them. A voice rang out. You stay right there, understood? Hearing the voice, Jang Seoquin was startled and dumbfounded. He was confused and suspicious. What the heck is this? I thought no one was here. Is he a detective or something? He quickly turned around and shouted, Damn it! Who is it? The voice replied calmly, Don't swear. Ryu Min appeared, holding a black scythe in hand, saying, Anyway, you were going to shout and curse yourself shortly. Jang Seoquin stood stunned. What is that huge scythe? And a white mask too. He sneered and looked at him saying, You crazy bastard. Do you think this is a playground for your little tricks? Ryu Min raised the scythe. It seems you still don't fully understand the situation. Do you think this looks like a toy? He swung the scythe decisively. He started to worry, wait a minute, then spoke up to ask, Is it real? Are you a player? He mocked him. How stupid. What do you think? Then he looked at the woman and said, You may leave now, miss. This is your only chance. Jang Seoquin turned to look at her and shouted, Who said that? A sound echoed from the ground. It was Ryu Min stomping his foot to gain momentum and darting toward him. He grabbed the scythe's handle and stabbed straight into his vulnerable spot. Jang Seoquin screamed loudly in agony, collapsing onto his knees and cursing fiercely. He calmly stood before him and said, I told you would be cursing a lot. Ryu Min turned to the woman. Go ahead. Leave this guy to me. She gratefully thanked him. Thank you. As she ran away, he swung the scythe down to the ground and said, Now it's just the two of us, right? Ryu Min smiled at Jang Seoquin. Now the real game begins. He angrily grabbed the dagger from the ground, stood up, and cursed, Damn you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you, you bastard! He stood still, watching him provoke. Your attitude's not bad. If you gave up this soon, what fun would there be? He shouted back, You bastard! How dare you laugh in my face? Then Jang Seoquin wildly swung his knife to attack, but he dodged all of them. He kept attacking continuously and began to lose strength, feeling bewildered inside. What the hell is this? Did he dodge all my attacks? Dodging his attack, he glanced at the dagger. Unexpectedly, you even brought along a goblin's dagger. Then he decisively swung the scythe to chop at his hand. His severed arm caused Jang Seoquin to scream in pain. Seeing him like that, Ryu Min put one hand into his pants pocket and asked, "Does it hurt?" Watching him tremble while clutching his arm, he said, "I haven't even started yet." Then he moved with very high speed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed past and cut off Jang Seoquin's other arm. Hearing his screams, he coldly said, "Look at your overreaction." At that moment, he trembled all over in fear, thinking that at this rate, he would be killed. If he wanted to stay alive and escape from here, he looked at him and realized that to find a way out, he had to blind him. Then he used his ability to create a light that blinded others, saying, "Die, brat." Just as he fiercely charged, he suddenly froze. Jang Seoquin was bewildered. What was happening? Why was it ineffective? Ryu Min looked at him silently. "Try to shine whatever amount of light you want. It's useless. Night of Death does not allow any source of light to exist." He had planned in advance, knowing that guy would use this move, so he activated the Seal of Death skill beforehand and smiled. He decided in his mind that even if there was no Night of Death, he would still cut off this guy's wrists and ankles first. Immediately, he swung the scythe. Ryu Min decisively severed both legs of Jang Seoquin. He collapsed with a scream of utter terror. With fear and pain, he shed tears and questioned him. "You devil, why are you treating me like this? Why?" He spoke up. "Why?" At the same time, the scythe moved, stabbing straight into his thigh. Ryu Min withdrew the scythe and asked back, "Then why do people exterminate pests?" He answered his own question. "Because letting them live only causes harm." Each word of his was like a stab into the man's body, but Jang Seoquin still did not change his attitude and continued to arrogantly curse. "Damn it, you lunatic." Seeing that, he said, "Let's see how long you can keep that attitude." Then there was only the sound of blood and screams flooding the room. Jang Seoquin lay face down on the ground with countless stab wounds covering his body. In his mind he wondered, "Damn it, why is this guy doing this to me? What grudge do I have against him?" He was frustrated, thinking, "This isn't fair at all, truly unfair." He bit his lip tightly, hesitated, and thought that instead of enduring this, maybe he should just commit suicide. Tears streamed down his face as he squeezed his eyes shut, preparing to bite his tongue to kill himself. "Fine, let's just die already." But then, Ryu Min's scythe was pressed against Jang Seoquin's neck, startling him. He raised his head and looked at him suspiciously. With cold eyes, he looked down and said, "What's wrong? Planning to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Do you think I'll just let you go like that?" He declared that until you kneel and beg me to set you free, you are not allowed to die. Then the scythe swung down on him once again, and so it kept swinging continuously, striking every part of Jang Seoquin's body. His face turned pale from the torture. "I have to make this pain stop." His lips trembled as he said, "Kill me, please." Ryu Min stood looking, asking, "What did you say?" He pleaded with him, "Kill me, please." He wondered, "Are you serious about this?" Jang Seoquin was still lying on the ground, begging, "Please kill me." He sighed. He lifted the scythe onto his shoulder and asked him, "You don't know why I have to go this far, do you? After all, you and I are complete strangers." Ryu Min revealed to him that they couldn't really be considered complete strangers. "Jang Seoquin, here's the thing, we have met before." He was stunned. How does he know his name? He was curious and said, "Don't tell me you have something to do with that woman." He turned away and answered, "No, I have nothing to do with her." He wondered, "Then why?" Ryu Min explained, "You kidnapped my younger brother and threatened me so I would reveal hidden information to you." He didn't know and asked, "Did I really do that?" He calmly replied, "Of course you don't remember, since it's a matter of the future that hasn't happened yet." He added, "For me this matter is in the past. If I don't intervene now, you will obtain the Rune of Inner." Ryu Min told him that a rune is hidden here. "Do you know the condition for it to appear? It's when it hears the true voice of another person." He still looked confused. The true voice. He explained that the voice comes from the heart, sincere and without deceit. He looked at him with disdain. If I hadn't appeared here, you would have raped and threatened that woman. She would then use her true voice to beg you to spare her, and you would obtain the rune of inner and use it to commit even more crimes. Jang Seoquin remained silent before his accusations. This has been proven many times through my regressions. But even without that, your previous 1 or 2 convictions already show that you are a damn despicable bastard. He pleaded, if I am worthy of death, please kill me quickly. But he refused, no, I will not touch you. It shocked him because he could not end the pain right now. He raised the handle of the black scythe. Ryu Min pressed it firmly across Jang Seoquin's mouth to silence him. He looked at him with loathing. What do you think I've been doing all this time? I've been waiting for you to stop breathing on your own. He was in pain but couldn't beg. I told him to kill me quickly. This pain is unbearable. Didn't you want to have the rune of inner thoughts? Didn't you want to hear the true voice coming from my heart? He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the pain. So why did you stop me from speaking? Why didn't I let you speak? I read his thoughts and answered because I wanted to try the rune of inner thoughts. Jang Seoquin widened his eyes. What? He said indifferently. Sorry, but I already got the rune. Don't you remember you sincerely begged me to kill you? Straight from your own heart. When he was in pain from having his limbs cut off, I felt that the rune reacted to your true voice at that moment. At this moment, the system announced that you have caused the target to use their true voice, fulfilling the activation condition. You have discovered the rune of inner thoughts hidden in this place. That rune hovered and shone before him. The system announced that the rune will automatically be engraved into the player's body. The rune of inner thoughts allows you to read the thoughts of the target before you. If you observe the target, you can also glimpse their inner intentions, but only if you are within 30 meters of the target. Then it breaks into pieces and merges into Ryu Min's body. He said indifferently, I'll check a little to see how it is, and as you can see, the rune is very effective. Hearing that, he couldn't reply, only think inside his head, you have what you want now, so please just kill me. He answered the questions in his head, well, I can't just kill you that easily, that wouldn't be fair to your victims. The last thing Jang Seoquin could think of was that damn devil thing. His body was completely motionless. He stood up, looked at the motionless corpse, thought the guy was dead with no witnesses, but he still needed to clean up this mess. So he decided to use the skill he had just learned this time. Ryu Min then used Erase Traces. Its effect appeared. The ordinary skill Erase Traces removes all traces at the scene, including the body, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. Then everything was covered by a certain blue light. Watching that light gradually make everything disappear, he knew it was effective. Better not leave any mess behind. After achieving his goal, Ryu Min took off his mask and left, ready for the next plan. Now I have what I want. Tomorrow I should go meet Ma Jianrock. Morning in the city center, seeing Ryu Min dressed handsomely, Ryu Won was surprised. Ryu Won looked at him curiously. Hey, are you going on a date today? He denied, putting his hand inside his shirt. How could it be a date? Ryu Won was suspicious. He had never seen him dress so formally before. He replied, this is an important occasion. I'm about to meet with a business partner. Ryu Won was shocked and stepped forward to probe. Are you planning to branch out into business? Ryu Min didn't answer, only nodded and dialed his phone. Seeing this, Ryu Won scratched his head worriedly. Just the other day, he had invested all their money in stocks, and now going into business, if he failed, he would be very upset. Reading his younger brother's thoughts, he let out a relieved sigh. Instead of worrying about their finances, his brother was worried about him, so endearing. Then he smiled confidently and said, if this meeting goes well, I'll tell you all the details. You don't need to worry. You trust your big brother, don't you? Ryu Won immediately replied, of course I trust you. Who else would I trust? Ryu Min reminded him, wait here for me. It's very dangerous outside right now. All because of other players. He awkwardly followed Ryu Won out of the room. Yes, I've seen the news. They're using their powers to commit crimes. I also heard that overseas, criminals are having issues using their powers to escape prison. Ryu Min spoke seriously. That's right. If the age fits, even criminals are given the chance to become players. In his mind, he knew players were becoming stronger and stronger, while the population was decreasing every month, so if nothing changed, that would actually be strange. He recalls that later there will be a period when ordinary people are hunted like animals and treated like slaves. That is when the players reach the peak of their power. So, Ryu Min was very determined. Before the world turns into such a chaotic place, he needed to become overwhelmingly strong to dominate everyone and also raise the reputation of the black side. He turned back to remind Ryu-Won, generally saying that if she went outside, she should be careful. Ryu-Won obediently replied, "Okay, when will you tell me about your business?" But he only told her it was a secret, which made Ryu-Won extremely curious. She was too inquisitive. He raised his hand to pinch Ryu-Won's cheek and reminded her carefully, "I will tell you soon, so don't nag anymore. Just wait here and order food on your own. Buy something more expensive than black bean noodles. Got it?" Ryu-Won answered, "I know." Ryu-Min stood in front of a magnificent hotel, looking around. Just as he expected, the guy had arranged to meet him here, like how the home team has the advantage in football. He stepped inside the place Ma Jianrock chose for their lunch meeting. Officially, it was a hotel belonging to the Osung Corporation, but in reality, it was one of Ma Jianrock's hotels. Of course, this was top-secret information. Probably only he knew this truth. At most, only Ma Jianrock's relatives knew as well. He had to try using this information to make himself more valuable in Ma Jianrock's eyes. He pretended to glance around to appear naive. Before that, I had to act true to my own image first. The more innocent the first looked, the better. He tried to appear shy and said, "Hello, I have an appointment here, and I was told to go to the reception desk." The professional female receptionist asked, "Are you talking about an appointment with the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company?" He answered, "Yes, that's right." She stepped out to guide Ryu Min, saying the chairman would be here soon. While waiting, he could sit over there. He bowed his head and smiled, "All right, thank you." Sitting down, he kept glancing around as if everything were unfamiliar. "Perfect. Now I just need to sit still for a bit and pretend to be like those country bumpkins who just arrived in the city." He looked up at the lamp and deliberately said loudly, "That twisted lamp is really cool." Someone approached him and asked, "Are you Ryu Min? I thought you'd finally arrived." Ryu Min hurriedly stood up, "Yes, sir." Seeing him, An Sang-yeol looked quite surprised. He reached out with a questioning gesture. "Have we met before at the Galleria Long-Term Hotel?" He acknowledged, "Yes, I think we met when I went to deliver rice cakes after moving in. You were the one who came with Seo Arin." He bowed politely, "Yes, I apologize for behaving impolitely at that time." An Sang-yeol was stunned. The guy didn't even look 20. Yet this kid was a major shareholder who had invested 28 billion. Looking at his attitude, Ryu Min understood what he was thinking. Surely he was suspicious of him. It's hard to believe someone his age would have that much money. So his reaction was normal, right? He scratched his neck to appear friendly. "It's nothing really, we're not exactly close. I didn't expect the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company to live right above me." An Sang-yeol embarrassedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand. I'm not the chairman." He placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. "Sorry for the delay in introducing myself. I am Unit Head An Sang-yeol. The chairman will be arriving a little late, so I came ahead of him." He raised his hand to gesture the way. "Let's go inside and wait." He replied, "All right." Inside the room, An Sang-yeol seated him alone at the table and stepped outside, asking him to wait here for a moment. He bowed in greeting and stepped out. Then he took out his phone and sent a message. He texted, "Sir Chairman, I have personally met him, and he definitely couldn't have invested that amount on his own. Surely someone instructed him to act in his place, so please be cautious." Ryu Min sat inside feeling smug. He had guessed it exactly. He told An Sang-yeol to probe first. For such an important meeting, there's no way someone meticulous like Ma Jianrock would be accidentally late. Suddenly, footsteps caught his attention as someone entered. Ma Jianrock stepped in to greet him. "Hello, I am Ma Jianrock, the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company." He extended his hand for a handshake. He took his hand and introduced himself. "I am Ryu Min. He politely invited you to sit down." I sat down and replied, "Yes, Unit Chief An Sang-yeol will sit beside me." He responded, "Yes." Ryu Min sat down and thought to himself that he intended to include An Sang-yeol in this meeting without consulting him. It seemed like he planned to take the initiative. Ma Jianrock spoke up. "Before we discuss anything, let's have lunch first. I've prepared Korean dishes and hope they suit your taste." Then, a line of people carried in plates of food. Looking at the gourmet dishes on the table, he tried to appear interested. In such a luxurious hotel, everything tasted excellent. Ryu Min then picked up food and ate while praising. The food is very delicious. Ma Jianrock calmly replied. Knowing you like it reassures me. Observing his manners, he thought the unit chief on Sankyol was right. He was still too young to invest 28 billion on his own. Even if he had that money, it seemed he lacked the courage to do so. Surely, he was already collaborating with someone else. Ma Jianrock grew curious about who had sent him here. Was it his own comrades or someone else? He decided he just needed to find out the truth and began probing. The first time I met you, I was very surprised. Ryu Min, I never expected our major shareholder to be so young. May I ask how old you are? He answered. I'm 20 years old. Upon hearing that, his expression showed considerable astonishment. He acted normal, but his face showed a bit of embarrassment. I'm 20, you're 29. It's really great to meet someone around my age, he replied. Yes, I'm happy too. He continued to probe. So how is it that at this age you can make such a large amount of money? Are you the son of a tycoon family? Ryu Min looked at him. He was straightforward indeed. He waved his hand laughingly. Not at all. I'm just an ordinary student. Up until a few months ago. Ma Jianrock was curious. Up until a few months ago? He answered. That's right. Have you been following the news lately? He asked, implying. Ryu Min asked him. Have you seen the news about the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire? He replied. I have seen that news. He revealed it was him. That's me. I'm the one who won the lottery 4 times in a row. The other man was stunned. What? Then incredulously he asked doubtfully. Is it true? Are you the lottery winner who appeared in the news a few months ago? He admitted. Yes. Noticing something unusual, he wondered. According to the news, the total prize money was only about 60 billion won. How did you make 280 billion? He explained. I invested a bit in Bitcoin. The answer made Ma Jianrock somewhat skeptical. Bitcoin, that's all? He said. He replied politely. Yes. He continued to ask. You really are unbelievable. What made you invest 60 billion into Bitcoin? I don't think I could do that. On Sankyol looked at Ryu Min. Looks like you're very lucky. He answered. It's not luck. On Sankyol recalled, that's right, I remember there was an article stating that you said the numbers on the lottery ticket came from a dream you had. If so, how could that not be luck? He calmly said, I didn't dream of it. This only made them more curious, so how then? He turned to look at Ma Jianrock. Thinking this was the only way he could gain his acceptance and make him side with him, he tried to appear mysterious. This is the first time I'm revealing this to anyone. But I have a rune that lets me see the future. This left them incredulous and confused. Ryu Min continued to reveal that this rune helps me see events a few years ahead. In other words, I am a prophet who can foresee the future. On Sankyol and Ma Jianrock looked at him in bewilderment. He wondered if he had just heard what he thought he did. On Sankyol also sat stiffly, thinking, Prophet, what nonsense is this kid talking about? He asked again, Are you serious? He placed both hands firmly on the table. Why would I lie to you? Hearing this, he quickly asked, So are you saying that your winning the lottery was because you used a rune to foresee the future? He happily explained, Yes, that's also why I invested in Bitcoin to get richer. Because I could see the future, I was confident to invest all my money into it. He looked at him with disbelief and said, If you don't mind, can you prove it to me? If you can, then predict what I will do in a moment. He paused for a moment to think. Guessing what he would do next was easy because I could read his mind. But to prevent any trouble, it was best to set limits on my ability beforehand. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, I'm really sorry, but I can't use this ability freely. It will activate unexpectedly and beyond my control. I thought silently, it's understandable that runes which allow foresight into the future come with such limitations. He picked up his glass of water, ready to drink. Suddenly, Ma Jianrock recalled something. He called to me, this Ryu Min, about your investment of 28 billion in our company. I replied, Yes, I know that the Devil Consulting Company will grow very strongly in the future, so I invested in it. He asked curiously, How strong is this growth you're talking about? Ryu Min immediately explained, within half a year, it can enter the Kospi list without any issues. Upon hearing that, he was immediately pleased. His eyes lit up brightly. He controlled himself and thought silently, if that happens, how great it would be. Not only recognized by my father, but I could also sit in the chairman's seat. I seem a bit too excited already, just because of information I haven't even verified. I'm smiling like that. While picking up some food, I continued, but if you want to succeed, you have to completely change the business model. Sankyol heard this and asked blankly, "What do you mean by business model?" He slammed his hand on the table in anger, demanding that the request was outrageous. At a time like this, are you telling us to change our business? You might as well tell us to change the company's name. Seeing him lose his temper, stopped him. Unit Chief although like that, he remained very calm as he picked up his food. Since the type of business will change, of course, the name must also change. He teased him like that, making him even angrier. Are you serious? He showed a somewhat displeased expression. At this point, you still think I'm joking? Both of you are players, so you must understand. Revealing your rune to others is very damaging and disadvantageous to yourself. His words left the two of them speechless. They calmed down and listened to him. I've considered that issue, but still decided to reveal my rune to you as a major shareholder and business partner who will be working together in the future, because I want to help the company develop. He looked directly at him. Otherwise, why would I invest 28 billion here? If you want the company to succeed, you have to cooperate with me. Sankyol looked at his chairman with some fear. Mr. Chairman, you don't believe what he said, do you? He sighed. It seems you don't trust my ability. He looked at him unpleasantly and said bluntly, honestly, I don't believe it. He still said calmly, Unit Chief have you ever wondered why I moved to live right below the penthouse apartment? Don't tell me you think that's just a coincidence. It made him agitated, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ma Jianrock turned to Sankyol. Wait, the apartment below the penthouse? Hey Unit Chief what does he mean? Is the apartment beneath yours? He said awkwardly. Sir Chairman, just about 2 months ago, Ryu Min moved to live on the floor beneath Seo Arin's penthouse apartment. He continued, yes, that was a few days after I obtained the rune to foresee the future. He was displeased and spoke harshly, Unit Chief why am I only hearing about this information now? He immediately explained, until today, I thought this was nothing important. He straightened up, worry etched on his face as he thought, if that was in January, then it was before he invested in Bitcoin. He looked at him eating and thought, yet he moved to live near someone connected to the company he was going to invest in. Unless he foresaw the future, he couldn't have done that. He quietly reasoned, maybe he knew he was supporting Seo Arin. He silently concluded, that's right, but even that alone isn't enough. He sneered, looks like you still don't believe me, so how about this? He stopped eating and spoke seriously. The hotel we are staying at is your property, isn't it, Chairman Ma Jianrock? As for your identity, you are the eldest son of the Osung conglomerate. The Devil Consulting Company was secretly established to seek your father's recognition. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Sankyol stood up and shouted in his face, Hey you, who are you? How do you have access to information that only his relatives know? Before he could finish, someone stopped him and said, Calm down, Unit Chief He took a deep breath to calm himself and apologized. His face showed displeasure, and his hands revealed anxiety. That's right. Everything you said is accurate. He was serious, yet he said, however, if you claim to have learned these things by looking into the future, that alone is not enough to convince me. As Unit Chief said, anyone among my relatives knows this information. He looked directly at him and said, actually, I suspect you are a third party sent here to trap me. And in this situation, you still expect me to trust you and change my business. He spoke with a rather calm tone. Even if I don't say it clearly, you know my answer, don't you? All of this seems utterly absurd. Ma Jianrock smiled lightly. I also want to believe that your rune of looking into the future exists, so it can help the company grow. Who wouldn't want to believe that? He even used his hands to describe his words so I could understand better. But what you're telling me sounds very hard to believe. Ryu Min, thank you for investing in our company, but I need to call a shareholders meeting to review this proposal. He said with a confident tone, of course, you will be the one to convince them. Then he stood up, bowed to me, apologizing that he couldn't help me, and said he would leave now. I frowned and said, wait a moment, Mr. Chairman. He sat down, looked at me, and asked, do you have anything else you want to say? I lowered my head and thought, is this really the only way? Then I decided, how about this? I will tell you information about round 4. He asked curiously, round 4? I had successfully excited him. You even have information about round 4? I replied happily, yes, the rune that looks into the future has already helped me see everything. I know what tragedy will happen. This information should be enough to prove my capability, right? Sankyol bowed his head to him, saying, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Earlier I was too agitated and shouted in front of you. He was holding a phone, waved his hand, and said cheerfully, it's okay, you did that because you care about me. He stammered and said, then I just remembered something else. Can I tell you? He replied, whatever you want to say, just say it. He spoke all his thoughts honestly. I was quite skeptical about Ryu Min. He could see the future. If he truly had such an ability, he could just keep quiet and enjoy a comfortable life. Why would he want to help us? He began to show a displeased expression. Didn't he say he wanted to grow together with the company? It seems like he wants to earn even more money. He put his hand on his chin and said, what's his reason for doing that? If he had 28 billion, that would already be a huge sum. He could relax and wouldn't need to work for his entire life. Sankyol was trying to convince him. Surely that still wasn't enough for him. Human greed is bottomless. Even so, it's still extremely dangerous. And whether such an unbelievable rune truly exists remains a suspicion. He replied slowly, I agree with that, but he placed his hand on his chest and said, if he really is a prophet who can foresee the future, then we need to make him an ally. He stood up and said, just think about it, if we always have information about the next round and can prepare in advance, how useful would that be? And if, during that time, it also helps the company develop, then it can be considered a benefit. He wanted to ask further, but whether he truly is a prophet. He asked back about that, huh? He smiled happily, we just need to wait and see, right? Ryu Min went outside. He walked while thinking about something. He looked around and thought to himself, after round 4 ends, he will surely know that I am the prophet. I tangled myself up, but I didn't reveal to him any important information, such as side quests or how to climb the leaderboard. He pictured the 3 of them sitting at the dining table earlier. The task of round 4 wasn't to kill monsters. Instead, there would be a massacre among the players. He couldn't let his guard down for even a moment. Ryu Min put his hands in his pockets and thought seriously. That should be enough to prove that he is the prophet. He reasoned smartly. Then their attitude toward him would change. They would treat him well and try to protect him because he is the prophet. He thought while staring into the distance. Having the prophet on your side is always better than siding with others. Ryu Min picked up his phone. Now that I've played the role of the prophet, should I just perform it fully in the future? Then he started typing something on the keyboard. So first, who should I contact? On the pedestrian street, Julie was running desperately, thinking that at this rate she would be late. The traffic light turned red. She was afraid of being late for her appointment, so she said silently, come on, change to green. She wondered as she looked at the red car. What is that car doing? It's blocking the shop's frontage. What kind of careless person is that? The window of that car slowly rolled down. He called out loudly to Julie. She saw it and panicked. Ryu Min. The traffic light had already turned green. She quickly walked past him. She moved closer to the car. Is this your car? He cheerfully said, sorry for stopping right in front of the store. Please go ahead inside. While you're in there, we'll take a quick drive around. Julie was still surprised, but agreed. The car started moving, looking really cool on the outside. She timidly said to him, this is my first time sitting in a car like this. He smiled in response. Oh really? Same here. I just bought this car recently, so you understand. So that's how it is. She looked at him and asked, how much does a car like this cost? He focused on driving and said, not too much, about 900 million. She was shocked and repeated, 900 million? Not too much? Please come on. Do you know how many convenience stores I could open with 900 million? He spoke as if it was nothing to him. Compared to the money I won from the lottery, this isn't really much. Then she thought to herself, that's true, Ryu Min has become rich, he has 6 billion after all. I just feel like we live in 2 different worlds. Suddenly she blushed, feeling like she was on a date, which made her quite shy. While she was thinking this, he said something that startled her. To be honest, I have something to confess to you. She blushed and started sweating, stammering, confess. He quickly explained, it's nothing strange, so please don't misunderstand. She forced a smile and said, it's a misunderstanding. No way I did that. She thought to herself that she just wanted to find a hole to hide in. She waved her hand and asked again, so what do you want to confess? He said absent-mindedly, earlier I mentioned that the lottery results appeared in my dream, right? She promptly replied, that's right. He explained, actually, that's not the case, which surprised her. He looked at her and said, in fact, I obtained the information through runes that foresee the future, not from dreams. Those runes helped me learn about future events, which is why my profession is a seer. She asked him, a seer? She clapped excitedly. That's so cool. Isn't that a special profession? He scratched his neck awkwardly. Probably so. She looked at him with satisfaction. That's great then. Runes that foresee the future sound amazing. Thank you for telling me the truth. Even among friends, it must be hard to share this kind of secret. Ryu Min smiled softly. It's nothing. You told me about your profession, so that's support which makes it fair. She looked at him happily and said, fair? That's not possible. I never told you about my rune. By the way, should I tell you about my rune? He quickly replied, no need, but she didn't pay much attention to his words. She pointed and said, in the first round I had rune protection. Within a radius of 10 meters around me, for every person there would be that many thin protective layers covering me. Suppose there are 5 people, I would be covered by 5 layers of protection. Julie burst out laughing, saying she finally said it and felt so relieved, which made him happy too, right? She asked him, but why did you suddenly tell me about the rune? He honestly told her that keeping secrets made him feel a bit uneasy, and besides, he thought if he didn't confess the truth, she wouldn't believe what he was about to say. She didn't understand and immediately asked, what do you want to say? His red car continued driving along the road. She shouted in panic, that's a 4-star mission. He calmly said, so remember to be careful, Julie. Ryu Min seriously warned her, you must always stay alert, because you never know what other players around you might do. She listened to him and said, okay, I remember. She happily looked out the car window and thought, anyway, I still feel very grateful because he cares about me enough to tell me, and he even called me first. She secretly glanced at him, blushing a little, and thought, could it be that he has a tiny bit of feeling for me? I hope so. The sky began to show sunset. He sat on the bed in the room thinking, can't believe Julie has liked me all that time and I had no idea. His face showed a bit of regret. No wonder she wanted to treat me well. He glanced and thought, although it's a bit awkward, this will probably be better. He put down the phone and pondered, it would also be easier to make her become an ally. His hands free, he cleaned his pillow. She would also trust his prophecies more. Then he neatly covered himself with the blanket, closed his eyes, and felt that one matter was settled. Just a bit of rest now. After all, he didn't have much to do this month. It was already night, under the city's twinkling lights. On March 31st, at 11:55 p.m., the simple clock hung in his house also indicated that time. He sat on the bed, looking at the system. Before entering another world, he had bought an epic item from today's inventory. The system displayed a pair of shadow gloves of darkness, epic-grade gloves. Effects: Strength +5, Agility +4. Weapons become semi-transparent, only effective at night. Restriction: usable from normal grade and above. Description: these gloves are enveloped by darkness and can become invisible. The weapon in use will become semi-transparent. He carefully considered. Their stats were high. Moreover, the ability to make weapons semi-transparent was useful too. If combined with the Knight of Death skill, the effect would be even greater. Suddenly, Ryu Min heard a knock at the door. Turned out to be Ryu 1. It's time, he said. Ryu 1 entered the room and asked, are you confident you'll conquer this round? Ryu Min glanced over and replied, you won't know until you try. Ryu 1 showed some worry. Hey, are you a prophet? You said you have information about round 4. Ryu Min replied, having information is one thing, but how to act on it is another. Ryu 1 anxiously said, how could you be like that? Ryu 1 came closer. You have to survive and return. Understand? Honestly, Ryu Min was angry. Pointing at my head, he said, "Don't open that black crow mouth of yours. That just spells doom." He lay on the bed, his face somber as he thought, the fourth round could very well be the round of death. But, elsewhere, Yong Min ruffled his hair, thinking his mother was at it again. The status window, the system panel appeared, showing that punishments had been applied. All stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. He angrily thought to himself, "Damn it, I can't believe this is the result of betrayal. I don't even have 10 command rights left. How am I supposed to get through the fourth round?" His mind was very upset. He gritted his teeth, walking and thinking that those wanting to steal the regional representative spot might be targeting him, or some old friends might come back to take revenge. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and then realized, besides, where exactly is this place? He fidgeted, looking around. What kind of mission starts in a damn place like this? All this white stuff around makes me feel like a lab rat. When he saw Ryu Min, he immediately thought, damn, that evil devil surely knew everything would turn out like this. Yong Min bitterly recalled how he manipulated others to destroy relics. Ryu Min said, both the 10 command rights were wrong and the relics were ruined. Looking back at that, he had no qualms about killing the agent of Divine Punishment's avatar. It was just too suspicious. His face darkened. He stood behind Ryu Min, thinking that if he were strong enough, he would have smashed that bastard's face to pieces already. Although angry, he couldn't do anything. It was really frustrating to see, but he had no choice. If he at least wanted to save his own life, he had to team up with that devil. Calm down and walk over here. Black Scythe Ryu Min turned and said, "What is it?" His face was strained. "Our previous deal should still be valid, right?" he asked with doubt. "Deal? Didn't you say that if I became your subordinate, you would protect me?" He gave a wry smile. "I no longer need a subordinate like you." He didn't believe what he just said. "What?" He stood with arms crossed, saying, "You have no more command rights to use. What's the point of holding on to being a regional representative without command rights? Not to mention most players already have professions now. Even if you have command rights, they don't really matter much." He spoke at length, leaving him stunned. But, he smiled lightly, "You have no value left. You're just a moving target practice." He was angry, silently thinking, moving target practice. Just as he was in a state of fear, he suddenly heard someone's voice and immediately turned around. Ryu Min crossed his arms with a confident look. "Don't worry too much. You're only a moving target in name. There won't be many who actually want to kill you." He was flustered walking over to you. "Won't they target me?" You then explained, "As you know the fate of players who hold the role of regional representative, everyone already understands clearly that being a regional representative is no easy privilege." Ryu Min spoke seriously to him, and the more levels a person gains, the fewer people they can command with their authority. Compared to the risks, it's simply not worth it. Yong Min hesitated in thought. The Black Scythe's words were correct. If possible, he too would want to give up this command right. Seo Arin gently approached him. Seeing this, Yong Min blushed, thinking, "Why are those people here?" Seo Arin cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, Black Scythe." On Sankyol's expression was similar to hers. Greeting him, "Do you still remember us?" He replied, "Of course." Yong Min froze for a moment. "What's going on?" His face looked somewhat mocking. "You once saved us from the thug standing right here. We wanted to thank you once again." Yong Min angrily said, "What thug?" Ryu Min timely stopped him. He wore an unhappy look. "One thank you is enough. No need to look for me again." On Sankyol replied, "We still feel grateful to you, and our company's president also wants to express thanks for saving us." He was about to say something more, then stopped abruptly saying, "As for our president, let's drop it. I don't care, so stop there." Seo Arin saw him and quickly took the initiative to say, "Black Scythe, this is a small token of my gratitude for saving us." She held up a beautiful, sparkling purple stone and said, "Please accept this." He thought to himself that it was the lowest rank purple magic stone. Truly an unexpected bargain. She was flustered, thinking that just saying thank you wouldn't be enough. So, Ryu Min took the stone from her hand, thinking that it was good of her, and thanked her. Looking at the stone, he thought, since she gave me such a magnificent item, I can't refuse. When I return, I must try to create a low-rank magic stone myself. She looked at his face anxiously, wondering if he liked it. She looked at him shyly, worried that he might think she gave him a worthless stone and get angry. He thought to himself, just as I thought, she doesn't know the value of magic stones. Well, if she did, she wouldn't have given it to me. Youngmin looked at him and whispered that he also had something similar. Hearing that, he thought, so he has magic stones too. He put his hand on his cheek, thinking it might be called a black diamond. Ryu Min was a bit surprised. What? Black diamond? Ryu Min analyzed it. A black diamond is an item that drops from monsters at a very low rate. It's even harder to obtain than a magic stone, and at this point, trying to actively acquire one is impossible. He thought smugly that now he knew this guy had such a valuable item. Is this luck or misfortune? Seo Arin stammered. You're the Black Scythe. Do you need a protective shield? He asked again. A shield? She hesitated slightly. I've been promoted to summoner, she explained to him with a cheerful face. I can summon a fairy spirit to create a shield for you if you need. Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted her. Thank you for your offer to help, but I must decline. I don't think it's necessary. Seo Arin felt even more embarrassed. I understand. She bowed her head and politely greeted him. Well, we'll be going now. I wish you all the best in this round, he replied to her. Good luck to you too. When he turned around, he saw Youngmin was about to leave. Ryu Min immediately called out loudly to him. Wait, Ryu Min looked at him and warned. At this rate, you're going to regret it. He asked confusedly. What do you mean? Ryu Min responded. I've already told you, you're a moving target. Youngmin turned away in disbelief, but he also said, no one will target me anyway. He explained. I said there wouldn't be many. Not that there wouldn't be any. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't completely disappeared yet. Ryu Min walked away with an indifferent expression. Although most people have reached level 10 and have professions, there are still a few who haven't. That means there are still targets to exercise command over. Youngmin looked puzzled, and Ryu Min posed a question. Think about it. Do you really believe that out of thousands of players, no one is targeting you? He asked Ryu Min. So what should I do? He cheerfully continued. I'll help you so that you won't become an easy target in danger. He was utterly astonished now. Really? Before he could finish thanking me, I immediately interrupted. I never said I would do it for free. To compensate me for helping you, you saw the stone Seo Arin gave me just now, right? If you have something like that, just give it to me. He was somewhat embarrassed. I also have a stone like that. He promptly handed that stone to Ryu Min. The information about it is that it is a black diamond, an item described as a solid black stone with a smooth surface and a shiny layer. He felt satisfied and said, all right, any other items? He refused bluntly, no, whatever I could give you, I've already given. Please don't take my equipment. He sighed, don't worry, even if you want to give, I won't take it. He immediately countered, I have already given you the item. Now can you help me? Ryu Min turned his back. I will keep my promise after all. The angel appeared cheerfully and said, O humans, today you have gathered here again, though the number has decreased. The people below wondered, the number has decreased, so someone must have fought in real life. He stood with arms crossed and thought to himself, after a whole month with no players caught in trouble, that would have been the real surprise. The angel excitedly announced, well, it seems everyone is here, so I declare the mission for round 4. This information is about round 4, the main task. Mutual slaughter within 3 hours. Across all areas, the total number of participants is 181,906,418. The number of players who have completed it is 0 out of 90,953,209. The current area is ESCS 45-5, with a total of 1,042 participants and 0 out of 521 players have completed it. Everyone exclaimed, What the hell is this? Killing each other. The angel's tone shifted to disdain. You humans really are slow to understand. Just as I said, she smiled cunningly. You just need to stab, slash, and kill the players next to you. Simple, right? Everyone was somewhat confused. Kill them, players killing each other. The angel confidently raised a finger to explain further. Let me clarify a bit more for you. The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other. Unlike previous rounds, this time, there will be no monsters at all. Everyone suspiciously raised questions. No monsters. but I need to level up and become stronger. A tall young man said, Sir Angel, if half of us survive, then each person only needs to kill one other, right? The angel put a finger to her lips with a smile. That's a secret. If I told you everything, where would the fun be? Ryu Min below thought irritably to himself. She only received orders not to reveal anything from her superiors. He was unhappy now, standing and observing while cursing. The angels are merely a means to convey information to us in this damned survival game. There is another game master, and the fact that she is hiding a specific rule means she has received orders from the overseer. The angel crossed its arms and warned, killing players alone is not enough for you to complete the mission. Only the top 521 ranks will survive, and the criteria of that ranking board is a secret. She put on a cunning expression, saying that even the first person to kill is not allowed to take first place. The angel manipulated everyone and said, All right, that concludes the explanation. Now start slaughtering each other. Time remaining until the round ends. 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Everyone was panicking. What should I do? So all I have to do is kill someone, kill them and the others too. Ryu Min had no conflicts with them at all. This crazy cycle. Young Min stood smugly with his arms crossed and said with delight, Kill other players, great. I want to kill a few bastards too. Ryu Min speculated. I guessed right. He's thinking about killing his friends. He smiled maliciously and slyly said, Wait, now that I think about it, wouldn't it be better for me if the other players hesitate and don't strike? That way, I become the champion. Young Min was furious, scheming intensely in his mind. Those dogs, I don't know where you all are, but I will kill every last one of you. He turned around and saw Ryu Min standing beside him, which startled him. You really scared me. He immediately felt uneasy. Black Scythe, what's going on? He spoke as he walked. I told you I would help you avoid becoming a target, didn't I? Well, now I'm fulfilling that promise. He immediately reached out and combined his power. Seeing this, Young Min didn't have time to think about anything. He began to step backward, but it seemed too late when Ryu Min adjusted and did something. Ryu Min made a swift move that caused him to lose his balance and fall down. A sudden notification appeared. Side mission. Round 4, side mission. Eliminate the regional representative within a set time. Completing the mission rewards you with a lowest rank mana stone draw token. The system announced you have completed the side mission and have been awarded the lowest rank mana stone draw token. The lowest rank mana stone draw token is a rare grade item that randomly provides between 1 and 5 lowest rank mana stones. It is restricted for use until the next round for participants of apprentice rank or higher. Description: a limited time item that randomly grants you mana stones. When you reach the next round, this item will automatically disappear, and it is affected by your luck stat. He was quietly pleased. Good. I got the reward I wanted. I killed Young Min to get the side mission reward, although that wasn't the only reason. The blonde young man shouted, Someone's dead. I saw it, Black Scythe killed him. He cast a displeased glance. Not long ago, they were the ones aiming for the regional representative position and wanted to kill him. Truly a bunch of hypocrites, and now they pretend to be decent. Everyone looked at him and shouted, Hey Black Scythe, you can't just go around killing people like that. Don't you have any humanity at all? Murderer, you're a murderer. Ryu Min thought to himself, they're not wrong to call me a murderer. I killed Jang Seoquin. Not only that, I will continue killing countless others until round 20. He stood there silently for a moment. I've never killed anyone without reason, especially in this round. I have no choice but to kill to get through it, whether I like it or not. The announcement for round 4 came in. Main mission, kill each other within 3 hours. All regions combined. Total participants 181,906,418. Players who completed 0/90, 953, 209. Your region asks 45-5. Total participants 1,042. Players who completed 0/521. He silently speculated that even though they knew this would happen, they still criticized him. A young man with black hair said, If things go well, maybe I could urge everyone to kill Black Scythe. The hooded youth thought similarly. I have to use this chance to ruin Black Scythe's reputation. A tall man full of determination said, If we attack as a group, Black Scythe won't stand a chance. That young man thought, we can't let Ryu Min become the regional representative. We have to accuse him of something new. They think they've found a good opportunity. It really is a joke. The young man shouted, do you think this is funny? The girl beside him added, you're crazy. After what you did, how dare you? The system displayed a notification. Player Ryu Min has become the new district representative of the ESC's 45-5 area. The young man was shocked. So Ryu Min is now the district representative? The black-haired guy next to him was worried. At this rate, it's like a tiger growing wings. What should we do? Ryu Min spoke confidently. What's going on? Why aren't you yelling anymore? Or is it because I'm the district representative now that you're scared? He crossed his arms, looking even more arrogant. If you're afraid of command authority, then you probably haven't changed your profession yet. The blonde man exclaimed, what are you talking about? The tall young man shouted. Look over there, he shouted loudly. The name of the black scythe has changed color. Everyone here was stirred up. He's right. The name really did change color. Why is he the only one whose name changed? On calmly thought, maybe it shifted from bright yellow to red. Ryu Min somewhat understood this. In these rounds, once you have killed someone, your nickname turns red. The more people you kill, the darker the red becomes. The man looked utterly savage. The changing color of the nickname is to distinguish those who have taken the lives of others. Everyone around gathered on one side to attack Ryu Min. The primitive hunting rifle has already killed. Murderer, die. He felt a bit of sympathy. Instead of targeting innocent players, people would choose to kill the murderers. In any case, that way their conscience would be much less troubled. To some extent, he also realized that those who had killed murderers had themselves become murderers. He was the person who understood that more than anyone else. And the result was that they encouraged each other to go on killing the people around them. Ryu Min thought to himself, right now they might still hesitate and not want to kill anyone, but this would be the reason behind many deaths. He seriously asked, what are you people doing? I'm sure you don't have time to stand there and dawdle. Two of them retorted, hey you, stop right there. That's right, you murderer. He raised his hand to explain. You act like I'm the only one who wants to kill the representative of that area? But what about those who rushed toward Jozik in the previous round? Do you want to give him a kiss or something? The man stammered. Well, he continued, kill or be killed. Don't tell me you survivors still don't know this simple rule. He asserted loudly to everyone around. Stop being hypocrites and face the reality. If your life is in danger, there's no way you wouldn't point your spear at the one threatening you. He rolled his eyes fiercely. Now is not the time to just sit and do nothing. If you all are so worried, then argue it out just like we voted the last time. He told himself and left. Even if I don't say these things, they'll start fighting anyway. Ryu Min guessed that by then it would already be too late. If at least I didn't say this, they would keep wasting time. He turned around, looking at everyone while thinking, if that happens, the number of people who pass this round might not be 521. Even if it means making them fight, encouraging them to perform the mission is also a way for more people to survive. A woman with a strong appearance tried hard to persuade. I think now we shouldn't just stand here like Black Scythe said. Shouldn't we do something? The man beside her raised the issue. So, do you have any suggestions on what we should do to talk about it? She retorted, what right do you have to mock me like that? I'm just discussing what we should do. That guy challenged her, how about a one-on-one duel to be fair? The platinum-haired boy, seeing that, immediately wanted to stop it. Fighting to kill each other, how is that fair? And a duel? Do you think this is a game? He urged, we don't even have enough time now. The other man shouted angrily, what did you just say? And so, everyone kept arguing with each other non-stop. Seorin hesitated and asked, hey bodyguard, what should we do? Is it really true that we have to kill someone, as Black Scythe said? Sankyol looked at her and replied kindly, of course it is. Otherwise, we ourselves would be killed. Why would we care about the lives of strangers we don't even know? He silently advised, I completely agree with Black Scythe's words, Aaron. You should also make up your mind, because killing someone is not a pleasant experience. She looked at him and worriedly said, you talk as if you've killed someone before. He frowned. No, not at all. I'm just guessing. She looked around awkwardly and asked, so who should we kill? He replied, let's just see how things go. Right now everyone is arguing loudly. Stop behaving like this. We need to decide who to kill and get it over with. Then tell me, who would you kill? Those who have already killed are perfect targets. Focus on those whose nicknames have turned red. Who gave you the right to decide that? The long-haired man expressed his opinion. You mean we should kill Black Scythe, huh? The black-haired man said smugly. Black Scythe is clearly crazy. How could you kill someone who's already reached level 30? The blonde young man pondered. I bet even if we all attacked him at once, we wouldn't be able to kill him. The brown-haired man was more cautious. Be quiet. What if he hears us? Ryu Min was extremely frustrated and powerless, thinking, I can hear everything. They were arguing when suddenly they froze. The gray-haired man shouted, What the hell are you talking about? Life is precious. Even if that person is a murderer, we shouldn't kill anyone. The man wearing a hat added, This guy is right. If we kill someone, we ourselves will become murderers just like him. The young man argued back. So what do you want us to do? Someone has to die before I can continue living, right? The nearby man stopped him, saying, Stop arguing. Let's just agree to kill some criminals. Okay? The strong-willed girl spoke up. How can we tell who is a criminal? Are you going to ask those with a criminal record to raise their hands? They won't resist voluntarily turning themselves in. The long-haired man shouted angrily. Who the hell do you think you are? Looking down on others like that? Why don't you offer your own opinion? She immediately insulted him. How dare you curse at me, you bastard? Should I just kill you right now? He was unafraid, replying, What, you bastard? If you're so good, try it. You bitch. A young man among them tried to fan the flames. You too. Stop talking and just fight. He became increasingly irritated. Who the hell do you think you are? Provoking us? She pointed directly at him. You guys hiding behind others and provoking people are the worst. You despicable bastard. He used his magic and you just said something. Damn it. These bastards. I will kill all of you, and she was also preparing an attack. Ryu Min shook his head in frustration. It was really chaotic. They kept talking endlessly but couldn't do anything. Yet, he calmly observed that there was nothing to worry about. Soon enough, they would just start killing each other. The young man, appearing mature, expressed his opinion. Hey everyone, stop shouting and start thinking realistically. Immediately, his face showed panic. Young Min was sitting there yawning repeatedly. He wondered to himself, isn't that damn impossible? Ryu Min stood with his arms crossed, having learned all the rules. This was the hidden rule of this round. After dying for 10 minutes, players would be resurrected. Young Min was stunned to realize everyone was staring at him. Why was everyone staring so intently? And it wasn't just staring, it was as if they were seeing a corpse. He stood up and looked at everyone in confusion. This was strange. Clearly, he was talking to the Black Scythe. What was going on? The black-haired man shouted. He's alive again, like a god reincarnated. What are you saying? It's the resurrection system for him. The long-haired young man reasoned. So that means the dead in this round will be resurrected. The woman beside him had a resentful expression and said, Then killing them doesn't really matter, does it? The young man held up a knife with a dangerous expression. If they were to come back to life, then surely it would be fine. The woman with her hair tied up high walked over to stop them, saying, Everyone calm down. She tried to prevent it, saying that we're not even sure if they can be resurrected, so don't rush. Suddenly, she was unexpectedly attacked from behind by someone. That guy used a sharp wolf-hand weapon to stab her repeatedly, then shouted loudly, How about you sleep first, you bastard? Die. He stopped, staring at the blood-covered dagger and breathing hard for a moment. He didn't stop, continuing to shout, Come back to life, I still have to fight you again. The people outside watching all felt a chill and disgust looking at him. In front of the crowd surrounding him lay a head with disheveled hair motionless on the ground. Everyone around was sweating in astonishment. Those standing outside discussed eagerly, but she wasn't coming back to life. We should wait a bit. Surely she won't revive immediately. The two men, one with brown hair and the other with moss-green hair, shouted loudly. Looking back, it took that guy 10 minutes to come back to life. Hey everyone, why don't we wait for her to revive? Everyone around agreed. I agree. Me too. After 10 minutes had passed, the girl lying motionless on the ground began to glow. The very deep and severe wounds started shining, showing signs of healing. Later, those large wounds closed up completely. She was now fully intact, without a single injury, able to stand steadily. The brown-haired girl woke up, stretched comfortably, feeling very relaxed. Suddenly she realized something and let out a loud ah. The brown-haired girl pointed at the people standing around and shouted loudly, "Which one of you bastards was it? Who ambushed me?" The person wielding the fake wolf claw weapon suddenly appeared behind her with a terrifying smile, loudly saying, "It's me, you bastard." This time was different from before. As he prepared to attack, the tall, strong man behind him chopped him in half. He collapsed silently to the ground, and the big fellow pointed at him, repeating the action the man had done earlier. "So they come back to life after 10 minutes, huh?" Everyone standing outside had turned pale. Some held their heads, others covered their mouths. No one dared to make a sound. Ryu Min stood at a distance, silently thinking. Although they had proven the ability to resurrect, they would still find killing unpleasant. But the people outside also began to respond, killing each other as he had suspected. Humans are often influenced by circumstances and reveal their own madness. The cold words spoken, disregard for humanity on one side, combined with a series of lethal slashes at each other. Whatever, let it be. One person attacks another from behind. Damn it, whatever. I don't care anymore. Then even raising a sword against teammates. All are people like me. Go die, you're all crazy. Suddenly, there was a scuffle among the lunatics. "Hey, you bastard, sorry. I hold no grudge against you." The silver-haired man wielding a sword swung it angrily toward the brown-haired man beside him. "Why don't you try out your own tricks?" The brown-haired man blocked and said, "Please just die already. Stop resisting. After all, you'll resurrect anyway." Those two were arguing loudly, but the outcome was finally decided midway. "If you're so tough, why don't you just go die?" In this area, right here and now, fierce battles are tearing each other apart, with constant attacks exchanged one after another. Blood splattered everywhere. Ryu Min stood at a distance, silently assessing. About 1,000 players were savagely slaughtering one another. Essentially, this was a battlefield. He activated magic, and a stream of red light appeared from his palm. Ryu Min confidently strode forward. "Well, I guess it's time for me to make a move too." One of those engaged in the chaotic battle noticed Ryu Min, the black scythe. Suddenly a streak of red light flashed forth. He swung the scythe, spinning it once. Those in front struck by the blow were all sent flying. Ryu Min easily took care of those few, and around him, the players lay motionless on the ground. Others saw this and exchanged signals. They all simultaneously charged forward. "This is our chance. Kill him." Before the captain of that group could finish his sentence, rapid popping sounds echoed, and moments later all three were flat on the ground. "I'm alert, so you can't take me by surprise." Behind Ryu Min, the black dragon perched on his right hand was continuously attacking the backs of weak players lying prone. He glanced backward. "Ah, that one too." He laughed heartily, attacking continuously and then showing satisfaction. He pondered that calling the fourth loop the one reserved for the black fire dragon wasn't an exaggeration. With the absorption rune in hand, this situation was like a feast for him. Ryu Min watched him fight from one person to another. Judging by how intense his name's color was, he must have killed about 10 people already. That name would need to eat several resurrection times. The black scythe looked at his own info board, laughing heartily with delight as he thought. "Unexpectedly, every time I kill a player, my stats increase. This is truly a bargain." He happily felt the bargain, thinking, "I knew my stats would rise when killing monsters, but I didn't realize killing players would have the same effect." That info board was advancing the absorption rune's progress bar. The absorption rune's effect. The progress bar increases every time you kill an enemy. Once the bar fills, you receive a random stat. Your enemy's level corresponds to how much the progress bar increases. The black scythe frantically murdered without mercy, using every possible method. He even wore a bright, delighted smile as he shouted loudly, "Die, die, die." The absorption rune's progress bar was steadily increasing quite a lot. Could it be because of their level? The black scythe turned to look with a big grin. He was at the same level as me, yet his progress bar grew so much. He looked delighted, eyes wide open, thinking about the possibility of defeating the Black Scythe. If I kill the Black Scythe, how much will the progress bar increase? It will probably fill up immediately, and then I'll receive a stat. After considering the benefits, the Black Dragon turned to look for Ryu Min, but then he thought better of it and decided to drop it. If I provoke that influential guy, who knows what disaster might befall me. Changing his target, he looked at the small, low-level group and thought that he should deal with those trash and level up more. True to his word, the Black Dragon smiled and sneaked up to attack one of them. Sorry, I hold no grudges against you. He pulled out his cudgel and swung it, thinking that this was definitely a stress reliever. The Black Dragon continued targeting others with powerful cudgel swings. Because of that thug, I can't even hunt properly. He didn't notice that behind him someone was creeping up to launch a sneak attack. This round is definitely mine. The attacker lunged forward to stab, but the Black Dragon easily dodged to the side. The others gained nothing from killing players. He smiled brightly with a terrifying face, swinging his cudgel down, while my stat increased and I became stronger. The absorption rune's progress bar continued to rise. The people who were killed have now begun to revive. Some are motionless, some are slumped over holding their heads. The Black Dragon was extremely pleased. Above all that his prey kept resurrecting and offering themselves up. He aimed at those people and then helped them back to gain momentum. What better opportunity could there be? The sounds of slashing and killing rang out as another group of people fell. The Black Dragon wiped this side clean and turned toward the other chaotic battles. How many people have I killed already? I must kill as many as possible so I can climb to the top of the rankings. Or should I head that way now? Suddenly, from afar, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard near him. Ryu Min confidently took deliberate steps forward, causing him to exclaim, "Black Scythe." The Black Dragon looked around in panic as Ryu Min approached and spoke briefly of the Night of Death. The others who were slashing and killing all stopped, looking around in confusion and surprise. What's going on? What's happening? Why has it suddenly gotten dark? The Black Dragon broke into a sweat and silently looked at Ryu Min. His scythe had become semi-transparent now. No matter what it was, I have to be extremely careful. A familiar red slash appeared. From the Black Dragon's perspective, he saw that he could look up and see Ryu Min looking down from above. Later he realized that being beheaded by Ryu Min's single slash meant he was already dead, truly deserving the name Black Scythe. I should have avoided encountering him. The scene shifted slightly as the clashing of swords rang out. The melee battle showed no sign of ending. All the players were trying to kill each other. Die, die, you bastard, just die for me. Yong Min had just been resurrected and looked around in confusion. He saw a girl who had just resurrected along with him yawning sleepily. Has she been resurrected? Is it really true that everyone will come back to life after 10 minutes? Yong Min entertained a wicked thought, continuing to smile brightly like before. Well done. He clenched his fists thinking, they've created this circle to make us kill each other. This is my chance to take revenge on those bastards who stabbed me in the back. I will kill all of you. Yong Min stepped into the arena, glancing around. Sunghan, where are you? Where is he? He smiled cheerfully. There he is, in front of Yong Min. Sunghan was trembling, drawing his bow. The fool looked so scared just because of the minor penalty lowering his stats. He ran over smiling. Sunghan turned around to look back. Yong Min greeted him with a straight punch to the face. Nice to see you, you dead dog. Sunghan was knocked far away, arrows scattered on the ground. He painfully trembled, holding his face. Yong Min's voice rang out. Hey Sunghan, you devil. Sunghan's face was bruised, nose bleeding from the punch. He was even lifted by his collar by Yong Min, who said, "Didn't you say if we met again you'd kill me?" Yong Min laughed terrifyingly, raising his fist with a pitiful scream. Then why don't you try killing me and see? He dropped Sunghan down. Finally done. Feeling so refreshed, Yong Min glanced back and asked, where are the other bastards? The brawl now seemed to just be starting. It was growing more intense and crueler by the moment. If hell does exist, is this what it would look like? The strong bullying the weak, you wield a powerful weapon to slaughter those without proper combat gear, die. Seo Arin stood curled up in a small corner, tightly gripping her sword in a place full of violence where people only knew hatred for one another. Sankyol beside her asked with concern, "Are you okay, Aaron?" Seo Arin tried to calm herself and forced a smile. "I'm fine. I'm not tired, but my spirit is still somewhat affected." He turned his head, thinking that he could endure it to some extent, but Seo Arin would probably have a hard time. If this affects her mentality and hinders her work, he would have no face to meet the chairman anymore. Suddenly, Sankyol's gaze turned to observe her. A hand appeared from somewhere, reaching toward Seo Arin. That hand was not gentle at all. It grabbed her hair tightly. The man raised a knife, gripping Seo Arin tightly, shouting, "Go die." Sankyol swiftly dashed from afar to rescue her. "Don't even dream of it." He raised his sword and sliced away the weapon from the man's hand. Sankyol nimbly and skillfully switched his grip. With a series of flowing moves, he stabbed the man right in the shoulder. Sankyol could easily bring him down with a single strike. Meanwhile, Seo Arin stood trembling, sweat dripping as she looked at the bloodied sword before her. She clenched her teeth with determination, intently staring at the sword. Seo Arin charged forward. She ran straight toward the trembling man kneeling on the ground and stabbed him. The scenery changed. The sky seemed darker than before. Seo Arin was trembling, covering her mouth as she knelt on the ground. Sankyol stood beside her, glancing sideways and thinking that if he told her what to do, she would still obey. She stood up, turned to him and asked, "How much longer do we have to fight like this, bodyguard?" Sankyol immediately replied, "At least another hour to go." Seo Arin's face darkened to a pale purple. "I can't even bear to watch them die. I don't understand how people can kill like this." Sankyol gritted his teeth, staring at Seo Arin with some anger. "Too weak, she's too fragile. It seems she has been overly protected." He tried not to reveal his true feelings and asked with concern, "If you're tired, please rest. Haven't you killed about 50 people already?" Seo Arin couldn't remember clearly, but it seemed so. Sankyol turned away and told her, "That should be enough to rank on the leaderboard. Leave the rest to me." Seo Arin looked up at him, very grateful. "Thank you very much." He turned around with a smile on his face, feeling as if a burden had been lifted. "I should be the one thanking you. I don't need to hand them over for you to kill anymore." Sankyol began his hunt. He attacked whoever he encountered. "Now I can focus on my own score." The scoreboard for this round appeared. The remaining time until the round ends is 10 minutes and 21 seconds. We encounter the familiar black scythe again on that red/path. Ryu Min calmly fights each opponent. Whoever comes, he fights back. There are still about 10 minutes left. Round 4 always takes a lot out of you. He sensed someone right behind and turned with a cold glare, swinging the scythe. But he stared at his opponent like a wild beast hunting its prey, swinging the scythe toward him. "I can't let the first-place prize across all zones slip away. I have to use every possible way to get stronger and reach round 20. After dealing with that person, Ryu Min rushed off to find others. Anyone who met him ran off with a pale, bruised face. "I have no idea how strong the final boss will be. Ryu Min easily caught up and captured everyone, so I have to become as strong as possible." He was always in a ready stance, holding the scythe up and staring intently at his prey. The guy being chased by Ryu Min panicked, tears streaming down his face in fear. Black scythe. Ryu Min ran behind him, weaving through the circle to the front and kept running forward. That guy plopped down, unable to believe he survived the death trap. "I'm alive." While running, Ryu Min thought about choosing his opponents. Those he had already killed didn't need to be killed again. He killed strange people he met, but didn't kill everyone he encountered. Ranking in round 4 isn't based solely on killing as many people as possible. You need to kill as many different people as you can. Even if you kill the same person twice, it only counts as one kill. Ryu Min glanced back attentively. Behind him was his acquaintance, Yong Min, punching others repeatedly. Ryu Min looked slightly annoyed, thinking that meant he couldn't kill that guy over there. He was still enthusiastically landing continuous punches on his opponent's face. "Die, die, you bastard." Yong Min on the other side smiled brightly, pleased and satisfied. Ryu Min silently evaluated him. All this time, he had been repeatedly killing 3 of his friends. Those guys would have a hard time surviving this round. Suddenly someone revived behind him. Min turned his attention around. He immediately slapped Sunghan. Min thought to himself, if you keep dying as soon as you revive like that, there won't be any chance to earn points for yourself. The game's announcement continued displaying. Preparation time countdown. 1 minute remaining until the round ends. Min dashed forward, quickly glancing around. Only 1 minute left. Not much time remaining. I have to achieve the highest score possible. He looked toward the silver-haired guy grinning widely across the way. I've already killed that one. Next was the brown-haired guy crying while holding a girl in his arms. That one too. Min shifted his gaze to the light brown-haired guy holding a knife. I don't remember that name. This will be the first time. Finally, he decided on his target. The other person, unaware, glanced back. There was no more time, so he would resolve this with a single strike. Just one slash to his back and he was gone forever. Min's final slash was also the moment the match ended. The scenery shifted as a golden aurora appeared in the sky, and all the players found themselves surrounded by a protective shield. An angel appeared from the heavens, asking, "Does killing each other seem enjoyable?" Those below looked very displeased, glaring angrily at her. Min glanced at the angel, thinking silently, how could killing others be fun? The angel bent down. Hien too smiled and said, "Look at that dirty pool of blood. This clean space has been completely thrown into chaos." She laughed mockingly and said, "After all, you have all done very well in the task of slaying each other. Before seeing the results, let's resurrect those who have died before you." Min didn't pay much attention, thinking to himself that she spoke as if she was the one resurrecting them. In reality, it was the system's ability. Suddenly, a player who had his arm cut off watched as it gradually grew back. Other players experienced the same. Regardless of the severity of their injuries, they were all healed. Sunghan was no exception. Min's friends, once healed, all angrily scolded him, shouting, "Min, you bastard, damn you, I will kill you." Min smiled brightly, glancing as he heard those words. "Damn it, you only lose to Jozik. What the hell are you guys talking about? Clean up that bunch of bastards." The angel cut in silently. She glared with irritation as a warning. "From now on, if any human dares to speak, I'll make their head bloom." Everyone below didn't dare to utter a single word. The angel flipped her expression with joy. "Now things are a bit calm. If everyone has revived, let's take a look at the results." She began to explain. "But before that, we need to know what the side mission for this round is, right?" Everyone was confused and curious. "Is there also a star for this side mission?" The angel snapped her fingers, smiling as she said, "Of course there is. Do you think there's no side mission? Are you stupid or what?" The round info board appeared. Round 4 side mission is to eliminate the regional representatives within a certain time frame. Completing the task rewards a lowest rank mana stone draw token. Everyone had a board in front of them. None had eliminated the regional representatives yet. "Is that the side mission?" she explained, adding mockery. "That's right, foolish humans. Only one person in this area has completed the side mission." The name called was Min, known as Black Scythe. The crowd turned to look at him. Black Scythe. Now thinking back, wasn't he the one who killed Min at first? Min's face darkened, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, so becoming the regional representative this round is a good thing. He frowned and turned to look at the board without saying anything. The people outside all glanced at Min, thinking to themselves that if they had known this would happen, they would have killed Min already. His face turned dark purple as he thought, "Am I dead? Dead at the hands of the Black Scythe." On the announcement board appeared the phrase, "Skill temporarily unavailable." Min panicked. There's nothing left. His temporary command power was gone. He recalled what Min had said, "I will help you, so you won't become an easy target." Min was somewhat puzzled. He said he would help me avoid becoming a target, but then he took the representative position from me? An angel's voice rang out. "Now let's see the final result." She opened her eyes slightly, a smile forming. "That's right, you're all curious about how the results are calculated, aren't you?" Everyone was unsettled when the announcement was made. Some sighed deeply and slumped in regret. Rankings are based on the number of different people you have killed. Even if you kill the same person multiple times, it only counts as one kill. People were shocked by the emphasis on different individuals. Doesn't that mean you just have to kill as many distinct people as possible? The angel laughed scornfully. You simple-minded fools. Do you really think it's that easy? She snapped her fingers and said, Here are the results. The summary information table appeared, summarizing the results of round 4 across all regions. Black Scythe of Death level 30, 722 kills. Foolish Devil Mage level 13, 521 kills. Dark Fiendish Cavalier level 13, 433 kills. The current region asks 45-5. Black Scythe of Death level 30, 722 kills. Cute Little Bird Warrior level 11, 211 kills. Onsankiol Cavalier level 11, 209 kills. She seemed surprised and let out an "oh." This time, Black Scythe also took first place. Huh? Ryu Min showed no emotion, no expression, just looked at her with cold, sharp eyes. Everyone who heard the announcement after was stunned, shocked beyond belief that he had killed more than 700 people. Is humanly possible to do that? Aren't there about 1,000 people in total when we all combine? So he alone killed 70% of the people here? Truly insane. The angel laughed joyfully. Just you alone killed as many as 722 people? You're very skilled. In that case, you deserve a reward, right? Next, the announcement board also appeared. Congratulations, you have ranked first in this mission in your region. Congratulations for ranking first in this mission across all regions. The reward for first place in your region is a mid-level rare armor selection token. The reward for first place across all regions is a mid-level special reward selection token. Ryu Min read through and seemed pleased. The mid-level armor selection token is very good. It's time for me to change my armor. The system continues to transfer, and you can choose one of the rare armors below. Select the reward you want. Polished bronze armor, blood red assassin's suit, robe of darkness. Ryu Min selects. I will choose the second one, the blood red assassin's suit. The information panel of the blood red assassin's suit appears. Blood red assassin's suit, a rare armor type, defense 60, agility +4, attack speed +5%. Speed +5%, durability 600/600, usage restricted to normal level or above. Description: a blood-colored suit worn by some assassin. Sometimes it will be soaked with the scent of blood. He turns to the side and looks at the system panel. Next is the special reward. The system appears for him to choose. You can select one of the special rewards below. Choice rewards. Desire 1 is a buff that increases stats by 50%, limited to round 5. 2 is 5,000 gold. 3 is information about round 5. Ryu Min thinks the side mission rewards for round 5 are very good, but the difficulty is a bit high. He immediately makes a decision and selects. Considering the difficulty, increasing stats will help him a lot. Returning to the angel who continues speaking. Have you all seen your rankings? Let me tell you, in our area there are 30 people tied at rank 521. All who are lower will be eliminated. She smiles slyly. Now let's begin the elimination process. Those who do not meet the standard are gradually fading away. No, they scream in panic. Wait a moment, Angel, are we really going to die this time? One by one, they vanished, Yongmin's friends among them. I don't want to die. Angel, please help us. Give me a chance, help me. He smiled in astonishment. I made it through just barely. On Seo Arin's side, she trembled, covering her ears tightly. On Sankiol still wore a cold expression, watching them disappear. Please help me, I don't want to die. Ryu Min closed his eyes and listened solemnly to the cries of despair. The elimination phase ended the silence, and he looked up. The summary board for Round 4 appeared. Round 4 ends all regions. Survivors, 90,953,209. Your region ESCS 45-5 has 521 survivors after a moment. Your soul will be transferred to a body in the current dimensional space. Round 5 will begin at midnight on May 1st, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. The scene changed to before a hotel as night fell. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps ran through the night. Onsankiol panicked and flung the door open. Sir, Ma Giantrock, lying asleep on the bed, stirred at the loud noise. He was handsome as he woke. Unit leader Onsankiol. Ma Giantrock sat up in confusion. What are you doing here? I don't recall calling you. Sankyol gasped hurriedly. I couldn't contact you, so I took the liberty of barging in. I thought something bad might have happened to you. He winked and smiled confidently. Not at all. Did you think I'd die in round 4? Didn't you see the results? Sankyol scratched his ear nervously, sweating. I did see your name on the ranking board, but I still feel worried. After all, the last round was truly insane, wasn't it? Ma Jianrock was still a bit dazed, holding his face. So as soon as I got back, I immediately passed out on the bed. My spirit is just so exhausted. Sankyol said seriously, that's right. 433 people have died. He suddenly got serious, his eyes turning cold and sharp. If you count the repeated deaths, there might be even more. I've gotten that strong already. What kind of monster is Black Scythe? Is he even human? He speculated with some curiosity. Do you think he's still an active soldier in special forces? Someone with such skills and courage in Korea. I keep thinking about that. Ma Jianrock silently thought about Black Scythe. The more he thought, the more he admired him. No matter what his true identity was, if he could cooperate with him, it would make me feel very reassured. He did not know Ryu Min's other identity in the real world, so later he would have to ask that fairy about Black Scythe. Sankyol added worriedly, but, sir, the 4th round went exactly as that fairy said, which is truly astonishing. Honestly, until I saw it with my own eyes, I doubted that guy. Ma Jianrock agreed, me too. He recalled the words of the real-world fairy Ryu Min. The mission of round 4 was not monster hunting. It was a massacre among the players. Ma Jianrock was somewhat confused. Massacre. At that time, Ryu Min seriously analyzed the situation. Indeed, it was a disaster, and the players needed to kill each other. He had to stay vigilant. Sankyol requested an audience. Now, what should we do, sir? Ma Jianrock hadn't formed a clear plan yet. What do you mean? He asked him. Regarding the prophet Ryu Min, do you really want to make him a business partner? Ma Jianrock firmly held up his jacket. Of course, he is the major shareholder with 31% of the shares. What rights do I have? In reality, the company is basically in Ryu Min's hands now. Sankyol raised his hand in confusion. So you're gonna follow his advice and switch to another industry? Ma Jianrock put on his jacket and stepped out onto the balcony. Talking won't change anything. In that case, the company can develop further. As he walked out, he said, besides that, we need to win him over to our side. Don't underestimate him or feel arrogant just because he's young. Ma Jianrock gazed thoughtfully at the scenery. Even if you dislike his attitude, you must flatter him and follow all his instructions. That's the only way. He turned around and smiled at Sankyol. Only then can we reap all the sweet benefits from the honey jar named the prophet. Do you understand? He bowed respectfully, signaling understanding. Yes, sir. From now on I will be more careful when dealing with Ryu Min. The sky was gradually lightening, and their conversation was nearing an end. Very well, call him immediately. What should I say to him? Ma Jianrock suggested that to celebrate our survival, we should throw a party tonight and told him to bring any family members along if he has any. Should I invite Miss Seo to the party as well? Sankyol seems to have some bias against her. What about Seo or Rin? He is incredibly handsome and gentle in the early morning sunlight. Moments like these call for having someone famous join in our celebration. Don't you think? The scenery changed beside the coffee shop. Ryu Min had been standing here waiting for some time. He smiled and waved, calling out, "Over here." Julie stepped forward to greet him. "Ryu Min, you look well." He smiled in return, "You too." She asked with concern, "Are you okay? Suddenly inviting me out like this." Ryu Min replied casually, "I'm fine. I just thought we should go out to eat and celebrate successfully passing this round." "Don't worry, it's on me." Julie teased. "Then I'll make good use of having a wealthy friend. Of course, if you don't mind." The red car started moving down the road. She laughed and said, Thank you, Lord Fairy. Thanks to you I can prepare for round 4. Ryu Min wondered, "Don't you think I'm lying?" Julie trusted him completely, "But you would never do that. What would you gain by lying to me?" Ryu Min responded cheerfully, "Thanks for trusting me." She felt a bit awkward. "Thank you. Come on, I'm the one who should be grateful. If you hadn't told me I needed to kill at least 30 people, I would have been dead by now. Thank you." Inside, Julie thought to herself that he really had no reason to be grateful to her at all. He thought that even if he hadn't revealed anything, she would have survived thanks to the protective rune. She was also quite talented. More than that, compared to Seo Arin, who was like a flower protected in a greenhouse, she was more like the weeds growing outside. They arrived first at a Western-style restaurant with a slight Japanese fusion. They sat down at the table that Ryu Min had reserved. "Let's eat. Thanks. Enjoy your meal," Julie thought, looking at him. This was how many times he had thanked her already. She seemed flustered and awkward, sweating. Julie was silent, frowning. Should a killer like me be doing these things? I only came here because Ryu Min called. But having a peaceful meal like this is really... Ryu Min noticed her unusual appearance and asked, "Julie, why aren't you eating?" He guessed she was still feeling guilty. She gave a quick excuse and moved past the subject. "I don't feel very well." He got straight to the point. "Is it because you killed someone?" Ryu Min comforted her, telling her not to overthink or blame herself. "You have to survive." Julie still had a hard time letting go. "That's true. But," he said gently, "and besides, it's not only you. I and the other players can't avoid it either." She still couldn't escape that trembling shadow. "Even so, I killed him." Ryu Min interrupted. "That's enough," he seriously explained to her. "So what? If similar things happen in the future, will we just let it be? What if I don't wake up? What will happen to my family here?" He recalled his adorable little brother. "We have a family waiting for us, don't we?" Julie hesitated and mumbled, "My family." She remembered the scene where her father burst into tears and hugged her. "If I don't wake up, Dad will be very sad." Julie clenched her hand, showing determination. "You're right. I forgot about my family and didn't realize they were the reason I was able to hold on for so long." She looked up at him. "Thank you for comforting me." Ryu Min cheerfully picked up his chopsticks and gently reminded her to eat more. "It's nothing. Enjoy the delicious food here to ease your sorrow." Julie happily returned. "Okay." Only now did they really start eating. "It's really good." It felt like the fatigue from the fourth round was completely washed away. "Hearing you say that, I'm very happy." The sky was changing color, slowly waiting for nightfall. "Thank you for treating me, Min." Ryu Min noticed. "This is the first time you called me without using my full name." She didn't mind much and asked, "Is that so? If you don't mind, can I call you that from now on?" He happily agreed. "Of course." Ryu Min thought delicately to himself, "It seems his mood has improved. Should I bring up the main topic now?" He straightened his face and addressed the main issue. "Julie, I called you here today to share information about Round 5 with you." Julie suddenly froze. "Round 5? Are you predicting the future already?" He got straight to the point without beating around the bush. "Round 5 will be the toughest round so far, and different regions will be combined." She didn't quite understand and found it hard to imagine. Ryu Min summarized it for her to make it easier. Basically, the divided regions will merge into one. Julie sprang up in astonishment. "So does that mean you and I might be able to meet?" He calmly took a sip of tea. "That's right, but not during Round 5. In Ryu Min's mind, actually, we will meet in Round 5, but if I tell you we're in the same region, you will want to meet me." He set down his teacup and continued, "I have to meet you while remaining anonymous. To accomplish that, listen carefully to what I'm about to say." Ryu Min suggested to her, as I revealed, "Round 5 will be even harder. You might not pass through, but there is a way." Julie eagerly asked, "What is it?" He mentioned a familiar name and instructed her on how to pass the challenge. "Black Scythe. Go see him and ask for his help." Julie was suddenly surprised. "Black Scythe?" Julie wanted to confirm her thought. "The Black Scythe you mentioned, is that the person? The one ranked first across all regions?" "Ryu Min, it must be him." She awkwardly pointed at me, looking embarrassed. "So you want me to ask the Black Scythe for help in Round 5? He advised her that instead of asking for his help, it would be more appropriate to say cooperating with him. Ryu Min gave her the best option. "You need to temporarily form an alliance with him. Only then can you survive." Julie pointed at me and said, "But he is a level 30 Black Scythe. Do you think he would be willing to cooperate with me?" She felt somewhat apprehensive hearing him speak. "You have your own skills, after all. Surely the Black Scythe needs you too. Their relationship will be symbiotic." Julie thought if she could safely get through this round with his help, That would be great. She sighed anxiously. Honestly, I'm still worried. I don't know if the Black Scythe will follow me just because of my small buff. Ryu Min smiled at her thoughtfully. That's not just a small buff. Your skill is amazing. Ryu Min reassured her. Don't worry. The Black Scythe will try to cooperate with you not only in this round but also the next. I've already seen that scene in the future, so you don't need to worry. She sincerely hoped for that. Really? She also felt somewhat reassured. Thanks for telling me such important information. Naturally, Ryu Min said, we're friends after all. This is just what I should do. Julie suddenly remembered and asked him, can you reach out your hand a little? She concentrated, and a blue light spread out. I should give you something to repay your kindness, right? A blue glow illuminated around Ryu Min's body, radiating all around. He smiled brightly, thanking her. Thank you, Julie. In Ryu Min's mind, he seemed to have anticipated this. He guessed that she would buff him because he knew her nature. She didn't like owing others. Julie blushed with embarrassment. On this side, he finally achieved his goal. Now he can go home and use that. The system information panel appeared. All stats had increased by 50% thanks to the effect of the bless skill. A white pouch was thrown onto the table by someone. The current kill count was 100. All stats had increased by 50% due to the effect of the Rune of Slaughter. Ryu Min had arrived home and sat in a chair deep in thought, empowered by the bless effect from Julie and the additional stats from the Rune of Slaughter after killing 100 worms. He observed the information panel before him, silently judging that his stats had probably increased quite a lot. Status window. Status window of Ryu Min, nickname Black Scythe, common rank, level 30, Grim Reaper profession, title Time Traveler, hidden, first to kill angel, hidden, punishment god challenger, hidden, strength plus 93, intelligence plus 111, agility plus 105, luck plus 84 stat points. The thing Ryu Min noticed most was that luck was at 84 stars. He drew a random card. It seemed that with such high luck, he could expect to draw something good. What he drew was the lowest rank mana stone draw token, a rare tier item. Its effect is to randomly grant from 1 to 5 lowest rank mana stones. Use is restricted until the next round from apprentice rank upwards. It is described as a limited time item that randomly provides you with mana stones. If you don't use it by the next round, the item will automatically disappear. Its effectiveness is influenced by the luck stat. Ryu Min held it carefully, observing and thinking about how to use it. If I were an ordinary person, I'd probably pray to the gods to receive a better item. He smirked quietly to himself, but forget about praying to that damn so-called deity. Ryu Min recalled what the angel once said. Now we will start playing a game, and we will play 20 rounds. On the first day of every month, human souls are sent to another dimension to play this game. He imagined a scene where God hurled a bunch of swords at the people and speculated, I don't know who that is, but this situation must have been caused by a god. Who else could capture 1.8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game? Whoever is behind all this must be a god who's mocking humanity. Ryu Min frowned seriously. If after passing the final round I can turn one of my wishes into reality, I will wish that the damn deity who created this gruesome game dies a fitting death. The ticket in his hand disappeared and seemed to transform into a rectangular shape. He had used the lowest rank mana stone draw token. The system announced congratulations. Congratulations, you have drawn 5 lowest rank mana stones. Items obtained: 2 lowest rank red mana stones, 1 lowest rank yellow mana stone, 1 lowest rank green mana stone, and 1 lowest rank purple mana stone. He looked a bit surprised. 5 stones? 5 is already the maximum quantity. Ryu Min smiled brightly. I got the best result thanks to cursing, not praying to the gods. I was lucky too. Now comes the main part. He pressed the button. Alright, let's start combining. First, I'll put 2 lowest rank red mana stones together and press combine. The system displayed combination successful. You have created a low-rank red mana stone. Ryu Min received the result in hand. When combining mana stones of the same color and rank like this, you can get a higher rank mana stone along with the stones you already have, from Seo Arin and the stones drawn from the tokens. Notification sounds kept appearing. Combination successful. You have created a low-rank purple mana stone. He thought of a new approach. Next, if I combine mana stones with a combination item, the success rate is extremely high. Combination successful. The assassin's hood has had its damage increased by 2%. Good, now let's combine the next few stones. Ryu Min sequentially tries on various items. The dark gloves add 2% to all stats. The resistance ring has been enhanced with an additional 2 luck. Next, he changes to the long boots of wisdom, which have been enhanced with an additional 2 agility. He looks at the breakdown table and thinks to himself, I'll remove the blue mana stone from the hunter's leather armor. The system notifies that the blood-red assassin's suit has been further enhanced with 1% damage reduction. Ryu Min smiles, about to reap the rewards. So I've used up all the mana stones I had. Using the information to trade for that buff is definitely worth it. Dusk gradually falls. The sky darkens near the large apartment complex. Now, it's time to prepare to meet Ma Jianrock. Ryu 1 appears with a bewildered and astonished expression. Then, he looks somewhat flustered and awkward. The chairman of the company he invested in is the heir to the Osung conglomerate. Ryu Min confirms that he was invited to the party as their business partner, and that they will collaborate in the future. He trembles fearfully, his face pale and eyes shining as he looks at him. Can you really go to a place like that? Ryu Min carefully tightens his tie. He says he can bring family along, so there's no need to worry. Your tie is crooked. The doorbell rings. Ryu 1 stiffens in shock. They're here, Ryu Min says. Let's go. The two of them go to open the door. Ryu Min calm and composed as usual, while Ryu 1 is tense and uneasy. Ryu 1 is surprised, his eyes wide open. Ansankyol stood at the door and bowed. Hello, I am here to accompany you. Ryu 1 wiped sweat and clung tightly to him. That's the person we met before. Ansankyol asked, This is Ryu Min, raising his hand to introduce. He's my younger brother. He handed an invitation card to Ryu 1. Sorry for not introducing myself to you sooner. I am Ansankyol. We have met before, haven't we? Here's my business card. He reached out to accept it. Yes. Ansankyol appeared apologetic. Although I have already admitted my fault to your older brother, I sincerely apologize for treating you rudely before. Seeing this, Ryu 1 did not harbor strong resentment against him. Ansankyol raised his hand and bowed, inviting them to proceed. Just consider this party as an apology, so I hope you won't mind. Let's go now. The car is waiting for you too. The sky had grown completely dark. The lights of Ma Jianrock's hotel shined brightly, illuminating a dark corner. The two brothers were led by Ansankyol, who showed them the way inside. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere caught their attention. Shareholder Ryu Min. Ma Jianrock smiled as he came down the stairs to greet them. I'm glad to see you are still alive. Ryu Min smiled in return, me too. Ma Jianrock noticed the person standing next to him. Is this your relative? He introduced. Yes, this is my younger brother, Ryu 1. He smiled warmly and shook hands. Nice to meet you. I am Ma Jianrock from the Devil Consulting Company. You have to use your right hand to shake. Ryu 1 stiffened but extended his hand. Hello, Ma Jianrock asked curiously. Is your younger brother also a player? Ryu 1 shook his head. No, he's not a player. Ryu Min looked at his younger brother with a smile. He's only 14 years old now. Ma Jianrock looked at Ryu 1 and said, It really is lucky. If you were just 1 year older, you wouldn't have been able to avoid this deadly game. I'm quite envious of you. Ryu Min showed no expression, but in his mind he despised the notion. Envious. Really? He led everyone inside, inviting them to take this way. Although somewhat simple, we carefully prepared this feast. In one room, the banquet table was fully set, and the dishes were served with 2 attendants standing ready beside it. The food was beautifully arranged and looked incredibly delicious. Standing next to the table were the waitress and the private chef, performing and preparing the dishes. Ryu 1 stared in astonishment, eyes sparkling at everything before him. Ma Jianrock raised his hand, inviting everyone to feel at ease. You must be hungry. We didn't prepare much, but surely it's enough to fill your stomach. Ryu 1 was dizzy and confused, thinking, is he joking with me? He smiled warmly and began the meal. Please enjoy the food first. Suddenly, the room's door shifted. Ryu Min, alert, turned around immediately. He looked back with bewildered surprise. Seo Arin, dressed elegantly and exuding charisma, stepped inside. Was Seo Arin invited as well? She glanced to the side, looking over. Ma Jianrock stood up from his chair and said, "Finally, you have arrived. Miss Seo Arin." She hurriedly apologized to him first. "Sorry, sir. I had to attend the funeral of a fellow actor, so I'm late." He also showed a friendly gesture, forgiving her. "You don't need to worry, we understand. More importantly, this is the major shareholder of our company I told you about." She habitually tucked her hair back to introduce herself. "Hello, I am actress Seo Arin." Ryu Min gently pulled Ryu Won, who was still wide-eyed. "Weren't you two the ones who brought rice cakes when you first moved here?" He replied on his behalf. "Yes, that's right." She then appeared cheerful with them, but inside she was suspicious. "So I'm the neighbor of the major shareholder, how wonderful. He looks even younger than me but has already become a major shareholder of the company. Is the chairman joking with me?" Ryu Won turned to ask his brother nervously, "Hey brother, that person is Seo Arin, right?" His attitude made Ryu Min realize one thing. Ryu Won still didn't know about the relationship between Ma Jianrock and Seo Arin. Seeing her suddenly appear like this must have surprised his younger brother a lot. He looked at his younger brother's flushed face and thought, but more importantly, which person wouldn't naturally react like this after seeing her appearance? To avoid suspicion, he also told himself that he should pretend to be somewhat interested as well. Ma Jianrock noticed them and slightly curled his lips in a quiet smile. The boy was indeed still young. Turns out the fairy isn't so different from anyone else after all. Calling Seo Arin here was a wise decision. He immediately wore his signature smile and extended his hand in invitation. "You must all be hungry by now. Please enjoy the meal without any worries." Everyone sat down together at the table to savor the lavish feast. Ryu Won was extremely excited every time he sampled a dish. "Brother, the meat is so tender it melts in my mouth." He was pleased too and laughed, saying, "Really? Then eat plenty." Ma Jianrock waited until they had eaten a while before starting to probe. "Big shareholder, does the food suit your taste? I told the chef to pay special attention to these dishes." He was still serving food to his younger brother when he suddenly turned to reply, "It's delicious." Then he shifted the conversation to someone else. "And you, Ryu Won, is the food to your liking?" He nervously blurted out, "Yes, this is the first time I've eaten dishes like these." He was satisfied immediately. "Hearing that makes me very glad. Luckily, I had quite high demands for the chef." They continued their meal at a leisurely pace while Ma Jianrock kept asking questions. "I see you didn't bring any other family members. Why is it only you?" Ryu Min's face suddenly showed displeasure. "My brother is my only family. My parents have passed away." Ma Jianrock felt awkward from his reaction. "I see, my apologies." Damn it. He silently gritted his teeth, wondering why he had asked that question. The harmonious atmosphere between them was completely ruined. Only now did he clearly see Ryu Won's face, about to cry, and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I should have kept my mouth shut until the mood improved." Not long after, the plates and bowls were cleared away to be replaced with dessert. Ma Jianrock drank his tea with extreme discomfort. Someone needed to improve this atmosphere. He tried looking at the person next to him and attempted to signal. "Seo Arin, look over here for a moment, Seo Arin." But his words failed, and the new chairman, having lost patience, set his teacup down. He stood up in the middle of the meal and suggested to Seo Arin, "Seo Arin, could we talk for a moment?" She still looked confused as she followed. All right, they went outside together, moving quite far from the room. While walking, Ma Jianrock finally began to speak. "Listen, Seo Arin." The girl behind replied reflexively, "Yes, chairman." Then he paused to steady his words. An implicit question was posed by the chairman. "Was the food good?" Seo Arin smiled brightly. "Very good, sir." It was precisely her naivety that caused him to fall back into a gloomy mood. The chairman's face darkened, as if about to choke someone. "Do you think I called you here just so you could enjoy eating?" He looked down at her with reproach. "I called you here to help make the atmosphere more cheerful. Why are you so slow to understand?" Seo Arin quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I thought you only invited me to the party." He sighed in frustration. "If not, then why else would I invite you to dinner like this?" Ma Jianrock rubbed his forehead to steady his thoughts. "Hasn't the unit leader told you who that person is yet?" Seo Arin nervously shared what she knew. Isn't he the major shareholder? The president immediately added to her words. He is not only the major shareholder but also a prophet. The young actress was startled. Prophet? He emphasized it even more. That's right, he is a prophet. Just as the title suggests, his profession is very special. He can see the future. His fingers gently swayed. Do you understand now? We have to keep him happy. Imagine how great the advantage would be if we knew the information of the next game round in advance. Ma Jianrock's following words terrified Seo Arin. So you need to use that beautiful face of yours to go along with everything he says and smile at him. He clenched his hands tightly, full of ambition. Along with his cunning smile, Ma Jianrock pressured her with an invisible force and did everything to capture the heart of that prophet. Seo Arin broke out in a cold sweat. Forgive me for asking directly, but I don't think doing that will. He cut her off without listening. As the chairman, I have given you the opportunity to succeed in your acting career. Isn't it time you repay that debt? Seo Arin listened to his requests with concern. She didn't need to hesitate. Whatever tricks she used didn't matter, as long as she made shareholder Ryu Min happy. Ma Jianrock raised his eyebrows and asked again, "Why didn't you answer me?" At this, the vulnerable girl quickly blurted out, "I understand now." They paused their discussion when he decided to return to the party. "I will observe to see if you make a serious effort. Now let's go." Seo Arin replied to him with a gloomy tone. Yes. Inside the party, the atmosphere remained awkward as only On Sankyol silently watched the two brothers. Ma Jianrock opened the door and entered with Seo Arin in a cheerful tone. "Has everyone been waiting long? We had to discuss some business and got back a little late." He intentionally glanced at her to signal. "It seems you've finished eating, so let's move to another location." Ryu Min and Ryu Won stood up and walked toward the door, awaited by the two of them. Ma Jianrock grew even more impatient seeing Seo Arin nervously glance at the two guests. He thought, I've already told her everything she needs to do, so why is she still hesitating like that? Luckily, Ryu Won took the initiative to start a conversation with her first. Sister Seo Arin." She immediately answered him, "Yes?" The young man's face flushed bright red from embarrassment. "I'm a fan of yours," he said. "You're even more beautiful than in the photos." Seo Arin lightly concealed her smile very politely. "Thank you." Also, Ryu Won continued to express his hope. "If possible, I hope you could spare a moment later to take a photo with me." They continued to chat happily as she agreed to the request. "Oh, of course." Ma Jianrock immediately thought, "Is the younger brother showing more interest than that guy? We need to change our plan." Seo Arin's phone suddenly vibrated repeatedly in her hand. She lifted the phone to check it. A message from the chairman appeared right before her eyes. "Change the target. Befriend the younger brother first." Seo Arin's face clearly showed discomfort. He was a fan with very pure intentions, but she had to deceive him. Ryu Min, who walked ahead, also glanced toward her direction. Ma Jianrock was very pleased with his plan at this moment. If we can pull the younger brother to our side, the older brother will have no choice but to join us automatically. That way, we can easily obtain information about the next round. He raised his hand to direct their gaze toward the inner room. This was a private room prepared for VIP guests. Of course, here you can order as many drinks and snacks as you like along with music. The room was decorated in red lighting. The furnishings were simple but exuded an air of distinguished elegance befitting esteemed guests. Ryu Won suddenly wondered, "Oh, about the drinks, if it's alcoholic beverages, I'm only a high school student." He immediately waved his hand and made another suggestion. "It's okay, you can have other kinds of drinks." He then ordered on Sankyol, the unit chief beside them, to bring a special VIP dish here and a non-alcoholic drink for the student Ryu Won as well. He immediately nodded. "Yes, Mr. Chairman." The room door gently closed very softly. At this moment, Ryu Min sighed and spoke up. "Chairman Ma Jianrock, I also can't drink alcohol." He was surprised but replied, "Oh, I see. If you're already of age, you should take this opportunity to try it." After hearing his answer, he turned to Seo Arin and said, "Hey, Miss Seo Arin, could you go outside and take a photo with my younger brother?" The gentle girl immediately agreed. Sure." Both of them nodded in greeting and went out together. After confirming that everyone had left, Ryu Min clenched his fist and called Ma Jianrock. "Mr. Chairman, He wondered, what's the matter? The calm face from earlier completely changed into a more angry expression. Do you think I am lenient? Ma Jianrock still didn't understand his intention. What do you mean? Min crossed his arms and clarified to him. Have you forgotten that my profession is a black scythe? I can see the future. Do you really think I don't know about the conversation between you and Co Arin? He was so shocked by your words that he couldn't say anything. How can we possibly cooperate in business like this? Mr. Chairman, you shouldn't be hiding anything from me. Ma Jianrock was immensely surprised. He knew about the conversation between me and Co Arin? How is that possible? Can he also see the future like that? They were in a private room face to face. You told Co Arin to win my favor. The chairman quickly apologized to you. If that made you uncomfortable, I'm truly sorry. I just wanted her to become your friend. Ryu Min didn't care at all because what made him angry was something else. But he even wants to take advantage of my younger brother. That's crossing the line. He throbbed sharply, hit in a vulnerable spot. He even knows about this too. Although his ego was very high, he still bowed his head and said, I'm truly sorry. I made a foolish decision. Sir Tianqi, I will fix all the things that upset you. Ryu Min didn't make it difficult for him and accepted immediately. Since he apologized sincerely, I will let this slide this time. The words you said to Co Arin, I will pretend I never heard them. Then he raised his face and said, Thank you for giving me another chance. At that moment, An Sankyol also arrived just in time. Mr. Chairman, I'm back. But this time Ma Jianrock seemed awkward and ordered him, you go outside. He was surprised. What? Ma Jianrock cleared his throat softly to signal him. I have something to discuss with this VIP guest. An Sankyol understood the hint and immediately left. I got it. He gently closed the door of the room. Now, with only the two of them looking at each other, he felt even more tense. Damn it. I intended to use Co Arin to ease the atmosphere but ended up making things worse. Ryu Min suddenly asked him, Do you want information about the next round? Ma Jianrock was startled and replied, Of course, you even know about this? The person facing him continued, The reason I accepted your invitation to the party was to give you the information about round 5. He shrugged, clearly showing his discomfort. But if you keep treating me this way, whether giving you information or cooperating with you will be very difficult. Ma Jianrock gently persuaded him. I sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive this mistake of mine. With his firm attitude, he directly reminded him, Mr. Chairman, don't hide anything from me. In the future, please trust me unconditionally. Because he was asserting the right to speak, he continued to issue orders. I hope you also stop questioning how the company operates. And please convince the other shareholders at the shareholder meeting. The chairman must comply. I will do everything to control the other shareholders. Considering everything settled more smoothly, Ryu Min smiled again. That's good. He must do his best to help the company grow. At this point, he began to mention what Ma Jianrock needed. I will tell you the information you want to know about the 5th round. But even just starting, it already made him tense again. The difficulty of the 5th round is the highest compared to all the rounds we've ever experienced. Seeing his reaction, he reassured him further. There's no need to worry. If it were me, I wouldn't face any big problems. He was eager to hear more. So, what is the mission of the 5th round? Ryu Min held up 3 fingers. The task was to kill 300 orcs. But it wasn't that simple. And there was one more important thing. He needed to remind him that the zones would be merged. Ma Jianrock opened his eyes wide in surprise. The zones? The reason for this was carefully explained by him. Because the number of players had significantly decreased, the separated zones would start to merge into one. He asked with some anticipation so we can meet players from other zones like Black Scythe, for example. But Ryu Min shook his head and firmly stated that he would not be in the same area as the player named Black Scythe. Ma Jianrock didn't probe further but asked aside, I see? Do you know Black Scythe's identity? He chuckled silently and answered as usual, I don't know who he is, but you'll soon meet him. Yet in his heart he thought, we are already meeting, aren't we? Ryu Min's eyes turned serious once again. And there was one more thing. To increase his credibility, he said things the other didn't expect. You were chasing someone, right? The one named Yongmin. Ma Jianrock was stunned. You knew about that too? He calmly folded his arms and repeated what he said before. I've told you it's useless to try to hide anything from me. At this point, the chairman completely trusted him. Just as I thought, the rune that peers into the future surpasses imagination. You are a seer, if only you knew who that person really is. Then a harsh word was spoken. Don't investigate any further. Ma Jianrock was curious. Is there a reason for that? Ryu Min turned away and hinted at him. If you touch that guy, you will suffer great losses. The chairman wanted to hear more clearly. May I know exactly why? But he tactfully refused. I can only tell you that much. Ma Jianrock fell into deep thought to consider this. Seeing him working so hard, he secretly laughed inwardly. Actually, I keep that guy alive because he is still useful. Ma Jianrock was also very clear-headed and agreed immediately. I understand, we will stop investigating Yongmin. Then he left first. Let's start the party again. This time, let's not drink alcohol. To keep the atmosphere harmonious, let me call the others back here. Ryu Min nodded. All right, after leaving the conversation, Ma Jianrock sighed with his icy cold gaze. Phew, tonight I have to go unwind to clear my mind. Outside, heavy rain was pouring, making the road slippery, when a strange man hurried out of an alley. One side of his shirt was already soaked with blood, but he kept running frantically in the rain. His mouth was wide open, gasping desperately for breath due to losing blood. Looking closely now, his hand was missing, and all around him was a dead end. He stood watching the lightning flash, turning the whole sky above him white. A steady footstep echoed amidst the roaring sound of the rain. The man turned around in horror and was about to scream out loud. A cold blade swung high, then it slashed down deeply across his legs in 2 places. Now even his legs were severed, causing him to stagger. His whole body trembled before collapsing flat on the ground. A terrified scream rang out, but someone covered his mouth, silencing him. Soaked, Ma Jianrock ordered the man. If he didn't want his tongue cut out, the man crawled on the ground in fear. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? The cold chairman spun his sword back and questioned him in return. A child rapist like you still tries to deny it. Don't you really know? That man cried desperately, raising one hand to shield himself. Wait a minute, that happened a long time ago. Why are you attacking me now? My prison time is over. I am now free. I'm just an old man. Without listening to that person's excuses, the sword was swung down again. Ma Jianrock mercilessly stabbed straight into the man's shoulder. His face darkened as he continued to warn him. If you don't want to die slowly and painfully, stop talking and keep your mouth shut. If you cause more witnesses because of you, the number of bodies will increase. The other man, overcome with pain and fear, quickly fell silent under his command. A dark power radiated from Ma Jianrock's body. Exactly, even though he's an old man, his ears aren't deaf yet. It's no good for scum like him to still be alive, is it? It coiled around the sword that was stabbing into the man's flesh. Then that powerful energy grew stronger and stronger, gathering around where the sword was embedded. The man's tears streamed in terror. What is this? Then the magical force tightly clamped his mouth and face, preventing him from speaking. Gradually, those strange things engulfed every part of the unlucky man's body. His arms stretched out, desperately seeking help. Countless venomous snakes gnawed at every fragment of the old man's soul, causing him to groan in agony. Ma Jianrock watched that scene with discomfort in his heart. If it weren't for his own dark mana needing replenishment, he would have killed trash like him immediately. He gently lowered his sword to let mana flow into it. There was no other way. To use the dark scythe, he needed dark mana. Ma Jianrock raised his sword high once again, knowing that to replenish dark mana, he had to take the lives of others. With just a swing of his hand, the slash cut through the slimy mess on the ground. Now that guy could finally die. The bloodied arm also collapsed and lost its vitality, and as he killed the person, the body was not very intact. The wounds torn open allowed him to absorb more dark mana than killing monsters. Ma Jianrock thought to himself with pleasure from the beginning, as he was someone who liked killing criminals. He brushed his still wet hair back and laughed heartily. Isn't being a dark knight such a perfect profession? Then his sword was brought close to the corpse again. Cleaning this trash down here really helped relieve some of his tension. He silently commanded in his mind for the absorption rune to slowly emit and devour. But after waiting for a while, The flow of magic only circled around the dead body with no other movement. He felt a little disappointed. Just as he thought it couldn't swallow the corpse. The dark scythe only devours the life force of living targets. The trash bin behind him suddenly shook. His eyes opened wide and then darted sharply backward. A calico cat hurried through the rain. Perhaps it was the cause of the noise earlier. Ma Gianrock let out a sigh of relief. There could be no witnesses. The situation in the dark alley was deliberately created by him. He had dragged the man into a dead end to avoid others' eyes. And it was still dawn. No, there must be someone there. Then he suddenly remembered someone, the prophet Ryu Min. He could see the scene through runes that glimpsed the future. His body was still drenched by the pouring rain. But Ma Gianrock had only one concern. If that's the case, then the boy already knew he was a serial killer and still approached him. He silently curled his lips into a mocking smile. Interesting. Out of habit, he picked up the phone to call his right hand, unit leader on Sankyol. Come here and help me deal with some trash. Time flew, and 2 weeks had passed since the party with Ma Gianrock. Ryu Min sat on his bed, idly scrolling through his phone. He didn't have anything specific to do, so he mostly stayed home, constantly thinking about the future. He needed a break like this. The screen displayed player news about changing the world and stuff like that. But today marked the end of the rest period. He pressed the red button on the screen. It was time for him to act. A gleam sparked in Ryu Min's eyes. Now let's go get one of the 5 runes that can be found in the real world. The rune of cloning. On the hot headline of the article is the tragic news about the game. 1.8 billion people were pulled into the other world, dropping to only 90 million within 3 months. The economy is in danger due to the loss of the younger generation. Schools nationwide are closing, endless sorrow. Parents and siblings all over the world are immersed in grief. That fat guy sat on the chair and clicked his tongue. It's only the 4th round and already a bunch of people have died. Truly useless bunch. Then he sneered with delight as he continued scrolling through the news. The number of deaths caused by players suddenly soared after the 4th round. 45 minutes ago, thousands of surveillance cameras were destroyed. The city became lawless at night. 55 minutes ago, players opposing the government had established an online community. 2 hours ago, the public's anxiety grew steadily. The emergency solution was issued 3 hours ago. Criminal psychology experts believe people lose the motivation to work because it's truly a mess. If they were players, they would do the same. He picked up his axe and muttered, "What's wrong with wanting to do anything before dying? Damn foolish fools. That's precisely why they shouldn't always force us into a mold. Don't do this, don't do that, it's all because of restrictions and rules." Black scythe in hand, he swung his axe. He shouted loudly in anger as he struck the floor with a strong blow. That's precisely why all of us are now breaking out. Then his face became dazed as he looked up. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. No one can stop me now. He smirked, laughing until wrinkles formed around his brows. After all, I'm a player superior to all of them. Around him lay scattered corpses in pools of blood. Now, who should I kill next? The black scythe in his hand looked at his palm and wondered why he felt nothing despite having just killed someone in real life. Could it be because he had already been through hell in the 4th round? He complained indifferently after creating this mess. But only 1 point per person? So stingy, is it because they're civilians? Thinking back to himself in the previous round excited him even more. The 4th round was truly amazing, even more enjoyable than killing monsters. On his system board it was recorded. Absorption rune effect. The accumulation stat increases when you kill enemies. When the score is full, you will receive a random statistic. The amount of accumulation you gain is proportional to the level of the enemy. Thinking this, he pushed open the classroom door again to look for someone else. I want to kill players instead of civilians because I get more points from them. While scrolling through his phone, black scythe in hand accidentally came across a notable piece of information. Could it be that there was an online community forum for players? Players rebelling against the government had formed an online community 2 hours ago. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. So an idea popped into his mind. Could he join the forum and meet other players to kill people? That way, he would earn many more points. Upon clicking it, countless questions appeared. Joining the forum described it as the nation's first online forum aimed at helping players. Players change the world. Welcome to BCW, yes or no? The BCW guide is conducting interviews to accept new members to ensure that only players join the community. Yes or no, please honestly answer all the following questions. There will be consequences if you do not comply. 1. Please enter your name, address, and phone number. 2. Please enter your level, class in the other world, and your username. 3. Please enter your region. 4. Please enter your rings. 5. Please type, I agree, if you consent to participate in the interview. Black scythe in hand silently clicked his tongue. What? They wanted all his personal information and an interview too. What a hassle. Nevertheless, he quickly filled in his information, reasoning that he had to get in here to be able to meet other players. While he was still sitting at the keyboard typing, his bizarre thoughts grew even more smug. Other players would never imagine there could be a player out there killing others. After completing the procedures, he went to a shop nestled amidst lush greenery. Is this really the place? The screen clearly displayed a message from the interviewer. Please come to the Welcome Cafe in Wabu, Namyang before noon. You may wear anything you want. Looking up at the sign in front, he knew he had arrived at the right place. This was it. But the black scythe in his hand flared with a hint of irritation. Damn it, they called me out to this godforsaken place where not even a bus passes. In such an uneasy mood, he opened the door and stepped inside. He vowed to kill that damned interviewer if provoked. The interior was clean and elegant, which made him a bit uneasy. What? The decor was more modern than he expected. The man in his 30s sitting at the table soon noticed the newcomer. Were the other two the only guests? He quickly stood up and asked, Are you the person we have the interview appointment with? The black scythe in his hand stopped moving and he replied, Yes. The man intentionally stepped closer and spoke warmly. What's your username? He answered immediately, Black Scythe. 30 shook hands with him. Pleased to meet you. I am the interviewer. My username is 30. The black scythe in hand was wide-eyed with amazement. Are you a player? His reaction was not unexpected to him. I know I don't look it much, but I'm already 30 years old. This way, please. He pointed at the person wearing a pink coat sitting on the chair and introduced, This is Little Cockle. He also came for an interview. Cockle, this is the black scythe in hand. You two might become teammates, so go ahead and greet each other. He pulled out a chair with a disdainful thought. This punk who looks like a sardine is also a player? He looks so weak. Hello. The person beside him also nodded politely. Hello. Once seated, he began to wonder. I guess the business isn't doing very well. No customers and I don't see any part-time staff either. 30 smiled slightly and explained. It's quite far from the city, so it's understandable. That's why we rent this place for interviews. The black scythe in hand still asked innocently. So you rent this place, but shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see anyone. He replied enthusiastically. The owner is preparing food in the kitchen. This is a coffee shop, but they also serve meals. He still focused on the strange scenery around the coffee shop. I see. The place he was looking at was the corner of the wall. There isn't even a camera here? Then the black dragon fire in his hand glanced over to the person in pink beside him. If I kill these two and run away, no one would know. However, he reassured himself. Not only must I kill the two of them, I cannot miss this opportunity. Aren't we interviewing? 30 said cheerfully, We are waiting for one more person. We'll start when he arrives. He heard that and asked again to be sure, one more person? So there are 3 of us? He answered while looking out the window and suddenly exclaimed, Yes, the appointment time is a bit late, so let's wait a little longer, he's coming now. The cafe door gently opened and the welcoming bell rang. 30 courteously welcomed that player himself. You're here for the interview? He asked. Yes, was the reply. Then he asked, What is your username? An unexpected name was spoken that made him quickly cover his mouth in shock. Black Scythe. Time rewound to a few days earlier during an online meeting in front of a computer screen. Welcome Jammy. Nice to meet you. Welcome Popering. The chairman clasped his hands together and smiled to begin. Everyone is here except jam made of honey. Now let's start the meeting for the 3rd week of April. Lost Yark, you speak first. The person called out immediately responded, yes. The chairman asked him how many people participated in the forum this week. Lost Yark seriously reported, about 2,000. The chairman remarked, more than last week, and he agreed with that observation. The number of players is gradually decreasing month by month, but the number of forum participants is increasing every week. Lost Yark voiced his own speculation. I think the article about us attracted them. The chairman immediately wondered who hired the journalist. Jammy raised his hand to take responsibility. It's me, chairman. He looked surprised. I understand now. I didn't expect you to have connections in this field. She then smiled amusedly and explained further. It's a new connection. The chairman continued to maintain a smile and said, wonderful. I couldn't ask for more from a long-time member. So Lost Yark, out of 2,000 people, how many actually have skills? He immediately replied, if we exclude players without a class and those below level 10, we have about 1,200 people. A fairly large number for the chairman to ponder. So how many are truly useful? Lost Yark then put on his glasses and picked up the tablet. I will talk about that. He scrolled through the lines of information on the device and began to read. A notable player is Black Scythe Hoa Trong Tae from the ESC's 45-5 region. He is a normal level 10 warrior but earned 3rd place in his area. The chairman tried to consider that. 3rd place, he must have a good rune for his level. Either that or he's lying. Lost Yark expressed his satisfaction again. But I think he's skilled enough to be selected as a candidate for the executive position. The reporting continues. That's right. Anyone else? He scrolls some more and then stops. Another person is Little Cockle. He comes from the ESC 122-7 region, always ranking between 4th and 10th. Lost Yark also reports another encouraging figure. Beyond those 250 players are in the top 100 of their region. The chairman's eyes light up. That's quite a number. It seems I will be busy interviewing everyone. Suddenly, the conversation shifts to someone else. Is it you, my 30-year-old self? He quickly wakes up from his nap. Sorry. The chairman's face immediately turns stern. Were you dozing off? What were you doing last night that has you sleepy now? The 30-year-old starts to say something but is cut off by his superior. I won't hear any excuses. Finish the 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you don't finish on time, another senior candidate might replace you. Due to his mistake, he nods in agreement. Understood. Please leave it to me. The chairman turns to ask another question. Anyway, has Los H made contact yet? He checks his phone and replies, if he had, I would have reported it immediately. Hearing this, he sighs. Perhaps you're right. I will grant him an executive position immediately if he joins. What a pity. Then he continued to give instructions to the operators. Jammy, can you ask that journalist to write an additional article? We might need more promotional strategies to attract Black Scythe to participate. She smiled with eyes squeezed shut and gestured with her hand. Of course, as long as there's money. He was very generous and immediately agreed. Don't worry about that. I will reward you for your dedication. Jammy happily beamed. Thank you, Chairman. He was about to say something else, but then we moved on to the next topic. However, Lost Yark suddenly exclaimed in surprise, wait, Chairman. A renowned figure has just requested to join the forum. The chairman immediately paused with curiosity. Who is it? His subordinate's hands trembled as he hastily gave the name. Black Scythe. All the operators snapped to attention upon hearing of the presence of the top server. Back then, at this moment, the 30-year-old awkwardly shook hands with the person in front of him. Very pleased to meet you. It wasn't too difficult getting here, was it? He coolly brushed off that remark. It was difficult. He quickly rubbed the back of his neck and forced a smile. Sorry about that. This is the best place for us to maintain privacy. Then they walked together into the meeting place. By the way, you're really handsome. The girls must like you a lot. This way, please. The guest sat down on the chair beside the 30-year-old, who invited him with a warm welcome. These two had come for interviews just like you. The black dragon fire in his hands opened his eyes wide in amazement. Hello. The introverted young man softly spoke as well. Hello. Sitting in front of them was a stranger who claimed his identity. I am Black Scythe. Ryu Min revealed his sly smile from beneath his hat. I am Little Cockle. That bastard sure is funny. Black Fire Dragon was sweating profusely. Was that person Black Scythe, the one who had killed me 5 times? I really wanted to ask him if we had ever met in real life, because why would he be so fond of killing me? The 30-year-old reminded him, "What's with Black Fire Dragon? Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" He quickly lowered his head and whispered, "Hello, I am Black Fire Dragon." The fake Black Scythe nodded as if he had heard. His reaction made Black Fire Dragon grit his teeth in greater fear. What? He didn't even respond? I thought he would recognize me if I said the player's name. Or could it be that he couldn't remember my name despite having killed me 5 times? Ryu Min beside them sipped his drink while silently observing their every move. Had I really behaved so arrogantly? I was also impersonating, but this guy was a real con artist. He actually already knew the identity of the person in front of him. His player name was Kukurabingbong. He was a professional swindler who used all sorts of tricks and schemes to make money. This alias in the future has the potential to create another copy. Currently, he isn't exactly a big problem, but later he will acquire the rune of cloning and become famous. More accurately, infamous, because he uses the rune of cloning to carry out all kinds of crimes. He carefully calculated in his mind. This is the bitter reality that even criminals can gain power from the other world. But it's good that I met him as planned. I will take advantage of him to obtain the rune of cloning. The 30-year-old took out his computer and began. Have introductions finished? Then I will start by confirming personal information. Let's begin with Little Cockle. Ryu Min feigned extreme shyness as he said, "My name is Kim Sungin. I'm 20 years old. I just graduated from graduate school, so I currently do not have a job." The 30-year-old operator recorded the information very carefully. "Says here you are a level 13 assassin, is that correct?" He promptly replied, "Yes." Then he asked further, "You are also ranked 4th in your regional rankings?" "Correct." Although he outwardly appeared embarrassed, inside Ryu Min silently cursed, "Absolutely not. It's all lies." Of course, except for the player's name. During a gathering with the crowd, he saw a player with that name and decided to steal it. Little Cockle really is a name that exists. In other words, I am also impersonating someone else, but I have to do this to meet the condition to obtain the rune of cloning. As far as he could remember, In Hong had personally stabbed a girl in the stomach. The rune of cloning requires the recipient to kill someone at the place where the rune is hidden while impersonating another. The other remained very calm to make himself look as cold as Ryu Min. In the past, that bastard had killed someone while pretending to be Ryu Min and had obtained the rune of cloning. Then 30 looked at Hyungtaek. "Alright, next is the Black Scythe Fire." He immediately answered, "My name is Sim Hyungtaek. I am 16 years old and currently a high school student." The man exclaimed in surprise but had opposite thoughts in his head. "You are the youngest here. This fat pig is a high school student, huh? That's terribly filthy." 30 looked at the person in front of him and wondered if he could still look down on him like that, knowing Sim Hyungtaek had killed his classmate. That was not something an ordinary high school student could do. He also repeated the same question. "You are a level 10 warrior and were ranked 3rd in your region before, right?" Black Scythe Fire slammed his hand on the table. "So what? You think I'm lying?" He shrugged and explained, "It's just part of the process. Sorry if you feel offended." Then at 30 began the interview with the final person. "It's your turn." Black Scythe, "Your name is In Hong." Glancing at him, then said, "Kim In Hong, 28 years old. I am a fund manager. I have never fallen out of the top ranks in my area and I am currently at level 30. Surely you know my profession is Knight of Death, right? Is there anything else you want me to confirm?" The operator naturally did not dare to argue back and only forced a smile. "Nothing else. Thank you." Ryu Min kept eating the strawberries in the glass but was very dissatisfied. A fund manager, my ass, he should be a manager of some swindlers. Then he would use the name Black Scythe to borrow money from other players. 30 put down his computer and became serious again. "That's all I need you to confirm about your identities. Now let's start the interview. Just tell me why you want to join BCW. You go first, Little Cockle." Ryu Min twirled the straw to show his awkwardness. "For me, currently the world is very dangerous. Going outside alone is scary, and there are many other reasons. I think living with other players would be better." He turned to the person next to him. "Okay, next, Black Dragon Fire. Hyungtaek, think carefully. You can't say you came here to kill other players." Then he casually borrowed the previous person's reason. "I'm similar to Little Cockle. I can't go to school anymore, and I'm also worried about the next round of play." When he turned to In Hong, the 30-year-old showed a bit of enthusiasm. Is that so? What about you? The black scythe raised his eyebrow and replied, I only registered because I saw there was a forum. It sparked my interest. The 30-year-old forced a smile. So that's it. Meanwhile, Ryu Min stared intently at him, knowing he would surely pass the test, no matter what he said, because he was the black scythe. He adjusted his posture seriously, then smiled. All right, everyone's answers are quite satisfactory. Next is the final part of the interview. As he spoke these words, the 30-year-old's attitude grew very excited. Killing someone, you must kill another person to pass this final part of the interview. Ryu Min was shocked. Kill someone? But why? He calmly said again, you probably don't understand. All right, let me help enlighten you. His eyes widened with discomfort. You must have seen the posts. The government has started cracking down on our players and turning their backs on us. They fear us because we are stronger than them. The 30-year-old's hands clenched with ambition. However, our players will soon dominate the world. That world will become a much quicker reality if we all cooperate. A broad smile blossomed on his face. So we have no reason to be hindered by the law. We need to show the government that players are now the law by defying the rules set by the government. Ryu Min was still very confused and covered his mouth. Is that the reason we have to kill someone? 30-year-old emphasized further. Yes, that's how we show the government our resolve. Even Hyangtaek froze in shock while Kim In-hong remained calm to show them that we are not controlled by the law. 30-year-old finished speaking and returned to his gentle smile. Do you understand now? Little Cockle replied very softly. Yes. He raised a finger and reminded them of one thing. If any of you do not want to complete this final part of the interview, you may leave right now. However, leaving also means you will no longer be able to request our help later. He wiped the cream off his mouth, not very surprised. His point was that anyone who leaves will be blacklisted. They do this to pressure us into killing people, making it difficult for us to ever leave this community afterwards. Black Scythe Haohand and Kim In-hong Ji both pondered silently for a moment but did not object. 30-year-old clapped his hands satisfiedly. It seemed like you all were ready. Good. Then I will take that as everyone's agreement. We will begin the final part now. Hyangtaek asked, what do you mean by begin? Begin killing? But there is no one here to kill. He immediately replied, you don't need to worry about that. 30-year-old smirked and spoke cryptically. I've prepared everything already. Outside, heavy rain was pouring. Black clouds covered the sky, adding to the chill in the atmosphere. The interview part is also done, so at 30 he finally took the initiative to stand up. Shall we go now? All right. At that moment, a petite girl stepped out from the shop's door. Have you guys left already? You can stay longer if you want, since you've rented the whole place anyway. He cheerfully chatted with her. No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a bathroom here? The girl enthusiastically pointed out. It's over in that corner. A 30 responded while rummaging in his pocket. Thanks. By the way, can I ask you a favor while you're at it? She was curious. What is it? Then he took out his key and handed it to her. Could you please take the car out of the parking lot for me? I'm in a hurry right now. The girl innocently took it and agreed immediately. Course, don't worry. After that, she took her red umbrella and stepped outside into the rain. The car was slowly unlocked as she approached nearer inside. Then she folded her umbrella and prepared to get behind the wheel. The heavy rain made her unaware of a rough hand reaching toward her ear. Then all 10 fingers clenched tightly around the little girl's neck, causing her to scream in terror. The man kept squeezing her neck tightly as she helplessly struggled. The girl's small hand trembled violently, and her screams gradually grew faint. At 30 held the unconscious body in his arms, then smirked effortlessly. Ryu Min exclaimed in shock, What did you just do? Hyangtaek was equally surprised. Why her? After placing the girl inside, he calmly urged them. What else are you waiting for? Get in the car. The car door closed, and the arm still dripping with the girl's tears slightly trembled. All 3 interviewees felt equally mixed emotions. Does he mean the coffee shop owner? The car drove along the trail, the green canopy covering both sides of the road. After a while, the wheels gradually stopped in front of a location. In his 30s, he carried the shop owner inside and guided the others. We've arrived. This is where we will conduct the final part of the interview. They opened the warehouse door, which was old and dark inside, just as they intended. The girl's body was placed on the floor along with the question from the moderator. Let's begin. Who will kill her? He was interested in Kim In-hong and immediately proposed, how about you go, Black Scythe? He responded, all right. The man in his 30s chuckled with satisfaction. Just as expected from you. Suddenly, another voice interrupted their conversation. Wait, he then focused on the young man in the pink jacket. What is it? Little cockle. Ryu Min hesitated as he spoke. Can I do it? That request made him sneer. You want to do it? Interesting. I didn't expect much since you seemed quite shy. Since the outcome was the same, he had no objection. For me, it's fine. Black Scythe can let him do it. Kim In-hong said nothing but nodded in agreement. Then Ryu Min slowly walked toward him while Kim In-hong went in the opposite direction. As they passed each other, the imposter whispered to him, make sure you do well. I just helped you. Ryu Min's cold gaze glanced at him. Thanks. I'll make sure to use the rune of cloning well. Hearing those words, Kim In-hong was surprised and turned around. Runes? Are you talking about? And at that very moment, two arms suddenly shot out right in front of him. Ryu Min decisively twisted in a way that shattered bone and flesh, bringing him down on the spot. Kim In-hong's neck was bent sharply backward, definitely broken. The man in his 30s looked at the scene before him in fear, eyes wide open. The man in his 30s clutched his head, trembling all over. What is this? He panicked and shouted. What did you just do? You dare kill the Black Scythe? Are you crazy? Ryu Min turned back, slightly annoyed. Hey, too noisy, man. The man in his 30s fell silent, not daring to say a word. That gaze seemed to look at a prey, as if something had changed. What had really happened? The system announced, you have killed someone while impersonating another. You have met the hidden condition. You have discovered the rune of cloning, a secret rune located in a predetermined position. The acquired rune automatically engraved itself onto the player's body. A golden yellow light danced around him. Ryu Min happily exclaimed, good. Finally, a reward for impersonation. 30, he stammered, questioning. You at least say something? Why did you kill the Black Scythe? Hearing this, he calmly reached out and took off his mask. Why? Ryu Min wore a plain mask and said, because he is a despicable bastard trying to impersonate me. 30, not understanding what was happening, asked back, impersonate? How so, you? Then he pointed to the shop owner. 30 asked urgently, did you have to kill that woman or why did you kill the Black Scythe? Answer me quickly. Ryu Min, still indifferent, took the black bag beside her. Because he is trash, and I'm trash too. He covered the coffee shop owner's head with that bag. That contemptuous remark stunned at 30. Huh? If you're so good, say it again. He pulled out a weapon, his face twisted with anger. You just said that. Ryu Min remained silent, summoning out a scythe. A blood-red aura enveloped the weapon, surprising at 30. Holding the oversized scythe, he spoke, I said you're trash. So? Am I wrong? 30 froze, unable to move. What was that scythe? Could it be his main weapon? Looking at the bizarre scythe, he searched through his memory vault. He had never seen a player wield such a large scythe. No, wait, as if realizing something, at 30's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. A player wielding a giant scythe. The words just spoken by the person in front of him replayed in his head. Because he is a despicable bastard trying to impersonate me. Impersonate, wait a minute. Ryu Min looked at the person who seemed to have gradually realized and spoke. Do you understand now who the Black Scythe is? He stammered in response. You are the Black Scythe. Ryu Min looked at that pale face and added, I'm sorry for lying. The man's hand trembled uncontrollably. So it was true. This person was not the little cockle I knew. He was the real Black Scythe. He knelt down pleading. Lord Black Scythe, I deeply apologize for mistaking you. It's just that you acted too well. Please spare me. A stroke swept through, and the 30-year-old's head flew off before he even understood what was happening. His head rolled all the way down to Hyungtaek's feet before finally stopping. The 30-year-old died with eyes wide open, his pupils dilated and then constricted. Even though Hyungtaek had dealt with a classmate, he couldn't avoid this chilling sensation. He looked at Ryu Min, realizing this was the true Black Scythe. He was on a completely different level. Cold sweat poured down Hyungtaek, He couldn't even properly see the motion of the scythe swing. Suddenly, Ryu Min pointed the scythe directly at Hyungtaek's face. Now only you and I remain. What do you think my next move will be? If you have any last denials, say them now. Hyungtaek trembled, not sure if it was from habit or nervousness, his voice stammering. I won't say meaningless words like, spare my life. There is only one question I've always wanted to ask if I ever got the chance to meet you. Ryu Min already knew that question. You're wondering why I killed you 5 times in round 4, aren't you? He was slightly startled, then hesitantly replied, why yes. Ryu Min did not hesitate to explain calmly. The reason was simple. He wanted to keep him within his control. Hyungtaek doubted. How could I be controlled by you? Ryu Min replied indifferently. He seemed to be the most skilled person among those I'd met at the time. I just need to eliminate competition. Seeing his silence, he asked again. Anything else? Seeing you still remain utterly silent, he was losing patience. Now he could finally rest in peace. After a long moment, Hyungtaek finally spoke. May I ask one last question? What is it? He stammered as if trying to buy time. Why do you want to kill me? Ryu Min did not hide the truth but stated plainly. Because you're trash. And me? What have I done? Isn't it you who came all this way to kill this girl? Hyungtaek tried to deny it. But I haven't done anything yet. Ryu Min continued. Not done anything? You've just been standing there watching the whole time. The atmosphere was filled only with Ryu Min's cold, contemptuous snort. Finally, he said, fine, unlike those bastards, your only crime is standing by indifferently. I'll give you a chance to live. Upon hearing this, he rejoiced with a visible expression of relief. Really? Truly? Ryu Min tapped his black scythe against the floor, the sharp tip striking the ground with a piercing sound. He stated the conditions for Hyungtaek's survival. He must now give up everything he has. Though he looked arrogant, the moment he was threatened, he laid all his equipment out on the floor. He remarked that this guy actually had many useful things. Looking at all these items, an idea to make money popped into Ryu Min's mind. If I sell all the items he bought at the shop, I could earn about 2,000 gold. Hyungtaek scratched his head and said, I even handed you the equipment I use. This really is my entire property. I have nothing else left. Ryu Min picked up 2 amber-colored gemstones. What did I say? Seeing that he didn't take anything more, Hyungtaek stood shyly beside him and asked, You aren't taking anything else? I don't need them, you can use those. You just nodded obediently. Yes, sir. Watching Hyungtaek busily pack up, Ryu Min thought to himself, anyway, I can't resell those things to the shop. After putting all the items into the space pouch, Hyungtaek turned and asked, So you will spare my life as promised, right? Ryu Min nodded, of course I'll let you live. A gentleman keeps his word. Hyungtaek was slightly surprised, then immediately bowed sincerely and thanked him. Thank you very much. He stopped, feeling embarrassed. Damn it, he kicked the bodies of the other 2 and said, From now on live properly. Go handle these corpses if you want. Yes, he bent down to the shop owner. Ryu Min said again, I will take this girl with me. Hyungtaek offered to help. Ryu Min flatly declined. No need. How could I trust you? Get lost. Hyungtaek stood there watching the man slowly leave, supporting the shop owner. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he was going to die like that. But he spared my life. Although I lost some valuable items, nothing is more precious than life. Hyungtaek rolled up his sleeve and wiped the sweat under his chin, silently wondering why he felt such an emptiness inside right now. He stood there asking himself what he had really done wrong. The guy stole his item just because he was standing and watching. Hyungtaek gritted his teeth, the victim mentality rising. This was truly unfair. Recalling the image of Ryu Min leaving without permission, a murderous intent flared up in him for a moment. Isn't it true that he was completely on guard? The black scythe got a strike to the back with a pole and didn't even die. The flame of greed rose quietly, urging Hyungtaek to act. What should I do? If I kill a high-ranking black scythe, my stats will multiply many times over. His pupils contracted, bloodshot with tangled veins. Yes, this was a rare opportunity, a chance he would never get again. Hyungtaek tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. If he didn't seize this chance, he would regret it for his entire life. Then he moved as quietly as possible, silently praying, Don't notice me. Please don't notice me. The distance grew shorter and shorter. Hyangtek gently raised the battle pole, just a little more, and at the imminent moment he lunged forward quickly. Right now, Hyangtek raised the pole above his head, and with all his might, brought it down. Die, you bastard. The strike hit hard. Blood splattered out from the open wound. Ryu Min collapsed onto the ground, and the shop owner lady fell down beside him as well. Hyangtek panted, I actually killed a black scythe that easily. He burst out laughing with delight. Is it really true? A black scythe killed by someone like me, a level 10? Hyangtek stomped hard on Ryu Min's body lying on the ground, kicking and cursing. You bastard, you shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your rank is? You're damn stupid. He tightened his grip proudly, extremely excited, thanking for these stats. You fool. But after a while, nothing happened, and the system message was nowhere to be seen. Hyangtek was puzzled. Huh? Why hasn't the stat increase notification appeared yet? Normally, the message should appear immediately, right? As if sensing something he had unconsciously overlooked. His whole body broke out in a cold sweat. What on earth is going on? Ryu Min suddenly stood right behind him with a gloomy tone and said, What do you think? Hyangtek was startled and turned around in panic. Ryu Min wore a mocking pink jacket. Why are you so scared? Did you see a ghost or what? He trembled fearfully, his face pale. Why? I just killed it. Does it have a resurrection skill or something? Ryu Min slowly stepped forward. Hyangtek was shocked and turned to look. The shop owner lay there with a plastic bag covering his head. No blood reaching the blue auras radiating from his hand. He stepped forward and said, The thing you killed was my clone. Hyangtek was stunned and repeated, A clone? At the moment he was ready to chop me. My original self witnessed everything and silently clicked his tongue. The rune of cloning's power allows creating a perfect replica of oneself. He smirked to explain to Hyangtek. The thing is, it can't fight. The rune of cloning spell creates a replica with the keyword create clone, and the user becomes the soul after 10 seconds. However, the clone cannot engage in combat, nor access skills or inventory. The cooldown is 10 minutes, but you were completely fooled by it. I guess even though it can't fight, it's still useful, a very good experiment. Hyangtek angrily gripped the crutch in his hand. You tricked me. He pointed sarcastically at his own head. So why are you acting like the victim now? I'm the real victim here. You almost killed me. Hyangtek no longer backed down and retorted. You're the victim? You're the one who threatened me first. His hand summoned the black scythe, and he replied indifferently, whatever then. A strong red aura swung toward Hyangtek. He stiffened, dazed and wondered, what's happening? My body can't move? He gripped the scythe tightly and watched the head severed from his body, thinking your words were just a waste of time. Blue auras immediately surrounded Hyangtek's head, erasing all traces. The entire room was also enveloped by it. He put his hands in his pockets, withdrew the scythe. No one would be able to say this was a crime scene, of course, except for one person. He stepped toward the woman and called out. He put both hands into his jacket pocket, exposing himself. Now you're awake. How long did you plan to pretend to be unconscious? You can't fool a player like me. I can hear that thought of yours. The shop owner slowly sat up but was too scared to remove the plastic bag.
I'm sorry.
She hesitated and asked him, can I take it off? He crossed his arms and flatly refused. No, keep it on until I leave. Yes. Sunlight streamed in through the window panes. I'm gonna ask you a few questions. Will you cooperate with me? Yes. He began to probe. How many customers were there? Can you remember each face? She knelt anxiously on the floor and replied. There were 4 people, one in his mid-40s. I remember his face because I spoke with him. As for the others, he stared, absorbing the information while analyzing. She was telling the truth. Once he had what he needed, he cut her off. All right, that's all. She hesitantly asked, so I'm safe now, right? Is it all over? Before letting her go, he carefully reminded her. Yes, you can go home now, but don't report this to the police. It might backfire. I understand. She could remove the bag after a minute. The shop owner nodded in response. Yes. The sound of counting rang out along with heavy breathing. 1, 2, 3. The woman removed the plastic bag from her head as the count approached the final numbers. 58, 59, 60. She looked around bewildered. What just happened? After a while, the shop owner finally regained composure. There's nothing here at all. This can't be a dream, right? The towering skyscraper apartment buildings glittering in the sunset. He stepped into the house and called out loudly, Ryu-1, I'm home. Ryu-1 hurried out to greet him. Hello, sir. He was startled, his attention caught by something. Then he asked curiously, That's my jacket, where have you been? Ryu-min hesitated a little before answering. Well, he avoided the question and went into the house. Exhausted. So tired. Really tired. He hurried after him and asked, Where did you come back from? Have you eaten dinner yet? Ryu-min took off his jacket and replied, Not yet. He thought for a moment, then suggested, Let's order something. Ryu-min nodded in agreement. Yeah, order whatever you want to eat. Looking at the jacket and recalling the violent scenes just now, he couldn't help but sigh. It's spotless, but I can't give it back to him. Then he threw the jacket away, which shocked him greatly. Ryu-1 was confused and ran over. Min, what are you doing? Why are you throwing it away? He calmly replied, It's old. I'll buy a new one for you. You've worn it too long. He looked pitiful, as if about to cry, which made him a bit anxious. I'll buy you a better one. Okay? He turned his face away with a sigh. No need. School is closed and I can't go outside anyway. He looked at him with a hint of sadness. It must be frustrating to be stuck at home and unable to go to school because of something like Hyangtae. Then he suggested, Gani, do you want to go out and play with me tomorrow? Hearing that, his face immediately brightened. So easy to console. Ryu-min told Rugon that they'd have dinner quickly and go to bed early, and he happily agreed at once. The next day, Ryu-1's face sparkled with delight at all the sights before him. It had been a long time since he last came here. He looked at his excited face and thought quietly that life had been tough lately, so he hadn't been able to take him out. The two brothers stood out in the crowd. Is this place still open? These days, there are far more places closed than open. In times like these, hope is an important belief. Suddenly, he noticed a family laughing and chatting happily. His eyes looked at him with deep meaning. Ryu-1 suddenly grabbed his arm and pointed ahead. Mr. Min, you go over there first, hurry up. They both arrived at an exhibition area filled with panda stuffed animals. He shyly clipped a panda hairpin onto his head. How do I look? His eyes sparkled as he took out a few more. You look super cool. So cute, pick that one. He happily looked around. So many cute things here. He held up the shiny black card like a dominant CEO. Yes, whatever you like, just take it. The two happily walked and talked. What do you want to do now? We have to do everything there is here. The two moved on to ride the roller coaster, then switched to the bumper boats, visited the pandas. Ryu-1 took out his phone and snapped pictures rapidly, praising non-stop. Twin pandas, so cute. He looked at him with silent pride for making the right decision. Yesterday he was so gloomy. Taking him out like this was definitely good. Suddenly, he turned around worried and asked, But Min, tomorrow is the 1st of May. Is it okay if I go out with you like this? Of course, I am happy, but Ryu-min quickly spoke to reassure. Don't worry at all. I'm fine. This time it will be over 10 hours, so even if I sleep a bit long, don't be scared at all. He grabbed his shirt anxiously. 10 hours, it's not dangerous, right? You have to come back safely. Okay? He smiled brightly and held out his hand. Don't worry too much. Ryu-min rubbed his head to comfort him. I promised I won't leave you alone. He touched him, soothing his anxiety. That's enough. What should we do now? Let's go visit the zoo. In a towering apartment building on April 30th, 11:50 p.m. He was lying in bed, startled when he heard the phone notification sound. Ryu-min picked up the phone and was surprised to see the name Julie displayed. There was a series of messages. Min, it's almost midnight. I believe this time will be fine too. Do your best. Good luck. Good luck. See you later. After reading, he silently thought she must be very nervous. Ryu-min looked at the phone and smiled faintly. Don't worry. From now on I will protect you. He placed the phone down on the nearby table. It's time to go. The phone screen was still bright, showing 12 o'clock. Ryu-min quickly appeared in an empty lot, with a large crowd of people. They looked around puzzled. Huh. Is everyone here already? No way. To me, they just haven't arrived yet. No, in the last round, the number of survivors was about 500. They were a bit confused, which made sense, feeling somewhat empty. Ryu-min stood not far away, watching them sigh. It really does feel empty because the first round had nearly 10,000 people, but this feeling of emptiness will soon pass. Oliver Sparkle appeared. She frowned and gritted her teeth, complaining, "Your reactions are too boring." Oliver flew among the crowd muttering. A total of 442 survivors were summoned. You should have had 521 people, but we lost nearly 80. It seems there has already been conflict in the real world. It's okay, she didn't care about that. What you do in the real world is none of my business. Oliver raised a finger, however, with only a few people we can't play properly. Her face suddenly turned cunning. So I have prepared something for all of you. Oliver smiled and informed the players about the merging of regions. Someone raised their hand and asked, "May I ask, could you explain in more detail?" She gritted her teeth irritably. "I've already said it. You should understand immediately. How troublesome. As the name suggests, it's the merging of regions." Oliver grew impatient but still explained with interest. "I don't know if you realize, but just within the country you're in, there are already hundreds of regions. To be exact, 875 regions." Those below were astonished to hear that. 875 regions? Our country alone has that many regions? She laughed loudly and said, "What's so surprising? Compared to other countries, that's actually few." The people below began to ponder Oliver's words. That's right, if each region is allocated 10,000 people, then obviously the more populous the country, the more regions it will have. Exactly. Wait, if each region also has angels then? The crowd below started to buzz. Does that mean there are at least tens of thousands of angels on this earth? Is that right? Are there really that many angels? Oliver sneered. Just as you guessed, each region has an angel in charge. Are you only realizing this now? How foolish. The person below quickly caught the information and asked again. "Angel, so this survival game wasn't created by you?" Hearing this, she paused for a moment, then coldly asked again, "Why do you think so?" The person dared to answer, "Surely tens of thousands of angels wouldn't cooperate to create this survival game." Oliver flew closer to him. She pointed at his face and threatened, "What if we really did cooperate? Do you plan to praise us? Stop worrying about pointless things. Meddling too much will get you a cracked head one day, human." With such a position, it made him pale and stammer. I'm sorry." Oliver muttered, "It's okay, just human after all." Ryu Min silently observed as if he had anticipated. Seeing her avoid the topic showed she had been hit in the heart, but it was understandable. There must be rules to keep information about the creator's secret. Not only he but everyone had gradually become suspicious, further reasoning that moreover, an angel who could be killed by players could not have created such a massive survival game. Oliver flew up and down and said angrily, "From now on, I will no longer answer your pest questions. Bugs, act like bugs if you want to live, why ask so much?" Those below were scared, and she continued to grumble in frustration. "You're wasting my time anyway. As announced, I will start unifying the areas. You just need to know that this measure is taken because there are too few players." Oliver warned, "Stop making useless guesses." Suddenly the ground shook, startling everyone. "What is it? An earthquake?" The ground below immediately formed evenly shaped squares, and from there the fire began to surge. Then a large column of light appeared in front of everyone, making those their turn pale with fear, not knowing what terrible thing in this hell was about to happen. After that, the place where they stood also became a square of death. The areas beside them had turned into a sea of fire, so they had no way to escape. Layer upon layer lit up visibly. Each square gradually brightened. Then within their square it divided into smaller squares. The people standing inside gradually revealed themselves. Each player was bewildered, mixed with panic. Suddenly, the beams of light withdrew, causing everyone to exclaim in astonishment, "Is it over?" At this moment, they finally had time to look around. Next to the square, many more people in different outfits appeared. "Those people," Oliver announced as he finished, "the region merger has ended." Seeing them confused, a female figure asked, What's wrong? Since we're all human, why not greet each other a little?" Another purple-haired angel appeared and said, "Indeed, how long do you intend to just stand there like that?" Looking up at the bewildered people below, another angel, glancing at the estimated number, "Are there 10 angels?" Another angel appeared, but the voice mixed with contempt sounded exactly the same. "Hello, are you humans? Surely you've heard of the angels in charge. Due to the small number of people, the zones have been merged. According to the current announcement, the 10 areas have now been merged into one, with a total of 4,844 people here. The people below panicked. Merging 10 areas? Nearly 5,000 people? No wonder it felt so crowded. Oliver continued, explaining that other areas are also in the process of being merged. Naturally, since they have merged, the area names will also change. She spoke with interest, saying that the new name of this area is CESKS007, which includes only players from South Korea. The people below stirred, realizing, oh, they're all from our country. Thankfully, we can still communicate. Otherwise, we might have been mixed with players from other countries later on. Ryu Min looked around and thought that the merging of areas obviously wouldn't stop this time. Whenever the number of players drops below 500, further merges with other areas will continue. He still clearly remembered the situation from the previous reset. Eventually, when the number of South Korean players dropped below 500, they would have to compete with players from other nations. Ryu Min looked up, his thoughts running long. But that issue wouldn't happen until round 11. For now, he needed to focus here. Based on the progress of the reset, he was sure that in a moment, the Angels would organize a side game. Oliver spoke on behalf of everyone. Before announcing the main mission, we will play a side game to celebrate the merging of the areas today. The Angel group began to discuss. Isn't there a representative for each region? But now that they have merged, what should be done? Of course, they have to elect a new regional representative. Someone below asked again, the new representative for this region? Oliver pointed with his finger. The method is very simple. She smiled with interest. The 10 former regional representatives would come forward and fight each other to the death. The one who wins and survives last will be promoted as the representative of this unified region. There was a stir below. To become the representative of the unified region, they have to kill each other, so cruel yet intriguing. Who will become the representative? Right now, some popcorn would be perfect. An angry man thought, damn it, what the hell is going on? A nearby girl also clenched her hands anxiously. Do they really have to kill each other just to choose a representative? Another man bit his hand regretfully, thinking that if he had known this, he wouldn't have become a regional representative. Before the door of life and death, everyone carried their own thoughts. They wondered if those who die this time would come back to life or not. These people also seemed to be representatives of other regions. Although their assessments of the situation differed, they all shared the same thought. Also, can you even give up your regional representative rights? As for Ryu Min, he calmly assessed the situation briefly. Previously, being a regional representative brought no benefits, but from this round onward, things will be different. We absolutely have to win this life or death match and become the new representative. Oliver added, the regional representatives don't need to worry so much. Although it's a life or death match, it doesn't mean they will actually die. After the game ends, all representatives who have died will be revived. One outspoken person thought to himself with excitement, will he be revived this time too? However, everyone was thoughtful about the vague rules of this new round. Oliver crossed his arms and recounted, judging by these expressions, it seems everyone thinks becoming a representative doesn't bring any benefit, right? The representative can wield dominion rights. He continued before everyone's astonished eyes that this is the authority to command players of lower levels than oneself. Whether or not that person agrees, you can freely control that player within the region, an upgraded version of command rights. Of course, the usage limit is 10 times. Furthermore, if the representative dies, this authority will transfer to someone else. Oliver asked sarcastically, but it's still attractive, isn't it? Being able to influence others like that. Those below still hadn't fully absorbed it. Really? You can freely control anyone, whether or not that person wants to. Oliver quickly declared, you all must be motivated now, so once you're ready, we will proceed with the side game. Another angel spoke thoughtfully. Since the areas have been unified, we also need to decide which angel will be the representative. After speaking, all the angels fell silent. Is there any angel willing to volunteer? So, raise your hand. The one who just asked sighed deeply. I knew it, I just asked a pointless question. If any angel volunteers, that one is quite unusual. The angel next to him calmly added, it's confirmed no angel wants to be the representative. So what should we do? Does anyone have any suggestions? Hearing this, the proposing angel became even more interested. Using dice to randomly select a representative, leaving it to luck, is one way, but it's not very exciting. They began to buzz with discussion. How about deciding the order and taking turns to be the representative? This way isn't very fair. Those later in line would have to wait a long time. True, the areas will merge again soon anyway. Oliver asked disappointedly, is there a way that's both fair and interesting? At this moment, Priscilla proposed a new suggestion. How about this? Aren't the area representatives going to compete against each other soon? She looked at Oliver and said, the angel responsible for the realm of the dead first will be penalized by having to act as the representative. Everyone around agreed with this opinion. Interesting, a good idea. I like Priscilla's approach. Do the other angels agree with this method? They all raised their hands in response. I approve, I also approve, I approve as well. One person had a different opinion. Wait a moment, why not do it this way? Oliver spoke up with a suggestion. Instead of the first dead person, the angel in charge of the last survivor would become king. Oliver folded his arms and smiled as he explained, choose the angel responsible for the person who survives until the end to be the representative angel. The angel beside him looked surprised as the representative said, the other angels must absolutely obey the orders of the representative angel. Suppose someone is appointed as the guide. Then it is mandatory to comply because that is a royal command. Priscilla lightly touched her chin and asked, so that means if the regional representative wins, then we also win. If that's the case, wouldn't that also make the winning player the representative angel? They continued to chat with great interest. This matter just got even more exciting. Representative, sounds appealing, a unique idea, Oliver. The red-haired angel seemed thoughtful. Daring to propose the winner as the representative shows quite a bit of confidence. Oliver turned to look at her and replied, of course I'm confident. She smiled slightly, very confident. But what can you do? My regional representative is no ordinary person. From the start until now, the player has never let go of the top spot in the corresponding region. Oliver laughed provocatively. Oh really, the stupid regional bird stands at the top of the corresponding area, and you dare to mock me just for that? She thought of Ryu Min with great pride. If they knew who our regional representative was, they would surely be so shocked they'd fall to the ground. After speaking, Oliver acted as if nothing had happened and asked Do. So what then, is that your decision? Naturally, I have no reason to refuse. The other angels also happily joined in. I agree. This idea sounds more interesting. Me too. I'm confident our regional representative is no pushover. One angel looked at Oliver and asked, so it's decided. Then, shall we begin now? Oliver, you go speak. Understood. Then they looked down at the players filled along the rows below and announced, from now on, we hereby start the exception game to select the unified region representative. All regional representatives, please gather here to receive orders. These words immediately caused some prominent people to break out in cold sweat, tightening their fists. Some others looked up at the angels with full alertness. Ryu Min just silently pondered with a cold expression. After a while, 10 representatives were separated out, including Ryu Min among them. Oliver faintly smiled and waved his hand. The ground beneath them immediately shook violently. Suddenly, flames blazed up, and a circular stone platform with patterns gradually appeared. Gradually, stone pillars grew tall surrounding the stone platform, and the players gathered again. Finally, a completely circular arena was formed right in the middle of the open space. The 10 people inside wore expressions of extreme astonishment mixed with confusion at this scene. Oliver looked down from above and explained once more. From this moment on, within this area, we will proceed with a deathmatch, killing each other until only one survivor remains. If someone dies outside the arena, they cannot be resurrected, so even if you die, do not leave this arena. While everyone was concentrating, the command rang out. Then, let's begin. The 10 quickly stood apart, remaining highly alert to those around them. Ryu Min also dared not attack hastily, choosing instead to silently observe. A regional representative glanced around the arena, thinking that killing the other 9 here would make him the unified regional champion. Right? He looked at a blonde man and 2 girls in front of him who were all sizing each other up. It seemed that none dared to act rashly yet. They were probing each other. That's right, Those who had previously secured a spot as regional champions were all capable individuals. He curled his lips arrogantly, thinking that still, none were stronger than him. In his mind, he recalled his past battles. Never before had he lost his top position in the corresponding region. The rune we possess is practically like a cheating tool. As long as the dagger pierces the opponent's body, the rune will automatically activate and cleave through the remaining part. Even stabbing someone in the back, as if possessed by a devil, the sword moves on its own. Thanks to this, by round 4, I had killed as many as 312 enemies. The angels above asked the same question. What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting? Fight quickly, you foolish humans. Noticing their impatience, he thought silently, what's going on? Is there a bet involved? Why such agitation? No need to say, I was about to act myself. Confidently, he strode straight ahead. No one was stronger than him anyway. If he seized this chance to make a strong first impression, the others would be scared and dare not attack. To make that happen, suddenly, he halted his steps and turned around. The regional representative drew his sword and stood alone facing the others. He took a fighting stance, looking defiant. A sacrificial victim was needed, a victim to be the offering in my performance. The regional representative tightly gripped his sword and sneered. Whoever dares to step forward, I will deal with first. At that exact moment, Ryu Min calmly stepped forward from the group. He wielded a long black scythe, coldly confronting the challenge. The regional representative was still smugly wondering. So the first victim of mine has finally shown up. The man stood still, watching Ryu Min with suspicion. A large, crude scythe. Such a weapon was rarely seen. The regional representative, still looking down on the person in front of him, suddenly froze. Although he had seen cases with the scythe as a nickname, the one who actually wielded the scythe was. He stared intently at the blazing golden text above Ryu Min's head. Black scythe. Cold sweat began pouring down like a stream. His mouth wide open, speechless. Could that really be Black Scythe? Was that the nickname? The regional representative's mind scrambled, but he still tried to calm himself. Could it be a namesake? No, nicknames can't duplicate, right? His sword tip gradually lowered. Then who was that other person? The regional representative looked at Ryu Min coming toward him and screamed madly inside. That truly is Black Scythe, the top of the entire regional rankings? Level 30? The angels flying high above looked down, curious why that player had suddenly gone dumbfounded just after eagerly moving forward. Oliver glanced at the red-haired woman anxiously biting her nails and asked mockingly, Priscilla, isn't that guy your regional representative? She didn't answer, but her expression showed extreme agitation. What was that foolish human up to now? She looked at the current situation of the two below and wondered why they were just standing still like that. Suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out, cutting through her line of thought. The red-haired angel turned irritably, her face cold with questioning. Oliver, do you find the situation really amusing now? Oliver laughed triumphantly, looking at her. Sorry, but it's just too funny. Oliver pointed down to the guy and explained, Look at that human. Look at him trembling like a scared dog at the sight of my area's representative, your area's representative. Now paying close attention to Ryu Min, that giant black scythe is indeed very impressive. That massive scythe truly is remarkable, but to see it for the first time and not feel an aura strong enough to cause fear? She thought so and immediately turned to question Oliver. So you mean my area's representative is afraid of yours? Oliver acted as if it was obvious and replied, Doesn't it really look that way? The red-haired angel still refused to accept the truth and argued. Don't talk nonsense, Oliver, you must think number one in that area is a joke. My area's representative hasn't lost the top spot since round 1. Oliver gently rubbed his cheek, his eyes full of provocation as he looked at her. That area, number 1? That area isn't just anyone's to claim. My representative has never missed the top position in the entire area, right? The other angels were also very surprised when they heard this, looking down. The top spot in the entire area, where did that come from? Are you still not realizing it? The angels who often check the rankings only need to look at the nickname to know. Someone recognized him and loudly said, Oh, that black scythe. I think I've seen him before. Isn't he the one who always appears whenever the summary results board is displayed? The red-haired angel was trembling like a leaf. That black scythe is Oliver's regional representative. If that person really is the black scythe, then our regional representative is simply no match. Another angel suddenly made a surprising sound, causing her to jump in fright. Below, the regional representative was just cut across the neck by a slash, and his head fell down as the battle ended extremely swiftly. Oliver chuckled teasingly. Priscilla had been eliminated right before their eyes. A blonde man who witnessed this also broke out in a sweat when he recognized Ryu Min. The black scythe? Why is the black scythe here? He looked around. Everyone else seemed almost too scared to fight, thinking that even if all of us charged, we couldn't defeat the black scythe. I'll die just like that person without even being able to react. At level 30, how could I win? I'm only level 13. Then he saw him walking toward him and became panicked. The blonde man stepped back while forcing a smile to greet him, but his tone was more like begging. Oh Lord Black Scythe, it's a great honor. I never expected to share a region with the famed Black Scythe. I'm so happy it brings tears to my eyes. Ryu Min came closer and closer, and he grew more and more frantic. Now stop, let's speak in our own language. A girl holding a bow quickly withdrew her weapon, showing sincerity to him. See, didn't I already put my weapon away? I told you I had no intention of fighting the Black Scythe. The blonde-haired man hurriedly put down his weapon, looked up at the sky, and apologized to the angels. I give up. I beg to give up. Me too, I also beg to give up. Me too, I also beg to give up. One angel sighed in disappointment at the scene. How disgraceful. What is this behavior? Giving up? Did you just say you give up, humans? Another, equally displeased, spoke up. You are ruining the game I've painstakingly prepared. The angels all grew angry at once, their faces filled with fierce killing intent. A warning. From now on, anyone who dares mention giving up again will have their head blown apart. Those below turned even paler with fear upon hearing this. If heads can be blown apart, then don't even think about resurrection, do you understand? The girl with the bow once again drew her weapon. The others quietly followed suit, watching Ryu Min warily. One even tried to reassure, there are 8 of us, who knows, maybe we can win. He saw their expressions and was slightly disappointed, thinking, do you mean those angels are even scarier than me? It seemed they intended to rush forward together, but this only made him more interested, and he smirked faintly. No matter how many ants there are, in the end, they are still just ants. The group felt their pride was insulted and immediately became irritable, picking flaws. Was that bastard mocking us? We're of high rank, so we're quite at ease, right? We're also well-known figures in this area. The entire group seemed provoked, charging forward without fear of death to attack all at once. Ryu Min quickly leapt forward. His eyes were drenched in bloodlust as he decisively swung his scythe. Ryu Min launched a powerful attack, knocking many enemies aside in an instant, leaving the group astonished. He then rushed swiftly toward each individual, taking them down one by one. The scene became chaotic, with Ryu Min sweeping through the battlefield amidst splashing fresh blood. The angels appeared horrified by the carnage. They began whispering among themselves, unexpectedly ending in such a ridiculous way. Is it over already? Has Black Scythe won? Priscilla seemed to realize something and spoke up. Then the angel in charge of the Death Scythe, Oliver, was mentioned. Someone said that he would be treated like a king for a while. She angrily shouted out, Oliver. Priscilla furiously questioned, You knew how this would end, didn't you? Oliver replied calmly, Of course I knew. Hearing this only made her more furious. Indeed, Priscilla pointed directly and called out, Everyone, this bastard deceived us. She made that proposal because she knew she would win. She grew even more resentful upon hearing that. Why do you state the obvious? What did you say? Oliver explained without a hint of shame. Of course this game benefits me, that's why I proposed it, but if it didn't benefit me, why would I suggest it? Then she glanced down contemptuously. Besides, did I force you all to bet? No. Everyone agreed to bet because it seemed interesting. So why are you blaming me now? Seeing her opponent growl angrily, she provoked, So, wanna fight? If you're confident, then go ahead and fight. Oliver raised his voice to remind her. Angels fighting in front of humans lose all their dignity. If the Archangel finds out, no need to guess, you'll be locked in the absorption rune. Priscilla suddenly became tense, muttering absorption rune. That place is truly dreadful. I really hate the absorption rune. She continued taunting, why don't you dare attack? After all, according to the bet, I'm the king now, right? Priscilla, for the time being, you'll be the representative of this unified region. Priscilla asked in panic, until when? Oliver replied calmly, until I stop being angry. What's wrong? Aren't you going to proceed already? Priscilla left, still complaining to herself about why she ever agreed to such a bet. She flew toward humanity to announce, as you humans can see, the representative of the unified region has been decided. At this moment, the system displayed that the player Black Scythe had become the new regional representative of CX-007. Temporary skill, Dominion Right. The effect allows commanding a player and forcing them to comply. That player must obey the order under any circumstance. Usage limit is total 10 times, 10 out of 10. Only one command can be issued to one player. The skill has no effect on players with a higher level than oneself. Sure enough, the Black Scythe will become the representative. Since Black Scythe is level 30, if desired, he can control anyone. It is unwise to anger him. She looked down from above and declared, all right, since the outcome is decided, I will revive the players who have died. Then, the glowing feathered wings shed a few feathers. The souls of those who had just passed away suddenly began to shine. The man who had been knocked out earlier was panting in fear. The group who had just been revived were equally surprised. What's happening? I clearly remember my body was severed. Priscilla, showing impatience, explained that you were killed by the Death Scythe. The new unified regional representative is the Death Scythe. They finally had a vague realization. So it ended up like this after all. She continued to announce, since there is a new regional representative, I will revoke the representative rights of those who have been revived. The group looked disappointed when they heard Priscilla's words, but don't regret too much. The opportunity to regain the representative position is always available. Priscilla snapped her fingers and instructed, the minigame has ended. Now I will guide you on the official mission. Each person has their own information board. New information has been updated for round 5. The main task. Each person must eliminate 300 orcs within 10 hours. The side quest. Collect 4 balance stones. Success will be rewarded across the entire area. Number of participants. 77,310,228. Number completed. 0/19. 327, 557. Corresponding zone. CX-007. Number of participants. 4,884. Number completed. 0/1 to 11. Some skeptics asked, what's this? Eliminate 300 orcs? Then why are so few people completing it? Only about a quarter. Priscilla noticed their doubts and immediately threatened. Why so much dissatisfaction? Dissatisfied because so few have completed it? Want me to lower it even more? The crowd reluctantly accepted. She reassured everyone, until now, I've only given you easy tasks. So this time, I already reduced the number of completions required and prepared a harder challenge. But don't lose heart. They gradually regained their spirits, but eliminating 300 orcs is not a difficult task. Orcs in the game are just like small fry. Hearing this, Priscilla rubbed her temples in frustration and said, you will experience it yourselves and then understand how difficult it is. I won't say more. Earlier, 2 people asked suspiciously, Angel, what is the side quest? Why is its reward marked with a question mark? She helplessly explained, unlike previous rounds, this time the side quest is public, but as you can see, the reward remains a secret. He was equally dissatisfied, always secrets whenever possible. Ryu Min pondered quietly for a moment. The reward for the side quest in round 5 was the balance rune, one of the 18 essential runes required. Only 1 person per area could receive this side quest reward. Of course, since it was 1 per area, other players also had chances to obtain the balance rune, but the difficulty was even higher than that of the main quest. Ryu Min's expression hardened as he thought to himself, moreover, even if someone completed the side quest, how many could meet the conditions required by the balance rune? Priscilla quickly clarified everyone's doubts. The side quest for this round was to collect balance stones. If you collected all 4 stones, you would immediately receive the question mark reward, but only 1 person could claim it. Their faces twisted unpleasantly upon hearing that. because there were only 4 balance stones in the area. Someone asked, what if no one finds all 4? Does that mean the side quest is basically void? Priscilla smiled deceitfully. Exactly, but don't worry, because players can kill others to steal balance stones. They were surprised. Can you kill to steal? Like being the representative of this area? She turned back and reminded them, yes, of course you cannot steal other items. This only applies to balance stones. Also, unlike previous rounds, killing means no revival, you're dead for good. Priscilla left her final words before the mission began. So, we have announced everything that needed to be announced. You all must do your best. The remaining time until the end of the round is 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Ryu Min looked at her figure leaving and immediately showed disdain. In the end, she disappeared in an annoying way. He began planning. First, I have to quickly eliminate 300 orcs as fast as possible, then set a record. Thinking that, he quickly burst forward and left. Ryu Min ignored the chatter all around. Everyone had to turn their heads to watch his figure glide past. They whispered and murmured, he just passed by. Lucky me. Suddenly coming close gave me a fright. I thought my heart would jump out. Someone suggested, where do you think he's going? Let's try following him and see. The hooded man rebutted, are you crazy? Follow the black scythe? Do you want to be controlled by him? The Reaper's scythe might enslave you for life. The black-haired guy analyzed. But isn't it still better than just sitting here? No matter what, the black scythe always acts faster than us. That's why he always leads. The group hesitated for a long time and dared not follow. Someone showed doubt, what if we get spotted while following? Then the boy came up with an idea, we just keep our distance and observe as far away as possible. Some still hesitated, but the black-haired guy said indifferently, if you don't want to, stay here. I'll go alone. Saying that, he turned and walked away. They became hesitant in making decisions, until finally the group followed. Whatever, let's go too. That's right, if it's the black scythe, it will know the way. At the small orc village, the orcs stared in surprise as Ryu Min stepped out from the foliage. The people hiding in the bushes whispered, hey look, there's a village over there. It seems like the black scythe is heading there. Seeing the intruder, the orc growled angrily. He showed no emotion, continuing to charge forward. In an instant, the black scythe reached the orc's neck. Ryu Min decisively delivered the finishing blow. It failed to block the strike and collapsed to its knees. After taking down the first target, he advanced further into the village. Ryu Min carefully observed the orcs' activities. The orcs quickly detected the intruder and became more ferocious. They rushed forward to attack. He calmly slashed across with the scythe. They angrily swung a hammer downward. Ryu Min swiftly dodged the counterattack. He raised the scythe high, gathering spiritual energy. Once reaching a power threshold, Ryu Min re-engaged in the battle. Ryu Min glided lightly over the orc corpses and pools of deep red blood. He entered one of the tents that had been set up. Moans of misery echoed inside the hut. Before long, Ryu Min had dealt with all the orcs. The players who were following still stood and watched from start to finish. The crowd instantly brightened up. Turned out it was nothing serious, just orcs after all. They must be about the same level as the gnolls I caught before. Could it be easier because it's the black scythe? Someone spoke up to warn, don't be complacent. That's right, better to be cautious. Then instead of standing here, let's quickly sweep through an orc village like his. Agreed. The player covered himself carefully, calculating. In the near future, I'll probably have to act with this group. Come on, let's move. Looking at that group, he would surely be useful. I'll observe from behind a little. If the situation is stable, I'll break off. For now, the more meat shields, the better. Another pointed ahead and shouted, that's another orc village over there. The group couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this one is much bigger. About 3 times the size of the previous village. A large orc stood on the watchtower blowing a flute, signaling that someone had infiltrated. The whistling echoed through the air. In an instant, the orcs rushed out. They were excited moments ago, now overwhelmed with fear. What is that? Why does he have a bugle like that? Did he just call other orcs here? Could it be? A large force rapidly came out to meet them. Each orc child was much bigger and stronger, running over boldly. With overwhelming numbers, the orcs immediately surrounded the group. The group of players froze in place. They couldn't hide their panic as countless eyes stared daggers at them. The group, no longer calm, exclaimed, Damn it, I thought this orc village looked bigger earlier, but I didn't expect there to be so many, probably more than 50. The black-haired guy replied. The one who was panicked earlier asked, "Hey, what do we do now?" Someone snapped back irritably. "Damn it, what do you mean what do we do? We have to fight for our lives." In an instant, the orcs charged forward to challenge. They still tried to reassure each other they're just more of them, but these damn orcs aren't that formidable. Kill them. In a flash, two weapons clashed together with a clang. He angrily swung the blade he held high in retaliation. They were sweating but still holding on. What's this? Their skills are terrible and their attacks aren't even that fast. The brown-haired young man, as if fueled with new motivation, charged forward. He showed an arrogant expression. Fine, they really aren't that formidable. But the brown-haired guy's satisfaction was short-lived. He was stunned to realize his sword wouldn't come out. Immediately, he took a full hit from an orc strike. Like that, the brown-haired guy collapsed while the others still struggled to fight back. Damn it, get out of the way, you damn orcs. The group was quickly wiped out by the orcs. Before long, the young leader lay under their blades again, wondering how he ended up dying at the hands of orcs. As the finishing blow was about to be delivered, the black-haired guy shouted loudly, "Help! Help!" Ryu Min looked behind with suspicion, no longer seeing the players who had followed him earlier. He noticed something unusual but then let it go. With 20 people moving together, it's hard to keep silent. Well, since there were as many as 20 people, he didn't need to worry much, as long as they didn't foolishly engage the orcs from the large village. And it was best not to provoke the orc village with guard posts, because he knew well that if the orcs on guard sounded the horn, more than 50 of them would quickly gather since there were over 200 orcs living inside the village. Truly, that was an enormous number with about 10 green-skinned orcs per square meter. He recalled the strength of the orcs when he first entered the village. Ryu Min couldn't help but marvel. Moreover, the muscle density of orcs was distinctly different from humans. It was difficult to pull out a sword once it stabbed in, and they were very tenacious. His footsteps gradually quickened. He launched an attack while thinking to aim for the neck, the orc's most vulnerable spot, and strike decisively. Just as he predicted, the orc was swiftly finished off, fresh blood splattering everywhere. His expression was emotionless as he passed over the massive orcs. Ryu Min reflected, after all, that was only for a regular player. He took step after step forward, then teleported behind the orc and finished it off. Drawing out his weapon, fresh blood spritzed up, and he quietly opened the status window. Then the system displayed the remaining time until the end of the round. 8 hours 59 minutes and 22 seconds. Main quest progress. Orcs 300/300. Total participants in the area. 77,310,228. Completions 1/19, 327, 557. Area C, ESCs 007. Participants 4,844. Completions 1/1, 211. He planned and calculated the next move, completing the main task in about an hour. First, he had secured the first position. Now it was time to help Julie. Ryu Min remembered her character design and signaled to keep watch. Elsewhere, it seemed a battle had just ended, and Mankey hurried over to check. "Are you okay?" Young Ho, breathing heavily, struggled to speak. "This time I almost died for real." Those two were Choi Mankey, a member of the Young Climbers Guild, and Cho Young Ho, the leader of the Young Climbers Guild. Having just finished a prolonged battle, they could finally relax a little and chat. "What kind of orc is this strong?" "Exactly. Looking at it, you'd think it's just some walking pig. Definitely not to be underestimated." Those here were members of the Young Climbers Guild. Young Ho turned to ask Mankey, "So, how many have we killed so far?" He was a little surprised but still answered, "About 50, bro." Young Ho showed concern as he spoke. "In 1 hour, 5 people have only killed 50 creatures. This isn't good at all. At this rate, in 10 hours, forget about 300 will be eliminated." Someone raised their hand to lighten the mood, saying, "Eliminated? No, if we're eliminated this time, we'll be wiped out outright." He grew a bit impatient and reminded everyone maybe we need to attack a bigger village. Mankey asked suspiciously, "Isn't that too dangerous?" "Exactly. Dealing with 3 was already difficult, and now we plan to go to a bigger village. Someone added, I think just sticking to small villages to hunt safely like now is fine. Young-ho showed agreement, right? You guys are correct, not wrong at all, so I have nothing to argue with, nor am I forcing anything. But if we keep it like this, none of us will kill the full 300 and we will all end up dying anyway. No matter how difficult, every choice carries risks. Suddenly Young-ho hesitated, but he spoke seriously, listen carefully. Being on a sinking ship means no future. Footsteps echoed through the space. The forest had long since been stained with blood. When they arrived, Mankey raised his hand forward as a signal. Over there, that's the village we saw earlier. He was somewhat hesitant. Wait, it seems there's a guard post at the entrance. Let's go around the side instead. While the orcs weren't paying attention, the group sneaked in. Someone who noticed a gap spoke up. Look over there. There's a hole in the fence. Mankey went ahead carefully to scout the situation. Looks like no one is moving around. Inside it was strangely quiet. When they saw it was safe, the group moved in. They quickly searched for any remaining traces. Young-ho was suspicious. Is everyone inside their houses? At that size, there must be about 5 per house, right? He answered worriedly, more than we thought. Lowering his head, idiot, it's hopeless. Someone came up with an idea. We have no choice but to go house to house and raid. Young-ho agreed and urgently gave the order. All right, since we've made our decision, let's move in. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, with just 5 of us, we just need to take advantage of the element of surprise to deal with them easily. He carefully reminded them, start from this house. When I give the signal, everyone rushes in. The group prepared to take combat positions, unable to hide their tense expressions. Then they resolutely advanced inside. Approaching the door, Young-ho pressed his ear close to listen. Then the group quickly broke down the door and entered. Everyone's faces were filled with panic at that moment. They were startled and shouted loudly. 10 of them. The orcs saw strangers and immediately became aggressive, wielding their maces to counterattack. Someone shouted in fear. There are too many of them. What should we do? He calmly reassured them. First, let's just kill them one by one. Young-ho ordered everyone, left side first. They responded, yes. The young climbing team moved agilely, supporting each other. Everyone quickly cleared the way for Young-ho to advance forward. An orc was struck down, collapsing to the ground. After diverting the orc's attention, Mankey charged from behind to attack. He seized the opportunity quickly to finish it off, causing the orc to fall lifelessly to the floor. The orcs became furious, roaring angrily. It flew swiftly towards them. The orc stared intensely at Mankey in front of it. In an instant, it clawed and tore Mankey's shoulder. Young-ho saw him collapse and panicked, shouting loudly, Mankey. He immediately lunged forward with his sword, slashing the orc's neck. You damn pigs, die. One strike pierced straight through its neck. The massive orc was quickly defeated to the astonishment of everyone present. Seeing their comrades die, they became even more ferocious. He and his teammates surrounded Mankey to protect him. The orc mob stared at them, preparing for the imminent battle. Young-ho silently thought tensely for a moment. Only 8 remained now, but could they handle them with this number? One member spoke up to advise, Boss, this isn't good. Let's retreat. He showed agreement. I was just thinking the same. Having said that, the group hurriedly fled and withdrew. The fierce orcs chased after them, capturing them. The door was quickly torn open, but just stepping out the door, they were frozen by the scene in front of them. The sound coming from the tent must have been heard by the nearby ones. They all simultaneously stepped out to surround the young climbers. Facing an orc mob, the members of the association were stunned and spoke up. How many are there? At least 10. They gradually sank into despair. It's over. Everything is over. Has it really ended? Young-ho didn't give up. He calmly ordered, raise your weapons. The bloodless group looked awkwardly at their boss. Now it's really over. The time spent with everyone has truly been enjoyable. Young-ho became as serious as ever. Does anyone know why they haven't killed us yet? He then told everyone, if you want to know, quickly observe the expressions of those orcs. The orcs laughed heartily among themselves, and they couldn't help but tremble before that sight. He pointed at them and said, these guys are mocking us. We tremble like mice, so they find it amusing. Young-ho loudly provoked, are you angry? Being looked down on by orcs and treated like a joke, just like monkeys trapped in a zoo. He quickly lifted everyone's spirits. Don't give up now. Everyone, grab your weapons and kill just one target. That way, even if we die, we won't be ashamed. Someone immediately grasped their sword and replied, I understand, big brother. Each of them raised their weapons with determination. Sorry for showing you this shameful side, big brother. Even if I die, I will stay by your side. The orc group lost their earlier amusement and began to take things seriously. Young-ho whispered to his comrades, when I give the signal, we will gang up on them one by one. Understood? They replied, yes, big brother. After his rallying call, the group charged forward, catching the orcs by surprise. Then let's rush forward. The orcs suddenly startled, then burst into laughter as if something very amusing happened. For some unknown reason, they started to retreat. When they looked back, the orcs had vanished without a trace. Someone exclaimed in surprise, what is going on? Why are the orcs acting like this? The whole group turned their heads upon hearing the shout. Everyone. Young-ho was resisting the orcs at the place where the group had just entered their tent. They stood there staring. He maintained a confident expression. Now only 8 remain, charge. Upon hearing the order, they immediately dashed forward. Yes, big brother. After a tiring battle, they finally triumphed and cheered. We defeated all 8 of them again. Everyone enthusiastically turned to praise Young-ho. Big brother, did we do it? It was big brother who made it happen. That's right, if not for big brother, we would have given up long ago and been wiped out. He modestly replied, don't say that. It was because everyone had the strong will to fight desperately that we succeeded. Otherwise I would have died here as well. Young-ho turned to ask Maki. Hey Maki, how's your wound? You replied with effort, it still hurts, but I can bear it. It's okay. He helped you up and reminded, first, you need to rest quickly, remember absolutely not to move. Everyone else hide here too. I'll scout to see if there's a way out. Someone anxiously asked again, won't it be dangerous? Don't worry about me, just stay quietly right here. They saw Young-ho leave then called out, be careful, big brother. He observed the surroundings and couldn't help but doubt. How strange. Why is it so quiet? There's been no sign of anyone until now. Young-ho continued searching for clues, his gaze focused on the scene before him. What is that over there? Young-ho could hardly believe his eyes. He was stunned by the thousands of dead bodies lying before him. Young-ho stepped forward wondering, what exactly is this? He kept doubting the identity of the one behind this atrocity. Who would do such a horrific thing? Young-ho couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the person in front of him. Hey, that person is... He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Black Scythe. Ryu-min turned his head to look back. Someone had already arrived at the village? He looked at the information displayed on the man before him, whose nickname was Young-ho. Ryu-min recalled something. Was this guy really Young-ho? The mercenary king. He pondered deeply. Among the melee classes, mercenaries are a kind of angelic class. They can use a variety of weapons and have similar skill sets, but there is one clear difference. That is, they become stronger when signing a pact with others. For this reason, most players with the mercenary profession form groups with acquaintances or sign pacts with the mercenary king. Young-ho was also the person he was thinking of. The mercenary king is the only class that can command mercenaries through a pact. And when mercenaries sign a pact with the mercenary king, they receive additional effects. Therefore, for mercenaries, there is no reason not to sign a pact. Ryu-min held his scythe, silently thinking that the man before him, Young-ho, was indeed that unique class, the mercenary king. Seeing Young-ho flustered made him think. They couldn't have expected to meet the mercenary king in a place like this. Noticing Ryu-min's gaze, Young-ho spoke up. Hello to you, Black Scythe. Ryu-min asked in surprise, you know me? Young-ho immediately replied, of course, who doesn't know Black Scythe, the one who always tops the ranking charts. Inside him, he was as surprised as a fan who had just met their idol. I didn't expect to meet the #1 ranked player in the entire region here. If I suddenly reach out my hand for a handshake, would he feel uncomfortable? Ryu-min carefully assessed him in his mind. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would stab others in the back. He seemed to sink into his own thoughts. Perhaps that's why he could achieve the professional title of Mercenary King. To become the king of mercenaries, one must have a kind heart and the mindset of a leader. Young-ho stood there muttering, so let's talk a little then. Seeing Ryu-min stand still staring at him, he awkwardly asked, did you kill all the orcs here? He quickly received confirmation, yes, that's right, although he had somewhat guessed. When he heard Ryu-min say so, Young-ho was so surprised that he stammered. That's really hard to believe. Truly, the player who is always ranked number 1 is different. Then he bowed at a 90-degree angle. Thank you. Thanks to you distracting the orcs, I survived. Ryu-min calmly replied. I didn't even know you were here. Even so, Young-ho was very grateful. I know you didn't mean it, but I still received your help, right? Seeing his insistence, Ryu-min sighed and closed his eyes, replying, all right, if you're done here, you should quickly lead your comrades away. I've killed everyone in the village, so don't worry. Young-ho asked suspiciously, is that so? But how do you know I have comrades? Ryu-min signaled from behind. Young-ho saw this and immediately turned toward Ryu-min's direction. It was his teammates who had all come out. No wonder Ryu-min knew. Young-ho, seeing this scene, was surprised. Why are you guys out here? I told you to wait there. A young man holding a sword nearby teased him, saying, we were just worried you'd leave everyone behind. Young-ho was very sulky upon hearing that. Joking? Where would I go and leave you guys? Ryu-min glanced at them thoughtfully. At a glance, the 4 others were mercenaries, and it seemed they had a covenant-type relationship with Young-ho. Then he looked over at Young-ho. They followed him out of concern. Having such trustworthy teammates this early, he truly is the king of mercenaries. After some teasing, one of them recognized him and exclaimed in surprise, huh, Black Scythe? The guy next to him was equally surprised. Huh, Black Scythe, what are you doing here? Ryu-min calmly replied, holding his scythe. Nothing much. I just came for some light hunting. The one who asked smiled awkwardly. Oh, I see. Another person turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Light hunting means he's already taken care of everything, right? Hundreds of orcs, probably. Seeing them talk too much, he spoke up to chase them off. Once you're done, leave. He silently calculated in his mind that since he had killed all the orcs, the mid-boss would appear soon. It would be very dangerous if they got caught up in it. His words sounded like a command in their ears. I got it. Then see you next time, Black Scythe. It was a pleasure meeting you. The corpses of the orcs began to dissolve. The group hurriedly prepared to leave, but then someone noticed something. Huh, don't you guys hear anything? A nearby teammate immediately replied. Hear what? A young man responded, listen carefully. Young-ho also sensed that something was wrong and asked, what is that sound? When he asked, Ryu-min answered, it's the mid-boss, run quickly. With the vibration growing stronger and Ryu-min's words, Young-ho broke out in a cold sweat, asking again, what? Mid-boss? Under the deep red moonlight, the silhouette of the boss appeared as if answering his question. The young man holding the sword asked in terror, is that a teammate? He quickly replied, no, it's an orc. The large orc monster let out a deafening roar. Wherever it passed, it created a shockwave that shattered the earth and rocks into pieces, sending dust flying everywhere. Seeing it, Ryu-min felt no panic and thought, at last, it has appeared. The orc warrior. A shard of crystal appeared in his mind. Even though he had already killed all the orcs in this village earlier, he hadn't left because of this one. To obtain the side quest item, the balance stone, he must kill it. Ryu-min smiled slightly as he thought that by defeating this guy and the bosses of the other 3 villages, he would complete the side quest. Seeing the target standing right before him, the boss immediately charged forward quickly. One of Young-ho's teammates, seeing the monster appear, asked, hey team leader, that guy looks angry, right? He replied in fear, yeah, it seems so. Young-ho's face turned pale as he tried to shout, run, run. The boss has found its prey. It raised its blade and began the hunt, and the first target it chose was Young-ho. He could only stand frozen in place, so terrified that his limbs trembled and he couldn't run away. Death was closing in as the boss's blade descended toward him. 2 nearby members witnessing the scene shouted loudly, team leader. Just when it seemed he had died cold on the spot, somehow Young-ho was still alive and sitting not far from the blade. The near-death experience drained all color from Young-ho's face. His hands and feet trembled silently. Seeing he was still there, Ryu-min suddenly appeared from nowhere and used his scythe to push him aside. Whether it was a rescue or an attack, Young-ho fell heavily to the ground. Ryu-min coldly added, what are you standing there dazed for? Young-ho had regained his senses and looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Black Scythe. With a cold expression, Ryu-min stepped back. If you still want to live. Young-ho immediately scrambled back as fast as he could while the boss approached the two of them, preparing to attack. It growled continuously as it moved, bearing sharp teeth stained with blood, looking terrifying. Ryu-min swung his scythe and charged forward. This is bad. He successfully struck its leg once. Energy continuously poured from the scythe, damaging the boss. Feeling the pain surge through it, the boss let out a piercing, agonized roar. The recent strike had thrown the boss into a frenzy. It raised its blade once again, determined to crush Ryu-min. A blow even more powerful than the previous one landed near Ryu-min, shattering the earth and rocks into pieces. But that still wasn't enough. Ryu-min had timely jumped back, remaining safe. He successfully landed without a scratch. The boss, still enraged, continued swinging its blade. Another slash came down, but the result was the same as before. Ryu-min had used teleportation to vanish. Ryu-min circled behind the boss with contempt. So what if its attack was that powerful? As long as he dodged the strike, it was done. The orc heard the noise, turned around, and growled. After continuously moving for a while, Ryu-min's foot suddenly stopped. He pushed off with great force. In an instant, Ryu-min was right in front of the boss. He swung the scythe with all his might and delivered a powerful strike to the orc. The clash between them created a massive shockwave. The boss screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Ryu-min calmly moved away to another spot. Knowing that alone wouldn't be enough to bring it down, he twisted his body and surged forward to close in on it again. The sharp scythe swung up once more. This time he aimed directly at the boss's neck with his strike. The pain shot through it, leaving it in utter misery. Provoked by him, the orc raised its weapon, preparing to retaliate. Using its massive body, it swung with all its might at him. But the move was still too slow. Ryu-min easily dodged. Seeing it go berserk, Ryu-min remained as calm as usual and thought. Its neck was too thick. 2 slashes still weren't enough. Having thought that, he used his strength to leap over to it, preparing to try again. The scythe swung once more, but this time there was something very different. It wasn't just simple slashes. The scythe hooked into the orc's head. Ryu-min used the boss's body as a springboard to vault elsewhere. His hand still tightly gripped the scythe as he launched into the air. Under the force of the leap, the scythe plunged deeply into the monster's neck. Ryu-min executed a graceful spin until the orc's head dropped off. The boss was defeated by him and collapsed to the ground along with its own head. Ryu-min stood proudly on its corpse. The system's chimps of experience rang out. The orc warrior had been eliminated. Experience increased by 37.73%. Gold increased by 400. Bonus gold increased by 2,000. The group of Young-ho's people not far away witnessed the whole glorious scene. A blonde guy gaped and asked, "So, did you get it down?" Young-ho was so shocked he was frozen in place, unable to speak. That black scythe. With everything done, Ryu-min slowly stepped down. The scene of Ryu-min standing next to the boss's corpse was truly proud and impressive. The system began calculating rewards for him. The player had defeated the orc warrior. Experience increased by 37.73%. Gold increased by 400. Supplementary gold increased by 2,000. Received the ring pommel sword. Received the orc's heart. Received the lowest rank mana stone draw token. Received the balance stone. Progress of the balance stone side quest 1/4. Ryu-min looked at his achievement and thought that indeed, hunting scattered monsters wasn't as good as taking down a single boss, especially since it dropped a bunch of valuable items. A new equipment appeared on the screen. Ring pommel sword, weapon category, epic grade, damage 100, effect. Each hit on an enemy grants 5% attack speed, stacking up to 10 times, durability 100 out of 100, usable from common level and above. Ryu-min was pleased when he saw these stats. In terms of damage, it even surpassed the scythe. He should sell it for a profit later. Another item caught his attention. Orc heart. An ordinary person seeing it would probably get goosebumps and throw it away. The item information popped up. Orc heart. Item category description. A hard red stone that looks like a real heart but isn't one. Players can safely use it. The image of the scythe came to his mind, but it would be a pity to discard it, as this is a material used to craft a unique item. Young-ho saw the battle was over and ran over with his comrades. Black scythe. thank you for saving us. It's thanks to you that I and the others are still alive. But it seems like you knew in advance that the giant orc would appear, right? Ryu-min probably found them troublesome and thought he'd just give a cursory answer. Do what you think. Ryu-min replied. In other orc villages, after eliminating all the orcs, a mid-sized orc boss will then appear. So that's why Young-ho kept telling us to quickly move to another place. How kind of him. The other members were so touched they were moved to tears. Ryu-min just skimmed through things to finish the matter. Anyway, I'm done with my work here now. I'm leaving now. Upon hearing this, Young-ho's team bowed respectfully. Yes, thank you once again for saving us. Be careful, Black Scythe. Young-ho called cheerfully. Come on, let's go, we have to quickly return to hunting. But suddenly, a wounded teammate groaned, then he couldn't bear it and collapsed. Young-ho urgently asked, Mankey, are you okay? He tried his best to say, Brother, I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted. Young-ho said worriedly, What? You said you were fine earlier. Mankey replied with a pale face, At that time I was afraid you'd worry, so I said that. Now I've reached my limit. Young-ho was a bit panicked, but he had to hold on. He had to endure for the remaining time to survive in real life. But what he got in return was a harsh truth. You already know, if there aren't enough 300 creatures, it won't mean anything. Leave me behind. I don't want to be a burden to you and the team. As the team leader, Young-ho couldn't accept that. There had to be some way. That's right, we'll take down the orcs, you just need to land the final strike. Okay. Mankey's complexion grew worse by the minute. He held his bloodied arm and said, Like this, you and the others won't be able to hunt anything anymore. Even if there are enough 300 creatures, I can't hold on until the end. Mankey gasped painfully and groaned after speaking. This only made Young-ho more anxious. He was still helpless, not knowing what else to do except call out his name, hoping for a miracle to happen. Mankey, this incident also caught Ryu-min's attention. Watching them, he thought it was surprising. Someone who would later become the king of mercenaries, standing above hundreds of others, yet feeling so weak just because of a comrade. Ryu-min, seeing their struggle and worry, soon came up with a reason. Well, if they were close brothers, he could understand it. The image of himself and his younger brother appeared in Ryu-min's mind. That stirred him deeply. Ryu-min stopped moving forward. After a moment of thought, he decided to turn back. He too had a younger brother, so he should probably help them. The distance between Ryu-min and the group gradually narrowed as he spoke. Hey, it seems like you all need some help. Mind if I take a look? Young-ho, like finding a lifeline, hurriedly asked, Do you have any way to save him? Ryu-min replied softly, He carefully observed Mankey's condition. The injury was severe, but not beyond saving. Then Ryu-min stretched out his hand. A stream of deep blue energy radiated from his palm and moved toward Mankey's wound. From that magical energy, a small core of energy infiltrated the wound and began to form. After a while, Mankey's shoulder looked as if it had never been injured, completely healed. Young-ho gaped in astonishment at the miraculous sight. The young man next to him stammered. The wound has disappeared. The team members, seeing such a scene, hurriedly asked, Black Scythe, how did you do that? Ryu-min replied casually, emergency first aid skill. Anyone can buy it at the shop. The brown-haired one seemed enlightened. I remember now. The blonde also chimed in, that's right, I've seen it in the shop too. I think the skill costs 20,000 gold. I never expected it to be that useful. Hearing them say this, Ryu-min thought to himself, they're mistaken. Emergency first aid isn't that effective. He looked at the skill he had just used thoughtfully. It only helps you stop bleeding and heal minor wounds. Healing a broken shoulder like this is beyond its capability. A healing skill flashed in his mind, but emergency first aid belongs to the divine skill system, and its effectiveness depends on the intelligence attribute. Ryu-min observed them and thought, my intelligence attribute is currently increased to 123. The screen showed a Radiance rune item, with effects that increase 1 intelligence point and a 1% boost to divine skill effectiveness per level. Ryu-min's thoughts continued, it is thanks to the Radiance rune amplifying the effect that this skill could exert such power. He calmly asked Mankey, try moving your shoulder. Even though there's still a scar, moving it shouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Mankey followed the advice and exclaimed in surprise, I can move it normally now. With a cold expression, Ryu Min reminded him, but it's not fully healed yet, because this is only emergency first aid. If you overexert yourself, the injury might flare up again. He saw the bewildered look on his face and added, still, hunting orcs shouldn't be a problem. Mankey quickly stood up and bowed gratefully. Thank you so much, Black Scythe. You are the savior who saved my life. I truly thank you. The others saw this and followed suit. Young-ho spoke on behalf of the group, thanking you for saving Mankey. 2 others also took turns speaking. Thank you for saving my teammate. Thank you, Young-ho said with a grateful tone. I don't know if this will be of any use, but please accept this as a token of my sincere gratitude. The 2 members of the team widened their eyes in surprise at what he offered. It seemed this item was quite valuable. Then one by one, they took out equipment as tokens of thanks. Black Scythe, please accept this from me as well. And accept this too. This as well. This item sells for quite a bit of gold at the shop. Within less than a minute, the items surrounded Ryu Min. He calmly thought that out of politeness he should refuse at first, then gently responded, there's no need to do that. The young man holding the spiked club said enthusiastically, it's okay. This is a small token of our sincerity. Please accept it. Everyone else chimed in unison, you should just take it. As a result, Ryu Min was dumbfounded holding a pile of stuff while thinking that it was all miscellaneous items. But what 5 people gave was actually quite a bit. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he remembered. But there was a benefit even greater than these items. Young-ho patted his teammate standing in front of Ryu Min and said, thanks to you, Black Scythe, Mankey has hope to keep living. Mankey smiled and replied, besides the small token just now, I will definitely repay this debt later. He watched them happily laughing and chatting and thought, it not only made the mercenary captain feel indebted, but also gained goodwill. Achieving this advantage with just basic skills isn't bad at all. Ryu Min stored the pile of gifts they gave him into the space, then turned around and said, I'm leaving now. See you later. The whole group bowed in unison. Be careful on your way. The scene shifted to a nearby forest. A girl sat beneath the tree canopy, looking at the system interface and wondering if this approach was okay. It had already been over an hour. The screen displayed the remaining time until the end of the round. 8 hours 55 minutes 15 seconds. Main quest progress. Orc 0/300. Julie looked at the current situation in panic. At this rate, forget about 300, she might be wiped out. She kept blaming herself. It was all her fault because she was too cowardly to seize the black scythe. Images from before flashed through her mind along with her thoughts. Since round 5 began, finding the black scythe was not difficult because among the 10 regional representatives gathered for the submatch there was the black scythe. But Julie's face was full of worry. Why is it like this? She recalled a player who was caught off guard by the flash of a scythe and couldn't dodge in time. The head fell. He died without any chance to react. Ryu Min swiftly passed by each person. Every time someone fell without the chance to defend themselves. His eyes were sharp and cold, terrifyingly chilling. She caught that gaze and could only stand frozen in fear. Facing the cold Ryu Min, a thought crossed her mind. The submatch was over. Now she had to start a conversation with him, but her legs felt as if they wouldn't move at all. Julie shut her eyes tight, trying to calm herself. Don't be afraid, he won't harm you. She opened one eye, thinking it's unlikely he'd brandish his scythe threateningly the first time they met. But then she looked around dazedly, turning this way and that searching. Where is he? Julie worried and felt regret. In the end, she had still missed the chance. What should she do now? Then she recalled a conversation in reality. The mission to defeat 300 orcs wasn't easy. Orcs were strong and often traveled in packs. Ryu Min carefully warned her. Under no circumstances was she to hunt orcs alone. Once the area merged, she must find Black Scythe first instead of thinking about fighting orcs. Back to the current situation, Julie considered carefully. Even without contact with him, she had to wait at least an hour before moving, because Ryu Min had repeatedly told her to stand and wait. She gradually sank into unceasing worry and insecurity. But who could guarantee that Black Scythe would return to the starting point? If things went on like this until the round ended, she might not even get a chance to meet Black Scythe again. After some thought, Julie resolutely stood up and silently made up her mind to go and find him. Julie walked quickly around the forest, carefully scouting. At a glance, it seemed he had gone this way. Then suddenly she saw something, a cluster of small houses built closely together, prompting Julie to boldly guess. A village, perhaps. Observing for a while, she was filled with questions. Could it be the place where the orcs lived? If so, maybe Black Scythe was there too. Julie shook her head restlessly. No, it would be better to keep away now. It could be very dangerous. Behind her, an orc had been standing there all along. It had already targeted Julie. She sensed something was wrong and immediately turned around. If she saw nothing, she would be fine. But seeing it scared her so much she screamed out loud. The orc growled in response. Seeing no way out, Julie drew her sword, ready to take a risky chance. Damn it, she really didn't want to fight an orc. Quickly, she cast the Bless skill, a blessing that reduces all base stats by 50%. Julie carefully assessed the situation. However, there were still two advantages on her side. First, there was only one enemy. She looked at the aggressively charging orc and continued to analyze. Second, she knew that orc's weakness. Julie's mind raced. Everywhere else was just too muscular and hard. She had to aim for the neck. The problem was how to hit it. She became cautious, thinking that if she missed and hit somewhere else, it would counterattack. But then she swung her sword, and they say it's very hard to withdraw the blade because of the dense muscle mass. Swift and decisive, the sharp sword tip aimed straight at the orc's neck, quickly shifted its weight, leaning to the side, resulting in the sword only hitting its forearm. The damage dealt was insufficient to take it down. Seeing this, Julie's face turned pale. Damn, it dodged. She withdrew her sword and quickly stepped back. Looking at her sword, Julie couldn't help feeling lucky. Thank heavens she missed, so the blade wasn't stuck in that layer of muscle and flesh. The orc, having been grazed, went into a frenzy and swung its axe high. It attacked relentlessly, but Julie skillfully dodged. As if sensing the opportunity to counterattack, her eyes were resolute, hands gripping the sword firmly. Julie finally spotted its weak point. Here's the opening. She thrust straight forward and successfully wounded its neck. The pain immediately radiated down its body, causing the orc to roar in agony. She watched the situation and silently rejoiced. Good, her move was effective. Judging by the orc's condition, Julie assessed that just a bit more was needed. Thinking and acting swiftly, she unleashed countless sword strikes piercing straight into the monster's body. After a while, the orc's neck was riddled with holes from her stabs. It lost the ability to fight and collapsed to the ground. Julie, still holding her sword, thought in disbelief, I did it. Then she grew joyful. She had defeated an orc all by herself. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps caught Julie's attention. It was Ryu Min, casually holding a scythe and walking confidently, fearless of anyone. She rubbed her eyes, thinking, what is that? Am I seeing things? Julie looked at him, her mind in turmoil. The person right in front of her was truly Black Scythe. The one she had tirelessly pursued all this time had come here on his own. Then Ryu Min brushed past her as if they were strangers. No, was he just passing by? She steadied herself. Damn it, now is not the time to hesitate. Julie whipped around and stammered. Sorry. Excuse me. Hearing her call, he stopped and asked, what's up? Julie hesitated before suggesting. Then, Black Scythe, cooperate with me. Ryu Min looked at the girl before him, suspiciously asking what. She flusteredly explained, to form a team. He replied with a question, why should I form a team with you? Julie was left speechless when she heard that, mumbling, unsure of how to respond, but then she firmly said, I will show you. Julie raised her hand and cast the same type of magic as earlier. Ryu Min seemed somewhat intrigued. This, Julie happily explained, is my enhancement skill. Bless that lasts up to 3 hours. Probably increases all your attributes by 50%. Ryu Min stared intently at the status screen, then turned to her. I've already checked. Sensing hope, Julie quickly added, so does that answer your question? My enhancement skill will truly help you in hunting. Ryu Min continued to ask, so if I want that enhancement skill, do I have to team up with you? She confirmed, yes, more precisely, I want you to help me hunt. He hesitated slightly and replied, I don't know. But then he added, I have the right to command. Currently, I can fully use you as support. Julie felt like she had heard thunder on a clear day, utterly speechless. Ryu Min continued his demand. Can you promise you won't betray me? She regained her enthusiasm and nodded immediately. Of course. Ryu Min extended his hand to mark their cooperation. All right, I will trust you. He began to introduce himself. I'm level 32 melee type. Julie responded joyfully. I know, I'm level 13, and my profession is support. Only then did he ask again. You just said you needed help, but earlier you handled that orc very well. She replied awkwardly. Actually, that was the first time I ever killed one. That remark surprised Ryu Min. That was your first monster kill in the past 90 minutes? Julie could only give a wry smile. Ah yes, that's right. His voice rang out once more. Then you don't have much time left. I'll help you take them down as quickly as possible. Julie knew he was strong but was still surprised to hear that. How? The two walked on like that through the forest. Ryu Min went ahead, and Julie followed cautiously. Seeing her standing quite far, he spoke. Come closer and follow right behind me. If you're out of sight, I can't protect you. She replied, all right. Feeling cared for, Julie was somewhat pleased inside. He wasn't as cold as he seemed. I'm glad I listened to Ryu Min. They were walking along smoothly when something caught her eye. It was a group of orcs blocking their path. This time there were 3 of them. Seeing this, Julie fearfully stepped back. And there were as many as 3 of them. Ryu Min held his black scythe and instructed, wait here for a moment. After saying that, he gathered his strength at his feet, preparing for battle. A second later, Ryu Min charged straight at the orcs, his hand gripping the black scythe, ready to sweep away the ones blocking the way. The first slash cut into their legs, locking their movement and ensuring none could escape. Losing some blood, the orcs howled in pain. Before they could react, a figure appeared in front of one of the orcs. Ryu Min descended like the Grim Reaper, preparing to send it back to the Earth Mother. The scythe swung down, severing an arm amid unbearable pain. And then the other arm was neatly dealt with as well. Julie was a little frightened when she saw this scene. After a period of intense battle with the monsters, he finally landed, standing amidst the chaos. His voice became sharp and cutting. Now she was to kill them. Ryu Min saw Julie with no reaction and asked, why are you standing there dazed? She only now came to her senses and replied, sorry. Julie drew her sword, thinking she had to be careful. Then she decisively stabbed straight into the orc's neck, sending it off to join its ancestors. The system immediately announced that you had slain an orc. Experience increased by 2.35%. Gold increased by 40. She was surprised to hear the mechanical announcement. This was unbelievably easy. She thought there would at least be some danger. Julie sweated as she looked at Ryu Min, not expecting killing an orc to be so easy. His cold face filled her sight, and she couldn't help but think to herself that black scythe really was strong. Seeing her stare continuously, he turned to urge, if you're done, let's go. She flusteredly replied, there are still 2 more to deal with. After handling the remaining ones, Julie ran to follow him, silently grateful to be teamed with black scythe. Truly the luckiest moment of her life. A little later, another orc was shredded. Julie praised enthusiastically. The skills of a top-level player are truly impressive. Hunting monsters was unexpectedly easy. He didn't pay attention to that and just asked, how many have we killed so far? She recounted the results. 52 monsters defeated in 30 minutes. That's pretty fast, right? Ryu Min walked while pondering. Compared to other players' standards, it was indeed fast, but for him, it was still not enough. Just as expected, moving everywhere to hunt monsters consumed too much time. He immersed himself in his own thoughts, carefully considering. But if they attacked the entire camp, Julie would be in danger. Even if he went alone, if surrounded by 50 monsters at once, he still couldn't protect her. Then a choice was made. Ultimately, they still had to target the orc shaman. Julie said cheerfully, at this rate, they could eliminate the full 300 monsters in 3 hours. Before she could finish, he interrupted. 3 hours is too long. It must be shortened to 1 hour. Hearing this, surprise clearly showed on her face. What? 1 hour? Really? How? He calmly replied, just by exploiting the orc shaman. Julie questioned suspiciously, what exactly is an orc shaman? You don't know? Ryu Min then explained. The orc shaman is a monster capable of summoning orcs. The scene of the orcs appearing and his words aligned. If he keeps summoning orcs continuously, we will save a lot of time running around hunting monsters. she continued to ask questions. So does that mean you're planning not to kill the orc shaman but instead let it keep summoning monsters? Seeing that she understood, Ryu Min nodded. That's right. I'll let it live until we have eliminated 300 creatures. Julie stepped forward to question him further. But how did he come to know information about the orc shaman? This was his first encounter with it after all. He gave a brief explanation. Before meeting you, I had a brief duel with it once. That's how I knew where it appeared. Seeing nothing suspicious, her expression softened, realizing the truth. Ryu Min spoke to reassure her. No need to worry, I will handle all the dangerous stuff. Hearing this, Julie was genuinely surprised. She looked at his figure moving forward without a word. An involuntary smile spread across Julie's lips. She hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful. Truly, some things you only understand after experiencing them. The scene shifted to another part of the forest. The two had arrived at their destination, this very spot. Standing before the village gate, Julie asked skeptically if there really was a boss in such a small village. He confirmed firmly. Yes, if you rush in thinking it's easy to attack, you'll immediately be surrounded by the orc horde summoned by the orc shaman. Ryu Min's gaze sharpened as he thought about how it was all just a trap to lure players inside. He was lost in his memories, recalling that it was the same in the previous round. Behind this village lay heaps of player corpses killed by the orc shaman. That alone was enough to show that the orc shaman was a cunning and very sly foe. The scene of each player falling one by one appeared. In other words, it is very cowardly. He walked while pondering. It's precisely because he lacks confidence in facing them directly that he has to come up with these tricks. Seeing her standing still, Ryu Min spoke. This way. Julie found it strange and asked why there were no orcs at all. His explanation immediately followed. The houses on the other side are just camouflage to deceive players and make them approach easily. In fact, this village only has one orc shaman living in it. The scythe was picked up, ready to fight a proper battle. Ryu Min pointed directly at the largest house. He's inside digging traps to wait for us to step in. She didn't understand and asked again. Traps? What do you mean? He slowly analyzed. The trap is simple. Players who know nothing will enter the house, and as soon as they step on the trap point, the orc shaman waiting there will summon a horde of orcs to rush in. Ryu Min looked at her and added, the number summoned each time is about 10 to 20. If surrounded, it's almost certain they will be wiped out. Hearing this, Julie became worried. So what should we do if they all appear at once? It will be very difficult to keep them barely alive. Quickly, he replied, yes, but it's not that there is no way. Suddenly, Ryu Min stepped closer, making her blush. He whispered something that surprised Julie. Does it really only take doing that? Would the orc shaman be so easily fooled? Ryu Min reassured her. Don't worry, I've already verified it. Julie placed her hand on her chest, her voice firm. Then let me handle that mission. He asked again, are you planning to do it alone? She answered determinedly, yes, no need for both of us to go in. I had always just sat quietly, like a fledgling waiting to be fed, and I felt guilty. I can handle this much. Hearing that, Ryu Min was momentarily stunned. Then he agreed. All right, I'll wait outside. Julie followed the plan, slowly approaching the house under Ryu Min's watchful eyes. She slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside, tense. Ahead of Julie stretched a long, bottomless corridor, pitch black, with no end in sight. The sword she held firmly in her hand. She cautiously continued forward when suddenly something caught her eye. Julie stopped before a spacious room and thought, red carpet. Her gaze hardened. She clenched her fists tightly. This was exactly the trap the black scythe had mentioned. From now on, the crucial part began. Julie recalled what Ryu Min had told her. Inside was an orc shaman hiding. If you follow the corridor, you would reach a room with a red carpet. Stepping on it would instantly summon the orc to block the retreat. A perfect plan was devised. We just needed to reach the red carpet and then retreat outside. At that point, the orc shaman, thinking it had just lost its prey, would send a few orc scouts in pursuit. Our job was to deal with those scouts. Ending the recollection, Julie felt even more determined. Yes, it's simple. She brought her foot close to the red carpet, only needing to reveal a slight aura to indicate she had been there before immediately withdrawing. Immediately, Julie witnessed the orc sitting on the throne, emanating a massive gray power. It was waiting for the chance for her to step on the carpet again and get trapped. But Julie turned and ran as planned. She gave her all to sprint toward the exit. The door finally closed behind her. Julie ran outside, breathing a sigh of relief. It was just a small thing, yet her heart pounded wildly. Ryu Min asked thoughtfully if she was okay. She responded cheerfully, of course. I followed the plan. Step onto the red carpet, then step back. Hearing that, he was reassured. That was enough. Still doubtful, Julie spoke up, wondering if the orc shaman would really send scouts. He replied confidently that they just had to wait and see. The door opened slightly again. Just as Ryu Min had said, countless orc monsters appeared. They were dispatched to scout. From behind a blonde orc came a voice asking, "What are you looking for?" As usual, it was Ryu Min's voice as he gently raised the black scythe. "It's here." Naturally, the orcs couldn't withstand the strike and all fell to the ground. Seeing it was safe, Ryu Min called out to leave. Julie hid in a corner and peeked out, replying yes. Time passed again, with the firelight pushing back the dark night. Julie exhaled. Done. Ryu Min seemed tireless and still wanted to continue. Then, lure it once more. Julie began her questions again, wondering if repeating them so many times would trap it again. The answer to the question was raised. Indeed, it has intelligence but only goldfish level, so it quickly forgets. Ryu Min's face no longer showed coldness but an unusual gentleness. Don't worry, Julie responded to him with a bright smile. Yes, the orc group was almost entirely eliminated, their bodies scattered everywhere. Julie, her face beaming, said, "Black Scythe, I have defeated all 300 of them." He replied softly, "A full hour has passed as well." She tilted her head and smiled gently. "Thanks to you, the hunt was quick and easy. I truly appreciate it." Seeing her smile so brightly, he asked, "How many levels have you gained?" She excitedly replied, "I've reached level 19. He encouraged her, "Just one more level and your profession ranking will increase." He continued to watch her, thinking to himself that when her rank rose, she would learn new skills, her current skills would strengthen, and he would benefit from that. "If we want to set a record against the final boss, I need your stronger buff effects," he said thoughtfully while looking at her. "I'll help you reach level 20. Once you get there, dealing with the orcs will be much easier." Hearing him say that made her blush involuntarily. "Are you doing all this for me?" She shyly stammered, then, "If it's not too much trouble, please help me." Suddenly, a voice from afar sounded, causing both of them to turn their heads. Look over there." One by one, they slowly stepped inside, and some recognized him. "Wait a minute, isn't that Black Scythe?" Then they wondered who is the person standing beside him, and what is this group of orc corpses about. A young man stepped forward. "Hello." He replied coldly, "What is this about?" He stammered. We only came here to hunt orcs and didn't expect anyone to arrive first." Even saying that, he couldn't believe it. It was impossible. Looking at the pile of bodies, he was startled. Just 2 people killed all these? Another person thought silently. Such a small village having so many orcs was strange indeed. The young man standing beside him stared intently at Julie. Who was the girl standing next to him? A teammate? At this moment, they just couldn't figure out why Black Scythe would be cooperating with teammates. It made no sense. Another young man stood there grinning sinisterly. Maybe he liked her type or something. Looking closely, she was quite pretty. Seeing them just standing there, he grew angry and swung his sickle down sharply. Ryu Min spoke seriously, "Don't bother us. Get lost." They jumped back in shock. "Huh?" His gaze gradually shifted, freezing cold to the extreme. "Think what you want, but you've crossed the line. If you have no business here, then leave." They charged forward shouting, "Hey! Who are you to speak so bluntly to us? Yeah, meeting for the first time and already talking like that. Isn't that rude?" Julie suddenly panicked. Are they crazy? How dare they talk back to Black Scythe? The young man who had just complimented her beauty boldly stepped forward despite still being afraid. "I don't care if you're a top rank, you have no right to look down on us." While he was speaking, Ryu Min lightly swept the crescent blade across his forehead like a breeze. A blurred red scar appeared, causing him to grit his teeth in silence. He growled, repeating, "If you want to keep your life, then get lost." They immediately fled frantically. "Everyone, let's go. Sorry for the trouble, and sorry to interrupt." Even though they ran, those people still thought about wanting to know what he was planning. Damn it, does he think we'll just leave like that? Even if we have to follow him, we need to see what the hell he's doing. As for him, he wasn't stupid enough not to realize their intention. Those bastards planned to secretly follow him. A few flies buzzing around couldn't stop him from hunting, but if some fool could steal the boss's credit, then he'd take care of him and claim the reward. He turned to look at Julie, deciding that first, he would get Julie to reach level 20. Now that the bugs were gone, let's continue hunting. She nodded excitedly. Following the timeline, the scene also shifted to the people who were scared by him. It seemed they had run quite a distance. Someone spoke up, saying they were probably out of sight now. The teammate was worried. What do you intend to do? The one he had wounded said irritably, aren't you curious how that black scythe hunts? Some disagreed while others agreed. Yeah, me too. I wonder where he found so many orcs. They kept discussing excitedly. So what now? Shall we ambush them from the shadows? He calmly replied, we won't be spotted from afar. Don't worry. If you're scared, then go die. Scared? Nonsense. Let's go. And then they went back to where he was, hiding behind bushes, watching the two of them. At that moment, more new orcs appeared around him. They saw him standing still without attacking, and immediately charged like a storm. He slowly threw a punch, gently taking down one of them. With just that punch, he sent it flying far away, so strong that the orcs behind couldn't block it in time. One orc accidentally looked up, and he then launched a series of attacks, swinging the black scythe with precision, tearing them apart into hundreds of pieces. The remaining orcs stood dumbfounded, not understanding what happened. The people watching him were all stunned. Truly a top-tier fighter. We struggled just to kill one. One of them sensed something was off. What's going on? It seemed he wasn't finishing it off but was waiting for something. Why doesn't he just end it? The girl who was earlier is approaching it now. The restrained orcs struggled nonstop. They saw the girl come forward and immediately realized something. No way, could it be she? Is he letting her take the monster's life? At that time, they still didn't understand why. What was the black scythe missing that made her act like that? They kept questioning behind her back. Who was that girl to deserve such special treatment? Damn it, look at how easily she levels up. It's really frustrating. She had already gone inside by then, but they kept babbling on. We sweat and struggle just to kill one orc. They wouldn't stop even though she was fading out of sight, while someone just sat there soaking up the experience. By the time she came back to the house, they were still furious, so annoyed they could die. Really. However, one of them noticed something. There's something off. Why is that? The number of orcs kept increasing. Every time that girl entered or left the house, orcs would pour out behind her. They watched him demonstrate his abilities while wondering, isn't it strange how many orcs are in that tiny house? Wait, you mean the hut is actually an orc respawn point? Probably, otherwise there's no other explanation. Suddenly, they realized, damn it, turns out there's a respawn point right here. Those bastards have been grinding madly here this whole time. Now we get it. They told us to scram so they could monopolize the respawn spot. Once they understood, they quickly discussed. How about we wait until they leave? Once they're gone, that spot is ours. Yeah, good idea. I'd love to take it by force, but we don't have the strength. Meanwhile, Julie looked happily at the system screen beside him and her. She looked up with eyes full of satisfaction and pride. Black Scythe. I've reached level 20, and I've even learned a new skill. He softly said, congratulations. She excitedly ran over and said, my buff, Bless of Bamboo, increased from 50% to 60%. He replied silently, can you use it right now? She felt a bit rushed. Of course. She raised her hand into the air, and a green light emitted from her palm, gathering into a marvelous source of energy. A truly beautiful energy surrounded them both. This is called the skill Bless of Bamboo, increasing all attributes by 60%. The buff duration is 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Her clear blue eyes shone with confidence and enthusiasm. A glowing green magic emblem appeared. It was the enhanced Bless of Bamboo. Next, here's the new buff I learned. That gentle green aura lightly extended to the crescent blade in his hand, then down to his feet, and finally enveloped his entire body. The system continued to notify. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 60% due to the effect of the haste skill. Remaining time for haste skill, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. He looked at the system panel, his face showing no change. Attack and movement speed improved. Huh? Not bad. She replied, right? I can use it for you every half hour. He grinned teasingly. I really appreciate that. She pouted. I'm sincere. He turned his back. That's enough. Let's go hunt the orc sorcerer. She hesitated. Do you need any help? He walked on leisurely. Just stay out of the way. Suddenly he glanced aside. In the place where those guys have been watching all this time, surely those bastards are happily badmouthing us behind our backs. She smiles brightly, unaware of anything. Fine, then there's no need to worry about that. Beneath the red hue, he shows a hint of contempt. Let's see what they do with this matter. The scene shifts back to the house once more. She hides behind a corner nearby, while the others continue to watch them. What's going on? This time the black scythe has entered the house again. The thick wooden door is steadily struck down by sharp slashes. He breaks down the door and bursts outside. Behind him follows a group of fierce orcs. They charge forward like hungry tigers, and his gaze is as sharp as knives, matching their ferocity. While standing, Julie senses that something is amiss. She sees him rushing forward wielding a weapon, full of questions. Why is the black scythe running away? Why is that? Not far away, a group of people also observe the scene. What is that? The black scythe is being chased by orcs. Another person adds, impossible, is that the black scythe? A pair of large feet appear, accompanied by the sound of a staff hitting the ground. It's the orc sitting on the throne. He raises his staff, emitting a swirling black aura. He lifts the staff, aiming straight at Ryu Min. A stream of chilling energy bursts from the staff targeting him, but Ryu Min easily steps back to evade. From the ground, under the effect of the recent skill, several orcs emerge from beneath. Ryu Min finds himself caught in a pincer move, with newly surfaced orcs in front and more orcs behind him. A young man pointed towards the orc and asked, "Who is that masked figure behind?" Another person chimed in, "He looks much larger than the other orcs." They carefully examined the orc, thinking that if he was the only one that large, he might be the leader, the boss. A perceptive individual realized that these were not resurrected orcs but one summoned. Julie stood in a corner, fearfully thinking that the black scythe was surrounded by orcs and wondered what she should do. Should she intervene to help? But then something calmed her down. She carefully observed Ryu Min's demeanor. That look in his eyes, he was not panicked at all. Seeing that he was unafraid, the boss raised his staff and continued summoning another group of orcs. The young man who had just nearly panicked saw 10 more orcs appear. Ryu Min was completely surrounded but showed no fear. He leapt up, dodging a mace swing from an orc preparing to counterattack. A voice said, "Damn, he dodged them all, he really is a monster." The youths kept discussing. This is no time to just stand still. That big guy, the one who looks like the boss, no one seems to be guarding him, right? A nearby person replied, "Huh, that's true." One of them spoke in a sinister tone. "Should we steal him?" They hesitated slightly. "I don't know, what if the black scythe catches us?" But that one quickly reassured them, "He can't catch anyone now. He's busy dealing with the orcs." Even the black scythe would struggle if completely surrounded like this. The white shirt responded as if in agreement. "That's right, and if he asks, just say you thought he was in danger so you rushed in to help." The guy next to him thought it was okay. It sounded reasonable. Then a question was raised while Ryu Min was fighting. "So, do you want to join this theft operation?" Quickly, everyone agreed. "I'm in." "Me too." True to their word, the reckless group began moving toward the house. That scene was captured within Julie's sight from not far away. She looked at that fool and wondered, what are those people doing? Then Julie panicked, thinking of a possibility. Don't tell me that while the black scythe is drawing all the attention, they're trying to kill the orc mage to steal the credit. The scene rewound to shortly before. Julie called out, "Hey, black scythe," she cautiously asked. "I appreciate your help, but am I interfering with your mission?" Ryu Min replied calmly, "Don't worry about that. I've already completed the main mission." The unexpected answer left her visibly shocked. "What?" Ryu Min turned his head and said, "My target was not the main mission but the side mission. I've already obtained a balance stone." Her voice rose in surprise. You already have one? The conversation continued. I got it by killing a boss named Orc Warrior. The other stones probably also dropped from bosses. Ignoring Julie's surprise, Ryu Min continued. All I need to do is kill the bosses, so there's no need to feel guilty. She understood the matter and replied, all right. Back to the present, she looked at the group and thought, no, that mage belongs to the Black Scythe. If this goes on, some stranger will steal the credit for killing the orc mage. Julie drew her sword and moved forward. I have to stop them. The idiots still weren't afraid of death as they held their swords and advanced toward the orc mage. Life is never that easy. Knight of Death skill was unleashed, surprising Julie and the others. The game was elevated as the group trying to steal credit now stood bewildered amid the eerie, chilling atmosphere. The sword-wielding man exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this?" But someone quickly came up and covered his mouth in fear. Both terrified, they cautiously raised their heads, wishing they hadn't looked. After seeing it, their hearts nearly stopped. The orc mage slowly turned its head, its two eyes filled with cold, murderous intent as it let out a piercing, ear-splitting screech. The group got scared and immediately turned their horses. Damn it, we've been spotted. Everyone run. Naturally, the orc wouldn't let its prey escape. It swung its club and unleashed a skill. Its henchmen were summoned to surround the 5 frogs stuck in a well. At this point, they were truly panicked. Damn it, we're done for. The orcs spared no one and began their attack. The first victim was the one with black hair. He was grabbed by them, screaming in terror like a madman. The black-haired figure, once so resolute, was now utterly miserable. He lay on the ground, desperately begging for help. Please, save me. But then a pair of feet appeared before his eyes, thinking there was hope, but instead came despair. It wasn't someone coming to save him, but an orc ready to send him off at any moment. He looked at the orc's foot descending as if falling into an abyss, screaming in despair. No. Then the blood flowed out, and the black hair darkened the sky. The scene shifted to another orc being attacked. It was Ryu Min's position. He used his black scythe to send the orcs on their way for a distance. He stopped to breathe out a long sigh. Perhaps the prolonged fight had worn him down. Then suddenly, Ryu Min's gaze shifted elsewhere. It was where the orcs were rushing to deliver the others to the afterlife. He watched that scene and thought, he had lured the orc wizard out to see what they would choose. Would they try to seize him while he was in danger? Those who intended to ambush paid a heavy price. Ryu Min looked at them falling on the battlefield with contempt. So that was how it was. Then he advanced toward the boss, growling his warning. After all, they had wasted their time lurking to ambush us. They had failed their mission and were wiped out. Catching the signal from their leader, the orcs all turned around. They charged together, intending to attack Ryu Min. Before even touching a single hair on him, red threads appeared on the orcs' bodies. Turned out to be Ryu Min's slash. It was so fast that they couldn't react in time. He attacked while thinking with delight. His attack speed had definitely increased, with blessing, agility, and an additional 50% attack speed at night. Of course, it was that way. The item information panel for the Knight of Death rune appeared, showing scythe damage doubled and a 50% increase in attack speed at night, while the knight position significantly reduced the chance of being detected by enemies. Not wasting any more time, Ryu Min accelerated toward the boss, preparing for close combat. The orc wielding a staff aimed straight at him, but Ryu Min quickly circled around to the back. Just as he had done before, the scythe was placed right on the boss's neck. Ryu Min pulled with great strength, and its head fell down along with his words. Goodbye. The monster lost its head, and without a brain to control its balance, its massive body toppled to the ground. As it received its eternal slumber, the system quickly registered and displayed a notification. You have defeated Orc Shaman, gained 37.73% EXP, for 1,000 gold, leveled up. After killing it, the system also collected a new item, adding it to the massive storage. You have obtained the Orb of Eternal Rest. A series of trophy items received rang out. You received a mysterious wooden spirit statue. You received a lowest rank mana stone draw token. You received a balance stone. Side quest progress. Balance stone 2/4. Ryu Min smiled with satisfaction. He looked down at the item in his hands and silently rejoiced. I have reached level 33, and I have found an insanely powerful item. The system then displayed detailed information about the Orb of Eternal Rest to inform the player. Orb of Eternal Rest, necklace type, epic quality, effect. Each time a monster is defeated, gain 1 stack, and lose 1 durability. Every 100 stacks convert into 1 attribute point, durability 1000/1000. Requires at least common quality equipment. Description: a necklace with a cloudy gray orb, said to seal the souls of those who were murdered. Looking at the orb's information panel, he couldn't help but contemplate the attributes it possessed. The Orb of Eternal Rest gives 1 attribute point for every 100 stacks accumulated. It is similar to the absorption rune that the Black Scythe once used. However, Ryu Min did not only focus on the advantages. He suddenly recalled a critical drawback. There was a downside. Durability 0/1000. The more stacks accumulated, the more durability is consumed. This is a consumable piece of equipment. An image of another golden spirit stone appeared in his mind. However, if used together with the endurance absorption rune from the 8th ring, and if a blacksmith assists, I can restore its durability. After analyzing the item he just received, he swiftly finalized his decision. That means I can increase attributes without limit. Suddenly, Ryu Min's train of thought was interrupted by a cry. Black Scythe, where are you? He lightly turned his head to look behind, then realized it seemed the effect of the Night of Death rune was making him hard to detect. Seeing Julie searching behind, he turned to observe the people lying motionless on the ground and thought of a plan. Before dispelling the Night of Death, I should, using my absorption rune, the bodies of the men gradually faded into nothingness. Ryu Min softly said, erase all traces. He chanted the spell to dispel the Night of Death. The rune also disappeared accordingly. The residual effect left by the Night of Death rune after vanishing made Julie notice something strange. Why did the place keep flickering between light and dark? Then suddenly, she darted her eyes to another side and discovered something. Ryu Min appeared right beside her. He walked closer to Julie, and upon recognizing him, she cheerfully struck up a conversation. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Black Scythe glanced at the monster he had just defeated and replied coldly, as you can see, I've been very busy. Julie received the information and then asked, so you finally got it? But did you see anyone else around here? Some tried to steal the name of the orc mage. Ryu Min took his scythe and rested it on his shoulder. He gently replied, no, I didn't see anyone. Julie nodded to indicate she understood, but she still couldn't help but wonder. That's strange. I could have sworn I heard shouting. The innocent girl turned to another side, thinking about what had happened to her, making Black Scythe feel guilty. After all, revealing the corpse brought no benefit. Cutting through the air, he turned away, shouting, hurry up, we still have to take down the next boss. Julie followed his words and walked on. Yes, they arrived at a village and defeated each monster dwelling there. The monsters' corpses fell right where they had fought. The orcs lay motionless, witnessing the noise Ryu Min was making. On one side, an orc who seemed to be the leader of this place was fighting Ryu Min. With the skills of a hunter, the orc posed no challenge to him. As fast as lightning, the death scythe blade moved toward the lower body of the orc. The leader's arm was severed by the death scythe blade. It didn't even have time to react. Next to the arm, his next target was the orc's torso. Its body was cut apart by the attack. Blood inside burst out into the air from the severed wound. The death scythe had ended another monster's life. After the leader fell, the system immediately displayed praise. You have defeated the orc archer. EXP plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. You received agile archer's boots. You received a rusty arrowhead. You received a low-rank mana stone. You received a balance stone. Side quest progress. Balance stone 3/4. Ryu Min drew the scythe behind his back. He stepped forward, looked at the system panel, then gave the order to check which item. The panel displayed detailed information about the item. Agile archer's boots, type of boots, epic quality. Defense 60, agility effect plus 10, durability 1000/1000, requirement, common quality or above. Description: boots said to belong to an agile archer, enhancing agility. Looking at the boots collected shown on the system panel, Ryu Min glanced down at the boots he was currently wearing and silently analyzed. They were much better than the ones he had on now. High-top agile boots, common quality, defense 15, agility effect +4, movement speed +5%. There was no reason not to switch. He entered the adjustment panel, placed the collected boots on the control bar alongside forging with another mana stone. Ryu Min analyzed its use himself. If he combined it with the blue mana stone he had just obtained, the effect would be even better. After finishing the combination, he pressed the black scythe to the combine button to confirm with the system. Receiving the new setup, mechanical sounds rang out announcing the successful combination. Immediately after changing his gear, the system provided new information to the player about this choice. Agility +4 was added to the Agile Archer's boots. Ryu Min nodded in satisfaction with what he had just done. Perfect, now I've taken care of all the side bosses. Without letting himself rest, in his mind appeared the image of the final orc boss. Ryu Min set a new goal, only the high-level orc final boss remained. Unlike the others, the high-level orc had an attack rule based on time. The timer reset perfectly to 0. Black Scythe was determined to defeat it as quickly as possible. He tried to analyze. The faster the strategy, the greater the reward. The best record from the previous round was 43 seconds. Then, he immediately went with Julie to the position of the final boss. All right, let's go. She smiled happily in response, yes. Seeing her humanoid form, Ryu Min didn't pay much attention and focused solely on defeating the target. Julie had already buffed him. This time he would surely break the record. They left the chaotic scene they had just caused. Black Scythe kept calculating in his mind, but he still wanted to shorten the time even more if possible. First, he had to reach the maximum level and then use the Orb of Eternal Rest to enhance his stats. The defeated orcs left behind were also gradually being dealt with. The system notified again. Remaining time until the round ends, 30 minutes 41 seconds. The monsters gradually vanished into the air, transforming into new items before Black Scythe's eyes. Ryu Min put his weapon aside, thinking in his head, it's time to act, only one more level to reach 40, but I'm out of time. The item worn around the neck suddenly glowed, clearly revealing that Ryu Min no longer regretted his decision. However, he did not feel sorrow. He had accomplished his set goal. After reclaiming the orcs' corpses, the system announced again, noting fluctuations inside the storage, adding 9 attribute points, durability 1/1000. Julie came up from behind and called out, Black Scythe, aren't you going to continue hunting? Ryu Min turned to reply, I think that's enough. She couldn't help but wonder, so now, will you go defeat the final boss? Ryu Min coldly raised his hand to the side to say goodbye. Let's part ways here. Thank you for accompanying me. Julie could only shake his hand, feeling somewhat awkward. Was it really over? Alongside her words, she felt regret in her heart. Now that they were about to part, she felt a little sad. She had intended to ask if she could stay with him until he defeated the final boss. Realizing her thought was foolish, she quickly dismissed it. No, if I stay, I would only be a hindrance. It's best if we part ways here. Julie couldn't hide her gloominess in front of him, which made him pause and think. It seemed she had become attached in this short time, but high-level orcs were very dangerous, and she didn't need to accompany him. Julie raised her hand radiating power as a parting gift and said, Black Scythe, let me buff you one last time. Julie was executing a technique while bidding farewell to Ryu Min. The Black Scythe, once again, thanked him for helping me hunt monsters. It would have been very difficult on my own. She wiped a drop of sweat and pressed the option inside the newly appeared system panel. It wasn't much, but here it is. Julie took from her storage a bright blue item glowing with beautiful colors. She explained, I received this item when you guided me. I don't know if you need it, but please accept it. Ryu Min didn't let her suffer any more losses. He didn't hesitate to refuse. You should keep it. Julie shook her hand politely but still wanted to give him the item. That's not allowed. Just accepting the experience is already more than enough for me. After saying that, she thought for a moment. Actually, she had two but needed to give one to Ryu Min, so Ryu Min looked at Julie with gentle eyes. He knew she was worried about him without realizing that he was the one she cared for. And she thought she owed the Black Scythe a favor. And then the Black Scythe had no choice but to give in. He took the item from Julie's hand and said, "But I also received help, so let's call it even." Then the black scythe turned and walked forward, not forgetting to say a word of promise. "I will accept it then. If fate allows, we will meet again." Julie put her hand on her chest, anxiously watching the black scythe walking away. Elsewhere, Ryu Min was performing a rapid movement technique, sending a magical arrow speeding forward. The black scythe also followed the path it indicated. After confirming the location where he was about to set foot, the system spoke up, confirming the position of the high-level orc boss monster. The distance to the target was 1,121 meters. Ryu Min, deep in thought, fixed his gaze on the guiding arrow. It was still trackable, meaning no one had defeated it yet. He recalled the history of defeating orcs and realized that no one had ever managed to kill a high-level orc in the previous rounds. The image of the 3 orcs he had just slain appeared, with the shadow of the final boss looming behind them. The Grim Reaper's scythe knew that among the 4 bosses in round 5, the high-level orc was so powerful that the other 3 were merely considered sub-bosses. Ryu Min imagined in his mind an orc capable of matching the strength of many warriors. He conceived that perhaps it would take 100 level 20 players charging wildly to bring it down. A normal player would never be able to defeat it. Black Scythe advanced deeper into the green forest, re-evaluating the final boss. Even he had to die 4 times before winning. That was how he set the current record of 43 seconds. The system's sound echoed simultaneously. It was the noise of movement on the ground, with the distance to the target now 321 meters. Ryu Min jumped onto a tree and used the branches as leverage to propel himself forward. Black Scythe muttered to himself. This time he would break that record. Sounds arose from the branches as he arrived and then quickly departed from the trees. Black Scythe rushed forward and caught sight of the boss's shadow. The system again announced the distance to the target, 160 meters. Ryu Min suddenly felt surprised when he observed the scene before him. It was the image of a warrior being crushed. He was gradually losing his life to the final boss. The strongest orc was facing ordinary warriors alone in front of Ryu Min. A giant orc appeared. In its hand was the body of the unfortunate human. Jun Suk sat down in fear, his limbs trembling and unable to move. What was happening at this moment? How did things turn out this way? There had been no problems before. Going back to the previous time, Jun Suk was standing talking with a group of people. The orcs act together. Why don't we do the same? Join our team. He rested his sword on his shoulder, confidently introducing himself. First, let me introduce myself. I am Jun Suk, a level 12 warrior. The blonde young man beside him continued. I'm also level 12. Nice to meet you. I'm Barity Pit, a hunter. The young man wearing a robe shyly introduced himself. I am a level 13 warrior named WHWH. The name is due to a broken keyboard. They all formed a small group and began to eliminate the orcs. At first, we joined the group for mutual benefit, but everything gradually improved and everyone became more open. Barity Pit shouted to Jun Suk. Trick them into helping me. Alright, leave it to me. Jun Suk shouted loudly at an orc holding a chain. Hey you there, look at me. Thanks to team spirit, we easily dealt with a small orc village. The girl holding the trident jumped on its back and pinned it to the ground. Barity Pit, kill it. The short-haired girl, seeing the orc ready to attack, immediately warned WHWH behind. After eliminating all the orcs, everyone gathered happily to chat. I've collected enough 300. Me too. Congratulations, we all did it. Jun Suk felt very happy to complete the mission. We have completed the main task. Suddenly, feeling a bit bored going alone, he suggested to the group, it's a bit sad to split up. Should we hunt a little more? Sure, I want to reach level 20. The archer and the swordsman joined forces to take down the orc. So we continued hunting, continuously defeating it. Everyone's ranks gradually rose. You have leveled up, you have reached level 20, you have been promoted from apprentice to regular. The combo feature has been unlocked. From there, they could collect many other types of skills. We reached level 20 and learned new skills as a result. The 3 in the group surrounded the corpse of a dead orc and mocked them. Orcs are too easy now. It's funny how we struggled so hard with them before. Gradually, they acquired many different skills and became stronger. WHWH turned to suggest to Jun-suk to go somewhere else. But he was drawn by something. So let's try the bigger village then. Wait, what is that? A giant orc with 2 heads and a long tongue passed by. Both Jun-suk and Barity Pit looked in its direction, wondering it looked quite like an orc, something they hadn't seen before. Could it be the boss? The boss. The girl holding a trident raised a suggestion to everyone. Should we try fighting it? I feel like the 5 of us can do it. Shall we try? The reward must be great. He turned to ask Barity Pit, and he immediately agreed. Then let's split the reward evenly after we kill it. Agreed. The high-level orc was walking when it suddenly stopped. It unexpectedly turned back and let out a roar. The sudden event caught everyone off guard. Or we thought we had become stronger. The high-level orc roared louder and louder. It even stuck out its long tongue. The ground began to show deep dents. It took momentum and jumped very high into the sky. The high-level orc landed right in front of everyone, causing a strong shockwave. It aggressively raised its sharp claws. The black-haired girl was the first target of the high-level orc. After killing the first girl, it turned back and aimed at the orange-haired girl. The scared girl couldn't do anything, only crouching down. The high-level orc struck down with great force. Blood splattered everywhere. It turned away, targeting Barity Pit, who was standing nearby. The enemy was not the prey. The high-level orc quickly grabbed him, lifting him up. It squeezed Barity Pit with great force, crushing his body. The whole group was quickly overwhelmed and pushed back. Jun-suk witnessed the scene, his face darkening completely, and that was death itself. Seeing the danger, WHWH stood in front of him, but was then wrapped up by its tail and lifted up as well. The high-level orc used its tail to smash his head harshly against the ground, leaving only pleas for help. After dealing with nearly all of them, it turned to look at Jun-suk. He looked at it with terrified eyes, repeating in his mind, "I will die, I will die, I will die, I will surely die." The high-level orc advanced closer and closer. Jun-suk shouted, "Don't come near me." His face turned purple, trembling with fear. It raised its hand to finish him off, when suddenly he appeared from behind it. The black scythe slashed decisively, with such force that one head of the high-level orc was severed from its neck. The other head turned to look at him, and it also received a horizontal slash across its neck from him. Finally, it was destroyed by the black scythe, collapsing to the ground. Jun-suk looked up in great surprise. It was his legs appearing at eye level. Ryu-min slowly landed before the astonished Jun-suk. The black scythe looked at the high-level orc's body, then was attracted by something. Unexpectedly, it died from just one strike. System notifications appeared rapidly. You have defeated the high-level orc. You have leveled up, reaching level 40. You advanced from regular to expert. The negotiation feature has been unlocked. The man with the black scythe on his shoulder continued to watch notifications, showing increased damage for the Death Seal skill from 120% to 140%. The range of the Knight of Death skill increased from 500 m to 1000 m. You have learned the Moonlight Destruction skill, a special skill of the Reaper. The next skill will unlock at level 60. Suddenly, the black scythe smiled joyfully, finally obtaining it. Moonlight Destruction, a Reaper's attack skill, an absolute power skill appeared on the screen. The exclusive Moonlight Destruction skill effect. Channel energy for 1 second and unleash an attack with 1200% damage, increased by 1.5 times at night, has a 10-minute cooldown, and is usable only with the scythe weapon. He only needed one swing of the scythe to cleave many orcs in two. When relying on a single attack skill, missing would be very risky. But since Moonlight Destruction is an area attack, it is very hard to miss. The black scythe slashes would even cut through a brain, making it increasingly useful when combining both magical and physical attacks. That means it would be effective even against those with physical resistance. He silently rejoiced inside because he had gained such an excellent skill. Now killing monsters is easy for him. But later there will be powerful monsters, so this skill is really useful. Now Ryu-min will check the next reward. The notification continued to appear as Black Scythe acquired the skill just now. You obtained the gloves of an orc. You obtained the fong of a high-level orc. You obtained a low-level purple absorption rune. You obtained a balance stone. The side quest is in progress. Balance stone 4/4. In his hand now lay a stone shining with a blue gleam. You have completed the side quest. You obtained a balance stone. This is exactly what I wanted this time. Black Scythe clutched the stone tightly, causing its energy to radiate around. The rune just obtained automatically engraved itself onto the player's body. The screen displayed the power stats of that stone. Balance stone. Effect. All stats will double when the difference between the highest and lowest stats is no greater than 10. He observed for a long while and thought, this one only has an effect if I increase all stats equally. Black Scythe looked at the stats on the screen, calculating silently. I knew I would get this stone, so I increased the stats without too much discrepancy. He tapped the screen to view the current stats. Now that it's engraved into my body, let's see how much my stats have increased. Black Scythe was very surprised to see his stats increase dramatically. Even he did not expect all his stats to rise by more than 300. He was astonished at how his power had surged like that. All his stats, power 374, intelligence 614, agility 518, luck 374, and stat points 0, were all over 300 stars. Black Scythe was so amazed that he was left speechless. Even though it was thanks to the round buff and bless, the numbers still far exceeded what he had imagined. He stood on the carcass of a high-level orc, thinking, indeed, nothing beats a balance rune to strengthen oneself quickly. So, this must be the time trial challenge reward after all. A series of other notifications appeared on the screen. You have defeated the level 5 orc boss in just 1 second. This boss follows the time challenge rule. Gold rewards will be given based on the record. Because you defeated it in under 10 seconds, you receive the highest reward of 100,000 gold. Congratulations. He smiled happily upon receiving a large sum of gold. Last time it took 43 seconds, and he only got 23,250 gold. Wonderful, he thought he had to use this gold to learn all the common skills he hadn't learned yet. Because Ryu Min set an unprecedented record, the system wants to register him in the book. You have set an unprecedented record in the history of the time trial challenge. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Library. He was surprised to see the system announce the reward was a choice of a unique item. What is that about? A ticket appeared with a dazzling light. Setting a record deserves a special reward. Black Scythe looked at the screen, pondering carefully. He could also choose a unique item. Could it be that he can pick any item at all? He tapped the card that had just appeared on the screen. A series of categories appeared after Black Scythe tapped it. You can choose one of the following unique items. Reward. First, tap the type of item you want. 1. Weapon. 2. Shield. 3. Hat. 4. Armor. 5. Boots. 6. Gloves. 7. Necklace. 8. Ring. He looked at a range of weapons and thought carefully. Can he really choose anything at all? If so, the unique weapon I planned to make after returning is no longer needed. As for the rest, after a moment of thought, Black Scythe chose item number 3. This one seemed reasonable, a hat. Jun Suk trembled as he stood up, looking up at him standing on the back of the high-level orc. He wiped his runny nose with his hand and looked at Black Scythe in amazement. No way, that monster was taken down with just one strike. Jun Suk looked down at the bodies of his companions lying scattered on the ground. That strong again? How could he have defeated that alone? Something even 5 level 20 players couldn't accomplish. Putting aside that sorrow, he wanted to say a few words to him. No, not now, now I should be the one to thank him. Black Scythe turned to look at Jun Suk, then spun around and walked away, leaving him completely confused. Jun Suk froze in place, not even managing to say goodbye. Priscilla appeared in the blazing red sky, surrounded by radiant halos. So, how is it going? Have you completed the task well? She looked down at the surviving players below and mocked them. In just 10 hours, the number of people has decreased so much. Priscilla sneered at those players. Could it be they died because of those weak orcs? Or did they quarrel over monsters? She snapped her fingers to check the results. Well then, let's see how the results turn out. The leaderboard clearly showed the top 3 ranks. A compilation of the 5th round results across the entire region. Black Scythe, level 40, Knight of Death. The Fools, level 25 Mages. Heavenly Demon, level 24 Dark Knights. The related region, CX007. First, Black Scythe, level 40, Knight of Death. Second, Democracy, level 21 Support. Third, Nopenage, level 23 Dark Mage. Those below were astonished when they saw the results. Oh my god, level 40 already. The record is truly insane. Everyone focused their eyes on him, whispering and discussing. Defeating 3 orcs in just 1 hour? Is that even possible? Black Scythe just stood there, crossing his arms and sighing helplessly. It would be great to receive the reward quickly. A series of notifications appeared in front of him as the results were announced. Congratulations, you have completed the task as the number 1 in this region. Congratulations, you have completed the task as the top ranker of the entire region. The number 1 regional reward and the choice of a rare necklace. The number 1 reward for the whole region is a special reward selection box. Black Scythe happily looked at the screen as everything went quite smoothly. Confirmation that you are the first player to achieve first place across the entire region for 5 consecutive rounds. You have achieved an unimaginable feat and received the title of the leader. It's done, just as planned. I have obtained the title. Upon receiving the title, he began to devise another plan. The title of the leader, condition to obtain. Achieve first place across the entire region for the first 5 consecutive rounds. Effect. Increases all experience gained by 1.5 times. Because of this title, I never missed first place in the entire region. I can't afford to miss the chance to grow 1.5 times faster. Black Scythe raised his hand and tapped on the golden chest on the screen. Now that the desired title is obtained, let's choose the first place reward. When he tapped it, a series of necklaces appeared. You can choose one of the following rare necklaces as a reward. Please tap on the reward you want. The Skull Knight's necklace, the Java necklace, the necklace of resilience. Black Scythe thought very carefully before selecting the item. Ordinary people might just choose randomly like a multiple choice test, but I have already tried them all over many playthroughs. After a moment of hesitation, he chose the second item. What I need is the Java necklace. When the Black Scythe pressed it, a series of stats appeared. The necklace of Java, a rare grade necklace, effective, all stats +3, effect resistance +35%, durability 1000/1000, use level requirement of common rank or above. The description said it was a necklace that the alien race Java always wore. The necklace itself contained magical power. He looked at it and then thought about something. What he needed to strengthen right now wasn't power or stats, but resistance to adverse states. A ring and a necklace appeared, each with sparkling gems. Moreover, items with effect resistance are very rare, so if he didn't need them later, they could also be sold at a high price. The system continued to display the second reward. Next, you can choose one of the following special rewards. Reward. Please tap the reward you want. 1. Triple experience buff for just 6 hours. 2. 6,000 gold. 3. Information about the 6th ring. This time, he didn't hesitate or ponder but decided immediately. Without thinking, he definitely chose the experience buff. Suddenly, Priscilla clapped her hands, the sound instantly attracting the attention of the players. She asked if all the players had checked their rankings yet. Everyone had already checked their rank via message, hadn't they? Priscilla's eyes flashed with contempt. By the way, the number of people who completed the task was exactly 1,588. As soon as her words ended, those ranked low began to be burned. Anyone ranked 12-11 and below would be mercilessly eliminated. No, wait, Angel, please have mercy. They all cried out painfully in the flames, wailing miserably. Please spare me. Priscilla raised her hand to cover her mouth and sneered. How shameful to have to beg for your life like that. Humans really are no better than insects. He looked at her and also laughed scornfully. Do you think you're any different? Priscilla glanced at the ranking board. I guess you won't be able to finish it either. She sneered at the Black Scythe standing below. Side mission of the first round 5. Priscilla was quite surprised to see him. It's over now. With a dazzling flash, she said goodbye to him and then disappeared. Then humans, take a rest and see you in the next round. After Priscilla vanished, the system appeared to notify all surviving players. Round 5 finished. Entire area. Survivors. 19,327,557. Related area C. ESC007. Survivors. 1,211. Souls will be returned to their original spatial dimension bodies after a few minutes. Round 6 will begin at midnight on June 1st, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. He returned to his apartment. Ryu Min's entire body tensed up. He had to raise his hand to stretch a bit. Ryu Min leaned back against the chair, urging himself on. Meal's done, now let's get started. Black Scythe opened the system and started upgrading the new weapon. The combination window appeared, with the main material being the Reaper's Scythe blade. The secondary materials included the heart of an orc and a wooden deity statue. Next, he added the items he had acquired. A rusty arrowhead and the fangs of 2 orcs. It seemed that Black Scythe was hesitating a bit about combining the weapon. If he pressed the combine button now, the weapon would be enhanced into a rare item suitable for his level. After some hesitation and recalling, he remembered that he had a black diamond taken from Yongmin. Finally, Black Scythe decided to combine that stone as well and pressed the button. Combining with the black diamond would no longer make it rare but upgrade it to a unique item. Combine. A unique scythe carrying a mysterious black energy. Combination successful, you have created the Reaper's Scythe. After the combination finished, the system displayed the weapon stats. Reaper's Scythe, weapon type, unique quality, level 300, all stats plus 10, skill damage plus 10%, durability 3000/3000, usage requirement, expert level or above. Description: the scythe once favored by the Reaper. It is said that darkness always follows the death scythe. He laughed heartily, startling Ryu One. Finally free from the Reaper's Scythe, Ryu Min used his last money to further supplement his skills. Now, with the remaining money, he'll learn some general skills. Store all equipment, materials, consumables, general skills. Explore surroundings, 20,000. The eyes and the skill used to display the navigation map. First, exploring the surroundings will help display it like a mini-map. The second skill helps the eyes see farther, enhancing vision to surpass human limits. And the last 2 skills are used to create a shield and aim accurately at targets. Basic resistance will increase resistance to negative statuses by 15%. Dexterity will increase the skill hit rate by 20%. So all the common skills have been learned. Although all skills have been unlocked, he still has a lot of money. After learning all the skills, he still has 140,000 gold left. Besides a few rare items that won't be available for a few more days, there's nothing worth buying right now. Ryu Min sat up abruptly and decided to stop here. Let's leave this matter as it is. He used his thoughts to open the system and view his stats. The status window. The status window named Ryu Min Expert Level, Level 40, Profession Death Knight. Nickname Black Scythe. Titles: Last Hidden Time Rebel, First Hidden Assassin Angel, Hidden Opposer of Divine Punishment, Hidden Leader. Stats: Strength 106, Intelligence 150, Agility 106, Luck 136. Stat points 0. Skills: General skills, Tracking, Sensing Presence, Erasing Traces, First Aid, Surrounding Exploration, Vision Enhancement, Basic Resistance, Dexterity. Specialized skills: Death Seal, Night of Death, Moonlight Destruction, Rune of Slaughter, Radiance Rune, Rune of Cloning, Rune of Death, Internal Rune, Balance Rune. Additional features: Shop, items can be purchased. Combination, items can be combined. Trading, items or gold can be traded. Unlocks at level 60, unlocks at level 99. Ryu Min looked at the screen and smiled with satisfaction. With just the buff from the balance rune, it's already like this. If I add the Rune of Slaughter, my power will double. While he was thinking and the system slowly disappeared. Excellent, now I'm as strong as I can be. It's time to start doing business with Ma Jianrock. After finishing that deal, I'll take advantage of Yongmin. Suddenly, something occurred to Ryu Min. Wait. Thinking back, what's happened to that guy now? I wonder if he survived as planned. He opened a skill and began searching for someone. Tracking Yongmin. Ryu Min smiled happily upon finding Yongmin's location. Being able to trace him meant he was still alive. Great, he could still be exploited further. With eyes as cold as ice when thinking of him, smiling scornfully, he was determined to make him fail. But this time would be the last time he used Yongmin. After using him in this real world, he'd be discarded. The scene shifted to a large building inside the city. Inside a lavish cafe, Julie sat there alone. She looked up somewhat puzzled at the outside. Why did Ryu Min want to see her again? In her mind, she pictured the next scene. Don't say it was just her imagination. Ryu Min gently approaching. Julie, I miss you. Thinking this made Julie extremely embarrassed. She tried to keep calm. What a silly thought. Stay calm. Absolutely no outward signs. She was still lost in the chaos when the door swung open. Ryu Min entered with the aura of a handsome prince. Turning his head to search for her figure. Noticing her sitting in a corner, he smiled and greeted her. You're here? Have you been waiting long? She quickly stood up to explain. No, I just got here too. Feeling a bit shy, Julie said she would go order drinks. What do you want to drink? Today it's on me, pick anything you like. This made him quite happy. Really? Then I'll have an Americano with an extra shot. She nodded in agreement. Okay, wait a moment. After sitting down in the chair, Ryu Min's face became strangely friendly. Thanks for the glass of water, Julie. Julie felt that something was off and began to ponder. Why does the atmosphere feel so tense today? Probably because I was overthinking earlier. Before she could say anything, she thought again about the close scene between the 2 moments ago. This time, Ryu Min gently spoke. So, how is your 5th ring? He seemed quite embarrassed as he looked at her face. You've encountered the Black Scythe, right? She nodded in agreement. Just as you said, I met him and went hunting together. Julie brightened up and announced. Honestly, I had my doubts. The number 1 ranked person agreed to team up with me. But when I showed him my buff, he immediately nodded. It seemed this was part of Ryu Min's plan. I told you, just by looking at your buff, even the Black Scythe would need it. She nodded, laughing in understanding. Thanks to that, hunting became extremely easy. He helped a lot. It was the first time I ranked 2nd in the whole region. This made Ryu Min look surprised and stare ahead. Rank 2, amazing. What did you get? Her eyes became extremely eager. Want to see? Julie summoned the necklace in her hand. Her face glowed sparkling because this item was a rare mid-level necklace that increased agility stats. So, does it look good? Ryu Min looked at the necklace in her hand and had to marvel in surprise. So beautiful. She immediately held it out to him. Here, take it. This made him quite awkward. Why would he give it to me? She quickly urged. Just take it, I got it because you guessed right. It seemed he was still too shy about these things. No, I can't, this is your achievement. But Julie's eyes were very determined. That's not it. The Black Scythe carries me. So the hunt feels light as if nothing. Ryu Min could only force a smile. Then take him away. She sighed in surprise. Why would he need such a low-rank item? He also had his own thoughts. Of course not, he doesn't need it. Seeing the situation, Ryu Min hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Thanks, but I don't need it. I haven't reached the regular rank yet. She felt a bit puzzled. You haven't reached regular rank, so what level are you now? He sighed and lowered his head sadly. Level 19, I've only killed 300 orcs in 10 hours. Seeing his attitude, Julie could only put away the necklace in her hand. The prophet class isn't really suited for close combat. Sensing something was off, she became curious. How does the prophet class fight anyway? Ryu Min laughed, scratching his head, not knowing how to explain. I have a few magic skills, but performing them is a bit awkward. This made her hesitate and think. Then there's no need for the agile archer's boots either, since magic is based on intelligence, right? He nodded in confirmation. Exactly. She also pondered something. Then, a new item appeared in Julie's hand again. I'll give you this instead of the necklace. She also smiled sincerely and explained. I picked it up while hunting, so just take it. I don't know if it's any good, but it's the thought that counts, so please don't look down on it. Seeing her treat him so kindly, Ryu Min was somewhat touched. He gently reached out to take the item from her hand. Thank you for thinking of me. This contact made Julie blush with embarrassment. It's not like I'm thinking anything. All right? You keep giving me information all the time. It makes me shy too. Ryu Min pondered for a moment, then immediately proposed an idea. In that case, I want to give you something too. She was quite surprised. Julie, huh? For me? What is it? He continued to announce. What else? The information about round 6, right? These words made her freeze instantly. She forced a strained smile. I would be extremely grateful if you told me. Ryu Min paid no mind and spoke up. Fine, the mission for round 6 is. The two of them chatted together for a lively and extended period. After a while, Julie's expression showed she seemed to understand something more. I should hunt with Black Scythe. Ryu Min confidently reassured her. He probably won't refuse either. You've already proven your worth in round 5. At this moment, she became thoughtful. Form a team with him as well. Seeing this, he immediately grew concerned. So you're happy about that, right? Julie laughed and spoke her thoughts. Of course, Black Scythe is extremely good for me. Ryu Min seemed quite surprised hearing this reply. Good. Speaking up to this point, she focused on recounting with sparkling eyes. He behaved more thoughtfully than she had thought, not as scary as his appearance, a little arrogant. But being ranked number 1 is allowed. These words stirred Ryu Min's mind like a knife stabbing his head. He didn't know what to say. Is that so? After a period of reflection, she announced again. Besides, he seemed to have many insights. Ryu Min felt a bit confused. Insights? She spoke according to her thoughts. It's hard to explain, but it's like being able to read others' minds. Hearing that, he calmed down. That was thanks to the soul seal. In his mind, he already had his own thoughts. I'm not perfect at all. I've failed 99 times. Have I been tricked? The final round requires 5 people to enter the boss room. Unintentionally, he recalled the system announcements from that day. The boss room requires 1/5 to enter the boss room. At least 5 players are needed. Thinking of this, Ryu Min looked decisively ahead, determined not to make mistakes. No matter what, I'm out of chances. I have to reach the final round at all costs. Both Julie and that American pastor as well. Seeing him so thoughtful, Julie felt a bit puzzled. Min, what are you thinking about? He hurriedly shook his head to explain. Nothing, don't worry. She was quite curious. Are you worried about the next round? Ryu Min nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm not very strong. She sighed with regret. If the areas were merged, I could still help you. He felt quite surprised. Help for free. Huh? She nodded to confirm once again. Of course, she sighed as she explained. It's always me receiving help that makes me feel guilty. I wasn't able to help you at all. Seeing her look so guilty, Ryu Min calmly had his own thoughts. You helped a lot, Julie. Thanks to you, I took down the high-level orc in just a second. He gently comforted her. Don't stress too much, sooner or later we'll meet again in another world. This finally made Julie lift her head and smile a little. Really? She gave a bright, encouraging smile. Then let's do our best together. He just raised his hand and nodded, although he had his own calculations in mind. If she finds out that he is the Black Scythe, he doesn't know how she would react, and that was his biggest worry. Time quickly shifted to the late afternoon at the Devil Corporation. Ryu Min stepped inside. The secretary bowed his head and announced, Sir, principal shareholder Ryu Min has arrived. Seeing him appear made Ma Jianrock excitedly stand up and greet him. Welcome, esteemed shareholder. He quickly pointed to a chair and then signaled to the secretary. Please have a seat here, sir. Manager on. Bring us 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea. The secretary also nodded understandingly. Yes, sir. After taking his seat, Ma Jianrock immediately got straight to the main topic. The main shareholder, the prophet. How was your trip? Ryu Min smiled and replied, Very good. The driver you sent was very polite. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. If anyone bothers you, just tell me. I will handle it immediately and take appropriate action. He then reasoned. Ma Jianrock, the man who kills a criminal every week. Talking about appropriate action. Suddenly, he called out. All right. A plan formed in his mind. It's best not to say anything reckless. Ma Jianrock looked outside and then suggested, Have you eaten yet? If not, we can eat together. Seeing this, Ryu Min laughed and replied, There is something more important than eating. This made Ma Jianrock extremely excited as he stood up. Could it be? His face was full of anticipation. You came to provide information about the next round. Seeing the expression on his face, this made Ryu Min very pleased. He was desperate. He spoke up with a proposal. Of course, I will share information about round 6. Seeing that, he responded happily. Really? I am very grateful. Just as he finished speaking, Ryu Min interrupted. In return, I want you to convene an urgent meeting of the shareholders. He calmly voiced his thoughts. It's time to discuss business. We will have to change our business line and even the company name. Ma Jianrock immediately changed the expression on his face. What do you want me to do? Ryu Min was not to be outdone and went straight to the main topic. At the meeting, I want you to support the project I am about to propose. His voice continuously echoed inside the office. As I said before, don't object unreasonably. That means you must persuade the other shareholders. Ma Jianrock remained silent after hearing these words. From what I foresee, they will not be pleased about this. Sensing something was amiss, Ma Jianrock hesitated, confused and about to react. What kind of business is this? After all his reactions were directed at Ryu Min. He had his own calculations. Judging by his expression, he was dying to know, and understandably so. Hear me say he's switching industries yet still bringing success. This time he spoke slowly. The business I'm about to launch is creating an exclusive social network platform specifically for gamers. Ryu Min confidently announced, it's about creating an open exclusive platform dedicated to players.
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.